You know, growing up as a kid, a pale kid. I was wearing glasses as well. I've been cross-eyed my entire life. I was the perfect case to be bullied in school. I think there's certain parts of my story that everyone can relate to. My name is Jacob Winneke. I go under the gamer nick Pimp. I've been living in Denmark my entire life, apart from 1 year abroad where I was in Los Angeles living and playing Counter-Strike. That's also what I do today. Instead of playing professional Counter-Strike, I commentate Counter-Strike, I analyze Counter-Strike, and I create content around Counter-Strike. So my entire work life right now is situated around this wonderful game called Counter-Strike.
Do you remember when you were little, like this age, and your biggest dream were to be in Formula 1, but not to race? Your dream was to be the guy who waved the flag.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I want to be in sports. I want to go with a flag and say, yeah, red flag.
I actually forgot about that.
You have big aspirations.
What's wrong with you? I think when I was young, I had the classic childhood dreams, you know, being a professional football player, being an astronaut or something ridiculous like that. Sports have always been a big part of my life. My sister, who's 5 years older than me, went to the same football club I ended up going to. My dad was a coach in the local football club as well. I think the big attraction for me was competing. I've always been obsessed to beat the other guys. I wanted to beat myself. I wanted to apply pressure to myself. And that's also what attracted me a lot with Counter-Strike. And I think within the first couple of months I realized that, okay, I'm significantly better than pretty much everyone I'm playing with. I remember winning the first local Danish event, and from that point onwards I went to win around 10 bigger Danish LAN events. And ever since I never looked back. That has been my life. That's been what I've been striving for. It's been my motivation.
But it's funny because there's a lot of pictures from when you were little and doing sports, but there was like a whole time period where you just didn't do anything.
Yeah.
You were just sitting in front of the computer and eating chips and drinking sodas and stuff, and then you just got big, and it was kind of weird because you always liked to be active, and then just one day you just nah.
You're right. It does feel like when I was like looking at these pictures as well, there is a void in my life where all I did was basically go to school, go back home and play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and have a hot dog on the way home.
Spoke about that too, yeah. They were cheap though. And good.
Yeah.
I think it started when I was around 12, 13, like basically from the moment as I recall it, I got into gaming. That's also when I started to go to less football practices. It's when I started to do less activities, and that's when I started to gain weight.
But it's funny, like a picture like this, it's sort of the cliche or like stereotype of a gamer.
I was living the stereotype, you know?
Yeah.
I was sitting in my room a lot and playing computer games. To be completely honest, I could be done at school at 2. Then I'd go to the gas station. I'd eat probably a cake, buy a hot dog, buy a Coca-Cola, 2 bags of chips, and another. And that became almost a daily routine for me. You know, I was always like, who cares? You know, I'm anyway getting bullied. I'm anyway, you know, in a situation where I just go home and play Counter-Strike. So I didn't feel that it would affect anyone else but me. I think that's what I was the most obsessed about. One thing is not feeling comfortable in your own body, but another thing for me was to feel that I made people around me feel uncomfortable as well. I remember the turning point for me mentally. I remember doing an interview, and I remember watching that interview, and I remember thinking, holy moly, like, this cannot be true. I was hitting rock bottom in that regard. I never felt as uncomfortable in my own body. I could definitely feel that I was losing control. When you want to lose weight and when you want to change something drastically, there's always a lot of first steps. You gotta work up to it. And I found all the different ways of motivating myself. I want to be able to play football again. I want to be able to go for a bike ride. I want to be able to make my mom proud. I want to be able to impress a girl. I want to be able to feel comfortable in my own body. I found all these different avenues of motivation over time, that it was enough for me to be like, okay, now I'm doing it. And then I'd do it for a day and a half and I'd be like, nah, not worth it, another bag of chips. I failed countless of times. Like there's been so many times where I thought, you got it, you know. Today I got it. Today I'm waking up and I'm feeling for it, and then I'd instantly relapse the next day. You're bound to fail. You're bound to feel losses. You're bound to feel disappointments, and all those disappointments, all those losses, all those failures change the narrative. Then I would, you know, think of something new that would motivate me. I would figure out, you know, something new about myself. It took probably a year from when I was thinking to myself, you gotta do something now, before it all clicked. It's like when you were running the first time, I felt like my legs were just a couple of cement blocks. When I picked up the bike ride here, I went 1 kilometer and I had to stop because I was physically feeling unwell. I think the main goal was that I wanted to be healthier, becoming able to do whatever the hell I wanted to do with and in my own body, instead of being trapped. Yeah, I mean, you don't go through a big weight loss without having some sort of scars left. I have a massive scar starting from up here, going all the way down through this point as well, and all the way down here, ending in a little strip down here below the waist. So what they did was they cut me up open right here, so they could drag the skin together, sort of, and they also cut me up down here, so they could take the skin basically and just tear it down. Obviously, this body has been tested. It's no longer factory new, as a Counter-Strike gamer would call it.
It got how big it was. You were just like, oh well, they're gonna remove some skin, and then you were just like lying in bed for a week, and mom had to take care of you, and I was just like, well, good for you.
For a week, I literally was laying on my back for 2.5 weeks. I couldn't move.
It's like you're a child again.
I couldn't do anything by myself. I swear to God, that was the worst period of my life. You know, when I started, I thought it'd be cool if I could weigh less than 100 kilos. And once I got below 100 kilos, well, now I wanted below 90, and then I wanted below 80, and then I wanted below, almost below 70 to a point which was, you know, in the other direction where I got too skinny. It was also a very cautious decision I made, because I knew at the time that I wanted to get a skin removal surgery. And in my mind, the more weight I lost, the more I cut down myself, the more loose skin I would have, the more they could remove, and then the easier I would have it to build it up again. Today I'm at a place where I'm completely comfortable in my own body. I have no issues with the scar. I have no issues with the places on my body where there's still a bit of loose skin. It's my journey, it's my story, and it's my tattoos in a way. I don't have any tattoos on my body, and people always ask me why, and I say I have my scars, and that's enough. I remember the very first goal I set for myself was that I want to be able to play football again. One of the greatest things about becoming more healthy and acquiring the freedom over my body again is definitely the mental side of it. Like all these negative associated feelings, they would slowly but surely disappear, to a point today where I never really address it anymore. I don't have those feelings anymore, and I feel free, I feel happy, and I feel I have way more capacity to deal with more important stuff. I am very, very, very certain about the fact that any goals you may have in your life, one size doesn't fit all. It doesn't for me, it doesn't for you, it doesn't for anyone else. But I think there's certain parts of my story that everyone can relate to. I think people sometimes need to hear that it's okay to struggle, it's okay to fail, it's okay not to be able to reach your goal instantly. I always have new goals to achieve. I'm never done. Right now I'm focused on training up for an Ironman. I am most certain that if I do it in 10 hours, then next time I want to do it in 9. And if I do it in 9, I want to do it in 8. I'm not chasing a weight loss. I'm not chasing any sort of drastic change in my life. I'm just chasing a better version of myself and a healthier version. The ability to go AFK, to remove myself from the gaming space just once in a while, to recharge the batteries, to feel the desire to get back in, is essential to me.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final here in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital. And the crowd has entered the arena. We've moved on to the semifinals. We're bringing up the level of competition here, and we're bringing in a few hundred of our closest friends to watch the games alongside us. I'm ready. I'm excited. Everything just gets more exciting from here on out, boys.
This is kind of cool. Like, feel like in my living room with some great people out there talking Counter-Strike. That's great. I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
There we go.
Just a stone's throw away. You can reach out and touch them.
Exactly. This is so close.
How's everyone doing this afternoon? Everyone good? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's what you love to see. That's what it's all about, right? It's all about a few of us here enjoying some Counter-Strike, eh? And there was a lot of Counter-Strike already here in this spring final, right? And we've had a few teams go home already as well. 4 teams haven't made it to this point. It has been quite a fierce competition, and some names you might not expect as well. Taken out early, FaZe out, C9 out, Astralis gone, Complexity as well.
Yeah, those last 2 teams, you probably might have been able to expect those. Complexity and Astralis. It was always going to be a tough affair for them. Some good battles, obviously, but the one that really hurts, FaZe in that matchup yesterday, just outclassed a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, the second map left us with a bittersweet feeling, right? Yeah. We would have wanted more for FaZe. We didn't really want to send them to the summer break, but it is here now. And I think FaZe is a team that needs that break. Some individuals have been very vocal about, hey, listen, I'm just, that's it. Like, I'm empty. Like, I need some time.
They need a beach and some margaritas.
Don't we all, to some extent?
We all deserve that.
We all do that.
Yeah.
Something for all of us. I mean, I think as well, right, we saw the flashes even in this tournament of the form that we hope for from FaZe, but maybe as fatigue sets in, that consistency not there anymore?
Yeah, of course they're fatigued. Like, think about, it's a team that has deep run at every single event, basically. It's never just, oh, a couple of days and then we go home. They're always on the brink, and I think Kerrigan specifically, as an individual, as a leader, needs a couple of weeks, like a breather. Like, hey, let's rethink my own game, let's think our game. CS2 is looming around the corner, probably has got his eyes set. Oh, you guys are ready for CS2? All right, there we go. I am too. I kind of want to play, actually.
Yeah, it dropped while we were out here. The Mirage switched in, so
yeah, they always
that's what
do
I
that.
When I get home.
We were in Malta when the CS2 and that was announced, and
yeah.
now they dropped the map. We're not ready to play. They do that against us.
Well, I know another team that's excited for CS2. I know Grim was talking about it after they were eliminated from this event. Complexity, unfortunately, hometown heroes weren't expected to be here, but they got so close to being in front of this crowd. I'm seeing at least one Can't Stop the Flop shirt here in the audience. I know some of you were hoping Complexity would make it to today, right?
Turns out you can't stop the flop.
You can
Turns
stop
out you
the
can't
flop.
actually. That shirt is a lie.
Well, you know, we like a little bit of lying here in the nation's capital, so sometimes you got to go with the theme. But it is sad to not see the NA representative. You know, Twist's obviously North American CS player as well. Didn't make it here. Complexity didn't make it here. So maybe we need Imperial, the America's representative, to carry that crown.
We were wondering about that. We were wondering how many Imperial fans would be out here. We got Heroic as well facing off against them. So yeah, I mean, that's going to be a fun game, but we'll get into that a little bit later.
We will indeed. And speaking of Imperial, we have the CS Money play of the day from yesterday, and I think you Imperial fans might enjoy this one. We had a few coming through. There were a few opportunities. Fang, little NACS right there.
That was a great live spray. That was a great live spray from Spang. Spang? Who's
Spang? That's good.
Spang.
That's
Spang, Spang, baby.
Well.
Yeah.
Fang out there with the 4K. I like that.
That's what you say when he gets a headshot.
Spang.
Bang, spang.
Yeah, well, this was Brokey, also eliminated as well, which is unfortunate, but I mean, we know his opping can just be so dynamic. This was him with an M4. A very good hold inside the bomb site in a close affair. This was to bring FaZe into overtime, where unfortunately, eventually, they would lose. But that's a nice little sequence for Brokey.
And our player of the day is Vinny, who's going to be gracing the stage very soon. We got some Vinny fans out there. Had a whole lot of very impactful moments on Vertigo, a couple of clutches here, and this was one of the great example, round 15. Little 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 actually with the AK. Very clever play as well, pressuring with the smoke and then putting down JT.
It's been really cool to see Vinny step up at this event. I feel like he's a player in that team who obviously plays a lot of supportive roles. He sets up his teammates a lot of the time. He maybe doesn't get the same shine as some of his teammates, but he's been delivering, and we're going to be delivering you a short break before we get into our first match of the day. Stick with us here at the Blast Premier Spring Final. Welcome back to the Blast Premier Spring Final, where Heroic have entered the arena. A matchup between Heroic and Imperial. And of course, as many of us here know, Heroic expected to be the heavy favorites, but sometimes that's their most dangerous footing. We got any Heroic fans in the house?
Okay.
That's
some booze.
That's what I'm talking about.
They'll always get some booze. It comes with the charm.
Hey,
of
dude,
Heroic.
not always in NA though.
I really enjoy the booze.
You do?
Those are my favorite parts.
You have such a dark soul.
Yeah, I just like enjoying other people's misery. It's lovely to me. But yeah, Heroic entering the building, and Heroic obviously having a very good run, a very good tournament so far, just handling business, and heavy favorites in this first semifinal game. I don't even want to entertain the idea. I don't even want you to bring it up, Mike.
You keep doing it. You keep saying this, but I feel like every time you say this, it just makes the curse a little bit stronger. But it has been interesting at this event. Heroic have very much acknowledged the struggles they've had against underdogs in the semifinals, in the finals, and they've started to try a different approach here, Matthew.
Yeah, they're really trying to exercise these demons. That's what's happening, you know. I don't think anybody had Gamer Legion beating Heroic in Paris.
Nope.
Anybody had Mouse beating Heroic in Dallas. Yet it happened. And now Heroic is kind of going through this phase, was like, how do we actually not lose? Hey, how about we just say we're going to lose?
Yeah.
IQ 9000. They're trying to do that. They're trying to work their way through humor.
And I think underneath that humor and that comedy and those jokes is like a real panic button going on a little bit with Heroic. I think there actually is some panic setting in that they haven't been able to figure it out, that they haven't been able to overcome those struggles. So, I mean, it's kind of fun, and you can see, I mean, Cadian talking about it as well, tweets from Shush as well yesterday being like, oh, we made it to the semifinals, and unfortunately we won't be able to go on from there.
It does feel like, you know, tragedy, comedy, two sides of the same coin, and Heroic may be flirting with which side that one's going to land on. To hear how they're feeling about it, we've got a little bit of an interview with Cadian to let us know.
So Cadian, in interviews at the moment, we're seeing you guys joke around a little bit more about losing to lesser teams, but is this something that's like maybe help you guys mentally to kind of take that pressure off yourselves? Talk me through your thoughts and process, because normally you're telling me, oh, we want to win, we want to go all the way, we should win.
We'll see. You know, after today's game, we haven't played a lesser team in a playoffs game since we started doing it. But I mean, no matter what we do, we will probably lose today. You know, we have met the lesser teams a few times in these situations, and we lost a few times in a row now. So yeah, it is what it is.
What have you told the team though before going into this? Has it been the same old scenario, or have things changed?
Some things we'll keep inside the team. What I can say is the young boys had a feeling that they wanted to go this way. Obviously, I'm not a zoomer yet, but they are, you know, they are boomers, some of them, young guys, and yeah, I think they wanted to go a little bit of a meme route, and I was down to do it. You know, what we've been trying the last few times hasn't worked out too well, so now we're trying to go this route, and yeah, it's looking difficult today.
And in terms of Imperial though, right, we're talking about being a lesser team, but also a team that's got zero pressure, changes are coming in when it comes to that. Are you surprised at the fact they're here? Are you surprised with some of the results and just the way they've been doing the damage they have done so far?
Yeah, I was not expecting to face them in a semi-final, but they've been playing some really good CS. I think that obviously playing against Complexity in the quarterfinal is a pretty good draw, but also I think that they beat Vitality in the first game, and they pushed G2 to the limit, and even more than that, it was 3 very close maps. They played amazing CS, so I think like looking at where they were before the tournament and the names, I'm surprised, but the way they played, it's very justified that they made it to this stage of the tournament. So yeah, it's going to be a tough game for sure.
And looking at how they played, how key is it to not give them the space that we've seen teams be able to give them in the past and kind of play back from them?
Yeah, you know, I think we'll have to see how their styles match up, because they are very patient on the T side and waiting, and we are known for being the opposite on the TT side, very dynamic, pushing, stuff like this. So you know, there's a perfect balance to everything. You know, if you push too fast and they're waiting, it's going to look stupid. But also, if you start not playing on your own premises, it's going to be even worse. So we're going to see.
We will see indeed. Interesting words there from Katie, and the Zoomers taking the lead on the psychology of the team. That's an interesting one.
Jason, you've been in esports for a fair amount of years.
I have been,
You've been here for a while.
Sure.
When was the last time you saw a team have that kind of speech in an interview? When was the last time you saw a team trying to go this route?
That was
It
really
is what it
uncomfortable
is.
for me. Yeah, I don't even know. That was a very subdued Cadian, and I don't even think he believed it. I think he's just going along with it.
I like what you just said right before this interview. It's like, it's funny until it's going to become real panicky.
Yeah.
It's a good little gig, and if they want to find this way, if they're actually trying to find new methods of kind of avoiding these obstacles, fair enough. You know what? It's your team. It's your decisions. I don't mind. But what if you actually start to lose the game. Like this actually becomes like not a meme anymore. Like holy hell, we're actually about to lose. This is so fascinating to me from like an emotional standpoint. Like maybe I'm just gonna hang around and just listen to this.
It's got your psychology major just like rustling in the back of your head.
What the hell is going on?
We can get you a lab coat. We can get you a lab coat, little clipboard to write down, observation of how it's going. I mean, look, for Heroic, right, they've talked about being the most consistent team in the world. Well, they've said the best team in the world. We've maybe had some questions about whether you could do that without silverware.
I mean, listen, in the last 6 months, Heroic is the most consistent team we have in Counter-Strike, period. That's it. There's nobody that has a more consistent record. I think Na'Vi is there in that conversation of a team that never really fails to be top 4 or 6 at events. They're not here, obviously, in Washington. Heroic is playing great Counter-Strike, and none of us is debating that. None of us is saying that they're a bad team or in anything. We're talking about the last run. We're talking about the last steps at events. It turns out maybe it's through jokes and humor and fun.
Not this one, though.
Not this one.
This one's going to be easy. I'm not even scared about this one.
You've said that so many times, Jason.
I know. I'm convincing myself, I think, at this point. I'm really trying to work it. I mean, look, I would like let's say what Cadian should have said in that interview. Like, yeah, we have struggled in some of these games. We have been upset a couple of times. We've done a poor job in the semifinals and make it into the grand finals. But here today, we're going to come onto the stage. We're better man for man than the other team that's going to be on the other side of the stage. We're going to destroy everyone. My op is better. My in-game leading is better than Fallen's. I got players down the entire path who can dominate everyone inside the server. And this is going to be a piece of cake, and we're going to be in the finals tomorrow.
Well,
that's a good interview.
I like you trying to convince yourself right there, but look, let's talk about the other side, because we've got Fallen here, obviously, and maybe that hasn't represented his full impact. The calling within the server has been phenomenal, and if we think about Imperial, they're the ultimate upset. They came through the showdown. They bested teams they weren't supposed to beat, like Liquid and Furia there. They make their way into this event. They beat teams in the groups, in the quarterfinals to get to this point. They almost bested G2. To slide right into the semifinal. I mean, this is a team that just keeps upsetting expectations, and for Heroic, that's got to be a little terrifying.
It's a super legitimate run so far from Imperial. What are you going to hold against them? When you beat Vitality, you push G2 to a third, 28 rounds, I think, on the last map as well. You just destroy complexity on the map. I mean, you deserve to be here. And I like this comparison that we have. Of course, man for man, in terms of power, in terms of output, Cadian outshines Fallen. That's just a fact. It's been the case for a long time. But think about the decisions that Fallen's been making and all that experience. And if there's anybody out there that could maybe just take advantage of the poor little emotional spot that Heroic might be in, why not Fallen?
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to know that too, and he's going to lean on that, and I'm sure that's the kind of speech he's having with the boys right now with his team is, we know these guys can crumble. We know, let's put the pressure on them. Let's see if the cracks actually form. Let's see if we can actually force that to happen in these semifinals, bring back some of those demons into the Heroic camp, and that's going to be his big task as an in-game leader. And we mentioned it yesterday as well. You're right, super legit run. I would put like a little bit of an asterisk maybe on the Vitality win, considering day one Vitality is very different than the phase Vitality we saw yesterday. You know, I'd say that they built up this event very well, but still a great win. The G2 series was awesome from them. Obviously a strong win over Complexity, but Fallen can still call a good game, and Fallen can still work things, he can still exploit things and take advantage of things, and Heroic, as Cadian said in the interview, with the way they like to push, if you can punish that, if you can catch it out, if you can feel it coming, then you can work around it as well.
Tactically, it's such a mismatch, in the sense like you have a team, Heroic, who's famous for being aggressive, proactive, always on the prowl, always moving, never really giving you a breath of fresh air, whereas Imperial, sometimes they chill, they take the whole time, look, he's here. I thought they were behind me. You guys baited me. I thought they were behind me. I was ready to say hi to the team. But yeah, they're slowing. They can catch people off guard, and I'm just so ready for this chess match between Fallen and Kane. It's going to be great.
It's going to be an interesting one. And if we dive back into the psychology side of things, I'm not going to let this get out of hand entirely. But if we look at Imperial, there's no real pressure, because as we know, this team might be undergoing changes. They were never supposed to make it this far. Every single upset they take is like house money at this point. So it's an entirely different mentality. Everything's been great here. This is the best thing they've had as a team in the entirety of this roster's history.
And I think even Fallen kind of alluded to it like as well, like feeling really good at this event, that all that work they've been putting in over the past year that wasn't coming to fruition, that wasn't showing, is finally showing here. Yeah. So that's also what you're going to lean on, the psychology of the team, just being like, guys, it's all actually working. Everything that we've done over the past year, it's finally arrived. It's finally showing. Let's just keep rolling with it, because obviously we were on a good path, and it's great that it's cleared up for them.
And it's great to see them being so passionate about what's happening. I think that's one of the danger when a team comes into an event with very obvious changes looming around the horizon, is that people are a little bit disengaged of what's happening.
Yeah, sometimes.
Whatever, whatever. Next break, we're gonna have a different team. I haven't had any of that feeling with Imperial. Like, they've been so all in every single game, and how they celebrate their wins. I mean, we have Fallen literally standing up and clapping for Vini's clutches.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, in itself, it's kind of a great feeling to watch. I've appreciated it a lot.
Now, we have been hearing a lot about Fallen, but there is another piece of their leadership section, and that is, of course, their coach, Zach, and Banks caught up with him before this game to hear how they're feeling.
So, Zach, I think it's fair to say Imperial have gone further than what most people expected in it. So why do you think that is?
Well, I think we're playing with almost no pressure at all. We know that we're the very underdogs in this event, so the pressure is always on who's playing against us because they have to win against the underdog. So we're playing like ourselves, playing like the practice.
And in terms of that, though, you took down Vitality. People could say, okay, they were slow coming off of the major win and not playing before. But in the complexity game, you beat them better than you've ever beat them before. What is clicking, and how much do you feel like the news about Fallen going to another team potentially is like changing the mentality of the players to go further and harder than before?
I need to think on this one. Give me a second. Well, I think that the news from Fallen, maybe switching teams, did affect the team, but it's something that is going to happen on all the Brazilian scene. Okay. Like everything are having invitations, or like they're dealing with other teams calling them. So it's normal. It's a transition for a new game, so that's natural to happen. And I think it helps us to play like ourselves, to be honest, like play without any pressure at all.
Well, it's definitely worked out so far. But in terms of you as a coach preparing for a team like Heroic, is there something specific you need to be careful of? And is there some differences you've done in your preparation?
I think the style of Heroic is very unique. Like, I don't think there's any other teams that play like them. Like some people try to copy them, like their aggressive style, but I think they're unique in what they do. I think we just need to play very patient.
And that's what you guys have been doing. So you kind of setting some traps in there that you might be able to just swing on them like you saw you did on other teams by letting them take some of that space away from you and then fighting it back?
I don't think I can tell you right now. Maybe after the game I'll tell you. After the game I'll tell you.
How about this veto? I know the crowd likes it. Overpass to kick things off here. Imperial's favorite map.
It is a deliberate decision from Heroic to allow Overpass to go through. The fact that Imperial had to ban Anubis, I knew Heroic could be floating it, and the question was, what do they remove? Do they take away Overpass? Do they take away Vertigo? They go for Vertigo. You knew the Overpass pick was coming. There's no question. There's not a slimmer of doubt that Overpass was going to be picked by Imperial.
And if for no other reason than also just the supreme confidence they had on it. We saw the quote from Zach that he thinks Fallen's understanding of Overpass is perhaps one of the best in the world. Now, you're obviously going to always say that about your in-game leader when you're the coach, but it's going to be put to the test here. Heroic's not a CT side that's going to sit and chill and wait. No. You know, that there's going to be all these movements around the map, and Fallen's got to find each and every one of them, and he's got to navigate his team around all of them.
But they did that against Vitality, right? They did it. Remember how Vitality tried to play aggressive against Imperial? He had always Spinks going in first. He was trying to make the difference. Cello was punishing him all the time. Is that what we're about to see? Is that the plan that Fallen has moving on to Overpass, trying to push the aggression? I don't know. I'm ready. I just want this game to become like a battle. I want this game to be competitive. I want the doubt. I want Heroic doubt. And I know you guys want it too, right? Here we go.
You want the fear to start creeping in. You want to be able to see the hands shaking in the duels.
It's like smiles and laughs are cool, but I want to see people at the grip with their emotions. Like, oh, goddamn, this game is going away from us. I want to see that.
What's the joy in a grand final spot if you didn't have to earn it? And I think Imperial's really going to make Heroic earn it one way or another here. Or, I mean, who's to say? We do have our unicorn predictions here.
Why is there a dog in there?
Why wouldn't
Barto wins all matches. Do we like Barto in the audience here?
Hell yeah.
They do love Barto. They're with Landers and Anders on that one.
Wow, I noticed only one Imperial pick across the entire talent.
Yeah, I think this makes it more entertaining if Imperial do win.
I don't know. Banks is going to be miserable in the green room if Imperial do end up winning this, but it's not going to happen. All of us are safe. The rest of us are all safe.
You think we're safe?
We're safe.
Are we safe, Jason?
We're definitely safe, 100%.
Are you trying to make it happen, materialize it?
Nope, we're all good. We're all good with Heroic.
I like it.
All good with Heroic. I don't know. The doubts crept into my mind. That veto makes me think as well. It's going to be the immediate test, right? We're going to see the best of Imperial here in the server to start off this series. I think this one could get spicy.
Listen, there's no sugarcoating it. Heroic is much, much stronger than Imperial. But if they can doubt, then who knows what's behind that door?
We'll see. We'll see. But for now, it's time to get this game underway. And it's time to welcome our teams to the stage. Make some noise, DC!
It's Imperials as they shock the world.
It has just felt like a heroic victory from start to finish.
Cello's cleaning it up. That's an ace.
That's beautiful from Shush.
To the semifinals, Heroic will go.
It's Imperial making the semifinal in Washington.
Consistency is king when it comes to Heroic, but trophies have always been the goal. Holding their nerve here and doing what is expected from them is needed here today. Let me hear it for Heroic! The last chance for the last dance. Pressure has been alleviated. Changes are on the horizon. But here they could go further than ever before. Imperial have the chance to make some magic happen in DC. Make some noise for Imperial!
Let's make some noise for yourselves, DC. There we go. A little bit of energy here in the nation's capital as we get ready to start Counter-Strike here on this stage. Our first semifinal is just moments away, and you can feel the energy ramping up. The chants are starting. The Imperial crowd travels well, man.
Yeah, it does. Well, I was wondering when we were seeing the walkout with how close this crowd is to the actual stage, to the players, who's going to feed off it more? The Brazilians, who we know always just get a jump start on the energy and just roll with it into momentum, or obviously Cadian? Who better than to actually build that emotion and that energy in his favor?
You could definitely see Cadian just basking in the glory of this moment. Like he was even talking with the crowd. They were like just bumping each other into the Heroic camp. They're so ready. I like this.
They're fired up. The energy is flowing, and I mean, they need it. They need it as well. Look, we've got our veto. We've got our series. We've got our matchup. We know the results from the tournament so far, but now the question just remains, who is actually going to win it here?
I think everyone knows how I feel about the situation.
You've said it a few
Maniac
times.
take this one away.
Matthew, have you been swayed? Has the crowd swayed you over?
I guess the crowd is going to play a role. I guess you guys will help a little bit. You think Imperial can do it? I could let myself persuade.
Don't do it. Don't go down that path.
I have very low self-control.
I'm starting to get swept up in this.
Look,
I'm
man,
starting to get a little wrapped up in it, Jason.
Look, man, you got two problems. We got plenty of problems.
You got five.
Imperial. Yeah, you got five problems, really, maybe even six. But I mean, on top of all those compounding problems, Stound's playing at an MVP level for this tournament. He's having an incredible run so far. I think he's the highest-rated player at the event at the moment. So he's in prime position to take the MVP. Cadian's right there behind him as well. Those two pieces are so difficult to get over, and that's when you haven't even gotten to guys like Yabby, guys like Shush, guys like Tesses, the other guys in the server. So I mean, if you're over on Imperial side, it's got to be Fallen doing a masterclass in-game leading, Fallen doing a masterclass of offing. Joda and Cello need to deliver in every single way, and Vinny needs to keep up his form. You've got that laundry list of things that have to go your way.
All of the facts you've just mentioned about Heroic, you know, the stats, Stone flying high, highest rated players, all of these facts were also true in Dallas prior to their game. That was also true in Paris prior to their game. When are you going to learn, Jason?
The third time. The third time. If it happens here, I'll learn. I'll switch.
Oh my God.
No, man, this is, I think Heroic's going to come onto the stage well prepared. I think after all those failures in Paris, as you mentioned, in Dallas, as you mentioned, you figure it out from there. And I think this Heroic team is going to look vastly different than the semifinals we saw them in the past two events. I think today they're just going to stroll in and handle business.
Well, Jason, on your side, there's facts, logic, statistics, history.
On your side, there's magic and voodoo.
Magic and voodoo, and Vinny. And Vinny Voodoo. He's been amazing this tournament. He's elevated his level. I don't know, man. I'm starting to feel it.
Listen, if Imperial is going to make a deep run here in Washington, it's through having players having incredible moments. And Vinny has definitely checked that box. He's had a couple of incredible clutches. He's had powerful maps. performances that I hadn't seen from him in quite a long time. I was kind of ready to give up, honestly, with that Furia living and coming to Imperial, struggling for a little bit. But now the level he's shown, I mean, that's a man that can close rounds, that can swing rounds in very complicated moments. Extremely instrumental for Imperial all the way.
He is indeed. Now we start on Overpass here. I know the crowd's excited for that one. We've talked about Overpass a little bit already, but what is the tempo set for Heroic? What do they do to offset the map pick for Imperial?
Look, I think you're going to have to take a look at the CT side that Heroic's going to bring out. You're going to have to keep your eyes on the mini-map and look at how many pushes they're going to have towards bathrooms in the mid-round to gain information, or towards short waters outside of Blue Door. Those are going to be two critical parts of the map for Heroic to control in the late round, and that's going to be massive. That's going to be the first step for Imperial to overcome them.
We'll see if that's the first step for Imperial, but I know two guys who are ready to get into the server to start off the casting, to start off the matches today. We got a treat for you, DC. It's Maui Snake and Anders.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so fired up for this game. It's going to be fantastic. The energy's already flowing here in DC. Maui, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. The fact that we're getting to present this game to a crowd that I consider my home crowd. Yes. The fact that it's American blood that's in the arena, that's feeling it, but it's going to be Danish blood, it's going to be Brazilian blood in the server. There's the heart of a champion on that Imperial side, and even though Jason, even though Maniac thought this is going to be an easy cakewalk for Heroic, it's never easy versus Imperial, is it?
They've proven that this tournament already, right? The fact that they're even here in the top 4 is crazy, but the odds obviously are going to be favoring Heroic. I don't think it's any real surprise. I just want to get this game underway. We did get Overpass in here as well, which obviously we know Heroic are also going to be good on this map, but they've done some really great work, Imperial, so far. So I'm kind of happy that we actually get to see it in the mix just because of how this is playing out. Yeah, Jason, he's fully on board. I haven't seen him this committed to a pick in a long time. So we're gonna that almost makes me nervous. That makes me think that maybe Imperial could win it.
I think that the thing is, when you look at this matchup on paper, we all know who the favorite is if we've been watching Counter-Strike for the last 6 months. Heroic are the team with the highest floor of all Tier 1 teams. They are always making semifinal finishes. They're always getting to the grand finals. The question is, can they hold their nerve once they get that far? People are starting to call them group stage warriors. Well, I think they're a little bit better than that. I think they've actually exceeded that title. But at this group stage, what they've done to Complexity, what they've done to Vitality on this first battleground of Overpass, it's been convincing. 9 rounds combined between Complexity and Vitality while facing off against Imperial, who won both of those maps. So this has to be the battleground where Imperial are able to draw first blood.
And also that now they're diving into the black magic of internet memes, saying that they're gonna, they're gonna exit in this. Once you start wielding that meme power, that's something that we really learned in the last 4 or 5 years. Like it's more than just on the internet. It has like real life effects. I'm worried. I think Heroic have found a way. Like that's what really will win it at the end of the day.
It's very possible that they found the angle to come into this event with a little bit more, just more at ease. Just have a tongue-in-cheek approach to the interviews. That's what Cadian's bringing with him here. The fact that he says, well, that's it for us. That's our journey done. We're playing another underdog, because they've lost to Maus at Dallas in a convincing way. They lost to Gamer Legion in Paris in another convincing way. And right here, when we see them face off against Imperial, that's when we think it is so simple for Cadian. It's so simple for Heroic. You have to be winning this game, but that's when those demons really come out to play. And so I love the fact that he's coming in with a different approach, that he's, instead of having that incredibly serious speech, instead of putting it all in the line, saying, this is it, this is do or die, guys. Yeah. He's just saying, yeah, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. And so change it up, switch it up.
Take some of the pressure off. I like that.
Oh, great shirt.
That's actually
the Mount Rushmore of G2 players. Amazing.
Oh man, yeah, that's gonna be a little bit later on. I'm excited for that particular game as well. I there are a lot of different ways to break this down. Obviously, you could look at sort of like the map wins and all the rest of it. But if I'm just walking through in my mind, and I'm thinking about like who on Imperial can beat who on Heroic. If you sort of match them 1-to-1, I could see a day where Cadian has a slower day and Fallen has one of his really sick off days where that battle actually works out for Imperial. Like, I think that can happen. But everyone else, if I match them 1-to-1, it's just so hard to make a convincing argument for the Imperial side. So if you had to make a case for Imperial coming through the upset, like what is it going to be about here? How do they actually do it?
It's Fallen. It's up to Fallen. It's up to the calling. It's that Fallen has been watching Heroic demos probably more than anybody, recognizing that Cadian has revolutionized the meta with the style that he wanted to take in to this team, what he brought in the last year. Fallen is looking very closely at Cadian, and he knows what Heroic is likely going to want to do before they even do it. So it has to be on the macro side, the macro elements, because you're right. If you look at those Imperial players, sure, Cello, Jota, Vinny have been playing well individually, but you wouldn't say that they're going to be better than people like Stown, people like Yabby necessarily. But I also think that in a pressure environment like this, that's where people like Fallen do their best work. And we've also seen that's where Heroic do their worst work. So if we get a little bit of that typical Heroic regress and we get that little boost that we've seen out of people like Fallen who have won multiple championships, Fallen's already accomplished more in this game than Cadian can. With the death of counter CSGO, the fact that we're moving to CS2, it is Fallen who has the more impressive resume right now. And what would it mean to him to actually take down what many consider the top IGL of the moment? He's already taken down the best player in the world at this event. What would it mean to him to take down the best IGL around right now? That's what Fallen's doing. He's got his target right there on the opposing Opper and leader in Cadian.
It's sick to think about the run that they've had. They took down Vitality. They very nearly took down G2 as well. I mean, you can't really put a question mark next to what Imperial are doing right now. And they look fired up. They look so much happier when they're playing the game right now. You can see they're laughing. They're actually standing up in some of those clutches. Like they're just fully excited about the game. So I think all that has to come together today. Like they can't drop the ball on that energy now. They have to bring it in here. And they might very well just have to just slap Heroic at the start of this game, right? Like it would be so sick to see them go on a 4 or 5 round win streak where they just lock Heroic out of the first part of it. Because I feel like if it's a tug of war at the beginning, then Heroic will also start to feel a lot more comfortable and like, okay, like we're not just getting run down, like let's just warm up into this game. I imagine if you're on the Imperial side here, you want to crush your opposition, and maybe especially on this opening map.
Oh yeah, you got to bring the heat coming into Overpass. It feels like it's a must-win map going into this series. You look at map number 2, map number 3, and I mean, I think there's a case that Heroic are able to, I mean, falter on those maps, but I think that for Imperial, they've outlined this as their bread and butter. The fact that they've just performed so well on Overpass, that's probably to them their win condition in this one. I will say though, it is rather hilarious, the fact that Imperial have been seemingly going through last dance over last dance over last dance. To me, it's like some YouTube Samba mix, and it's like in brackets 2-year edit. Like it's crazy how long they're gonna keep this thing going. And finally, with them basically on the precipice of making changes with all the rumors that are circulating around Fallen, around some of the other players who are likely to be poached too, it seemingly they're doing their best work. This is the best finish already that this Imperial team has found in an S-tier tournament, to have already secured a top 4 spot. I mean, what is this? What is this run made of? Like, where did they find the strength and the energy? It's like a dead team walking, but they're summoning zombie powers.
They really are. I think it'd be the sickest thing ever if we found out, like, in the future that actually it wasn't the last dance at all and no one was leaving the team either. It's just psychological warfare. They're just trying to throw off their opponents. Like, yeah, this is probably not going to work out anymore. Like, we're about to disband the team, guys, and we're going to give it another couple of months. And all the time, they're just fully playing the game, and there's no internal conflict at all. Like, it would be sick as a strategy. But yeah, obviously, it's not what's working. Like, there clearly is a lot going on. And I think in the interview with James there, I mean, even talking about the fact that CS2 is coming out, that probably will shake up not just Brazil, but a lot of different regions will feel the effect of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to hear that people are finding a renewed interest in Counter-Strike, because especially in the American space, especially given the fact that Valorant has really creeped in and sunk its teeth into this space, but CS2 is right there around the corner, folks. CS2 is right there.
Hearing boos.
I know. You mentioned Valorant once, and it's just boos.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way, though. Especially now that you've tried to play around with it a little bit, the few of us that have had a chance, I've got to be honest, now when I encounter smokes in CSGO, I'm just a little bit bored. I'm like, I wish I could, you know.
I want to see the nades blow it up a little bit.
Blow these smokes wide open. And just the theory crafting going on. Obviously now we have Mirage in there, where you can sort of shoot through the vent without actually shooting it. You can even throw flashbangs through the vent without hitting it. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening. So yeah, we don't know what the rest of the maps will look like, but we are just resolving a tech issue. So as soon as we are ready to get on the way, we'll certainly announce it. But want to make sure that everyone is good to go from the start. And obviously, much prefer to have these tech issues before the game actually goes live rather than in the middle of them. That's the worst place to have it. Speaking of the maps, obviously we're going to be looking at overpass. Oh, well, wait a minute. Before we go to talk on the maps, I think we have the desk ready to help us out with that. So I was going to ask about Inferno, but maybe the desk can take that over.
Oh, we absolutely can. DC, we know you didn't have enough of us yet. We came back out to talk to you a little bit more here. Well, we've got a little bit of time before this game goes live, before we get on into it, just sorting out some PC issues behind us. But you know what I've heard is that mostly tech issues involve a little bit of magic. And so if you believe DC, well, the PC will fix itself. So can we get some claps to fix a tech issue? It's like Tinkerbell.
Yeah.
In Peter Pan.
Yeah.
We're going to bring that PC back.
Coming out of Dallas, he was working the crowd there, and now he's just like, he's stepping right back into it. It's like riding a bike.
But hopefully the admins have a different way to go about it, like actually fixing the issue. I think they're on it. We can see it. They're working on it.
I think it might have worked.
They get there eventually. And you want to, as Ender said, you want to get that out of the way right now. Like, you know, any kind of tech issues, any kind of microphones not working at all, just make sure.
You guys are stumping for the Imperial upset. They can't even get the computers working.
Maybe that's part of the plan.
Sure.
Make your opponent sweat, you know.
Make them really think about it before we go live.
That next level of mind game.
That's a good point. You guys are right. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
You get all ready to go. You get your huddle going. You get your chance going. Then all of a sudden you gotta sit.
Yeah. That's a good point, yeah. The guys, they just screamed and yelled and they had their little huddle. Let's ice them out.
Alpha move.
Yeah.
Ice the kicker.
Cake is going down again. There's no more tension, no more energy. Heroic's probably tired now after these 5 minutes. It's all part of the time.
This is what's going to ruin them at the end of the day. Oh, man, I'm pumped to get this one. Can I ask in the crowd really quick, because we just had another round of the CS2 betas go out. How many of you have access to Counter-Strike 2? Oh, that's
not me. Not me. These two, they're the bourgeoisie. Redistribute the wealth. Beta for all. Yeah! Beta for the people. I'm the people's representative here on
you look like a congressman right up here. It's nice.
I'm starting my campaign next week. CS2 beta for all.
Are you campaigning or something? Like, I've seen that before.
Yeah, you and Stunna, you guys going to be up there just doing the whole speech.
There we go. What do you think? Can we get a CS representative in Congress? I said Congress and the cheers were a lot more muted. I can understand that. I can understand that. But I do want to know. We've heard some boos. We've heard some cheers. Can we get some chants going? Yeah. USA.
That was coming.
USA. USA. That's a crowd winner.
It's the only one we've got, but it's a good one.
But you did that really well.
We nailed that one really well.
It's very clear.
Quality and quantity, there's always a conversation about it. But I guess let's talk about the Counter-Strike, because we had some fun. We've toyed with the crowd a little bit. Yeah. Let's talk about quality here, because for Heroic it has been a lot of quality.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is one of the best teams in the world, and as we've been talking about for quite some time, it's just that last 5% they're missing to make it into the grand finals, to lift more trophies. This whole thing of getting upset in the semifinals, this would be the trend. This would be the one third in a row. This would be the one.
Not there yet?
No.
I've got a curveball question.
In the past before that. It happened before. The thing is...
Yeah, but they were losing in the semifinals to other best teams in the world. This whole thing of losing to a vastly, an underdog team is just these past two events.
Because that was kind of a trend that was happening before Copenhagen, right? If we go back in history just a little bit, we had Heroic lift the trophy in Copenhagen, home crowd as well. That was a great moment. We thought this was a breakthrough. That was it.
It should have been the breakthrough.
They put their hands on a trophy. All these demons are put to bed. We're about to win everything. And then we know what happened after that. It wasn't exactly the case.
I've got a curveball to throw at you guys. It's something that occurred to me, and I haven't been able to shake it out of my brain since. Right? We've talked a lot about Stown stepping up, becoming the star player for this team.
Yeah.
Stown also, you'll note, secondary ops for this roster. And he usually looks pretty good when he's got the scope in his hand. And if we look at other star players around the world in different rosters and different teams, well, they tend to be picking up the big impact gun, the big green. Do we think there's a world where maybe Stown should take over primary duties for this team?
No.
Hell no.
No.
There's a lot of really good part-time offers, but it's not a full-time job for some of these guys. Stown would be one of them.
It's like a superstar thing where you can be super versatile and just offer a solution for your leader. But look, the game plan that they have is based also around Kaden having AWP. That'd be so complicated. Oh,
what do we get?
We had a case opening,
Blues.
Looking at the case opening.
Always going to be a blue.
Yeah.
Look,
I think there's too many, Twist had this whole thing too, where Twist wanted to be an AWPer for a while. And that was always listen, bro.
No.
I know you can hit some shots, but no. Too good on the rifle. Too good on the rifle to take that away.
Blue! That's our gambling PSA right there.
Here's, you talk about Stone. Here's where it's important, I think. When you have a team that is starting to struggle a little bit mentally as they are, and you have this kind of phenomenon of like losing in semifinals and then it's creeping in the part of your brain, you need someone to be able to put you on tracks, like have good starts at games, being the one that kind of paves the way. We know Caden's going to do it, like mentally. We know he's a captain. We know he's a leader. We've had plenty of opportunities to hear from him, and you can feel it when you look at them, right? But you need someone in the server who's going to vanish and banish those fears from the get-go. And this is where usually we look at Stone to be that like Kickstarter, like Nitro at the very beginning, just to make sure you hit the ground running.
Yeah, but it's the strength of this team is that there's 5 people on Heroic who can do that, and who have done it in the past. It's just when it disappears when you get to these bigger games.
Yeah.
That's the biggest issue is all 5 players. We've seen those stats of like Heroic's elimination games over their events for like the past year. It's horrendous how big the drop-off is, you know, from every player individually. But up until that moment, all 5 of these guys can be the impetus. They can be the energy. They can be the driving force for Heroic, and that's why I just have so much confidence. Like this right, look at this right here. This is crazy.
Listen, we have to be just a little careful with the numbers as well, because you're looking at a context, a sample size of only losses. Turns out when you lose, you do tend to have lower ratings, right? It's like conflated in a way. You have to be a little careful. But I know they have 5 players capable. I'm just thinking Stone is a creator. Like he creates situations. He creates opportunities. You have closer in that team. I think Tesis is an extremely strong multi-kill rifle. Shush can be at times such a solid rock. Probably touted as one of the best anchors we have in the game currently. But I'm looking at someone who's creating something out of a situation, a 3v3, a 4v4, that impact kill that's going to get you into the side. That's what Stone is looking for, and that's what Yabi is doing for as well. And I think we've been quietly giving him a lot of leeway recently with his performance.
Yabi?
Yes. Because I hold him in such high regard. I'm a huge fan of Yabi when he kicked it into this Heroic lineup. Took a little bit of time to warm up, then he got there. We haven't exactly seen the hot, like red hot Yabi in a minute.
Yeah, they could use it. They could use it today. They can use it tomorrow as well if they end up getting into the grand finals, for sure. Yabi's performance is one that you'd say that could be a huge turnaround in this event if he's able to find it right here in these last couple of games. Heroic's just going to be cakewalking.
Let's look at the other side. I lobbed up a hypothetical about Heroic. Let's lob up a hypothetical about Imperial here, right? It's sort of starting to be widely assumed that Fallen's on his way out of this. Boltz has also publicly mulled that he might be on the move. Let's assume those 2 players leave the team, move to any other horizon. If you're Zach, if you're the Imperial management, how do you look to structure this team? Do you keep the Cello, Jota, Vinny core and you build around that? Where do you look?
If you can. It might not be it might not be entirely up to you, right? There's going to be a big shuffle in Brazil. We already see it coming. We already see reports kind of leaking out around some of the other teams. So Brazil's going to have vastly different teams, I think, going into the next season. So the question is how many other teams might potentially have eyes on, you know, picking apart the Imperial carcass, so to speak.
It's such a tense moment as well when you know like a scene as a whole is going to go through this overhaul, and I cannot even begin to imagine all
you
the
come from the French scene.
We were really good at it. We were really good at it. The key for French Counter-Strike at the time was just looking at after parties and who was talking with who, and you could see the moves that were going to happen.
Who's getting drunk with who.
Like who's hanging around, what's the shuffles going to be. I think in Brazil, they're starting to get into that shuffle mentality now where people are probably talking, exploring options for next season.
They have to. It feels like you could create 2 really strong Brazilian teams out of that scene.
Between like Pain, Imperial, Furia. There are some very, very serious hitters in there where you can actually end up with a team that's having deep runs in tournaments, which was used to be Furia, just isn't anymore.
To me, I think there's an opportunity for Imperial as well, where obviously this team has been about the old guard, right? This team has been about the Last Dance. It was Fallen, it was Fur, it was FNX at one point, right? And you've slowly added a little bit more youth.
He was physically present.
He was physically present. You do have Cello and Jota who are theoretically younger, but we're talking about 24, 25. We're not talking about the new crop. And there is this really exciting new crop in Brazil. You're looking at Insani, you're looking at BRN, you're looking at NQZ, you're looking at the Pain Kids, Skulls and Zevi. There's a lot of new talent, a lot of new firepower coming in. I think there's an opportunity if you're Imperial to almost reinvent.
No, absolutely. Well, I mean, that's kind of what the hope of bringing in guys like Jota and Cello was, right? To provide some of that young, new players that can come in and infuse a little bit more strength into the team, and it didn't pan out. And that, I think, is the biggest piece of frustration you could have about Imperial right now is what a great, legit run that they're on in this event right now. Their highest placing ever. But why couldn't we get this a month ago? Why couldn't we get this 2 months ago? Why does it take towards like the time where the team is over to actually have this level?
Well, I know why we couldn't have it 20 minutes ago, but now it's time to get into the game. It's time for your casters. Make some noise again from Maui Snake and Anders.
Oh, yes. here we go. We are finally ready with the game. It's going to be Heroic versus Imperial, and we're starting off on Overpass. And I can't wait for this. It's already been too long. The claps are back. We've had the USA chants, and it goes with being in America. I do love it. I do think it's amazing. And this particular game, we know we have a favorite already, Heroic. They should win this game, but that's been true for a couple of times already when they've reached these semifinals, and somehow they managed to fail a bunch. So now it can't get better than this for Heroic. This is the one match that they should and must win.
We've seen them stumble in the semis. We've seen them trip and fall over their own shoelaces. But you're right, Anders. Imperial should be a cakewalk. There should be no chance that Heroic do not dominate their opposition in this one. It feels like it should be the most one-sided matchup that we've seen thus far at the event. Sure, day one, I like how Moses put it, that you would put an asterisk next to that victory over Vitality. But Imperial showed us that they can continue some of that form. The game against G2, they took a map off of them. It was a competitive third. Imperial is a team you simply cannot write off. It just feels like they have been rejuvenated, they are reinvigorated, and for some reason, despite the fact that this is likely this five-man lineup's last event together, they're playing better than they ever have, bar none.
Yeah, it's so crazy, isn't it? I don't know if we're ever going to figure out exactly how that works, but I'm just very excited to see it. We've got the fist bumps coming out. The last couple of issues resolved, and hopefully that means we are going to be good for it. You can see CEST in the back. I mean, we talked a lot about the experience on Fallen, but obviously CEST backing up Heroic, also super crazy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic versus Imperial. We off to the races. Heroic going to be starting on the CT side, Imperial on that T side. And is there anything that stands out in the buy right now? There are no dualies in play, but
double nade on Heroic. That's interesting. Got to think that they're going to be sending that towards Monster if there's a point of contest there. A couple of those players holding on to those nades in the B bomb site.
Could also be used to stop a bomb plant at the A bomb site. If they don't get a chance to, you can go back and throw that and maybe dunk on the guy planting, because that's another good way to maybe use them. A very slow approach from Imperial early on as they just try to take over the main part of the map here to begin with. I don't necessarily mind it.
We've seen these defaults from them before on pistol rounds. And if you have experienced players, if you have an IGL that can out mid-round, why not? You don't have to run into anything. And we've already talked about it, the firepower difference, the fact that Heroic should have Imperial covered. So why not try to outbrain them, outgame them, outthink them? But ooh, yeah, misjumped right there from Joda. That'll hurt their chances. I don't think they were going to spot anything anyways, but it does seem like Imperial are gearing up for what could be a B crunch. But Cello, he's been masterful on this P250 at this event.
He's dreaming about this one-shot headshot, and he's almost got the opportunity. KDN on the other side. And Cello's moved up real close. He's just sneaking towards the bomb site. We're down to just 35 seconds. He's actually managed to slip the net here. He's gone past the radar. I don't think KDN realizes he could be a free kill. KDN is laser focused on that one position, but look at Cello. He's a secret agent just sneaking into it. He misses the chance and still picks it up. What a horrifying moment. But he did get the job done, and now he can go for the flank. Grenade there to try and stop the bomb plant, but it's not going to be working out. Heroic, they are losing this round. The bomb finally does go down, and it's just a clean up there. Cello, huge play. He won the round single-handedly.
Just stuck himself in so deep. KDN did not know what hit him. A little bit of a fluff start for his shots onto KDN, but still picks it up, and he's able to find a second on top of that. That was pure chaos for Heroic in terms of the comms. There's a guy on the A site. Wait, they're popping out B Monster. What's going on? And yeah, you could see some frustrations there for KDN. Some frustrations for Heroic. That was a confusing round.
That's so sick. From KDN, you can see the frustration, right? Because he feels like he's been holding that part of the map for such a long time, and then he just hugged the wall all the way to the right and walked right past him. That's really sick. They're already through the monster tunnel. I like this. It's so early that it might catch Heroic off guard, even if there's a stack here. And they use the grenades. They make sure they don't have to check the barrels any longer. So counter flashes are coming up from the Heroic side, which seems to be slowing them down. And Imperial just happy to sit down here. I actually love this.
It's a procedural approach, methodical. Still 3 smokes that is, on the side of Imperial. So quite a few options left in this round, but this might be a big frag and connector. If KDN's able to catch Vinny off, that's a big opener for him. But Vinny, perfect clear. Textbook stuff, crouching right into the angle. Cadian had no chance. And now with this man advantage, it does seem like Imperial are interested still in this B bomb site. They haven't found any space towards A, but Heroic don't know that. They're scrambling.
I feel like Vinny's just always got this little cheeky smile on his face. Like, no matter what's happening, it just looks like he's just having himself a really, really good time. Crouching right under the crosshair of Cadian there. It's a huge way to get started. And now they're going to recommit, and they've already forced out all the grenades from Heroic, right? Those were thrown in the first little adventure they had through the tunnel, so they know there's not going to be much else going on here. Pistol's not going to be working out for Shush, and oh, that's hilarious. They're still going to win the round.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Don't even just laugh it off. I'm sure they are.
Nades there for comedic effect. It was a little too serious in here. Had to give the people something to smile about. But Heroic are the ones that are definitely not smiling. I don't think that comment from Cadian was poorly thought out in some ways. The one where he referenced the fact that their run is done, the fact that he's trying to play a different card now, that it's not just a team that is so driven, so willed to win, that in some ways it's almost just hilarious the way that they've collapsed in some of the games. And so he's seeing it as a jester, a joke. I mean, sometimes people label him as comedian, and he's bringing that out too a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, you don't have to be a psychologist to figure out how it can work, right? If you set yourself up, if the war speech you have coming into it is saying, we are destined to win this, like we should be winning it, it's going to be easy, we're the better team, we're going to roll over them. Like if you set that up, I mean, yeah, it can inspire the team and it can make everyone feel real sick, but a slow start, good times. Yeah, but a slow start and suddenly that speech actually hurts you.
Yes.
And I've got to say this, I've never understood why this is. I feel like just as a cultural Danish thing, not just in Counter-Strike, but across all sports, I feel like Danish people just do better being the underdog anyway. So I don't know why that is, but I think most people, you know, just in Denmark just kind of prefer if there's more of a feeling of like, yeah, they're going to lose 100%, like, and then you get a chance to upset and shock, like it's more fun that way. So I feel like maybe Heroic, obviously, it's a hard being the underdog for Heroic right now because they are playing really well overall. But I bet they would prefer to not have the pressure of being the team that's supposed to win.
It does seem like in big stadium moments, Heroic have done some of their worst work when they're the favorites. Yep. So trying to change that mentality up for them can be a key factor, because the motivational speeches right before the matches for Cadian, I think he's realized at this point, it's not working. I've given all these speeches. I've given speeches that could be in Coach Carter or whatever, just
there's 6 speeches.
Motivational movie you want to call out. I mean, and Cadian's realized maybe I should just change my tone entirely. So yeah, we'll see if that actually changes things. But 3-0 start for Imperial after this bomb explodes. And I mean, when do you think that doubt seats in, though, Anders?
I mean, I want to say that it's going to have to be a lot longer than this, right? Like, if this becomes like an 8-0 affair, then I think Heroic will start to feel it. But I'm going to give them a lot more of a stretch than that because, again, they are such an experienced team right now. They will have tried many times. Actually, even at 8-0, I would probably still say there's a way back. Like, they should have the mentality to be able to bounce back. So I don't think it's going to be right away. But you're not wrong. There is a point, right, where it can switch and we can really break, where you can start to see, instead of them looking focused, looking a little bit more desperate. So it could happen. This is early on, though. They've stolen the Galil, which is actually pretty decent if they can hold on to it. Yeah.
I think one thing that's also really interesting to note here is that these two cores have no history. Even though Fallen really was the person that pioneered this whole in-game leader style, he's never actually faced the guy that's adopted that and ran with it in Cadian. And so for Imperial, again, they're the ones that are looking at Heroic demos. There's no reason Heroic should have been looking at Imperial demos over the last year. And so one of these teams is going to be much more familiar with the other, even though they haven't faced off in the server until today.
Yeah, because Heroic were probably expecting to be playing Vitality in this particular game or something like that, right? They weren't expecting to run into Imperial, so that actually is a really, really good point. Just the amount of research. Obviously, you can try and do what you can between the days here, but it's a lot of work to look through a demo. Like, it takes a long time. You can't just necessarily make up for, like, months of preparation in a couple of days. It doesn't really work like that. Jota's already taken a bit of damage. Moving on forward in towards the restrooms here. They're actually just going to be standing inside of the smoke and waiting for it to fade. Hoping that someone's on the other side, but instead it's Cadian who's here, and he's got Tessus with him. A double setup.
Yeah, and this is a bit concerning. Cello Might just round the corner into his death. And unfortunately for him, Fallen's far back, but he doesn't have a flash, so he can't flash him around that corner. Would love that in order to find a cleaner entry here. You see that the nades are being exchanged. It's Jota that has a flash, but yeah, this is a bit of a stalemate at the end of long. Cadian playing anti-flash as well.
Yeah, and you want to throw that flashbang from far away, right? You don't want to underhand it over, and you know they can hear the pin drop and all the rest. Like you want to be careful about that. 35 seconds now, cutting it a bit low. And Jota's right, he's not wrong about this. He's reading the danger. Obviously, if they get the kill on the bomb side itself, then some of these players on long will have to fall back, and maybe they don't even need to flash the corner at all. 20 seconds, and Imperial, they're fully committed to this bomb side. They are going for it. Tessa's shooting one in the back. The spray is excellent. Taking down Cello and Vinny both, and Jota's going to come back into it. We're down to 10 seconds. They need to get rid of Stown, though. He can still stop this round. The bomb being moved forward. This is disastrous. Fallen trying to find the bomb plant, but he can't, and that is the round done. Shush just has to stay out of the range of the AK. He comes back for a little bit of an extra tickle against Bolts, but it will be heroic with the first round on the board.
Just narrowly surviving that. 5 more seconds, and you would have expected Imperial to find a bomb plant there. Shush even peeking out there in the waning moments of that round. There was an opportunity to take him down, but in the panic, in the chaos of the situation, he was able to stay alive, and it was a much-needed life that he kept into this next round. Heroic, despite winning, just the one means their economy is shot, and Imperial, great approach overall, but the conversion on the site just wasn't quite as strong. It wasn't quite as punchy. The flashes weren't there to get those riflers forward, but Bolts, he's taken a lot of space really early in this round, already has this water control.
Presumably also really hard defense for Imperial to read. They're being too long and still a third player in the bomb side. Like that's not the normal math that you're used to. So I don't think they were expecting for Stown to still be there. But he was. And Bolts, let's see if he could do something in this round. Just going to set up a grenade. So maybe not the most efficient use of that forward position, but he didn't feel safe moving any closer.
Just holding on to this position. Bolts waiting for a reaction. It does seem like Imperial is well aware of the style of Heroic, just trying to wait for a push, but they do have to eventually aggress, and that's where they're going to meet Tessis right here around this rock. There's got to be another flash for Jota if he wants to take this one cleanly, and there it is. Ooh, off tags him, but he's still able to find the kill on Tessis.
Yeah, great use. It's so simple. We're going to keep pointing it out, but that's Fallen obviously assisting on the flashbang. It was just a huge feature of the first time at the tournament when they played against Vitality and just flashed them all over the place. There's no more grenades left on Heroic.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gamble. They're playing 3A right now, and Bolts. Oh no, it's just one player. It's just Shush. One kill already, though.
He's so exposed from the monster tunnel itself as well. Cello will take him down, though. Still a 3-on-3 with the bomb being planted. Nobody there to stop it. And now it gets a bit interesting. Fallen, he's got his aim trained on that corner. The FAMAS could be dropped instantly. Jabby's going to be really careful, and now the flank is done. Now you almost just want to see Cadian run with the AWP to try and save it, and Jabby, going to have to fight for his life on his own. I think Cadian is still sticking around to the high ground, but it's just for show at the moment. Good shot, but still, they will lose the round and make it a 4-1 in favor of Imperial.
These defaults from Imperial are fantastic. Great mid-rounding as well. Bolts just held on to that short B position for so long, likely heard a rotation from Heroic, or even worse, Fallen's just reading the movements of Heroic. One way or another, it's the right call, and Imperial are able to reset Heroic. The money is just in tatters for the Danish side. Cadian saving that off is going to be important, and it's probably the only win condition that they're going to have into this upcoming round. We see this default.
When the one round that you win, it's just one person left alive, right? And it runs down to time. She's like, okay, well, we have no money at all to play with. Well, it's Jota that's doing a lot of the work right now.
Yeah, Jota has been getting some great flashes to take some space away. What he was able to accomplish at long on the previous default 2 gun rounds ago, that was excellent. And we're going to see Heroic already exercise a timeout pretty early here. I'm sure this is not the start they envisioned when they saw Imperial load up against them in the server. And it's a bit early, but there's a lot of time to recover this half.
There is still time, but this is already one of the win conditions for Imperial, though, on the other side of things. Like, I think Heroic should be able to recover from this, but Imperial, if it goes the other way and it's Heroic starting off with a 5-1 lead, then it's going to be much, much harder, I think, for Imperial to make their way back. AWP is in play, and some upgraded pistols, but that is about it right now. So should be a bit of an easier round here for the Brazilian squad. And again, they're playing the same slow default, which is great if you don't want to be making too many mistakes. So that boost up is going to be working out, though. Bolts, and I wonder if you want to... If they were a little bit further forward, maybe you just pull the trigger on that A bomb site and just go for it, but they just couldn't, obviously. They weren't close enough.
You saw a bit of a scramble, though, from Imperial. They actually made their way back towards B. They want to retake this space, but Yabby, oh, this is such a great angle. There's no way Cello's going to be able to win this fight.
Oh, he's walking right into it. Oh my god, no! He does it! And he turns around for the kill on Shush! How did he pull that out? That should have at least been the 1 kill. And now instead it's a 4-on-3. And they still have Jota, I think, all the way on the other side, at the A bomb side. He's over on long, so he can manufacture a lot of the round from this position.
I just can't believe Cello had the presence of mind to clear that angle out. So well done. Shows the level of play at display. And Vinny, yeah, retaking this water space. You see that Imperial, even though they figured out the op was towards B earlier in this round, they actually sent it back. They're trying to re-clear this space out. And Jota, yeah, like you said, he's activated at this point. He has all of this A control, and he's trying to shift the defense around. But Cadian, he's not budging. He's still right there behind that pillar.
Tess is surely going to get shot in the back at any moment now. Jota throwing in some grenades. He's done his best to try and sell this idea, but because Tessus is hearing it, they're not quite really biting. Cadian can win the round from this position. He's already got a couple of kills. There's only 8 seconds left. Where's that bomb plant? Inside of the smoke. Oh, and he misses it. If he had that kill, that's the round 1 instantly. But instead, the bomb is planted, and it's going to be a 2-1-2. Fallen, missing a shot, and Cadian, he's still on the hunt out here. He's still looking for somebody inside of that smoke, and not really finding them at the moment. Cello looking for it. He knows Tessus is out there. Got to be careful he doesn't get shot in the back. I think Fallen's trying to cover him, but he can't cover everything. Obviously, no kit in play, and Cadian is actually fallen back. He's not moving forward to it. Tessus is down, and Cadian has pulled the plug. That's a rare sight. I normally see Cadian go for much crazier clutches than this one.
Cadian felt like he was pinned. He thought Fallen was holding one of those angles that he was going to be approaching from, and if you're just peeking in with an op, the slow movement speed, you're always going to get caught by the opposing offer. So that fight between Tessus and Cello, it was paramount in determining the outcome of that round. And Cello, the 4K on the round, on the entry there, bringing that one back for them. This was a confusing round, but this double kill from Cello, he's falling for the 2nd kill. He just recovers in time.
Yeah, that's so sick.
Oh, we were talking about it before this game started. If we went 1-to-1, player to player, who's going to be able to stand up to the heroic counterpart? Cello's already making a name for himself in this match.
It's beautiful. 9-2 on Cello. 7-3 on Jota at the moment. These are the players that need to get some work done. Vinny's kind of been the other rock of the team, I feel like, in terms of raw kills. Oh my god, that's a good shot, though. Cello trying to peek for the information, or jump for the information, and he gets picked out of the sky.
That's a beauty right there. Oh, Bolts with the return, though. Was that? Oh, it was actually towards that short side. Okay. Well, now Fallen can work. 4v4, this is a situation that the best IGLs are able to manufacture a round with. And the nades, they aren't great on the side of Heroic. They don't have too many options, so they walk push into this B short. Even though one of their compatriots had already died there, they still take that space back. Can see Fallen's at work. He's just talking right now to his team. How are they going to try to convert this one? Tessus might have spotted Fallen on that jump spot right there. That's why he's changing his position up. And we can see that the defense is shifting for Heroic. They're so stack heavy. They're so gamble reliant. And they have 3 on this site.
Yeah, they're saying if they come B, Shush is going to be able to at least catch them going through the tunnel, or he can hear the door open behind him. So that's why they're so comfortable setting up with 3 people in the A-bomb site. Oh, and Cadian, that's the bomb delivered right to his feet. Jota's going to get one in return, but this should be a round that Heroic are able to win. They already have the setup here for it. They already got the stack going on. They went down to 20 seconds. Good shot for Cadian, finding a 3rd in the round, and it's just on Fallen to try and do a bit more damage. He should not be able to win the round from here, though. 15 seconds. If they go and fight him, that would be a really big mistake. Tessus is a bit low. Oh, and the grenade's going to catch him. 8 seconds left, but again, Cadian just has to fall back and stay out of the range of Fallen's AWP, and they're going to be just fine with it. So it's another round for Heroic, but again, with only 1 player surviving.
Simply not enough time. That's really been the only enemy of Imperial in this. Their default has worked wonders. They've taken space so consistently. And the 2 times that they've lost now, it just feels like if they had 5 more seconds, you would have given them a real chance at it. But Heroic, this is what we talk about. The way that Cadian and this team have revolutionized how to play CS. That even though it's a 4-on-4, so many teams would try to turtle up, just try to find the best spots, their favorite spots. Instead, they get a little bit proactive. They push into the front of bathrooms, they switch up their defense, and there's no way that Imperial are going to guess that the players on the opposing team have moved into those spots.
Yeah, and in spite of that stack, it got kind of close at the end, right? One more kill that goes in favor of Imperial at the start of that battle. Maybe they actually come out on top, but yeah, it is a big risk because they are a very proactive team on the CT side, Heroic, not just in terms of this time. It wasn't even much of a gamble. They just had Shush down there and they were trusting in him. But even if they don't have that, sometimes they will just gamble. So leaving them a lot of space, it is risky and something that could definitely come back to haunt Imperial the way that this is turning out. But again, you win the round and you've got 2 MP9s. Limited grenades, not a defuse kit in sight either. This is a real interesting position to be in. A little bit with a late boost, I feel like.
It did feel like it took a second longer to assemble that one, so not going to find anything other than the train. And for Imperial, they're not working with too much either. This is a swing round. That's what we're at. What is at play right now?
Yes.
With 1 minute and 20 seconds left, both of these teams have practically nothing left in the bank. Richest player being Bolts on Imperial with just 1,800, Cadian with 3,250. You have to win this one to build some momentum for either team.
That shot through the smoke was kind of close, actually, to connecting. Cello on the AK. How much could he get done with it? Fallen's going to be there to try and cover it in case there's somebody that swings against them. A little bit of a flash on through, but the MP9's doing work at the start of it. Good double kill for Jabby. That's what you want to see. Joe drop close. He could find it with the Tech-9. He tries to go for the wide swing, but Stown will take him down instead. And now Vinny and Fallen getting a chance, maybe. They're going to get the 1 kill. Again, the clock is running real low on this round. Tessus has managed to flank all the way around, and he's going to see that nobody's here. So if they can win the first battle against Cadian, who's now about to rotate into the A-bomb site, maybe this round could be won. But it's a big maybe at the moment. 20 seconds. You needed the shot right there, Vinny, and you don't get it. Cadian seems to be fired up on the AWP, and now Fallen, I think rightfully so, going to try and save the AWP.
Just get away. Just keep it into the next round. Make sure you have a win condition moving forward. Okay, Tessus is on the hunt, though. This is a little bit worrying. 4 seconds left. You don't want to die after time, Fallen, but he's going to be able to at least pick up 1. Really have to keep this moving forward. And yeah, Heroic, they're not going to press the issue. They don't want to lose any more guns as well. Don't just run to that up. Don't let Fallen warm up. Becomes a scary sight if you do.
2 people surviving on the Heroic side this time. So it's been 1, 1, and 2 in the 3 rounds that they've won. It's such a slow start. It leaves them unbelievably vulnerable to the fact that 1 good round win here for Imperial, and they bounce right back and go on a bit of a win streak.
It really feels like in that round, if there was just a little bit more stopping power on the Imperial side, they would have had a chance. But okay, they're going to assemble the boost again, recognizing it's one of their few win conditions, but still not presented anything. Wise from Heroic to not actually test that angle out. And look at this, Heroic. It feels like they actually read the situation, that they would be slow out of spawn there. Yabby's already taken so much space. They've blown open the door. This should be a meat grinder between Tessus and Yabby.
It should be. Also no flashbangs to set it up. You can't really get around this corner at all. Bolts lands a headshot. Fallen with the kill. Jabby, you've got to control this. He's going to get run down. It's a disaster. Cadian and Stown now in a 2 versus 4. There are 3 people there for a potential crossfire, and it just blows up in their faces. Stown trying to save the round for his team, and he gets a double spray down. But this is awkward. Jota could get a free kill on Cadian. And actually, they've snuck through on the other side. This is going to be a matter of timing exclusively. If Cadian gets the first kill, it's going to go differently. But there we go. Shot in the back of the head. He had no idea that was coming. And now it's Stown alone. He started the comeback into this round, and now he needs another 2 kills and a bomb defuse on top. What on earth is going on?
This is so tough, Anders. This is so difficult for Stown to put together. Bomb is planted back default, and Stown, he doesn't have a smoke. He doesn't have a kit. He basically has to get the frags here, or there's no chance.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's already made plenty of noise. They know where he is. That's some really panic jumping. He's just ignoring Long. Surely he saw him. Gonna tap the bomb, but again, it's a 10-second defuse. This will never happen. Imperial, they've stolen the round back, and it's all about that connector fight. Stoun's realizing they're not gonna come. They call his bluff. They know that's not gonna happen. 6-3 as the Brazilian squad just absolutely rob Heroic in that round.
You don't need to push the panic button but just yet if you're Cadian, but you need to start to worry. Imperial are here to play. This is the kind of round that you would expect a team with more firepower to win. The better individuals are winning when they're down in terms of the weaponry that they're wielding. But somehow, Imperial put this together. This looked like such a strong crossfire between the Heroic players in short, the player that was in connector. You could see the jump scare right there on Cadian, just getting shot right in the back. And I love the fact that there was a contingency plan, the fact that Jota was lurking A the entire time.
Yeah, it's real sick. That's a very hard round to win, although through the smoke, Shush almost died, but then he got some revenge at the end. They forced up into this round, and you can maybe question this for Heroic, but it also feels to me like this is a play for sort of the soul of the game right now. If you win this round in your Heroic, you will feel so much better so quickly that maybe it's worth it. Especially if they win it, you know, this is with hindsight, if they win it, you're going to look back and say, okay, this is a smart play, but it is risky as well.
Of course, and Darth Mike put it really well on the desk. It's two sides to a coin when you're looking at Heroic. Tragedy and comedy. You're going to be laughing about it if you're able to pull this one off, but if you lose, your money is broken. It is tragedy, and Imperial will likely go on to win the half and could potentially take the map off of this round.
Also, depending on whether or not you're a fan or a hater of Heroic, you know, like you could interpret it differently. If they lose, you might find that really funny. So, I don't know.
So much at play.
Of the space, aren't
so many emotions at play in this one.
It's true. Well, they seem to want to go for this ace out of the map again. We're running the clock down low. I don't blame Imperial for doing this. Again, you know they're not going to have that much to work with, so you can make them use a couple of grenades. It's going to be great. That's going to be heard from Tessus, and the 5-7 in place. Oh. Instant headshot to take down Cello. That's beautiful. And Cadian sounds off with the AWP once again. A wide swing. Vinny's low on health, but they're down to 17 seconds. They have to back off. They have to just save what they got here. So that's the third round like this we've seen, I think, out of Imperial.
And no real chance here for Imperial. Looks like a couple of their players were picked off simultaneously off the back of Shush finding that opener on that B side. With bolts falling early on in the round, it also felt like Imperial were just forced. They had to approach towards A, and Heroic had really dug in at that point. They knew what was coming, and so, yeah, Heroic.
The power of the M4A1.
Able to survive there, yeah. And also the power of the 5-7. One-shot headshot right there, and
true.
Just only so much they can do.
They steal 2 AKs as well.
Oof.
So it's a force-up into converting the MP9s into AKs. It's a really, really big momentum switch in the game. And I think that's what this force buy was about for Heroic. That's what they wanted. And they've got it. Now, if they win this next one, Imperial will be out of money. And I think Heroic will start to feel like, okay, it was a tough start, but we are right back in this game, and we can clear out all the rest of the rounds. We can make this a 9-6 and just look back and say, that was it. We got the job done. Swing round in a massive way, this one. If you're on the Heroic side of things, you want to see them win this round.
And already so much B presence for Imperial here. Likely to see Fallen maybe going for a nade stack here. Okay, is there anybody there? Tessus, okay, he might actually receive all of these. Oh, so much damage, 62, but Cadian, he's still gonna keep this boost going, spots the feet, waits for the stomach, and there we go. Shot onto Vinny. That's a great boost setup between them, and yeah, it feels like Imperial, they want something back. Bolt's going for the challenge, but it's not a favorite fight at that one.
To get that boost, you have no A defense. You're giving up the A defense to have 3 people at the floor of the B-bomb side and 2 people boosting up on the railing at the sniper spot. That's quite a commitment, but it worked out. That door is... It's gone so many different ways to the point where now a lot of CT sides will blow it up almost instantly, just throwing a grenade over from the B-bomb side, just to have that extra opportunity and also leave the T's just a little bit extra nervous. This is a very hard, almost impossible round to win. If they get 2 kills at this A-bomb side, then maybe Jota could sneak through on the other side with the bomb, but it feels like this is a 1 in a 10,000 kind of round. They're trying for it anyway. They're really going for it. 20 seconds. Well, that's the first one coming through. A little bit of a flying. Oh my God! Fallen! How do you get that shot? Stown is out of the round, and now the bomb is going to be planted. It's right back into a 3-on-3. What is this magic? They're working. Jabby on the other side of the box. The spray from Jokester is good, and he almost had that one against Jabby as well. 2 versus 2, and Cello, he can't get the swing on him. Now it's all on Fallen. They're going to go for the bomb defuse, but it's a 10-second one again. Oh, they walk right into it. Fallen over-committing to that swing. He probably could have played it safe, but Jabby, he's the hero of this round. He actually brought them back.
Yabby recognized immediately that he needed to take space back towards that B side. If he was locked out deep in CT, there was no hope for Heroic in that one. I don't think they had any nades left. They definitely didn't have a kit between the remaining 2 players, and so time was of the essence. Getting there as quickly as he did, recognizing the situation, that is so important. Even with Fallen hitting an unbelievable 180 flick shot right there, it is still Heroic that are able to weather the storm. Yabby, I mean, it felt like his spray control there was just perfect. Fallen walked right into what was just a barrage of bullets.
Yeah, he really did. That is such a shame because that's actually such a sick round for Imperial. That was probably the only way they could have won this round, was to try and throw a really, really huge fake like that. A single player walking onto the B bomb site to plant the bomb while the rest are attacking A. And it worked. They really made it work. It's just I think in the afterplant, they must have not been sure if Heroic had the kit or not. Both Cello and Fallen were way more aggressive than they needed to be. And it's probably because the economy is a lot harder to read right now if you're on the T side. Like, you don't know, it's been so much back and forth, you might not know exactly what they got. And I think this might be the first time they actually have a kit now.
Right, just one. Just a little bit curious in terms of the fact that Heroic could have easily bought a few more, but either way, there's not too much to work with for Imperial. It's all going to come down to this AK from Jota. A hero rifle at that. He'll be boosted up here from Vinny. Has to win this fight against Shush. This is a must if Imperial want a chance in this one. Oh, just not wide enough. Just an inch too shallow. Oh, that one's going to hurt looking back at the demo, but he's still staying. He actually is going to look for another timing here, it seems. I think he wants to go for a repeat. Yep, there it is. And Shush almost presenting that opportunity, but not quite.
I think he saw the gun barrel.
Yeah, he's keyed into it now.
If they were a little bit wider, if he committed to the swing the first go around, he probably has that kill. That was probably the primary way to get into it. Now you're really rolling the dice on this one. Shush good, one way at the edge, and grenades are going to be raining down. Double kill for Shush. He hasn't had too much to do. He's got 5 kills behind the 2 of them here. Stown also, I mean, we said he had this MVP-like performance of the tournament. I think it's right, but right now he's having a bit of a harder time with it. 4th kill for him coming through right there. No bomb plant being allowed for. And the AK going to be saved into the next round.
Yeah, that looks a little bit silly, of course, that Fallen and Vinny are just dive bombing the site at that point. But you want to die. You want to actually get your loss bonus there. And so you want to make sure that Heroic are forced to kill you. Of course, there's the single saved AK, but that player won't actually have nades going into the next one. But a nice attempt from Imperial here, but overall, this is what Shush is all about. He is probably, in some ways, just the most respected support player around right now. There's so many good ones, but in terms of how he fits onto this Heroic picture, they're almost never calling his number. He almost never gets to play selfish, and he still finds impact.
Jota trying to go for that flash bang over, which can work, but Stown was so far forward that the flash lands way behind him, and it's not going to be effective at all. Tesses, good little elevated position. Fallen going to get one in return that he had to get. If they wanted to win the round, that kill had to come through. I think what makes it even more interesting for someone like Shush to play support is that you kind of feel like from a mechanical point of view, if you put him into the star role, he could do a better job. Like, he actually has like more depth than that. So it's almost like he's making the sacrifice to be a real team player, which is kind of interesting. But sometimes you just put the so-called support player as someone where you're like, well, you couldn't be the star anyway, so you have to do this.
Yeah. He's really just made such a great name for himself. But even in a man advantage, we see Heroic is going for a push. Shush. Okay. He's feeling great about himself right now. Oh, another kill for him. Wow, okay. He's starting to gain some momentum on that B-side anchor. Cello now, he's wondering where his teammates went. What just happened? How did Shush just push out Monster and find a double kill? This is impossible to recover. No way back into this round. And Shush, of course, with a 3rd.
Yeah, back-to-back triple kills for him. It's pretty decent. And you've got to say, I mean, this is also the kind of play, because Imperial have tried to execute all these rounds at sub 30 seconds. That probably, when you push out about 40 seconds, which is what Shush is doing, you might just catch them setting up. There might be where they're holding grenades to try and throw into a bomb site. So it makes sense overall. And also they have the confidence now. They're up to 6-7. They actually have the round lead for once.
I think this kind of goes back to the idea I was trying to present earlier, that even though these teams have never played each other, they have... Okay, well, let's see how this goes. This is a pretty fast play, actually, but perfect molly timing right there. Okay, Heroic have really figured out the timings of this game and what it takes to play against Imperial. Tessus with the kill onto Cello, and look at that. They have completely stopped out that whole play. And this is really thorough from Heroic right now. Great smoke timing there. This flash has to do massive damage. Oh, it actually does. Vinny with the kill onto Shush. They're taking some space. They're beginning to scale on this B bomb site. They should be able to find a bomb plant here, but holding on is going to be what's so difficult.
Yeah, I would probably just settle for a bomb plant. Just say, you know what, that's fine. Let's just get that and get into the next round. 3 versus 4. And there's a bit of a chance. Bolt's going to get traded right away. Fallen is holding the back, hoping that someone's going to be rotating through, but nobody is. And now he can actually turn it into a flank. If he wants to, he'd go for the A-bomb site. Yeah, as long as Jota survives down here, which is looking unlikely. Smoke's about to fade. He's got the bomb on his back here. 40 seconds left and he's going to be found. So Fallen, you could see, if Jota wins that fight, then Fallen can go for the full-on flank. But now it is definitely all done. So no bomb plant. They had a chance. They just didn't quite capitalize on it.
They were just worried about that heaven peak. Even though we saw when we checked out Cadian's POV that he was holding the left side of the pillar, didn't want to give up anything easily, and they still didn't actually commit to the bomb site. They didn't fly in, and that was actually an opportunity that they missed out on. Imperial had been so good at seizing those little windows, those timings where they're able to find a little bit more space, but this was an example where they actually got cold feet running to the site, and now we see Heroic on fire. 5 rounds in a row for them, and this is beginning to look like a nightmare for Imperial. You lost so much of that momentum that you had built early on in this game. You started to make Heroic doubt themselves, question their own existence, but now Heroic remember who they are.
That was a North t-shirt in the crowd. That's a really rare sight. I actually appreciate that.
Was it old or new logo?
I'm not sure. It was North or North.
Yeah, North.
With the PH. Oh my god. Well, good memes.
American fans are great, because why would you even develop an attachment? Yes, you guys are great. Oh, it's the good logo. It's the good logo. Let's go.
Beautiful job. All right. That means you have to be a real Counter-Strike connoisseur to bring a North jersey to a 2023 tournament.
MSL fans, let's hear it.
Rise up. Okay, here we go. Round number 15.
There are about 6 MSL fans in the audience.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that is the true hipster pick. It's down on the secondary AWP. Desk were talking about it, how, you know, even though it feels weird because he's so good with the rifle, he can definitely make it work. Fallen's going to be out-orbing Cadian in this round. They're not going to be ready for the second AWP, though. And even if he's flashed, he just has the timing. It's everything. And he takes down Jota 4 versus 4.
Huge kill for Stound to find right there. Yeah, Des talking about should he even maybe consider the secondary AWP. Oh, Fallen! That's an elbow!
What?
Oh, he is feeling it right now. He's so fast. But look at how that actually moves this Imperial offense. They're pointing themselves towards this B site. Great timing on that smoke to block out. But Fallen again! It's like he's deathmatching his way through this map. 3 kills in the round. He might have single-handedly won Imperial their 7th round.
He's one of the most veteran players that we have. The upkeep on this style, the amount of hours you have to put in every day, every week to have this sharp of a reaction, it's crazy that he's doing it. It's like more than a decade, maybe almost 2 decades on. It's so crazy. Tessus and Yabi left in a 2 versus 4. Obviously, 15th rounds, you're going to go for it no matter what. But there's no way back into this round. There should be no way. Fallen is already holding the connector. Yabi's going to have to try and solo clear the other side. Now they're going to be smoking up the high ground. And Molotoving. He's doing everything right now. Fallen with an absolutely absurd round to bring them at least a 7th here. Flick onto it. He actually hit Tessus on that one and brings him down low, trying to wallbang him out. He's a monster right now. Get the burst fire kill on the last one. Why not? Just to make it a little bit fantastic. There we go. 8-7 as Fallen wins the last round. And Heroic, they're being put under pressure here. We'll see if they can stand up to it in the second half. It's coming up after the break.
What's good, everybody? We're here at downtown Washington, D.C. I'm joined by Nico, I'm joined by Dupree, and we are here to answer one simple question. Who's the noob? We're gonna be making pizzas. Gentlemen, I'm judging your pizzas on structural integrity, on flavor palette, and if you want some bonus points, get creative, make me something Counter-Strike related. Our Instagram poll had Nico favored to win this competition at 53%. If you guys are ready, so am I.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Let's get to it, yeah.
Should I go first?
Yes.
Help yourself.
Oh, it's so cold and gooey. All right. I've seen people put it on the edge and then they would go do stuff like that.
Yeah, and what are those things? And are you going to do them?
No.
I'm not trying to experiment too much over here.
Dupree, you're looking a little lumpy. There's a waviness to your dough at the moment.
I think Nico's doing a pretty good job. Look, but look how thick it is over there. I'm kidding. What? No, I'm just joking. It's mental warfare. Okay, are you ready with my wooden thing?
I'm ready with your wooden platform, sir.
Oh no!
Yeah, these look great. Well, one looks great.
Which one?
That's the question. All right, done.
I'm done. Wait, he made it sick.
This is huge. Dupree's gone for a thinner center with protruding outer crust lines. Nico, I think that the consistency of this is a really nice detail. But so far,
right?
I'm impressed, gentlemen. I think you did great. Dough is done. Now we're doing toppings, gentlemen. Decision's completely up to you.
You can go ahead first.
I go first?
Begin.
Mix it up real good. A big spoon. I'm just gonna swirl it around. Oh my God, professional pizza maker.
Nico's gone center, heavier on the sauce, I would say.
Look at him. So, cheese.
Cheese first, okay? Nico, you've definitely gone lighter on the cheese so far.
I'm adding. I don't want to go too heavy.
Right. Dupree going with the consistent spiraled pepperoni strategy.
Does this look like a G to you?
It looks like something.
There's no way I can fit two. Well, I tried to do something with the G to log, but I'm not sure exactly how it looks like.
Okay. I think I'm gonna try it.
X Factor, honey sauce. We got Nico's G2 pepperoni no green, and then we've got Dupree's symmetrical honey glazed deliciousness. So, one final step, gentlemen. Time to cook them. All right, gentlemen, they're out of the oven. They look great. They look good. So, time to find out who ended up whipping up a better pizza. I think I'm going with Dupree's first, so I'm gonna come at it.
Please don't burn yourself.
That's fantastic.
Good, yeah?
That's really good. Excellent.
Perfect.
The pull?
They surely both taste amazing.
The pull is nice. This is too difficult, and I didn't think it was gonna be, but I'm gonna side with the 53% of Instagram users and say Nico took this. It's just good. Dupree, it turns out today, I'm sorry, you are the biggest noob. Nico, well fought. Congrats to both of you because I'm impressed. These are solid pizzas.
It was a fun experience.
Pode vir, Jorge. Pode vir. Vai.
Cuidado. Rua.
Rua, banheiro.
Ah.
Rua, subindo.
Deixa
que eu jogo primeiro.
Eu dou tiro primeiro, calma. Rua, me viu?
Só tá pro banco, já. Não tá.
Correu. Vai lá. Fica na volta.
Tem do eco. Pega mais arma boa, esgoto. Arma boa, esgoto. Nice! Quebramos legal, não? Quebramos legal. Bora, vamos. Nossa, o round pro 12-3. Vamos focar, velho. Bora.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. You could see they're shown in, they're communicating well. They got the energy to match it as well. And they did get a really, really great first half on their side. Imperial, they're showing up once again. And this time, it's for a semi-final. I can't believe that I'm saying that. And Heroic, they did recover the round just enough. They had a chance here. They can still do it right. 8 rounds on the CT side. It's not disastrous, but it's a lot harder than they'd probably want. And we'll see how their T side is going to be. Because Imperial, again, they look fired up at the moment.
Oh, the double dualies. Jota's close with them.
He's going to get the one there. Actually, Cello getting traded in the back, and Jota finally running out of bullets. Gonna have to try for the reload as he recommits to it. Down with 2 great headshots. And Bolts and Vinny now. Could they take it back? Could see Bolts is up close, but Vinny's alone in the bomb site. Kind of making a lot of noise back here, and he gets run down. I don't know why he had to be that active either. You probably just made the call to try and help out Bolts run to him, but just running around the back of the bomb site makes it a little bit easier. Now, they should know that Bolts could be coming from here. They should have a bit of an idea. One of the positions that's dangerous, the other one probably being Heaven right now. And they're planting on the right side of the pillar, showing that they had the idea. Stown will get one more kill, and Heroic winning a critical pistol round.
Despite the fact that the dualies were in great position to find kills, just the bullets not connecting for Imperial. Heroic able to find a 9th here. Yeah, we'll see a little bit of this battle back. Good mid-rounding overall from Heroic, and nice shots from Stown too. And a few kills for him in that round. And you can see Cadian, I mean, he's hyped up now. That doubt, that worry, not quite as apparent. Maybe it'll rear its head again, but Imperial have to make him sweat.
Yeah, sees that with a little bit of a jump, but didn't want to try and go for it. And Fallen on the other side. It is just a scout this time. It's obviously not the same shut-down power, but on the other hand, it's 4 people in the bomb site with him to back it up. So a little bit of a tag could be interesting. Yabi nearly overextending, but the spray is about as good as you could have wanted there for Yabi. Picking up a good double, and they just wipe out the defense. Stacked or not, they're going to be able to win this one, so a nice shot. It's always good, even if the round is done. Like, everyone just loves a good 1D. It's so satisfying.
You can't deny it. You can't deny it. One of the best feelings in FPS, in competitive gaming, in history is just the 1D.
Yeah, it's like it's the true ASMR, isn't it? Like you can just you just enjoy it. It's therapeutic in a way. Shush gonna get the last kill there, and no more 1Ds coming out. 10 on the board of Heroic, and we had the whole discussion coming into it about the mentality and about the strength of a team and the veterancy of a team like Heroic. This is what you're seeing now. Like, now that they got their hands really deep in the game, it feels like they're not going to let go. And that's what you want to see, right? Obviously, that's what you should be seeing. That's why we call the other failures of Heroic collapses, right? Like,
yes.
This is more the style. If you're going to try and win a tournament, and Heroic obviously desperately want to do that, this is the kind of strength you need to show.
Yeah, just a single nade for Imperial, and it's great to see that Heroic are playing up to the standard that we've set for them. And it's also great to see that Imperial have put up a fight. They've been playing a great tournament thus far. And, oh, nice shot from Jota there. It's getting a little bit frisky, but looks like Heroic are putting this one to bed. Still a good amount of damage being inflicted. Yeah, a handful of headshots there being found, but that just shows how Imperial are feeling themselves too. The only reason they didn't find those kills is just because their weapons weren't strong enough.
Yeah, a little bit more and they could have had it. So, the first couple of rounds go the way of Heroic. That's what it's like when you win the pistol. We'll see. You definitely got a sense, especially towards the end of the kind of CT side that Heroic like to play, this very proactive style, a very dynamic switching it around. Saw Shush pushing out and even pushing out through the monster tunnel to find kills. Curious how Imperial will try and play this, if they are going to also try and take a couple of risks, because if you give the space to Cadian here, you know he can put together a good round. Oh. Well, they were putting together the dream team, so if you don't vote for it, you go to Blast.tv, and it looks like Shiro is winning out over Exile. Wow. Personally, I like Exile, but that's just me.
I like Exile a lot, too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, give me more riflers on this team. Okay, nade through. Oh, another nade. Wow, Vinny... There's another nade that's about to head his way. Cello, though, trying to peek through the tunnel, see if he can find anything. There's a lot of angles in this one, and Cello gets the better of Stown through the sliver crack right there. Shush with the trade. Fallen recognizes that his position is compromised. And so what does Fallen do? He pushes on forward. Oh, might cost his life, though. Actually, gifted an opportunity, but at that very moment, unscopes.
Yeah, but you get a glimpse into the mind of Fallen there. He got wall banged in the back of the head, and he kept his focus on the tunnel. If somebody peeked in there, I bet you he would have got the kill. Sneaking in as Yabi, and he should have won that fight. But somehow it's Vinny barely staying alive on 16 health, and let's see.
This is the fight. This is the fight. If Tessus can take down Jota, everything is possible for Heroic.
And I don't think Jota's even realized. This is the same kind of sneak through that Jota actually did in the first half. And oh, he turns around for it. He is aware. Going to be taking down Tessus. He was running around like he wasn't thinking about it at all. And now they've even spotted out Cadian. The element of surprise is gone. We've seen the Danish captain win rounds like these before. He's going to have to do it again here. 15 seconds left with the AWP, and he is all over the place. Definitely not what he wanted. Jota will take him down. And a huge round here for Imperial. This is the kind of round they needed to win early on. Once they had rifles, you don't want to go on a big loss streak.
Yeah, Jota actually doing so much work there on that A-side defense. I think that he's been, to me, at this tournament, in terms of riflers, you could have taken your pick between Cello, Jota, Vinny, and Bolts have had pop-off moments here and though. but Jota has been fantastic at just handling situations. He's showing the cerebral side of him that is getting people so hyped up about his potential futures as well post-Imperial, because he is a player who can change the tide of a game as he did in that very round.
It's been harder to see because this Imperial squad has been working so badly for such a long time that it's kind of been masked a little bit. But now that they're playing this kind of Counter-Strike, you're definitely seeing more of that. I know you were mentioning the other day about Launders kind of, you know, being a little bit of a fan of him, and I'm starting to see why, definitely. Fallen moving forward. Shush is right down there. This is a very hard fight to win if you're on the AWP side of things, but he will. Wall bangs him down at the edge of the building. The takedown, Shush. If he misses that fight, he's just dead almost instantly. But this is also proactive defense. This is the kind of stuff Heroic would have done as well. Swinging out wide. Stown will get the kill, and the rest of them are on the bomb site. Yabby, real good entry on the site itself to try and get some space to put the bomb down, and Tess is doing that as we speak. Inside of the smoke, a leg shot on Vinny. Barely alive, but he got the dink on Cadian. No reload being allowed for. Once again, it might come down to Shota's round. If he can maybe find this kill, he'll swing wide against Tessis and get the first one. Fallen still in play as well, but Stown just crouching down on the ramp, and Fallen never got a chance to really get into it. They're low on health on Heroic, but they're still winning the round at 12-8.
Slight positional advantages for Heroic in a couple of those fights. Even though Imperial were able to show some great mechanics, it's just too much to handle. The burst onto the site, the smokes that were in play, Heroic were in control of that situation.
At one point in the first half, Stown was bottom fracking at like 4 kills. Now he's all the way up to 16. He's just shot right back up there, which is real impressive. That's what you like to see. Again, he is the superstar of the team, so maybe not too surprising, but nice to see him make a bit of a purple comeback.
This is where it got a little bit weird, though, for Imperial. The swing out from Bolts right there without a flash. I think he heard the nade being thrown from that player in water, and unfortunately for him, he swung out probably just a half second too late. If he'd done that just a little earlier, would have caught that player with his pants down. But okay, Heroic, they've got better weaponry here. Should be a great opportunity to keep building upon this lead. But Fallen, what an angle. Tessis jiggled right into it.
And they lost control on that side of the map, so Heroic might just think, let's just pull the trigger on this B attack, because otherwise, if we don't want to do that, we have to backtrack through the entire map to clear everything out. That doesn't feel like a good decision either. So they're going for it. And they're actually successfully running so deep. There's nobody here to find. Yabby's going to be a bit confused. Like, where's the entire B defense? Stown getting shut down. And Yabby also falling. What? Vinny spins around the seats at 75 on the double kill. I don't even know how. They had the entire bomb site, and they lost every single fight.
Oh my goodness, the way that Imperial were able to carve up the site, the smoke to isolate them, and I don't know what actually spurred them forward. I don't know if it was a flash or what. I gotta see this replay back, because it just felt like it was a 3-2-1 go, and they all just started flying forward. Yeah, I think it was. I think they just decided to all attack at the same time, and they caught Heroic in a moment of transition as they're trying to secure positioning across the bomb site, and what a way for Imperial to steal it. Just X-Factor play from them.
That round can change the entire map. That round could be what brings Imperial back online. And even worse for Heroic. It puts them back on 2 AKs and some upgraded pistols. And they forced into this round. So if they lose this one, man, this game is wide open again.
Oh yeah. If Imperial win this, we got a real game on our hands. Vinny right there behind the smoke. Oh, so many Heroic players in front of him. If only he knew. But it looks like they're actually going to make their way towards short. There will still be a single target presented to him.
Oh. It's actually behind. I think that's to try and trick them, basically. That's interesting. I thought that Bolts was going to throw the flash in front of the tunnel, but he actually threw it behind Vinny, so that's a little bit curious. Trading 1-for-1 at the start of the round, and the AKs are still intact.
Oh, this is going to be so tough still for Heroic. Even though they have a 4v4, they have no flash to breach the bomb site. The only saving grace is that it's just Fallen. So Fallen, he's going to have to hold strong on this site.
This jump is generally quite safe, but you can get shut down if you're a little bit unlucky. And actually, through the smoke, He was trying to reposition himself towards the truck, and now spray comes in from Shota. It's good on the one. It's even better on the double. Taking down Josh, and he keeps it going. A triple for Shota, and he might have just won the round here. 10 seconds left, and Cadian getting hunted down. A quad kill at the end of it. Absolutely right there. Put your hands up for Shota. He is a hero in this one.
Look at the fire there, and the support flash from Vinny to make those first 2 kills so possible. The mechanics on display were brilliant, but this second player right here in Shush, that would have been a freebie had Vinny not flashed for him. And oh, the kill on the Stown though. Jota popping off.
They're so excited. Unless you've been watching since like 2016, 17, maybe, you haven't really seen Brazilian Counter-Strike this hyped up. It's really been a minute, I feel like.
Yeah. It's not the same when it isn't Fallen.
It just isn't. Hits different somehow. Vinny on the spray down here. Does a lot of damage on the Stown. They trade him, but there shouldn't be any kind of a problem. This is just pistols. There's nothing really to work with here on the heroic side of things.
Oh,
Imperial
no.
looking to make it 11 pretty quickly.
Okay.
Maybe losing a couple more players than they need to, but again, there's no armor and no reason why they should be even close to losing this round. 12, 11. We got a real game on our hands here.
Oh, I'm feeling it, Anders. I'm feeling this game. Imperial have made this one competitive. Imperial, they're making heroic sweat. The timeout comes out. It's been since, I want to say 2-6 scoreline, or 2-5, that Heroic decided to use their first timeout, and finally it feels like the game's getting shaky again. They steadied the course, and yet Imperial strike back.
Timeout used. CEST getting a chance to have his say. He's been observing the game, obviously, so, you know, from an outside perspective, you're obviously going to be looking at everything differently. See Cadian not doing a lot of talking. A mixed reception on that one.
I love it. I love it. Cadian's the most polarizing player in the space.
Personally, that's what I love about him, is the fact that he is polarizing. I'm like, this is great, you know?
He's like an anti-hero.
Yeah. It's pretty good. It's pretty sick.
Okay, double connector setup, though.
Heroic.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There's just not much to work with for Heroic. They have barely any nades left.
It means they can't do any really deep, like there's no double pumping coming up here where you throw some nades, you wait, you go for it again. Once they throw those nades, they almost have to just go all in. Bit of a push and an awkward fight. I feel like Stown wins that 9 out of 10 times. This just wasn't one of them.
And also, he lost it to Bolts, who's having a really tough game for himself. Not even on double-digit kills yet after 24 rounds. And
will you ever check this corner?
That's a big question. That is the question. If Fallen gets this, just call it. The position is too strong. Tessis, gotta be thorough. Oh, crouches right under the shot. Much needed. And now look at this. Heroic, they're just speeding up onto the A site. Jota, he's here, but he's gonna have to recover this so quickly, and he doesn't want to test the molly.
They have double HE, so maybe it's... there we go, throwing them in a bit early. It does almost break down Shush, and actually it might help to get the kill there. Bolts picking up a second of the round. Bombs being attempted now. Yabi going for the swing, but Shota on the other side. And no one's been able to stop him for a minute here. Tess is bringing it back, though. And it is a 2-1.
Oh, what?
Good shot from Cello. They burn him alive right afterwards, and again! He comes out on top. 27 kills. He is bringing down Heroic. 1 round at a time.
Jota is by far the strongest player in this map. Getting it done once again, but not without a little bit of help this time. Early kill from Bolts, even with Tessis getting that shot. It's Jota that's able to withstand the efforts. Oh, look at that, yeah.
So exciting. You can't help. You have to be wrapped up in it.
It's contagious, Anders.
It is.
When Fallen's getting hyped up on a stage in front of a crowd like that, it reminds you of Rio a bit. The way that he was able to pump everybody up there, too. But he's doing it against one of the world's best now. This isn't just the challenger stage. This isn't just some early stage of a tournament. This is the top 4. This is the semifinals of the Blast Spring Finals.
And the energy for some of those games that were happening in Brazil was so different. Obviously, yeah, it's cool to be in front of the home crowd, but it also adds a lot of pressure, right? And when they can't live up to the hype, then it just looks so much more flat. This guy's just here to enjoy Counter-Strike.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's here to enjoy some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they love it in Washington, don't they? 12-12 is the scoreline. We're all tied up. Round number 25 is unfolding in front of our eyes. Vinny inside of the monster tunnel again. He's got some backup with him. See how forward they want to be. Last time they fell back from that position, they didn't actually push through. It's a very similar round. See if they're going to go for it again. Yabi flashed in, and he keeps on running. Cello calling it, but look at the entry, trading 2 for 1. Tessus and Yabi, and Cadian on the assisted flash there. They're going to get one more kill, and that is the round done. That's really straightforward. And again, they didn't have grenades to do more than they did here. It works perfectly.
This is an excellent call from Cadian and Heroic. When things aren't going well in the default, when you're losing some of those opening picks, sometimes all it takes is just go for that flat-out B exec. Fallen, able to pick up Tessus right there, and that should more or less secure his life. Money is still okay for Imperial. They're going to be able to drop a couple of weapons, and Cello should be able to buy himself, and so Imperial should be able to keep the fight going into round number 26. But Heroic, they retake the lead here with their 13th.
Yeah, Shush getting the AK over the Galil makes sense. 1 round lead. Very, very close affair still. Even running in to pick up the remaining utility. Why not?
It all counts. It all matters. $400 saved. Thankfully, there's no difference between the Incendiary and Molly anymore. That was kind of weird for a while.
Yeah, that shouldn't be the case, should it?
And I think the more expensive one was the one that was actually worse. But even though they're able to win that round, Heroic go for a timeout yet again. Just want to make sure that they clean this one up. And I think they're going to actually have a little bit of a discussion over what the buy will likely be for Imperial. They should know that there's a couple of guns saved, and that in turn would mean that there's probably a gun here and there dropped. So you can't really change your entire plan based off of the probable buy from Imperial here. And oh, look at that balance. What? Okay, that's wizardry.
That's got to be a Flom fan right there.
Yeah.
He is ready. Yeah, shout out to Flom.
I love the way that people acknowledge Flom is by swearing at him.
The dynamic in that stream is beautiful. I love it. I go there to the chat to swear at Flom myself on a regular basis.
You're part of the problem, Anders.
Listen, you say that, but my point of view, part of the solution.
It's a community.
It is. It's a thing. Well, round number 26. If Heroic can extend this one, you look at the money really on both sides, and it's not looking great right here. I'm sure Heroic will force up even if they lose this round, just because they have a little bit of money on Cadian. Fall not close. AWP in hand, should be able to get the kill. And yeah, Yabi trying to wiggle his way around the corner. Not going to be working out. And they start 4-on-5. Molotov down. Tessus, he gave it all. But that one, he wanted to come through. They're getting absolutely slaughtered. They wanted a very similar round to the last one. Straightforward, flash into the bomb site. But they don't even get to the first couple of steps of it. They just get absolutely wrecked before they even get close to it. And Cadian, way on his own. 1 versus 5 here. So Imperial, they're going to be able to tie up the scoreline. And you probably feel like you might want to hunt this, but then again, if you look at their money, maybe don't.
This is one of those rounds where you'd feel like a genius if you're Cadian for calling what is more or less the same strategy twice in a row. We were just praising him for how nicely that worked out when you had just the bare utility that you wanted to move away from the default. But this is a round where you feel like you're ending it with an egg on your face if you're Cadian, where you just said, run the same strat again, and the adjustment was made. Fallen started towards B. He wanted to catch them as they were going for that water control, and that's the professor teaching the main character an important lesson. Don't run the same strat against me twice in a row.
Yeah, that was such a good way to do it, right? The flashbangs that they're throwing for the most, especially against someone like Fallen, right? When they're that far up, a lot of the grenades are going to land behind, and it's not going to be working quite the same. Cadian gets to save the AK, and again, I think that's mostly because of the money that's on the Imperial side. If you hunt down, but Cadian somehow gets 2 or 3 kills, it's going to feel much worse. This time, they just get to celebrate the win. Don't even really blame Tessus for trying to do that. If he runs through and gets even 1 kill, it probably still is worth it. It's kind of a worthwhile investment.
Oh, the choke signs are coming out.
Oh my God.
Oh.
They know all the memes here in Washington.
They're feeling it. And look at the money. If Heroic lose this one, it's not getting any easier. Nade sails in deep. Oh, that's big against Down. And he's done such a great job for Heroic. Top fragger for them, but this round, he's handicapped.
Yeah, right away. He's done an amazing job, right? 19 kills, 17 on Yabi. No one's touching Jota at 27. What a wild day for him to show up. Punching in his time card and ready to go to work. Vinny's going to get shut down at the start of it. That's a bit uncomfortable. Trying to be aggressive in this round. Fallen. He's got the right idea. Now they're putting in another rifle, and that gets shut down as well. This is disastrous. What's happened? Maybe one of the few rounds where you don't want to see that kind of forward defense. They didn't have a lot to work with in this one, Heroic, but they've won every single fight. And I don't think Bolts and Fallen can do much else but just save.
That's the double-edged sword of Imperial style, and in some ways, Heroics for that matter.
Yeah.
When you're proactive, sometimes you give the T's an opportunity that they didn't even create themselves. Still, they're hanging on to these weapons, and Heroic haven't planted the bomb just yet. If Bolts is able to find anything here, it's a slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. And these players are approaching from long, and that's gonna do it. Yeah, Fallen, you are not long for this world. A 14th round for Heroic, and Imperial right there, they play to win. That's one thing that we've said every single day of this tournament, that they're going for it. But this is a round where, because your opponents are on deagles, they don't have too much utility. Sometimes playing back might have been the answer, but that's 2020 hindsight there.
That's so rough. That's a hard way to lose a round. Don't necessarily want to be seeing that, but you're right. It is the double-edged sword, and it's hard to criticize them too much because it does work in other rounds. So it's not like they didn't just lose their minds. 14-13 though. See if they can bring it back with a freaky round of their own. No one's expecting this. Yavi's going to be going down the spray. It's almost good. Shush could have easily been dead. 5-7 on the other side. He wants to go for it, and he will. Bolts finds the head of Shush and brings him down. 3 versus 4 now. What a miracle it would be if Imperial can win this one. That could actually win them the map. There's not that much money either on Heroic. This would put so much pressure on the Danish side. A missed opportunity there. Stoun's going to be able to get the kill. Put himself at 22, and now it's a 3-on-3. Grenade barely touches Vinny, but it's Tessus who's trying to make this work.
This is so tough to put together if you're Imperial. It's also a little bit challenging for Heroic, but with that kill onto Jota, that is the only premium rifle that Imperial are working with. At this point, it feels like it's just a formality.
Where do you bring the bomb? If you bring it back, Fallen could catch it. If you bring it forward, Vinny is there with the USP. There's still 40 seconds, but... All right, they're going to be crunching. I like this.
Yeah.
Tessus is making sure. This is a huge way to do this.
Only way is if Fallen speeds up on this play. Or if Vinny goes for the double dink here. That could open things. Oh, okay. I'm starting to believe Anders.
He's picked up the rifle as well on the back line there. See if he can get down silently, sneaking on in. The bomb is being attempted on the other side. He's got the AK in hand, but it's being guarded already. They haven't seen him yet. Peeks wide. Holds down. He's so close to being dead. It's still all on Fallen. The flashbang is good. He's found him in the corner, but Cadian will prevail. He just barely edges him out. He was able to hide in the corner until he got his vision back. What a close round. The double dink from the USP nearly saving Imperial.
Oh, so close. So close. Imperial recognized that. They're exercising their last time out here, but they are really making Heroic work with it. I mean, this game has already delivered. This is an Imperial that everybody knew coming into it were going to be heavy underdogs, but they're pushing Heroic to their limits. They're making them work for it every single round. Doesn't matter the weapons that Imperial have, and that's really what they're deliberating now. What do we do? What do we bring into this upcoming round? How do we upset this game plan of Heroic? Because even with a couple USPs, P2K, 5-7, they still made that one ultra competitive.
Oh my God, it's so beautiful for Vinny. There was a chance. There was a definite chance. Oh, they're feeling stressed as well on the Heroic side. I have no question about it. No doubt in my mind. But truth is, they're 1 round away. And this is Imperial's map pick. If they walk away with this win, I think Heroic are going to feel really good about what's happening and feel like they have every chance of winning it. Inferno, the second map picked by Heroic.
Fallen has got the op. You know anything's possible when that's in play. 1:15 left. Some nades being exchanged, but Heroic, the longer they wait, the more they bleed Imperial out. Good damage onto Jota. He's been the star for Imperial. There is no question about that. But he is limping into the rest of this round. Fallen's got to make something happen. There it is. Shot onto Tessus. Trying to keep the dream alive for him and his team. But Shush, there for the trade. And Fallen always keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, this is the last thing you're going to be expecting. You could see Stouch just running up.
The bomb.
You're not thinking about it. You're thinking that Orb is going to stay at the back of the bomb site. He's playing against his opponent's expectations, and it's working out. Sees a bit, actually hits the shot on Shush. That's a wallbang. He's brought him all the way down low, and he's again pushing in front. They can't read it. Fallen, able to get a third. He is willing this round into existence. Finally, there's a return, but it might just be too late. You said it, the bomb was out on long. They know that it's going to be coming here. Yabby started to show up. There's a double defense. Good headshot, though. And they lose bolts as well. Oh, no, right at the end. Imperial crumbling. And now Vinny's on his own. He's had a real rough time of it. 11 kills to his name. And they're going to hear him. They know that he's coming. This is impossible. All they have to do is set up and wait for him. He's swinging that ride, just running for it. But Cadian will bring him down, and it's Heroic to come up with a win on Overpass. First map goes their way, and that is a massive victory. You can see they're on their feet, celebrating. The crowd's with them a little bit once again. We're going to go to Inferno after the break.
They started to make us believe. Imperial really made us think they had a chance there, but Heroic managed to dispel their demons, and they claim map number 1 in this series.
Not even close. Exactly.
You were never talking about.
Exactly as it was all planned. Exactly as we knew it would go.
Bullshit. Oh my God, this game delivered big time. That was huge. I really thought that Imperial had done it. I really thought they won the couple of important rounds that would net them that 16 here on Overpass. And Lord knows they had the ways, they had the opportunities, and it must feel like a missed moment for Imperial when you're going to look back at that Overpass and some of these rounds, some of these kills that could have come through, a couple of moments, maybe shaky aim here and there. They really had it. They had it in their hands.
Especially because we got everything we wanted out of this. We got Imperial like really bringing it to Heroic and like presenting those opportunities for Heroic to collapse. Like the cracks formed.
Yes.
The cracks were there. And it was just that last little bit of pressure to make it all come crumbling down that Imperial couldn't get at the end of the day. But they had so many good things going for them. So many different things happened that allowed Imperial to keep it close. They played a very great game. That might be the most impressive map I've seen of them at this event.
And for the Heroic side as well, I mean, we're constantly looking at this psychology. We're constantly analyzing. We're looking at their faces during the rounds, thinking, okay, is this the moment where the break comes through? And it looked like there were a couple waivers there.
Yeah,
they rally.
For Heroic, this game was like both like very good in some senses and very, very bad in some senses. Once again, I think they started this game out flat. They started this game out sloppy, some very uncharacteristic moments. But at the same time, you have to praise the fact that they did answer the bell. That like when the pressure moments came, they actually did respond in kind and actually did the things exactly necessary to win the map.
And we talked about the captain. We talked about Cadian and his role in that team. He was the first one to really kick off the resistance, right, to fight back for Heroic. And I really think that he paved the way for everybody else to join in. Stone was struggling at the very beginning. He ends up at the top of the scoreboard, but it took him a good 10 to 12 rounds to get the blood kind of pumping.
The numbers.
Cadian was the first one there.
The numbers were there first down, but there were some really uncharacteristic missed shots, missed sprays, missed kills that he would normally get. That was really painful to watch. Really, really struggling in some aspects of his game. But yeah, it was good to see him kind of respond second half, I think, especially. Stown started to do some very good things.
Yeah. I mean, Cadian was the one who started being a little bit proactive on the CT side. You know, we have that boost
his AWP on the CT side.
Then he got into Monster a little bit. He poked into A side. He truly kind of instilled the fight into his teammates. And then we could see he was quite controlled, emotionally speaking, at the very beginning, a little bit stern. But as they fired up, like he kind of took control of the group and he started being more vocal the way we like it.
Now we've got a treat for you, DC. If you'll cast your eyes into the corner of the arena, into that well-lit box, we've got Mahone standing ready in the Mahone zone.
Thank you so much, Mike. So what I want to talk about today is Imperial. They're able to work together so well to bring this map so close. So this first round I want to talk about here, take a look at the situation. You got Imperial here. They got 4 players. They only have pistols. Only one op. They don't really have anything to work with. Heroic, they have 3 players here, 1 towards connector, 2 towards that short side. Take a look at how Imperial actually break this defense. First thing you're going to see here is that Tessus, he's going to find this first one to Vinny, but look at the way Cello swings out. He actually jumps out. By jumping out, what he does is he pulls his crosshair away to allow both the second one in to catch him off guard. That allows him to find this first kill. Now the next thing here is that Fallen, when he comes in, pay attention to the way he actually peeks Tessus here, because he doesn't just do a normal peek, he actually jumps up on top of the stairway, and this looks like a small detail, but the reason why this is important is because if you're peeking from the short side, it actually makes it more difficult to catch this player as he's crossing over to the other side. That allows him to find this kill. And as well, for Yabby, as soon as he's here towards this doorway, he has to deal with these 2 players. He knows that he wants to trade in some sort of way, and this is where Bolts, he comes in from this left side. He just swings all the way out past that door to catch him off guard. They break 3 of those kills over here towards that short side connector. And even though it's a 4v2 situation, they're in perfect position because even though Stown finds these 2 kills, Jota, he's here towards this long side. He knows that with that big fight in connector, A has to be clear, and he's able to find this last kill on the player towards Cadian, and that secures the round. So this is really the reason why Imperial were so dominant on that T side. It's the way that they work together, the way they trade together, and that's really what powered their T side.
How about that? Live before your eyes in Mahone Zone. We got any Zone Zebras in the audience?
Don't acknowledge that.
It's catching on. It's going to happen here.
Don't let it happen.
Oh, man.
Man, that round that he highlights, too, that was one of the rounds in my head where I was just like, this is
starting.
This is a mess from Heroic.
I think it was a critical point in this game, honestly. When you see Heroic losing that round, which they had no business in, and then right after we had round 11, which is also a moment where you feel like the game is about to take a real dark turn. And that's the example right there. We have that clever boost coming in. Cadian, once again, the man that you're looking for, giving the entry kill. It's even a 5v3 because Shush has that drop onto Bolt. And then from this moment, you're thinking it's over. Like, there's absolutely no way, Jason, you craft your way back into a 3v5 like that.
There's not even really like a gap that they could have exploited in the moment. This is a well-constructed fake, helps that Cello gets this kill, but the fact that it all comes crumbling down, that's a beautiful shot from Fallen, and then all the way back to the other side of the map is who else but Joda.
Oh man, and then even at this moment, you have to praise Yavi's quick reaction because he knows, he understands the situation is so dire, he's not going to be able to wait, and he just goes for it. You can argue Cello and Fallen maybe just played their hands just a little bit too quickly here. They could have waited a little bit, but I think that this is when Heroic stayed alive in this game. They lose it, I think it's over. I think we're moving on to 1-0 Imperial.
Especially getting absolutely just flabbergasted like that. They got outworked on the map in that round. And you wanted Jabby. We called him out at the start of the series as someone who's been a little bit quiet here in DC. That was a great round from him. But I mean, look, this is one of the things that went right for Imperial. Joda was hands down the best player in the server. This was an unreal performance from him.
Yeah, he was ridiculous. He had a couple of moments. I mean, I'm sure we'll get to see that A-side defense, which just hangs on a thread. Like, there's absolutely no way he gets away with it. That's the moment right there. He's literally surrounded. He's literally going 180 degree from left to right, headshot onto stone. You know what? When I had that kill, I also go for the fourth one. That's just legit. Joda was one of the main reasons why Imperial made it so competitive.
Yeah, we kind of highlighted it, right? It was like you had to have old school Fallen opping. We got that. You had to have a good in-game leader Fallen. We got that. 7 rounds on the T side of Overpass. You had to have Joda or Cello stepping up. We got that. Joda, huge numbers, obviously, as you can see. Also a couple of big-time clutches in there. They had so many things they needed.
I know.
And that's what makes it so worrying for the next map, because you got everything you could have possibly wanted.
That's why I'm so upset. That's why I'm so upset. Just look at the last round. Just think about it. Fallen is like single-handedly crafting a W. He's going for 3 separate peaks at 15 to 13, low money in the bank. He does everything he can. He even tags Shush through the goddamn wall. And then when they get to that 3v2, you have a couple of crumbles, a couple of moments where you just should have put it home, and they couldn't.
Well, now it's time for you to get involved at home. If you're watching from Blast.tv, you can vote what we're going to do in the show match. We either got CS2 on Mirage or Go on Vertigo. Do we want some CS2? Hell yeah, we do. I think you know which way you gotta lean. Get in there on Blast.tv. Make sure we're playing some CS2 tomorrow to bring it home. But now it's time for us to take a break. It's time for us to get this last map ready. So I want to hear one more time. Do you think Imperial's got map 2? Is Heroic gonna close it here? Split audience, time for you to decide. Time for the game to decide.
It's going to be Inferno coming up next. It's the first semi-final here, and the odds looking 10-1 that Heroic will win this whole series. What do you make of that?
It's hard to disagree with them with the form that Heroic has shown in recent memory. And it does feel like Imperial had to get it done on Overpass. They were close. It in some ways feels like a wasted effort from Jota, who popped off the page. Easily the best player in the server. 106 ADR. But you don't really expect that he's going to be finding that form once again. If he does, we can have this conversation at the end of Map 2, going into Map 3. But for my money, Anders, it seems like the series might be done. But Imperial have come to subvert expectations. Fallen has shown a form that we haven't seen from him and his company for the entirety of this roster's history. And so I'm not counting it out. That's all I'm saying.
I would love to be wrong about this too. I love a third map. Imperial have played some of the most interesting Counter-Strike I've seen in a while, so you just want to see them power through. But Heroic, this is their map pick, and they are going to be strong on it. And in fact, they're starting on the CT side with Imperial on the T side, looking to rush down the B bomb side. They're not slowing down. They keep it going. Vinny with the opening kill of Inferno, and they're going to be shutting down Cadian as well. It's a three-man defense, but you can't feel it at the moment. Tess is put under some pressure. There's a quick flank coming through on Banana. This is unending. The bomb getting stopped. They line up for him, and it's all on Stone. No bomb plan yet. And in a 1 versus 2, they pick up the bomb, and now they're going to try and go for it. But he's moving forward. No one's covering. He might be able to swing for the kill. There was an opportunity there. And now instead, they're falling back behind the site. And I think the chances for Stone to win this just significantly dropped. Smoke up on the one side. He has to check everything. Now he's on top of the fountain looking for the shot. There's an opportunity, but he can't get it done. It's Jota instead to take him down. And that round was unending aggression from start to finish.
How could I forget Vinferno, though? 3 kills for him on this one. Imperial finding the first round. And yeah, picking the T side. I think this is something that they did against G2, actually, when they faced him off a couple of days ago. And they actually were able to win this map against G2. Another reason why you don't want to count them out on this map. And if we get more of that kind of round, if we get that sort of action, then I'm happy either way. Doesn't matter the result. Oh, incredible nade damage. Oh, it's not even going to stop for a second there. Cello's already down to 8 HP. This is going to be tough to fight through for Imperial, even with the upgraded weaponry.
They even got one more grenade on Cadian. So. Oh my god, and Shush as well. So they got some nades to play around with still. Uncomfortable amount of damage. With armor and the upgraded pistols, it kind of is significant. Obviously, Cello's in a deep hole at the moment, but both Bolts and Vinny also getting tanked up enough that it makes a difference here. I might slow them down. Jojo's ready. Oh, the switch out. That's dangerous. Lucky to be alive. I mean, if you get caught doing that, who knows?
And to do it right in the open, too. Risky stuff. It's time to put away those bad habits, though.
Yeah, you don't want to see it.
That's a great timing for that smoke. 45 seconds. You can see that the Heroic defense has a pretty strong lean. And it does seem like Imperial, they're still trying to figure out where they want to go. They're making their way up towards bracket, but this is not over yet.
They played so many of their rounds on Overpass sub 30 seconds, so they probably feel comfortable doing this, but it is still a lot of pressure, right? You're in the territory now where one mistake here from the Imperial side, if the bomb gets lost in a bad position, you don't know what's going to happen. 15 seconds on the clock. They're trying to run it down. Oh no, that's a team kill. Cello's still going to be able to get down Cadian, and they get Shush as well, so with just 8 seconds on the clock, they're going to be able to get the bomb plant down. So well done. But you can easily see how things get really weird. Also, because sometimes when you die with the bomb, it just falls a really long ways away, and you don't have time for it. There's 8 seconds when the bomb is planted there. So if you spend another 5 seconds, scrambling around for it, that's it. You just don't have the time for it.
But that's the trust that Fallen has in his team. The fact that they can tighten up like they are veterans and make sure that even if the clock is ticking low, they're going to be able to put it together. Tess is trying to inflict a little bit of damage here. It'd be surprising if Cello doesn't fall after that nade earlier. And yeah, okay, finally Stound takes him down. And this is a pretty clear cut at this point. But 2-0 start for Imperial. And Heroic, honestly, I like the plan at the very beginning to do all of that damage early on to try to slow them down with the smokes later on, to try to block, to try to force the hand of Imperial. And even though there's slightly humorous Molotov kill right there, it's really to no great effect.
Yeah, you could see what they were trying to build in this round for the heroic side. Didn't really work out, but that's okay. They're gonna keep some of the pistols into this one, a smoke on Cadian. You never know if you can get the right timing with it. You definitely can. Oh, Abby's gonna get absolutely trucked.
Yeah, that's a great way to start for Bolts. He was a bit quiet on the previous map, 13 and 21, but he's actually been a pretty solid player for Imperial overall. Cello showing off those mechanics. Anders, I'm having a hard time really saying how competitive are Imperial going to be in this one. They showed a great fight on Overpass. We felt like they had to win that one in some ways to take the series, but based off of the form that Imperial have shown against Complexity, against G2, against Vitality, all their other opponents had to work for it. So
I agree with you. I feel like it would be a mistake to just write them off, even if you're talking about map picks and all the rest of it. And the truth is, Imperial, they could have won Overpass, right? That, especially the last round with Fallen under the AAA WP, that should have been their round and probably at least going into overtime. But yeah, I'm not going to write off Imperial. I think they deserve, they've earned some respect throughout this tournament that they maybe didn't come into it with. In fact, they were probably one of my easy write-off teams just because I just don't feel like I've seen that much interesting Counter-Strike out of them. But it's been really, really fun. It's been a wild ride that we've been on so far. Bomb is gonna blow up eventually. Cadian with the 5-7 hanging around. It's another good start for Imperial. You've got to give them that.
Yeah, same 3-0 start that they found on Overpass. Last map, that is, Heroic were able to bounce back, immediately winning their first gun round. We'll see, though, if Imperial is able to find a little bit more momentum, and it just really feels like they need it. Once Heroic got rolling in the middle of the last game, that's when it really was tough for Fallen to put anything together, and it had to be some just miracle individuals to pop off, because once the structure, the team starts getting flowing for the Danes, that's when they're most dangerous.
And they have the chance to do that right away. Oh, they're pushing into the middle. Fallen, he's got the lineup for it here, but Cadian sets up a smoke. That would have blocked off Fallen, but Cello just tracing him beautifully mid-air. The slow-mo of that is going to look sick as hell, I guarantee it. And Cello, he's still pretty healthy.
That looks a little silly, but Cadian's, I think, trying to get into the pit himself. He's trying to see if he can catch a T, trying to read out the default, call out the default, and Fallen almost calling out that jump shot right there. Very close, and this is looking very, in some ways, unheroic. They're in a 2-2 defense, and that's simply not what they usually end up with. They usually end up with a stack. They try to go for a push somewhere, try to find some sort of control, and yeah, we're seeing that shift now. They got to do something with this movement.
It's one of the reasons I really like watching this team is because they play that CT side a bit differently from a lot of other teams. They're actually falling back into it, but it might just be the grenades that's sort of forcing them to get another nade back to the B-bomb side, because otherwise they're sort of leaving Jabby in a really weird position. So he's got the smoke in hand now. He can definitely do something with it. 40 seconds to put down the smoke. It's so hard. It's one of the hardest things in the game to judge when to do that. If it's too early, you're not giving yourself enough time. If it's too late, you're going to get killed every single time. Flash on over. Vinny running right through. Yabby is hearing it, and he's going to push up behind him, but Vinny just spins back for it, and that's the round done. Imperial going to be at 4 rounds. There's no way that Heroic would even think about going for this one. Just not worth it.
Question is, how much can Jota do now? Can he find some more kills? Make this one really hurt? Really sting? But Yabby trying to go for that timing swing. It was unsupported, so he's really just hoping for the best right there. And even though he was catching a player running through gray screen, couldn't quite immediately find the shot, nor could he find the spin around at that. Imperial doing a good job working with that opening pick and able to bust in. And this is where it gets worrying if you're Heroic. You want to keep these alive. You want to give yourself a chance into the next one.
What a setup from Jota. He threw the smoke and peeked right into the Sabat balloon. That's actually sick. They're hunting him down. Shot coming through. They don't want to give away too much, but even just the one extra kill there is super significant, right? It does weaken Heroic a lot into the next round. Wow, this is starting to become a real interesting beginning.
I think they were going to make a heart.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The bromance is being assembled.
Yeah, see, it looks so ridiculous for Cadian to do that, but I think he's just trying to read the default of Imperial. If he knows that they're usually approaching that position from coming from alt mid, he can actually catch a timing right there. So not going in his favor, and we're going to see a really heavy B play. Nice shot from Tessus. Oh, doubles up on it. Okay, no return from Cello immediately, and now this is a problem.
The Molotov, if they think that he's still there, they could try and burn him out of the corner. That would be a way to maybe get rid of him. Although he has the smoke himself, so then maybe not. And he's going to be allowed to escape back around the corner. What a play from Tessus. It's Heroic gunning to get that first round on the board. 3 versus 5. I don't even know how you get back into this round. Getting Tessus before he escaped would have been the big way to do it.
Felt like that had to happen, but Tessus was playing a really safe game, just going for the jump spot right there. And Heroic, usually in these kinds of moments, they go for something crazy, but when you're up 5v3, you just don't need to. You could just play back, play standard. And so Imperial probably end with the B finish here, just because it's the only space they're allotted. But Tessus seems extra ready for this. He seems like he knows what's coming, and Stown's already pushing. Oh my goodness. Just when I said they weren't going for it, they're going for it.
Look at Stown. He's going to be able to stop them before they even set up the grenades. That's devastating. Fallen gets one in return, but there's no way you could bring into this bomb site. Cello gets a kill, and at the backside there, missed opportunity. Fallen, that's a shot you had to hit. He's going to get it eventually. The fact that they're even here with the bomb plant is kind of sick. Oh, what? Wide, takes down Cadian. What on earth is going on? Shush jumping the corner, but he did not have the ref line. What? It's Fallen! You must be kidding me! How do you win that round?
How does he do it? Rolling it back, Fallen, and getting it done with the AK as well. That's brilliant stuff. There was no way he was supposed to be getting that one. Heroic are left stunned.
Just a blank stare from Cadian. I'm stunned. Out of this world, clutch from Fallen. That round was lost. A 2 versus 5. You're getting flanked as you're setting up the execute in the 3-on-5, and before you even get into it, you lose a player. And it's like 20 seconds left.
That's just unbelievable for Fallen. Really, what on earth possessed him in that moment? We've seen him get it done with the op before, but I need to see this back. That shot right there, last bullet he could have hit, and the headshot onto Cadian. Shush jumps out with a nade in hand. He did not expect Fallen to be there, and instantly clothesline him as he's rounding the corner. Look at that. Barely even reacts. He's been here a million times, Anders.
Oh, it's so surreal. I can't believe it. Counter-Strike in the capital is delivering in a big way today. Round number 6 is here, but Heroic, if that doesn't shake you, I don't know what will. You're gonna know that's unforgivable. If you analyze it from the other side, there's no way Heroic should ever lose that round, not even close to.
Always a way you could have played it better with your teammates. But Heroic, they're still fighting in this round. They've got an op right there. Fallen, he's gonna molly Cadian off this angle. Yeah, that's the warning shot. And Yabby's by himself, doesn't have a chance. Good flash from Fallen. Actually even found the dink, but still, it's Vinny that takes his life. And okay, Vinny actually just going for the approach right there. He heard that op earlier. Maybe he thought there was a flash that was gonna help him out, but now this is where Joda can activate. Been stellar in this series.
Shush is playing at a very hard angle to clear, but it's gonna help out. Cello getting the kill on Stout. Put some pressure on the defense. Do you want to stick with this double defense? It's also an M4, but the MP9 is down in the pit, so not necessarily ideal. Bolts almost caught off guard on that one. Tess is going to get the kill on Shota, trying to get out through the apartments. And the Molotov down the pit doesn't really do anything. He's got plenty of space. He put up a smoke. He can play around this for a long time. There's a flank coming in from Cadian down towards Banana, and it's a 3-on-3. Now again, we're down to just 17 seconds here. Imperial, can they break through? Cadian is almost at their back, but then again, on the other side of things, Cello's trying to push his way through. He's going to get the kill on Shush. 8 seconds left. Tessus, with what should be the final kill of the round here. 4 seconds left, and time has run out. He can win the fight, but he cannot plant the bomb, and he can't hunt down Cadian either. Good triple on Cello, but Heroic just like on Overpass, they win a round, but with one person alive. That's how they got started.
Imperial getting a little bit over-eager there, a little bit overexcited. The way that Vinny swung into Cadian, the Jota swing out of Apps. At that point, you can, a couple points in this round, you could just hold tight. You could play with your man advantage, just work off of each other, but good defense from Heroic. Love to see in that moment, too, that Cadian was the insurance policy. The fact that he pushed Banana with the op, he was going to win that one no matter what.
Yeah, and that's, again, the proactive defense. You like to see it. Grenades are coming out. Oh! Cello with the double spray down. It's all on Cadian. He has to be a one-man army. But the flashbang in his eyes is making that real hard now. The Molotov at his back, and he misses the shot. Cello, a wrecking ball at the B bomb site. A triple. He's just destroyed Heroic. And Shush is down. They're just going to have to try and not be hunted down. You can see it's already on Imperial. No, this round is won. Now we just have to find the rifles, and they're going to get one there. Bolts with the kill, and he was ready for it. Shush, maybe one M4 is what they could save, but...
Joe doesn't fit. Joe just already fit. There's no chance to save there. No chance against Cello. Just blistering speed into that B site. The spray transfer right here is where the round was won. Instant headshot transfer. First bullet.
And, you know, we talked about this earlier. We brought up this concept of crosshair displacement. When you got somebody that's jumping out of the fire like that, it's usually quite hard to track them and get the kill, and especially if you do follow it up with another one, but that was insane. Cadian's got the one AWP. That's what they got, the hero or... I mean, it could make the difference. They had this kind of, this is not quite a force up, but they had the risky buy on Overpass where it worked, and it's what brought them back into it. I'm sure that's what they're dreaming of right now.
It's a really odd setup, actually. Cadian is so known for when he has these hero ops, just imposing himself, getting right into the action, into the fray, going for that opening pick, give his team a 5v4, but he's just playing back.
He's got a smoke, so he can create a wall between the two pillars that he can sort of rotate around, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm buying it. The rest of his teammates are likely to get either grenaded or checked in some way or another.
This is not easy. Usually you're going to get flashed off this angle at some point, but there's only a single flash left for Imperial. That might be the saving grace. There's a chance Cadian could do serious damage here.
Molotovs are going to be raining in. Yeah, they're being shuffled around. 50 seconds. Bolts, he's going to be the canary in the coal mine. See what's going on, and he runs right into the AWP. That is a bit of a surprise, but you can see the forward Molotov there burning Testis out into the fight, and they're going to be able to get it. They peek again, missed opportunity. Nice shot from Yabi. He's been hanging out all along, and now they're going to pull the ripcord on this round. They're going to say that's not worth it. Now they are running into Shush, but how much could he do here? He's got a flashbang as well to try and slow them down. 25 seconds, but just by the sheer force of the weapons on the other side, they should be able to win this fight against him. Shota getting a kill and a quick switch to get Shush. Even though got Cello, still, this should be okay. 2-on-2, bomb being planted, and they're doubling up in the pit. How much could the 5-7 get done? Oh, what a dink, but Fallen is there with the flick. And Cadian wishes desperately he had an HE.
He's saving. No way. No way. A couple times in that round where Imperial fans are breathing a sigh of relief. The timing there on that porch flank and the fact that Fallen just barely makes it into the pit.
Yeah.
The fact that that dink onto Jota almost took him down but didn't quite. So many close moments for Heroic in this one. They do a great job of baiting Imperial into that B stack where they're lying in wait, but a great mid-round from Fallen. It's very easy in those moments if you're Fallen to say, we have to commit. We use all of our nades, but he knew he would have been walking right into that Heroic blender, and so he evades it. Well done. Good round from Imperial to stay alive.
Yeah. I wish I spoke Portuguese for a minute here because
I mean, yeah, I want to know everything they're saying.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I love to just get some insight. Worried faces on the Danish side. It's second time being used. They are running into way more opposition at the start of Inferno than they were expecting. It is Heroic's map pick. They picked it for a reason, but you're not feeling that right now. Imperial looks so zoned into this game.
Just for some context there, I mean, the fact that they've already found their 7th and Heroic have 1. Heroic had 8 when Imperial found their 7th in the previous map.
Yeah.
It was a much harder battle for Imperial, but Imperial, they're just showing that form that has surprised us for the entire tournament. Like, this is a team that feels possessed right now.
They are just playing unleashed Counter-Strike. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely delightful. Timing on that one not working out. Heroic, if they want the turnaround, this is the prime round to try and do it in, right? You don't have any money in the bank. You're finally getting the rifles back out again. It's not just the hero AWP now. You must win this. Oh, and a good find. Shota able to pick up Shush. Been one of the few players that's been getting some kills on the heroic side, so losing him early, not exactly ideal. And Fallen's being wheeled into position. If you peek against him here, Yabby, you might be dead. They're thinking about it. Molotov almost forcing them into it. There's a bit of a flash as Vinny. He didn't quite turn the corner, but Tessis did take some damage behind that one.
Oh, there's a big gap right there. Vinny, you might want to test this, but the heroic players, they're lined up. Oh, that could have been deadly. And Vinny, yeah, chooses the wise option. You have a man advantage. You don't need to press the issue or anything like that. And so you can just wait for the mid round. Wait for your captain to call.
3 smokes left, Maui. 2 of them used right there, but I think they might just commit on the other side. They're going to try and get the job done. Stown with a good spray, but it's not enough. You needed a double kill there. You've left your captain, the AWP player, inside of the bomb site. They're falling back again.
They want to split. They want to split B.
Yeah, they want to do it, but with only 22 seconds, this might actually work out for Heroic. If they win these fights, that's everything. Tessis announcing himself. 15 seconds, you can't run it back. You have to go for it. And that kill on Tessis is everything. They don't know about Jabby. They don't know. I think he's going to win the round with his flank here. There's the peak, and Fallen goes down. No time for anyone to pick up the bomb. They just weren't expecting for there to be a second player inside of the bomb site. And that's how it will win, finally, a second round.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for Imperial. Felt like you did everything right, but they didn't check Yabby. New box, lying in wait, finding his time to strike. It feels so unlike Imperial. They're so good at being thorough. It's usually them who are the ones that are duping their opponents with plays like this. But instead, Yabby, they just weren't sure. And they even send Jota out on that little mission towards A to make sure it's not the full B stack.
Yeah. And you might even, especially because you run into the orb, you might even feel even more confident that that's probably it. If the orb is alone, it's probably at the B bomb side. So you expect for there to be someone to guard KD in that position, but there just wasn't. Yeah, the math is really hard to figure out. I don't even blame Imperial for messing that up a little bit. You don't have the same information that we do, obviously. But a 7-2 scoreline. And if you're Heroic, it's probably nice to win the round, but it's not how you want to be winning these rounds, right? You would love for this to be a lockdown defense where you are actually just winning the opening fights every single time, and they're not. They're having to claw their way back into some of these rounds instead.
Yeah, once again, I mean, Imperial, they're just no pushovers. They've proven that every single time. We still continue to find ourselves doubting them in ways, but eventually we're going to need to stop. Bracket control being set up by Imperial here. Actually, a couple nades sent towards Arch side and Library. This is indicating a nice wrap strat to come out. Cadian's got the counter utility here. He's got to set up his teammate with it.
They want to go for it. They're also running out of time again. Good shot from Cadian and an incredible quick flick to take down Vinny. Had the scope up. It goes for a third, and that's the round they've been dreaming of. One where it just is all one-sided. They can keep all the rifles alive. And it's thanks to Cadian on that AWP. Great work.
Yeah, that was just a little bit too easy. Imperial going for that full call with no information about the whereabouts of their opponents. Just sending it in right then and there. Only so much utility for Imperial. That's kind of what happens. You don't get to poke and prod the map as much. They really force into that one, try to make something happen. But Cadian right there, not flashed off the angles well enough.
And I think at the corner, before all of this unfolds, right, there's a Molotov that's thrown to the arch corner, and then there's a smoke following it up. And when that smoke lands, and there's 30 seconds on the clock, if you're on the T side, if you decide to wait it out, that's not really a viable strategy. Then you have such a long distance to run. So I think they felt pressured to just try to run through it and go for it. It didn't work out this time. Deep nades on Banana, but it didn't really do too much. Pistols are coming out here for the T side. Oh, I'm trying to see if they can boost up. That's not quite it. And they might just have to back on up behind it.
Ooh.
If they had another flashbang, they could send Cello through this one, but they don't. And even if they did, he just has a Glock.
Yeah, just because he has a Glock, this becomes a lot less exciting. It's going to be up to Jota to try to trade off of him. I think Cello might get the jump on him in terms of positioning, but Jota's got to be so quick on the trade, and it's not going to happen. Lineup's there, Yabby takes him down, and at this point, it's going to be easy for Heroic to clean this one up. They still don't want to actually press on forward, give up anything for free, and that actually allows Bolts to pick up that AK. Ooh, oh, Vinny on the other side of the map. Oh, no, wait, what's happening? What is this?
Are you just finding them not paying attention? Down in the pit, revealed himself. Vinny's looking to scope it. Oh my God, it's a headshot! He's brought down Shush! How has Vinny done this? Careless maneuver from Heroic. And this could cost them everything. Yabby and Tessis are left, and there's about 40 seconds. Now Fallen's on the one side, with the bomb on his back and an AK, and Vinny's sneaking through the map. He's got the right idea. No peek coming in from Tessis here, and Fallen's waiting. Still 25 seconds. He's going to bring the bomb back.
Yeah.
There's at least going to be a bomb plant now for the Imperial side of things, but what on earth is going on? Vinny looking for the quad kill. He's got the right idea. He's scoped up for it. He's ready. Oh my God, he hit the shot. It is not enough. 90 damage, and Tess is just barely alive. Bomb's going to be planted here, and Yabby's right there to sideswipe Fallen. He's so quick on the retreat. That's an insane round that Imperial could have definitely won.
In some ways, you just have to look at the result and say, with what we brought into that round, we did much more than we should have. But Imperial also know how close they were to securing it. Just a single pixel to the right, and Vinny would have taken down Tessis. But this is, in some ways, just careless for Heroic. I can't believe they overlooked that blinder of a shot from Vinny. Needs to be recognized, but great reaction from Tessis, too. And that round was unfolding in such an interesting way. Fallen, it seems like he wanted to wait for the rotation from Yabby away from B. He was holding on to that spot for so long, but Yabby actually outweighted him. He just stayed patient, knew that it was still a possibility that Imperial end on that B site, and at that point, it became a little bit obvious. Yabby was able to go for the flank and crunch that Fallen.
Man, Vinny was robbed. 90 damage. If he gets that kill instead. Yeah, the claps are coming out. It's a great atmosphere here in Washington. I feel like every time we bring Counter-Strike to America, it's always a great experience.
What a beautiful crowd.
It's great. I love this country. Hell yes.
Yes. Send it.
That's beautiful. I was missing that. That was the one thing from my day that was really missing. Because the Counter-Strike's been top tier, but...
Yes.
It's Cadian.
Right there.
He's setting up a grenade on the other side for check, and there's a rotation coming in from everywhere, even from down Banana. They're getting crunched, Imperial. I think this round might be over because the book has almost been closed on them. You can see Tess behind them. Good shot from Yabby. There's already 3 people at the bomb site defending. Bolt's trying to bring it back, but this is a 1 in 1,000 or maybe worse round. How do you dig your way out? You're already getting shot in the back by the time you show up. Now it's on Bolts. What can he do with the mechanics here? Throwing grenades at him, just trying to solve the problem that way. He's got 50 seconds. This AK had better ring true. And there's the one kill. He sprays for it. And now Cadian's probably feeling a little bit nervous on the other side. Bolts nearly gets him through the smoke. He's set up for it now. He might be low on health, but he just needs that one headshot on Cadian, who's deep on the other side. He's got the right idea, Bolts. He's nearly lining it up, and Cadian, he's hunted inside of the site. It's so close. He's got 6 bullets left out of them now. Pulls out the Glock instead, and Cadian is waiting him out behind the pillar. This is such a drawn-out fight. Bolts, where's the connection? It's Cadian instead. Oh, my God.
The amount of nerve that Cadian showed in those moments. Just testing Bolt's patience again and again. Oh, that was incredible. I don't know if anybody was even breathing for the last 20 seconds, Anders. That was hard to stomach. And what a shot from Cadian to close it. Felt like Bolts had him dead to rights. He knew exactly where he was. And all right, a little bit of showmanship.
It's what we want from Cadian. It's what I expect. Man, I can't believe the fact that they even got into the 1v1 to begin with. They were so boxed in. The only thing that stopped Imperial from getting slaughtered immediately, I think, were the smokes that they were hiding in on the bomb side. Now, they might try and change the pace. It's been sub 30 seconds every single time. Now they're running it down. Tech9's not going to do the job either. Shush. Good defense so far. And Stown looking to see if he can finish it off here. Fallen might just get the bomb plant, but they are swinging wide against him. Fire everywhere. They needed to kill Shush, at least with the trade coming in from the Tech9 and the apartments there, and they didn't.
Yeah, that was a rare moment where Jota overlooked his opponent. Felt like that was going to be a clean trade, clean way into the site, but in some ways, you have to be pretty happy about that if you're Imperial. A couple of kills, the bomb plant, you're going to have a great buy moving in the next round, and yeah, they've been pushing Heroic, and this is going to be a round where they have all of their options available to them. Still, just great job from Heroic. They're just showing just how quickly they are to see what's going on with Imperial, and then they just swarm them. It's like a hive mind when you watch Heroic sometimes. The way that they just are so in tune with each other. The communication is so quick, and it's just excellent Counter-Strike on display from them. Even though Imperial are in the lead, Heroic have played fantastically too.
And they're hard to get rid of, because Imperial had a great lead at the start of it. Oh, Fallen. That boost is actually designed to hit someone all the way deep on the T-ramp. What? They're just feeding him. This is not necessary. Maybe Imperial just getting a little bit too loose with it here. It's not... I don't mind Fallen trying to see if he could beat the timing there. But that second peak from the ramp is definitely not what you wanted. Bolts and Vinny left.
This was 7-1. The Imperial had such a great opportunity to build into this half. And Heroic have more or less tied this game. Yeah, Bolts and Vinny are still here, but with under 60 HP each, this is going to be nearly impossible, especially with Shush's position. That's just so deep. He's cutting off so much. I don't think there's any way back for Imperial in this one. And if Heroic go into the half with even 7 rounds, with 8 potentially, they're going to feel fantastic about that. So again, it's like Imperial, they throw out these haymakers at the beginning of these ones, but Heroic, you don't count them out.
No, they're in the game once again. Amazing work. Cadian finding another triple. He's up to 12 along with Testis, who gets the last one there. Yeah, and this is a wide open game. No question about it. For both sides, I'm sure for Imperial it'd be kind of nice just to get the 8th round on the board, just to feel like you did something at the end and it wasn't just a complete wash. Because otherwise, you probably will look back at this first half thinking, man, why didn't we do a little bit more? Just a little bit more.
Feels like they really moved away from Banana, and that was treating them so well. These A-focus hits have run right into these crossfires from Heroic. Even the B players getting involved when Imperial do go A because they're so quick on the flanks. It's been suffocating. Imperial feel like they're running out of air.
Yeah, and they are, and running out of rounds to play within the first half as well. Molotov on the one side there against Shush potentially, but it's going to be pretty quick to put up a smoke, and even one that he could play around, which is nice to see. Double set of a Banana, and the problem is we know that that rotation is going to be coming through Banana really quickly if you try and take this top mid position. Cadian just looking for it, dreaming about a peek coming in on the other side. They don't have an AWP to fight him with. In fact, they have a bunch of Galils, really.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great time smoke. Okay, well, Imperial, they know they have to go through something. Yabby right here on the other side, double spray down, but Jota's there for the trade. Cadian right through the wall, almost finds a second. Okay, Imperial, they have a chance to get onto this bomb site at the very least.
Yeah, Fallen's now picked up the AWP. Smoke is going to allow them to try and plant inside. And if there was a challenge, he would have been ready. It's a double retake coming in from Banana instead. Let's see what they could do. Flash is there, but Fallen, he gets the 180 spin around a takedown. Shush, they're going to find Tessis as well. And now it's Hans down. He's going to reveal himself with that smoke. He does have a kit, so there is maybe a way to do this. He's got a little bit of extra time. Grenade does nothing. The flashbang to set it up, and he's running right through to take down Shota. He needs to find Fallen at the back of the site, and he will. What a headshot. What a retake. And that is an 8th round on the board for Heroic. Excellent play at the end of it. The first half, they end up winning it, and that might be enough for a second half. We'll find out.
When you want to lose weight and when you want to change something drastically, there's always a lot of first steps. You gotta work up to it. And I found all the different ways of motivating myself. I want to be able to play football again. I want to be able to go for a bike ride. I want to be able to make my mom proud. I want to be able to impress a girl. I want to be able to feel comfortable in my own body. I found all these different avenues of motivation over time that it was enough for me to be like, okay, now I'm doing it. And then I'd do it for a day and a half and I'd be like, nah, not worth it, another bag of chips. I failed countless of times. Like there's been so many times where I thought, you got it, you know, today I got it, today I'm waking up and I'm feeling for it, and then I'd instantly relapse the next day. You're bound to fail, you're bound to feel losses, you're bound to feel disappointments, and all those disappointments, all those losses, all those failures change the narrative. Then I would, you know, think of something new that would motivate me. I would figure out, you know, something new about myself. It took probably a year from when I was thinking to myself, you gotta do something now, before it all clicked. It's like when you were running the first time, I felt like my legs were just a couple of cement blocks. When I picked up the bike ride here, I went 1 kilometer and I had to stop because I was physically feeling unwell. I think the main goal was that I wanted to be healthier, becoming able to do whatever the hell I wanted to do with and in my own body, instead of being trapped. Yeah, I mean, you don't go through a big weight loss without having some sort of scars left. I have a massive scar starting from up here, going all the way down through this point as well, and all the way down here, ending in a little strip down here below the waist. So what they did was they cut me up open right here, so they could drag the skin together, sort of, and they also cut me up down here, so they could take the skin basically and just tear it down. Obviously, this body has been tested. It's no longer factory new, as a Counter-Strike gamer would call it.
It got how big it was. You were just like, oh, well, they're gonna remove some skin, and then you were just like lying in bed for a week, and mom had to take care of you, and I was just like, well, good for you.
For a week, I was laying on I literally was laying on my back for 2.5 weeks. I couldn't move.
It's like you're a child again.
I couldn't do anything by myself. I swear to God, that was the worst period of my life.
Bolei tripla, bolei C.
Passa.
Paguei costas, paguei base, vamos entrando.
Vaga. Cadê? Não sei onde.
Pilar.
Boa. Costas 2. 3D eu acho que eu vi.
What Fallen showed there was the unquenchable thirst of a multi-time major winner.
Yes.
We want to see more of it. Washington, do you want to see more from Fallen?
Hell yes, the Counter-Strike has been delivering today. Both teams have shown up, but every single time it's Imperial that start in the lead. They look so good. They look like they're ready to close the book on Heroic. But Heroic, they are hard to put away. They keep coming back. They did it on Overpass. They ended up winning it, and now it's their map pick. And now they're on the T side. And you know they're going to be good here. You can't underestimate them. Heroic, one of the best teams in the world still. It's Vinny to begin. He takes the kill. Cadian trying to hunt for a second, but he's denied. Fallen with that P2000 doing a little bit of tricks here. And actually, Bolt is already rotating back. They're already making the call saying probably when you lose that fight and Banana early on, you just go back to A. So a little bit of a gamble here from the Imperial side. We'll see if it's going to be paying off.
It's looking good right now for Imperial. Jota right here, but this could be the fight that decides everything. Tessus spots him out, and now they've set up. This is nice. Imperial, they're recognizing what's happening on this side of the map, but that means Fallen, he's going to be the one tested.
He has a smoke, but that won't slow people down in the pistol round. The problem with the pistol round is people just run through, and Shush will find the kill. The P250 to drop Fallen. Yeah, if you can get a shot for the smoke, this is going to be a much easier retake. Bolts is certainly thinking about a bomb being planted on the one side, and maybe not getting tested. It's the right idea, but there are barrels on the other side to catch the bullets. Smoke to set it up and maybe try and block off someone towards that banana side. A double swing coming in from construction. Yabi playing around the fountain looking for the headshot. That's very crisp, very clean, and they're going to be able to clean it up. So a pistol round that goes the way of Heroic. And they already must have been coming off a bit of a high in that first half because they had such a great comeback. Now you win the pistol round on top. That's going to set up the Danes really well.
That'll feel fantastic. Just such optimal play coming out from Heroic. The fact that they're able to spot those Imperial players towards bracket. They speed up towards B. And yeah, great shots from Yabi there and Shush to close it down. As soon as they find position on that site, it's so hard to unseat Heroic. And oh, a little bit of a misrun boost right there. Fallen, he's going to have to get it done without the tricks.
Yeah, you love it. Love it to get the headshot with the scout, but when they're jumping around the corner like that, it's improbable to say the least. Vinny with a deagle and a dream as the smoke fades, and it's too much. Double setup on the other side. Cadian and Stown able to combine for the kill on him. And real methodical work here for Heroic. They're not giving any chances to really give up any rifles. There's nothing crazy happening. That's what you want to see. If they give up anything, it might be one of the MAC-10s, but who cares?
Yeah, Heroic's just letting Imperial stir with their thoughts. Fallen has got to do something big right here. This has to connect. Cello just doubled up on this arch side. Actually, everybody from Imperial is here. If they find the timing, yeah, this could spell doom for Heroic. They're all right there, but oh, the bomb, it seems to have escaped. Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Even if they find the kills, Heroic, they're too long gone. They've already evaded this push from the Brazilian side, and Yabi, he wants to shut the door on him too.
Good hunt down here. This is what you don't mind losing the MAC-10. It's going to be absolutely fine. That whole time, Stown was checking out the B-bomb site, so they knew that nobody was anywhere at the site. Bolt's going to be the last one left, and you get the kill there, but instantly traded. The MAC-10's getting a little bit of extra cash in the bank there. I don't know, if they peek middle there with 3 or 4 people and they find the bomb, that's a different round.
It's a difference of a couple seconds.
Yeah.
If they just decided on that a little bit earlier, probably a flash would have been great to set it up, but either way, yeah, Heroic, they're able to survive, and we can see that this is going to be a freebie. Should be Heroic finding their 11th round. Always interested in these kinds of rounds, what a team like Imperial would employ. Fallen has seen so many setups over his decade plus of experience, and so you never really know if you're Heroic. It's not like a team like Imperial is just going to employ the same tricks repeatedly here, but can't really imagine a world that it's going to make too much of a difference, even with a good stack.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. I mean, we've seen it time and again that even if you run into the stack, you still probably win the fight. And now that the stack is actually being flanked, it's obviously even worse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is it. This is a time for Shush to farm.
Oh, well, wait, Joseph's actually aiming right. Oh, the timing. He turned around just as Shush showed up. And that's going to be it. They're going to go for it right away. No troubles here. Fallen gets a kill. Vinny gets one, but it's all going to be on Vinny at the end of it. And they know where he is. Trying to see if he can tickle away Katie. Not going to be happening. Heroic taking a sizable lead over Imperial here. And having lost the first map, this is starting to become a really big issue for the Brazilian squad. I want desperately to see a third map. I think we deserve a third map, but Heroic, obviously, they want to shake off the semi-final jitters and play in the grand final. No question about it.
Semifinals have been the bane of Cadian's existence. He's dreaded this moment probably more than he'll even dread the grand finals. Just seeing a plucky underdog give him a run for his money. And Vinny playing right behind that smoke, one that he actually pioneered with Furia. Gives him a bit of a one-way, but it's actually Heroic. They're just speeding up towards A. Oh, this is going to spell disaster.
Yeah. Smoke up. Does he want to go for it? He does. Yabi thinking he could beat the timing, just make it unexpected, but that's not going to be happening. 4 versus 5 here. And Heroic slowed down. They're also not controlling Banana at all. Imperial, so far this looks like a really, really great setup. You almost need somebody for Heroic to create an opening by getting a strong kill.
Yeah, it felt like they were so close to doing that with that Paul's pop, but now this is shaping up more like a standard short side hit from them. Shush, he's going to have to be the X Factor, but Fallen's here and waiting already.
Oh, there's a little bit of a flash to set it up. They need to get the kill on Cello, and eventually they will. Spraying forever and a day with the Galil. Fallen up close. That's where he lives with the AWP, so not going to be too worried about it. Pulls out the pistol, the takedown Tessus, and it's on KD, but he can't win the fight. Triple kill on Fallen. And Imperial with the first round on the CT side.
That's breaking a 10-round streak for Heroic.
Damn.
It's been that long since Imperial have tasted victory, even in a singular round.
Oh, wait, that's such a long time to just wait to pick up something more.
Yeah, it was 7-1 at one point, and Heroic just kept it going after they found their footing in this game. And yeah, it's a little bit frustrating if you're Heroic, but man, they were actually so close to winning it. If they just went for that Halls pop, would have been lights out. But okay, aggressive play towards middle. Fallen try to find something here, but Heroic, they're in a very passive stance. Very late to get out mid. Imperial, they have full control. They have so much information right now. So Heroic, they're going to be playing from behind in this round. They have no idea what's happening anywhere across the map. They have no eyes on Apps, no eyes on Banana.
Seeing Fallen go for a late peek into second mid like that just makes me feel a bit funny, because watching Fallen AWPing on this map, it's all close combat. Every shot is maybe the last shot you're going to get. He is so sick at it. I love to see it.
This is a great angle for Fallen, but flashed off the angle. Oh, okay. Opportunity there for Stown to actually find him, but doesn't quite peek wide enough. Oh, this is a lot of weight on Fallen's shoulders now. His team's all over that A site, but yeah, Vinny, you feels like they have to rotate over, or at least find some information, because if Fallen's just here against all of these Heroic players, I'm sorry, but it's going to be just impossible.
Yeah, they're not even rotating to help him out now. Only now, Cello is starting to think about getting there as the smoke is going to be fading, but he has to run to help out Fallen. He's way in the back. They don't have a Molotov to get rid of him. That's the only upside. He's going to have to hit nothing but shots here. Not a single miss could be allowed for 16 seconds on the clock, and it is running a bit low now. They're checking the bomb site. There's the first, but he needs at least 1 or 2 more. Oh, what? He needs a kill on Shush, and Yota's coming through, and Heroic, they're out of time. They've lost the round. Fallen, he holds the bomb site.
Oh, again! 2 kills for Fallen there, buys time for the rotation, doesn't give his life up immediately. Sometimes when Oppers are in that position, they want to take that first kill right away. They want to make sure that they can thin that oncoming force. But Fallen just waits. He tucks in, he digs in, and they can't even get him. He still stayed alive that entire round. That's unbelievable.
And it's uncomfortable, right? For Heroic, if he fires a shot earlier and they can call it out, then they can position the rest of the attack around it. They were like, oh, he's in construction. Well, then we know what to do. Set up a flashbang or set up a smoke and let's go for it. But they didn't know. And they didn't have time. They just didn't have time to check everything. Imperial with a second round. Now, they don't have that much money in the bank, so even if it's just pistols here, you have to keep a bunch of people alive here if you're on the CT side. Shota's doing everything he could. Cadian's picked up a rifle, shot in the leg, and then Fallen quick with the pistol. Only 1 casualty. That's super important right now for the Brazilian squad, no question.
Yeah, they found that momentum, though. They're looking sharper now. 3 in a row for Imperial. And after such a long drought, they're finding themselves once again off the back of Fallen. I love this crowd. There's just someone's trying to start a Let's Go Cadian chant, and he's just getting booed.
Listen, you got to give him props, you know.
At least he's keep it going. Keep trying out there.
Yeah, why not? 3rd time not used for Heroic. We all know the best chant is USA chant. We've only had it once, but that's what we're here for. Hell yes.
That's what I'm talking about. Proud to be American.
They're here for the Counter-Strike. That's what they love. And they're getting it right now. It's being delivered at a high level. Fallen with 17, Vinny at 17, and then Jota at 16. Cadian is 21 on the other side. He's leading from the front, trying to see if he can get this team just 5 more rounds. 5 more rounds for a grand final, Maui. That's what they need. But Imperial are standing in their way. Oh, no.
Oh, that's audible. Cello's calming that right now. But how to take that fight's the question. It's so difficult to peek right there. Looks like Heroic, they want to pop in a bracket.
Yeah, flash to set it up, but there might be a nasty surprise here. Cello, easy pickup. He was ready for it. They got Fallen on the side as well, and Shush getting dinked, trying to get out there. Jota's gone down in the meantime, but it's a 4-on-4, and they've diverted the attack. They've said, you know what, let's go for B instead. It's a double setup. I think they're going to get Crush coming through here. This is a really hard off angle, and before the smoke even goes up, Shush trying to make a run for it. Bolt is going to get traded, but it doesn't change the fact that Vinny is still over by construction. I think this is a smart play, though, for Heroic. Get the bomb down and put the pressure on Imperial to try and go for the retake. They have a smoke on Fallen and a kit on Vinny. A couple of tools here to try and get that defuse in with Stown holding close to the half wall. If he gets this kill, that just might be the difference. But Cello, he just crouches casually, crouching right under the aim of Stown. And now it's on Tess's. What could you do in the back of the bomb site? A little bit of a labored spray to get the first one. The second one is picture perfect, and now he goes for the third. But again, it's Fallen standing in their way. He's going to go pick up the defuse kit and win the round for his team. 11-11, we are all tied up.
Oh, so close. Great effort there from Tessis. So composed generally with those sprays. He's going to look back at that one and know that he could have made it happen. But at the end of the day, at least you see a smile on his face. The pressure isn't getting to Heroic just yet. They know they got a map in their back pocket, but you still want to get it done here on Inferno. Fallen, of course, is the one to put him down. Yeah, just right there, catches himself before it's frustration. Such an interesting call from Heroic. Cool mid-round as well, but they're back in it. Bomb plant allows them quite a bit to work with, but a couple Mac 10s means that this is probably going to have to be a more explosive play.
Tying the game, playing on the T side. This is a scary position for Heroic to be in. They are super good at playing this side of the map, but still, how do you break through right now? Trying to get the jump on, double SMG to make their way to construction. Vinny's been called out, they already know. Great work for Bolts. He's going to be able to call it out to his teammates, saying, they are coming for you, and I know it's both of them right there. Grenade lands on top of Tessis and Cadian. They might be able to get another bomb plant here, but how do you hold the site? It's hard to retake the B bomb site, but when a 5-on-3, it should be doable.
Yeah, no nades left for Heroic. This is going to be so tough for them to hold on. Jota already approaching, but Yabby, okay. That'll kick things off nicely. One headshot for him. Mollies are flying on in, though. This is going to be untenable. I mean, Tessis, yeah, nowhere to even stand. Cadian, it's just a matter of time before he's taken down as well. Nothing for him to find. A 12th there. Imperial with 5 rounds in a row. They're bringing it back. They've found the lead again.
Unbelievable. After being up 7-1 and then going 11-7 and then actually coming back here to get this job done. 1 round lead. That smoke in the corner to force Cadian into the fight is really sick, right? He's got no chance. He can't wallbang the bomb from where he is. He can't sit in the smoke and wait. Let's go, Fallen.
That's something everybody can get behind.
Yes.
Fan favorite. And to see him on a stage once again.
To see him on a stage enjoying the game of Counter-Strike and playing it like it was 2015. That's unbelievable. Cello going to be taking down Yabby at the start of it. Similar fight that they lost earlier in that apartments. And Stown, he would love a mistake. He almost has the angle. He can sense it. He knows there's a weakness here, but the smoke goes up and they're getting caught inside. Stown and Shush practically dead in this one. And there's a rotation, a third man even coming in to help out.
They're getting stuffed. Imperial are doing such a great job. They're reading the plays from Heroic. And look at this, Heroic, they have barely anything left. Stown, barely any HP. Are they really sending it? There's a actually convincing argument to say, oh, they're going for it. Oh, Vinny's right there. This is easy pickings. But no, Shush, couple kills back, and Bolts closes it out.
They were not expecting it. They were hoping that it was going to be more of a setup. You flash around the corner, and then you get at least the first kill, but you actually meet two people right at the edge, and it's just too much to handle. Great call again from Imperial. They saw what was coming. They knew what was going to happen. Well, the pressure is on. Heroic, they could feel it slipping out of their hands. Now, there would be a third map to play, so it's not that they're going to get knocked out right now, but they have this history with the semifinals.
Yeah.
You talked earlier, we asked earlier the question, when do you feel nervous? This is probably closer to where you start to think, oh no.
They haven't found a single T round after the pistol in the following two. They haven't really won gun round versus Imperial. It's been Imperial who have been the decidedly better team this half. Imperial, they want to see Nuke. I think everybody here wants to see Nuke.
Nuke's my favorite map. Closing it out on that one, it'd be beautiful.
It feels like it's needed.
3 rounds for Imperial, and they're going to be able to get their way there. Tech9s, not to be underestimated. They are actually so scary on this map.
Yeah, when your playbook is as deep as Heroics, you have no idea how they're going to get involved. So many different ways, so many different variations. Halls pops, banana plays, bracket wraps. I mean, Katie and his men, probably the most well-drilled team in Tier 1 CS. So it's going to be up to Imperial. They're doing a good job of holding on to that utility, but no early frag means that this is going to be a full force hit. This is going to be tough for Bolts and Vinny. They got their work cut out for them.
Oh, the smoke actually is really well timed to make them second guess themselves. Yeah, if they recommit to it and get all the grenades down, for Bolts and Vinny, probably more than anything, it's about doing damage and staying alive, right? If you commit to the fight against the Tech9s, and even if it's traded evenly, you've put your team in a really bad position. So just don't go down. Sounds easy. But again, the speed behind the weaponry is going to be the really scary part. And even the MAC-10. Smoke up, and Vinny is rotating a little bit further back.
Is he picking up a nade, or is he... Okay, yeah, that felt a little crazy to leave Bolts by himself there. Time is winding down. 19 seconds. This has to be it.
Here we go. Falling on the rotate. Vinny takes one before they even get through. And Bolts is going to be able to cover it. This is great work. The defense is holding up solidly at the B-bomb site. 8 seconds left. One more kill for Vinny, and that's it. The bomb getting denied, and the spray is absolutely perfect. That's 26 kills on Vinny and a quad kill in this round.
Call him nuts and bolts, because Vinny is nuts. Wow. Easy cleanup. He made that look so simple. Never even for a moment did that look like a labored spray. Instant headshot also on the planner. This was too simple.
Well done. That smoke that went down, that Heroic had to run through. Obviously a big obstacle, a big reason why it's very, very hard to get any kind of momentum behind the Tech9s. And you need that. You really need to keep the speed up behind it, and you probably need to get that first kill. Nades are landing on Heroic, and they're not enjoying it.
No, they're not. I don't think anybody enjoys that. Shush, down to 34 already. Imperial's nade usage has been fantastic in this half. Always inflicting damage, always stopping Heroic right when they want to push. Bolts rotates on in, but he's forced off of the angle. Okay, this is shaping up decently right now for Heroic. Counter flash, though, that's brilliant stuff. What teamwork from Jota.
Yeah, they're trying to get down in the pit as well. Stown will get one kill. Cello hiding inside of the flames almost. Careful he doesn't burn to his death. Fallen's going to get traded, and Yabby's made a clean opening. And Vinny can't do much about it. Too far away and in a 1 versus 3. Even if they have some money in the bank, this feels like it is not worth going for. You have a pretty good buffer. The one thing that could ruin this lead for Imperial is if they run out of money on the CT side. That's what's keeping this very winnable for them. And he's going to stick around just looking for exits, which is fine.
Yeah. Just trying to see if he's gifted anything here. Because inflicting damage is... Okay, wait a second.
No way.
No.
flashing his way through the Molotov as well. Either way, he could do some real damage because the blast radius on this bomb is massive. So Cadian and Yappy probably want to leave as quick as they can. This is scary.
He has a kid.
He might run straight for it. The smoke is up. Vinny, has he found a way? Has he done the impossible? One more second left and Cadian can't get him.
Oh, no way! Yes! That's what I'm talking about right there. That's Counter-Strike. Oh, Vinny, there was no way. We were counting him out. We were saying, get out of there. Keep the money good, but no, Vinny wants to take it all. Heroic again, wondering how do they let that happen? The fact that they were all half HP, they felt like they had to get away from that bomb and going for the knife right there. Oh, just missing the first slash, and Vinny gets it too. Oh my God. This is unbelievable.
A soul-crushing defeat for Heroic here in that last round, and now they're trying to power on through. It's a good kill, but the Molotov is down, and it's going to be segmenting that push just a little bit. Still more of them inside of the smoke. It's Vinny. No! The vengeance! 31 kills! He's here to stop Heroic in their tracks. Shush going to get one, and Vinny's right on the other side. Fallen there to help it. It spins around the triple, and that is it. Imperial impaling Heroic on Inferno, and we are going to go the distance. All 3 maps being played in this semi-final. What a day of Counter-Strike this is. Beautiful stuff. We'll be back with the 3rd map after this.
Welcome to Don't Make It Sound. It's easy. We're gonna have 3 challenges. The one that does the most loud noise is eliminated. To measure the noise, we're gonna use this little instrument. Let's get started.
You well, 90.
Drop the mic.
90?
So much. It's easy for you. When I do 89, you can do whatever noise you want. It's not gonna happen. Well, I lost. Eliminated.
And the word is...
Karambit. Oh my God. I don't know. How much you saw?
I saw 62.
Looks cool, you know? It was 65, 63, and 45.
I think I'm second. You won.
Yes.
Okay, fish.
I don't know what that makes sense. 84, I saw. You won.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You won.
You're the master of this.
Yeah, the master of this.
Look at this.
Vinny, Vici. They came, they Vinnied, and they conquered.
I have absolutely no idea how he pulled off that clutch. Look at this. This is the moment where life just exited Heroic's body. The moment he hears that smoke and he knows, oh no, that's the moment he knew they messed up. And then even after this, the audacity to actually knife him again in the smoke. What a moment from Vini.
Yeah, I mean, what a game from Vini. This is now back-to-back maps. Imperial has had the best player in the server. Jotan overpass and a loss. Now Vini. What's happening?
You guys were making a lot about, oh, you stack the players of Heroic up against the players of Imperial. Everyone should be better than their counterpart.
I heard those words come right out of Maniac's mouth.
I think it was a little bit of you right here. And I'm saying right now, Imperial showing all of the explosive plays, the firepower coming through in their favor.
Actually, that's kind of a good point, because when I was watching Inferno, especially at the start, like it felt like Imperial came into this with way more energy and way more excitement and way more just like way more of like an attitude to actually attack their opponent, where it still felt like Heroic is just trying to hang on in the semifinal. And that kind of attitude persisted throughout the entire map.
But there were moments in this game where it felt like Imperial had missed the spot. There were a couple of clutches, a couple of moments where you think, oh, no way, they're going to let Heroic come back into this. But if it wasn't for this man, the package we're showing you guys right now, Vini and his 32 kills, 20 more than on the first map, 20 kills more than on Overpass. Huge defense. We'll see the amount of time he's been requested on the CT side to block all of the B execs. Cadian really tried to hit his head against the wall on the B side multiple times, different ways. Split through CT spawn, straight into Ruins, straight into B exec, and Vini saved them. Look at this once again here, outside of the smoke, staying alive. 8 seconds left, he puts the bomb down. That was such a phenomenal performance coming out of Vini. Without him, there's no third map currently.
I was just going to say, it's crazy as well, because this has been the standard for Vini so far this event, right? Sure. He's been their top performer, which is wild to think based on what we normally expect from Imperial.
Yeah, and this is where you call him a question and you get like a little bit scared for Heroic, because it is like, which one of them is going to match this? Which one is going to match Jota on Overpass? Which one of them is going to match Vini on Inferno? Who's it going to be for Heroic to step up? And that's been the eternal question in these games, in these upsets that they've had in the semifinal, in the heartbreaking losses they've had in the semifinals, is which one of you is it that steps up during group stages, but not here in the semis?
Because now we've gotten to that chaotic, muddy fight moment where the crowd is acting like crazy and it's 15 seconds left and everybody's dancing in smokes. And once you get to that point, the rules of Counter-Strike don't really matter anymore. It's about who can hold their nerves, who can make the right decision, who can actually get the multi-kill. And at that game, how on earth is that Imperial that gets away with it? And how can they deal with that?
And the conversation around Imperial changes, because coming into this, it was like, we're not supposed to win this game. We've got no pressure. We've come here. We've done everything we meant to do. We made a top 4, which is excellent. We're happy about that. Best placing ever. And now it's just like, oh, we can actually win this. Actually, it's right here.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. Now the conversation shifts to Imperial being like, we are actually supremely confident in ourselves.
I mean, the wild thing is when you look back on Overpass, that was touch and go enough that there's a world where this is a 2-0. It's not the world we're in.
I don't want to think about that.
But it's closer than it should be.
There. But if you're Imperial, that's the forbidden thought. That is the forbidden fruit which you cannot eat. You cannot possibly think about how it could have been a 2-0. At any point. The Overpass should not even exist in your mind. All you have to focus on is the zone that you hit at the end of Inferno in that 9-round streak. That is all you keep in mind. Whatever movement, whatever thoughts, motivation, level of communication you had into this map, we have the round history right there. You try to carry it into Nuke because it's going to get messy. It's going to get real complicated.
It's going to get very complicated indeed. We've moving on into a next map, though. We've got another one here. It's going to be Nuke. When that veto came through, I heard this crowd roar. They're ready for some Nuke. And
there we go. Hell yeah.
There they go. I want to know who's going to be ready in the server, though.
Dude, I would love to know that as well. I'd love to know.
Hey, you see how
crystal ball?
You see how the words change coming out of his mouth?
Dude, so much confidence. It'll never happen. Look, this can't be the case.
It's
impossible.
A little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. This is a little bit weird, and I'm scared again for Heroic. This is going to come back in now. But look at this.
That's the number.
I know. Surely it's like, but like that doesn't even mean anything to me anymore.
No,
it doesn't.
Like it doesn't mean anything to me at this point, just because this is a perfect setup for Heroic to have that one last collapse.
Yes, exactly. We've reached a point where logic, rationale is just out the window. It doesn't matter anymore. We've come to map number 3. We've come to a place that was unexplored. Jason said yesterday on multiple occasions, no way, no way, no way.
I said it this morning on multiple occasions.
You said it multiple times. But now there is a way. And now, Mike, the jokes, the interviews, the laughters, the funny, the memes, hey, we're here to lose. suddenly you're 16 rounds away from being eliminated by Imperial. It is a reality that comes knocking at your door, and you have to deal with that thought.
Yeah, and you really do have to just kind of focus in. Like, as you said, Imperial, forget about Overpass. If you're Heroic, forget about Inferno, because now you get to go into a map that you're going to be comfortable on, that you know you're dominant on in terms of the win percentage. For us, it might mean nothing. For these guys inside the server, it's like, this is the map that we're willing to take it on to decide this. We're so good on Nuke. These guys don't have a good history on it. We lean on that. And more than anything, someone get into the game. Someone on Heroic. This is the map now where someone has to step up.
Who's it going to be? We've had the moments for Stown. We've had the moments for Yabi. We've had some Cadian runs. But, I mean, if you look back at the beginning of this map, Cadian started 1 in 5. He was a big part of Heroic being absent in the beginning of this game, and we've seen him go missing. We've seen, as well, the stress on his face when it comes to the cams.
Slow starts for Heroic on both maps as well.
Yeah, I will say, to this day, Cadian remains the guy that is putting them in fight in all of these maps. Yes, slow starts in the first 5 to 6, but he's the one that puts on his shoulder the first couple of multi-kills that make the difference. He did it with the AWP as well on the CT side. We were in the green room shouting, peek again, re-peek, peek again. And he was doing it. We had some of the shots here, some of his reactions. I just think he needs a little bit of help. Like you said, we've had good numbers from Stown. I think it's been relatively timid and lukewarm so far. When you know the caliber of the player and the moments you can have, I haven't really seen too much of them.
Good
in
numbers,
this series.
but not like great impact.
Yeah,
right?
where's
Like,
the impact?
we haven't seen that moment yet for Stown to like show that he's really kind of here and really having an impact on the game and really turning the fortunes towards Heroic. And I mean, look, pick any of the 4 you want. It's one of the strengths of this team is how deep that roster can go. It can be any of them. Doesn't have to be Stown. Doesn't have to be Yabi. But we know it can't always just be Cadian.
No, it can't be. They need somebody else to mantle that burden, especially as they try and find their way through just the mentality of it. I mean, you see it over on Imperial, that every player who re-enters the stage is getting a cheer, right? This crowd is going nuts for Imperial. They found a home crowd here in Washington, D.C., and once again, Heroic has to overcome that wave of cheers against them.
I think the problem, too, is like, we talked so much about the great game that Vinny had, and for good reason with that clutch, but I mean, it like made us forget about the Fallen clutch that he had as well. Like the 1v3, like Fallen's delivering is also. This, like, Imperial's hitting like a really good point right now, and oh baby, we might just break Heroic's heart right at the end of the
I don't think we know how this is ending on the desk, so let's send it to the crowd. Is Imperial winning here? Is Heroic gonna make it happen? It's time to find out when we come back from this break. Maui and Anders for one more time today and one more map.
We are back. It is the third map. The odds are still favoring Heroic, but it's not the 10-1 that we saw at the start of Inferno because Imperial won Inferno. They took it away from Heroic. Absolutely stunning fashion. This has been one hell of a game so far. The semi-final, I mean, it's going way above and beyond expectations.
It's the semi-final that nobody knew was coming, but it's the one we deserve. This has been amazing Counter-Strike, Anders. I have loved every second of this. Rollback moments from Fallen, Cadian popping off too. It feels like every single player in this one has had a highlight. And we even had a Ninja Defuse. Vinferno, that's what they have to call it now.
It's so sick. He won the map for his team. A Ninja Defuse into a stab, and then in the following round, he got 3 or 4 kills on top. It's been so sick, and now we're ready, getting into the third map. It's going to be on Nuke here, the semi-final. We have to find a champion. We have to get someone into the grand final. It's Heroic versus Imperial. So get this on the way. DC, are you with me?
Let's go. Let's go.
We're ready for it. No bad Counter-Strike can come from this. It's been so entertaining. We've seen Fallen with a throwback 2015 type experience. It's been absolutely wild. Nobody had this on their bingo card, and now we're ready for it. Heroic, they're going to be starting on the CT side. Imperial on the T side, and already crouching up with the P250 in the yard. They're looking for a long-range fight, but then on the other side, so is Cadian. He would love to snipe the head of somebody out here. But they're setting up the smokes, and actually that might allow them to get down. With 3 people, the other 2 at the ramp, so this is looking very much like a crunch to that B-bomb side.
That means it might come down to Cadian. Oh no, Cadian's actually defending for the outside wrap. He's gonna realize that this is gonna be a B hit in just a moment. And so it'll come down to Vinny and Bolts to try to take him down. They did great work on that B site of Inferno, but Cadian, he might have just missed the timing. Oh, Vinny, the backstab is in play.
Yeah, he snuck on through. Huge position right now. Cadian coming back to check it out. He needs the shot, and now he's going to call the alarm saying they're right here. Bolts gets the opening, and Vinny will then chip away at Tessus. He does get that one. Yabi and Stow now left 2 versus 5, and Bolts was kind of toying with him for a minute here, but the bomb is going to be planted down below. I have no idea how you can get back in. You don't have the defuse kit. You don't have the smokes. You basically have to run on here with a flurry of headshots, kill everyone in 10 seconds or less. Otherwise, there's no chance you're going to get into this one. And already with the Gush coming up, Vinny quick to return. Well-constructed round for Imperial. Nothing more about it. This was just really well done.
These slow pistol rounds coming out of Imperial have been fantastic. They've outmaneuvered Heroic on Overpass and now on Nuke. That's incredible. I love the way that they're going through these. They're playing with the rotations, and Fallen is showing class as an in-game leader. I didn't think I'd be saying that today. I didn't think I'd be saying that today. I didn't think that I'd be saying that Fallen is outmaneuvering Cadian, and that's so poetic because both of these in-game leaders responsible for revolutionizing the meta in their own times.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the hardest things to do to watch if you're Fallen, the meta sort of pass you by, and then you're lost in the weeds for a real long time. A really long time where there's just nothing much really to talk about, except, again, your past achievements, which is what we've been doing. But watching it here, just coming full circle again, we're right at the end of CSGO. Not in my wildest dreams of thinking about this. I get real nostalgic talking about Fallen, but you're not really thinking that it's going to come full circle like this. And yet here we are. Pistols upgraded. Cadian with a scout in his hand, hoping to find a headshot out in the yard, but they're making it very tricky. Although, actually, good tag, even better on that one. Both of them down 30 or below. That's rough.
This becomes possible now for Heroic. We see that Imperial are setting themselves up for an A crunch, trying to wrap outside and have some presence towards that mini garage, but as Heroic do, in typical fashion, they get a bit proactive. Good smoke deployed by Yabi. That's going to really take away the opportunity to go lower, but Vinny, great timing. Excellent shot on Tessus. He doesn't know there's a second player there. Oh, okay, it's down. A little bit of a missed opportunity, but with the time winding down, this is getting a little bit hairy for Imperial.
Yes, it is, but the bomb's still down below. So for all the tricks that Heroic have thrown, there's only one person defending. That's Cadian, who's right now at the lower side. He's very low on health. So even if there's only 18 seconds, I don't really see a way in which this is going to be working out. Oh. Heroic, they brought it really close, but I don't think they're going to be able to stop this bomb. Whoa, wait, maybe they will. Shush, they come back out. Bolts is going to get the kill. And it's a 2 versus 1, but there's only 5 seconds left. They pick up the bomb just then. And now Bolts has to hold. Cadian is practically dead already. Oh, Stown will get the kill on Bolts, leaving Cello the weight of the world on his shoulders. Both Cadian and Stown, they're 1 bullet from this Galil away from death, so he doesn't have to take a lot. And he's wrapping around. He knows they don't have the kit, so it's a 10-second defuse. They probably will fake it once. You have to hope so if you're Cello, because otherwise this round is already lost. Now they're going to commit to it, and the clock is running against him. I don't think he'd get up. It's 5 seconds now. He's slowly trying to get up there, but on the other side, and they're going to get the full-on defuse. It's a sick play. It's a sick attempt, but Heroic will outdo them this time. And Cadian is fired up.
He has to get fired up. He was acting like in the pre-game interviews that this was a bit of a joke, that it was just going to be another Heroic semifinal loss, chalk it up to choking. But this game has gotten to the point where he needs to bring the normal energy that he does. His team does too. And for Cello in that one, it looks a little bit foolish just going that far away, but with 10 HP, you have to outplay your opponents. You have to go for a big brain play to try to make sure that you get that first shot cleanly. And if that player were defusing on that other side of the smoke, he would have got it, but not the case.
That meme is a lot less funny for Heroic if you end up losing the map and if you end up losing the semifinal. You're going to be looking back at some of those interviews. Obviously, I don't know what else they're supposed to do because they've tried to go the other route where they're trying to big themselves up and talk a big game, and that hasn't really been working either. So I don't blame them for going this direction, but obviously it's still going to sting quite a bit if you are sort of almost, it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy and you're like, oh, he said we're going to lose and we did. Great. 3rd round.
Sometimes you just gotta change up the formula, though. The string of losses to underdogs have really hurt Heroic and their mentality. So,
yeah,
let's
they
see.
have been taught to respect underdog at this point in time.
Respect underdog. That's been the theme.
Vinny goes down at the start of it here, but they are bringing the bomb down. This is interesting and unbelievably uncomfortable if you're on the Heroic side, although the kills is making it a lot better. It's the fact that there were a couple of players that have snuck through the line there for Imperial. If they could have flanked the ramp, then suddenly it's a much harder retake. A little bit of a wide swing. Joe's trying to get the job done. Cello, even if he got that kill on Stown, I don't think they're winning the round. But this is pretty acceptable, right? You got the bomb plant if nothing else. Another couple of kills would have been even better. Still, 2 for 1 in favor of Heroic.
Yeah, but it's the Force. And so Imperial probably just going to upgrade to a couple of pistols in the upcoming one, and Heroic, if you're Imperial, the last thing you want is to give Heroic momentum in this. Winning the Force buy round on number 2, stopping Imperial's own Force buy here. Heroic are finding themselves pretty early in this one. And even just a remark on what we've seen from Imperial so far at this event on Nuke, they really pushed G2 16-13, but that was off the back of starting up 7-0. So it feels like they need to come back into this one very quickly, or Heroic's going to find that usual form.
Yeah, that's a big concern. That's a really interesting thing to think about, right? Imperial have had these big leads, and it's almost brought them a 2-map victory. What if it goes the other way here? What if Heroic are off to a banging start on Nuke, and Imperial have to pull their way back? We don't really know if they can do that yet. Nice find. Fallen and Jota actually combining for a kill onto Yabi. Makes it a little bit uncomfortable. Still, they're very low on health on the T side, even more now, so that Bolts has been found and put down at 16. And Tesses, he's doing the due diligence. Ooh. That gun is a little bit too long. Fallen going to be found as well. Still, some more kills here would be really nice. That's the last round. Heroic had 4 people alive. If they do the same here, they're going to really build that CT side economy. And on Nuke, I mean, it's important on all maps, but on Nuke, to defend the early rushes against the A-bomb side with, having the Molotovs is everything.
And if you're a team like Imperial, it feels like one of your win conditions is keeping things scrappy, trying to drag Heroic into the mud with you, trying to make sure that they're never truly comfortable. But you see the nade stack there on a Cello. Great read from Heroic. Haven't really seen their nades do as well as Imperials. I feel like so much of Inferno was just Imperial dumping on Heroic with all of that util.
I think back when we started the spring season, I asked you about sort of one of your favorite strategies on Nuke, and I think you said something like just trying for some of those A executes just to test if you can make it work, because there's so much you can do if you can prove on the T side that it works. And
okay, all
right, Vinny through the smoke. Tessis was trying to come through, but curious if Imperial will try and test that part of the defense here. Oh God, it's close through. Almost Jota's going down. There's the crossfire setup. And they're going to be able to get a return. So 4-on-4, not bad.
That's a strange risk to take with all the tracers being fired. But not the worst situation for really either team. But Imperial with only one smoke does become a little bit difficult. Hard to get anybody else down towards lower. And so Fallen, he's going to approach through Mini. It's hard to connect though, and a couple of different angles are being tested right now.
Yeah, but Vinny looking for a double setup in the ramp. They're actually attacking him.
Wow.
Didn't even let him escape. Potentially risky, but a risk that Shush was willing to take, and it pays off for him. Cello and Bolts here.
I'm just going to say, that's a good sign for Heroic. To see the double pushes this early, they're exercising the same sort of aggression that you usually see. Look at how active they are. But wait a second, actually...
There's nobody at A.
Yeah, Bolts can actually make it onto A. He can at least get the bomb planted if he hurries up on this.
Bolts has been the one piece of the puzzle that's maybe been missing for Imperial in this semi-final. Obviously, winning a 1 versus 4, that would get you a long way there. But even getting the bomb plant here would be quite nice. And he's going to be a bit confused about it. There's the plant, and Shush is going to be calling it in right away. So, good job so far. But they are going to be able to surround him, and I think he needs a straight headshot. Every fight in that 1 versus 4 has to be lightning fast. Didn't work out. And again, it's 4 people surviving on Heroic. They're building on a very, very powerful first half. It's early on, but it's the amount of money that they're getting that's really horrifying.
Yeah, 4 alive yet again. And that's the thing with Heroic. The way that they played this one, they went for the pushes, they went down and rotated towards B. Sure, it allows a plant from Imperial, but they're not worried about that. They want to play their brand of Counter-Strike, even to a fault sometimes. Even if things could have been a little bit more shored up, you keep that one more player on A. No, that's not how Heroic play. That's not how Cadian wants his team to operate. He wants to take risks and live with the consequences and work from there.
One AK, Tech-9s and a Deagle behind it. This is a very limited buy from Imperial. And they didn't have much of a choice anyway. Smoke goes up and down, waiting for the flash. Oh, it's going to fade right in front, but here we go. That's a bit interesting. Cello gets one, and then he follows it up, taking down Shush. Now the trades are coming in, but the war is still ongoing in the yard. Cadian trying to get close to it, and Fallen, he nearly runs him down. 39 health left on Cadian. 2-on-2 with the bomb lost down below, but there's a minute left. You couldn't recover this round if you're Imperial.
That's not the easiest place to defend from. Oh, that's a big fight. Okay. This may have been recovered by Heroic, despite how the trades were going. It's going to be quite tough for Bolts. 82 HP. It's not bad, but if he's able to isolate these fights, it's possible.
It's such a long way to travel with the bomb, to like checking every corner, trying to be slow about it. I actually love the fact that Heroic are not trying to hold the bomb down here. That's a bit of a rookie mistake that can happen sometimes if you're on the CT side and you think, oh, we found the bomb, we have to defend it. But, you know, you would have been trapped in a really tight place. Probably not worth it at all. So better to just fall back and defend the bomb sites a lot of the time. 20 seconds here, and I think Bolt's chances are slipping out of his hands. 15 seconds. And with the money that they have, I mean, saving the AK is not the worst choice either. Oh, he's going to be walking on through. Hold the phone. He had the 1 versus 4 attempt last time. That was a bit much, but 1-on-2, quite a different matter. He's going to get the bomb plant down and be able to relocate himself as well. And the bad news for Tessis is he has only the flashbang here. So he could try and obviously go for the underhand while he's defusing, but he can't put up the smoke. He can't put up the Molotov. It's real hard to get this defuse at the moment, and the bomb is so out in the open. Bit of a jump down, and not the silent version that he could have gone for, so he's revealed himself. Bolt's walking right into the shot, and Tess is just able to edge him out. It's a nice attempt, but it's going to be Heroic winning another round, this time down to a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, so close, and that almost felt like the win condition for Imperial. Make the game really scrappy, try to take multiple fights on multiple fronts, but they couldn't close it out there. Tess's instant headshot, and this is where things were weird. It was almost like Heroic just were wanting to set up Stound with that flash. It never comes, but you could just see that in some ways, because Heroic move is such a unit, Imperial aren't ready for that next fight. It keeps on coming when you're against Heroic.
And I guess, with a little bit of hindsight also, Bolts, he was trying to reposition himself, but there was never any click of the bomb, right? He wasn't forced out in that same way. So maybe, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on him there, but you'd love to have seen him try to win that fight maybe in a different way.
I want to hear this. The boos, the chants.
There's one die-hard Acadian fan in the crowd who wants to get everyone fired up.
The crowd hasn't made up their mind on him, and the entire Counter-Strike scene hasn't either.
No, not yet. Slow start for Fallen. 0-5. Hasn't had the AWP too much. Hasn't had a chance to flex that weapon yet. 5-1 in favor of Heroic. This is starting to look really, really solid for the Danish side of things. Imperial will go to test the ramp, and they will find nobody here. Just now, Cadian started to show up at the corner, but Molotov down, and he can't stick around for it. Okay, they're going to be able to run down below, but it's already two people that are going to be here to defend. Tessus is one of them. I think it's Shush on the other side of things. So a bit of a crossfire potentially. Bomb plants right away. This is good, though. Doors might be open against him, but no, they're going to be fine with it. Bolt shrinking back into the back of the site now, and they're going to flash their way into Decon, hoping to maybe do something. No, doesn't want to peek it all the way. 4-5. This is a tough retake for Heroic, even if they have the man lead.
But Imperial are feeling trapped. They have taken no space back. They're pretty much just crunched on the site itself.
Smoke up to try and block the AWP, but Cello with an excellent position, and Bolts now finding the headshot. This is looking way more respectable, and now they're jumping down. They're ready to fight, maybe a little bit too early. You gotta be careful. Fallen getting hunted down. Shots are trying to hold on to the round anyway. Oh, that kill is everything. My God, they fought maybe a couple of seconds too soon. There is a world in which they get maybe one more kill, and then they go straight for the defuse.
Yeah, that was too close for comfort if you're Imperial. And Heroic, thought that we were going to be seeing some more nades fly out there, unseating some of the positions from Imperial, but the fights really went the way as Heroic kind of just went for these fights themselves. They really didn't have any great strategy back into it. So that's what happens sometimes when you let people have that B side. If you don't have every single nade to block off all those angles. Hey.
Second round finally for Imperial. But here's where the bank of Heroic comes into play suddenly, because they're able to buy in this one.
So much to work with if you're on the Heroic side. So many tricks they haven't even shown yet. Cadian getting aggressive there and blocking off Trophy Room. I mean, this is a really tough pill to swallow if you're Imperial. You recognize that the opponents have taken so much space away from you already. And they're trying to get Jota down into secret. The mollies, everything is just blocking them. It's so tough. Yeah, flash even at his face. Tagged by the molly there. I think Cadian may have heard that. Would have been tough, but very possible, and he's already set up to catch him.
Yeah, he's ready if anyone wants to come down on those stairs. The rest of the squad, they're actually back in lobby. They weren't there to begin with, but they might have just found it a little bit disrespectful that that deep smoke was thrown by Cadian. So they're like, okay, we have to go back and clear it out. Tess is way at the back. This is a fully committed position. He is never going to be able to escape this. He's fighting to his death behind this box. And with only 30 seconds left, see how many he could take with him into the grave. It's going to be an attempted spray, but Fallen is there to catch him. And that's huge. 25 seconds. Good shot for Cadian. See if he can wheel this round into his favor. The bomb's stuck a little bit further back. Nobody wants to try and challenge Cadian again right here. A 4 versus 4. They're trying to get to the bomb site. Only 13 seconds left. An attempted bomb plant, but already they have to come off the bomb plant. Bolts is now getting a couple of kills, but he can't win the next fight. And they are solo. Shush and Stound, both on 13 health, and the bomb finally goes down. In the last waning seconds of the round, Jota gonna get the kill on the Shush, leaving just Stound to walk away from the round. Imperial, what an incredible battle to even get into the site.
Oh, it's so much brute force coming out of Imperial there. And Heroic, they just kind of keep going for these fights. It feels like There's nobody, generally speaking, on the site. Usually you want that back silo player, someone tucked in deep, so that you can at least create a crossfire. But Heroic are playing from behind in a lot of these situations. They're only fighting from the control window, the doors itself, and that doesn't enable you to have all the angles possible. It doesn't actually put that much pressure on Imperial if they're going to exercise some good angle management. This ramp finish, though, has been something that Imperial have really been liking. Consecutive rounds where they're able to find a lot of value out of taking that space. And it actually seems like Imperial came into this with enough prep to recognize that Heroic do stack ramp. When they go for their heavy outside leans, when they try to stop those quick A rushes, it's ramp, which usually falls onto one player, if even one player.
Yeah, and especially where Cadian's been wanting to play in the secret stairs, you really can't do much more than that. Oh
my.
How did he get that?
Ouch.
Down to 31. If they win this round, there's an MB5 in play on Shush. If they win this round, they're going to be in a great position. Imperial could probably tie the scoreline.
Yeah, very possible. Okay, we got some outside smokes here. Jota's been doing a great job making his way down secret. Found value in the previous round with that backstab on that B hit. Would be great for Imperial to insert him there once again. At least exercise that sort of conditioning. Because he's found so much value there, you see that Heroic, they're deploying a lot of utility, even a body insta-down, to make sure that he doesn't find that spot. And that's maybe where the trick is. The fact that he's not going this time. And Imperial, they look to be gearing up for what could be an A hit.
Just 45 seconds. They have the grenades for it, right? They can burn out the hut. They have the flashes to follow off. And if you're trying to escape from the fire on the hut and you're running into the flashbangs, you probably don't have time to turn around for them exactly. So kick it real efficient. Cadian, yeah, he sees the grenade, but this is all a bit of a ruse. There's nobody out in the yard either. This is going to be a real powerful hit once it comes through. 25 seconds. Chill already getting burned out. They burned the back of the vents, and now they're going to smoke off midi and try and flash their way through. No. Yabi trying to relocate away from the flames at his feet, and he's going to get run down. Oh, and Stouty's just barely staying alive as well, but here come the kills. Double for him. Cadian just there in time to help out, and Fallen will be hunted on that MP5. That was much closer than it seemed. That defense could have crumbled, but they just held on.
Really strong rotations there from Heroic. Even though Imperial did a great job in terms of conditioning to try to pull those players away, in terms of feigning some presence towards other spaces.
Oh my God.
It's Stown that's actually able to find so much fortune just spamming right there through the smoke. And a little bit of a hiccup there for Imperial. At one point, I think Cello had to throw a molly at his own feet. And I think that might have taken an option away. Could have been used later in the round, but just good utility. Heroic, even though they had a weakened defense, they actually were still able to do a great job just stopping that whole push.
The fact that Stown got the double kill with the smoke, that's obviously heartbreaking. That's something that you're not expecting. The whole reason for putting up the smoke towards Mini is to stop that from happening. Stown's going to continue shooting more people through the smoke because why not?
Yeah, sure.
He's 13-3. He hasn't really been necessarily the superstar performance that we've seen out of him in the past. For the rest of the tournament, he really has. What a time for him to come alive. If he can bring them to the grand final by just having the kind of performance that we know he can, we know how good he is, this would be the time to do it. Couple of pistols left here on Imperial, as Heroic are looking to make this a 7-3 lead. This is looking very solid at the moment for the Danes.
Yeah, it's a bit scary for Imperial. This is the most convincing Heroic have looked in this series. So, still potential for a bounce back for Imperial in this one. They got to figure out what's been working for them so well. Those ramp hits have been great for them, but it doesn't seem like that's always going to be replicable. Just gambling to push that side of the map repeatedly only works maybe a couple of times and a half. And yeah, Heroic, I mean, people now, they just feel so ready for these duels. Down, everything is landing for him. Doesn't even have to see his opponents. This is where Heroic are just so terrifying because the teamwork's already fantastic. If the individuals start popping off too, it's tough to beat them.
Tough. Looking impossible right now, the way that this is going. Yabi and Shush on the early kills, and I think they even saw it. Stown's going to be able to call it. He's hearing all the footsteps, ready to run up behind him. He's got 15, and he will get more in this one. A double kill as they finally bring him down, but it's way too late. Stown is 17-4. He is making absolutely sure that Heroic will try and get to that grand final. They're marching away there at the moment.
Stown is putting his foot down on this game. He is making such a massive impact. We saw him even a couple of rounds prior, trying to go through that smoke towards outside, getting punished for it. This time, it works out for him. That's what star players do. They trust their intuition, even sometimes to a fault. But this time, nothing is failing Stown.
1 AK, upgraded pistols. Again, it's looking thin for the Brazilian side. They had some miracle rounds on some of the other maps that were able to pull them back, that were able to sort of bounce them back. They need one of those right here because this is slipping out of their hands. Nuke is a different matter. I don't know where Heroic have found this strength from because it must have been a devastating loss on Inferno. Really, really hard to deal with the way that it played out. And yet they look like they are bringing it back here.
This is my favorite thing at this event.
You got to give him props, you know.
It's hard to it's hard to tell. I can't even tell what side's winning in that argument. All right there on the other side. 4 players against Tessus. Great time for him to pad his stats. He's been a bit quiet too.
Yeah. Could be tricky here for Tessus if they peek at the right time. They've already walked their way out and hold it the phone. Vinny able to come up with a kill. They're running down Cadian. How has it happened? 30 seconds left in Imperial. They're just allowed to walk the whole distance. And by the time Heroic realize what's going on, it's too late. That's unforgivable.
Yeah, that is. You need to have your eyes on something there. Change the angle up, perhaps. I mean, so many people, when they want to defend that B site, they'll play back silo, back on the rafters. Tessus is up so close, and it's against pistols. This just gave Imperial life in a game where it felt like there was nothing to be happy about for them. But they got to build off it. That's what Imperial really have to do. The money is still solid for Heroic, so they'll have another chance in the next one, but this just came out of absolutely nowhere. Imperial have been such an explosive team at this event. The way that they can make any round happen in the span of a couple seconds. Just instant headshot here from Vinny to kick it off. And then we got Cello just running across with the CZ. Cadian didn't even know what hit him.
And timeout being called behind that one. This is getting, I mean, this is the opening, the one opening maybe that Imperial have to get back into this game.
For Heroic right now, the talk has to be about ramp. At least three, if not all 4 of the rounds that Imperial have won on this T side have been focused about taking ramp control, and relatively easily. They didn't even really have that much utility in that round. They didn't even have to find a fight. They've just been finding timings, and with that space, they've been converting. Something is going wrong here in the Heroic defense. They're still up 8-4, but now was the time to figure that out.
(8-4), doubling the round score of Imperial. Stown is the one that's running. He's making the difference right now. You look at the scoreboard, and everyone else is hovering at the most around 10-ish kills and less. And Stown is 17-4. Real impressive work. Grenade landing outside there. Cadian trying to relocate himself. Oh, if he threw this nade, he actually could do a little bit of damage on the Fallen, but doesn't realize, doesn't want to risk it. And again, they have ramp. They have this stairs control. Yabi started to show up. And again, Imperial want to try and see if they can maybe take over this part of the map. It's been real hard for them to get down secret without losing 2 or 3 people.
It's going to come down to Yabi. Great chance for him to multi-frag. Oh, they're walking right through the smoke. That's going to be a freebie for him. But Cello, is that mid-air? What?
It was. He jumped down on him with the M4, and now Stown committed to the fight. And there's a reason why. He is a monster. 3 kills. He made that look so easy. He showed up, and he won the round on his own. 20-4. Leaving Vinny, who wanted to be the late lurk, the guy who's controlling the rotation down the vent, maybe shooting him in the back, and instead, he's on his own. Shush gonna be able to find him. Stown is the difference right now.
Stown is immovable. There is nothing that's getting to this guy. He's feeling so great about himself right now. Yeah, Yabby, that's a little bit unfortunate. And the thing is that Cello found that jumping shot and still Heroic cleaned up Imperial that easily. Well, Stown did, for that matter. Man, Stown has just taken Heroic, put him on his back, and said, we're getting to this grand final. These semi-final demons, I'm not feeling them.
No, he's not right now. It's sick. I would have said, if you would have given me a chance, I would have said, that's a bad position for Stown. He's way out in the open. He can't escape that fight once he's in the hallway, once he's out of the vent. But I guess it doesn't matter when you just win every single fight. It looks so sick. 14 rounds here.
This has got to be the exec. It's got to work for Imperial to give him any semblance of a half.
Yeah, grenades are in. Molotov flashes through the ceiling, but unflashed. Both Shush and Stown able to get the kills for nothing, and Stown will just continue. He can't be stopped right now. Fallen trying to see if he can get a bit more, but eventually Tessus will be able to get him. And this is looking rock solid. Round number 14 goes for Heroic. And Imperial are left wanting more. They need more than the 4. 5 is still cutting it real close, but they have a chance to do that.
And when Imperial really tested G2 on this map before, it was the T side where they did most of their work.
True.
So going into the second half, this 5th, that'll matter if they're able to find it. Timeout here, Zach doing a lot of the talking. It looks like for Imperial, he's got to recognize something quick. This game feels far gone, but still, one round at a time. That's what Fallen has shown us over the years.
The Molotov, the second Molotov that lands on the rafters is a bit late. And that means there's a chance, I think, for Shushero who was up there to get the first kill. The hot Molotov was down really early on, but the second one just a little bit delayed. That's unfortunate. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 15th round is coming up. Imperial, they need a 5th on the board more than anything right now. Otherwise, their grand final dreams are going to get crushed by Heroic, who are playing just an excellent game. And mentally, must have been very hard to make their way back after the second map loss. But they look like they've shook it all off right now, and most especially Stown has. 22 kills in a half so far.
Yeah, they've reset beautifully. Still employing their signature brand of CS. Sometimes it's a little messy, sometimes you feel a little bit foolish, but I'm glad to see the proactivity stay in play. That's when Heroic has fallen apart before, where they stop gambling, where they try to play too standard. They try to play the game that all the other Tier 1 teams want to play, the teams like FaZe. They just want to let their stars do the talking, but Heroic, they've got great players, but they don't have the same tools that everybody else does, so you have to keep it up. You have to keep playing the style that Cadian has outlined.
Look at Stown, he's hungry for the kills. He's looking for it. He's not waiting around. He wants to see if he could find them out here. He's already seen the gun barrel. He knows. Going back for it again. It's so risky, but so far so good. Didn't get his head blown off this time, and he slowed them down quite a bit. Cadian able to get the kill. No flashes thrown around the corner, so Jota's just dead immediately.
They've got no more nades.
Oh, this is madness! Why are they trying to do this?
They've got no more nades, Anders. They used them all. This is looking hopeless for Imperial here. This is going to be an 11th on the board for Heroic. Double swing, I'm sure of it. Yabby to take him down. A beautiful half from Stown. A wonderful half for Heroic. Let's see if they're able to close this one on and move on to the grand finals after a break.
Actually, a story.
Yes.
Basically, there was a story that when I was playing in Elements Pro Gaming, Hooch was my captain. I was playing with Nickelback, Hooch, Cree, Alien.
Alien,
yeah. It somehow happened that like Team Russia qualified for WESG in like China, I think, or somewhere. And Flamey didn't want to go, so Hooch had to go with instead of Flamey. And Hooch said to Flamey, "Okay, but you play officials instead of me in Elements Pro Gaming." And Flamey stood in.
Okay.
I think 2 or 3 games he stood in. And on Inferno, he's like, "Marx, try like going close into your monitor, buy a deagle, and you're gonna feel how it's like a bit different, right?"
Okay.
And I bought a deagle, killed 4, And I'm like, bro, this is the thing. And since then, I'm playing really close to the monitor.
Since then?
So it's Flamey's fault of my like way of sitting. I didn't sit like that before.
Flamey almost broke your back. So that's how it all began. Who's the most interesting player that you play with on Liquid, like personality-wise?
Nitro is the most calmest. I saw him rage one time during the selfie year.
Okay.
And that was because of me.
What'd you do?
So basically, it was actually blast groups as well. Our overpass was garbage. And I was sleeping and creating different defaults, and I was thinking how to win on overpass because everybody was picking overpass because we made the mistake of picking once overpass. Everybody saw how garbage our overpass is because we thought our overpass is really good, but actually it's bad. I'm like, yeah, we need to practice this, and we go into scrim, everybody's having a good mood or whatever, and we're losing the half like 11-2 or something on T side. And Nitro is calling like some random that he didn't explain or anything, and you're like, bro, can you call something good finally? Can you call any of those rounds or something? Because everybody was tilted. We were making a lot of mistakes. And I was like, bro, just please, just can you? And he just goes, puts his headset and like drops it on the table, stands up, and I'm mad. And I'm like, okay, I need to go out. Dabs goes out with me to like stand and talk. And he's like starting his psychology therapy, right? He's like, oh, so what happened? And I'm like explaining this, and he's like, yeah, I agree with you. We go back. I enter the back room, and he's like, let's go outside. And I'm like, okay, let's go outside. First thing he does when we're outside, he's like, listen, I'm chill. Like this. I'm like, okay.
I'm not mad.
Then we basically, we talked it out, everything is good, and our overpass is now one of the best maps.
And he's never raged again. He actually didn't even rage that time, if you ask me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with the second half of the third map. We need to put a team in the grand finals, and right now, Heroic are a huge step ahead of Imperial. It would have to be a miraculous comeback for the Brazilian squad to make their way back, because the Danes are looking reinvigorated. They're back once again. Heroic versus Imperial. Washington, let me hear you again! Oh, it's beautiful.
Wonderful.
Jota's out here. He's looking for it, and actually, they're going to let him pass. Only one smoke, but they get down.
Oh, no. Yeah, this is a disaster for Imperial. If Heroic fled onto the bomb site, there's no way you're going to get back into this one. And yeah, they're just going for it. Cello, you got to hit some blinders. Okay, one headshot for him, but that's going to be it.
They just spun out onto the bomb site. They were doing 360 jumps just to make sure you couldn't hit any shots, and it works. 4-on-4 now, and Yabi up close, trying to punish them with a Glock. He's gonna go down to Fallen. Look at how low they are. Cello has 53, and that's the most. You don't have a kit right now. Couple of Glock shots will get rid of Fallen as well. No question about it. He's trying for it, but one mistake and he's dead. They're hunting him down. Tessus is going to be dropped, but now Cadian is on the other side, and Shush as well. They're going to get the kill, and a pistol round that goes the way of Heroic. That almost cements this semi-final victory.
4 rounds away from sending Heroic into the grand finals. And that's when the Imperial fairy tale run may end. We'll see, though. They've got to dig deep. This is going to be a tough CT side, but this pistol round, man, Heroic just struck with such ferocity. So quick onto that bomb site, and just never going to find the positions there if you're Imperial. Never going to find a way back into it. Full save here, and that'll likely put Imperial up to 13. It's getting tough to believe, Anders. Imperial, they got to give themselves something, some reason to give themselves a chance in this.
Yeah, and somebody has to be the person to step. If you look at the scoreboard, the most kills is Cello at 10. That's not good enough because they have Stown, who is the super weapon on the other side with 24-6 as a scoreline. So at some point, no matter what the strats are or the calls, somebody has to match the energy of Stown. And it doesn't feel like anyone's going to be able to right now. Fallen on his own, his trusty P2000. A bomb is going to be planted, and there's obviously nothing that Fallen can do in this round.
No.
So yeah, 13-4. Who is going to be the person? I mean, Cello's not a bad pick. We've seen Jota play really, really well. They have a couple of players that really could do it. Obviously, Vinny's performance on Inferno was out of this world. But it has to be right now. There's no runway to pick up the momentum here. You just have to find it in the next round.
Yeah, it's do or die time for Imperial. They got to get something going into this gun round or it's going to be lights out for them. Can't expect that they're going to bring it back if it doesn't start here. Couple Mac 10s for Heroic. This is where those fast plays come out. And the utility, oh no. Oh no, the utility's not great for Imperial. If Heroic just go for something towards A, it's going to be tough to defend. Oh,
they used all of it already.
Yeah.
You're banking on the fact that there's no afterplant here, right? You're not going to have the smokes to retake a bomb site. You're definitely not going to have the defuse kit either. So this is almost where you normally we say if you're a man down on the CT side, you have to take a risk. I feel like if you're out of grenades like this, you almost have to take a risk as well. Like, it's so risky to play this default and slow.
It feels untenable. The chance of winning this one just off of sheer gun work by playing passively seems so unlikely because Heroic, they're generally so good at trading. Is he able to spot the barrel right there? I don't think so.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not quite. So Jota lies in wait. He understands and recognizes that Heroic, they haven't wrapped outside just yet. There might be a lineup here. This could be a way in, but no. Tessus and Cadian connect to take him down. That's a huge kill to find.
At a micro level, understanding when you're exposed. I think Jota saw the gun barrel as well on the other side, which is why he went for the peek. Now Cadian goes down. And again, everything is on this round. If Imperial want to build a comeback of their own, it has to start now. 2 Mac 10s are in play. Only Fallen without head armor, but the spray at range, it's nearly good for the double. It put Tessus on just 4 health. And now it's a 3-on-3. 20 seconds left. They got player hot. Vinny trying to go for it, but the Mac 10 will beat him somehow. And Bolts at the back of the site. 15 seconds here. They're running him down. Jump around the corner. Yabby! That should be illegal. He's able to get the kill, and now they get the bomb plant on top. And Cello fights for it. He comes popping out of the vent and takes down Yabby. There's a chance here, and Cello, he's going to be able to bring it back. Yeah, high fives all around. It is close, but a 1 versus 2 and a massive clutch for Cello.
Barely getting it done. Cello with 38 HP, and if those players weren't tagged up, there was no way back into that one. So, Imperial, they continue to fight on. Couple multi-frags here, much needed. So much damage inflicted. So many people from Imperial that said, oh, I just needed one more bullet, but at least they gave Cello a chance into this one. You could see that both of his kills assisted at the very end there. But in some ways, Heroic, they're not going to even feel too bad about that. That was their bonus round. They had a couple Mac 10s. They found the bomb plant. They still got a lot to work with. Cadian's on the op, and there is none on the Imperial side.
Yeah, it is not enough to change the momentum. Not at all. You need to do way more than that. But at least you bought yourself another round to try and claw something back here. Again, very low on the utility. They have a diffuse kit for a change. It's worth keeping an eye on. Jota's thinking about it. Katie not really looking this way at the moment, but you have to assume he's going to be favored in this fight if it comes down to it. He's way out on the ledge, and if he committed to it there, wow, there we go. It took a long time. If he decisively peeked that at the start, he probably wins it in a matter of seconds, but still, they get 2 kills.
And this is a chance for Imperial to build some bank. If they keep these players alive, they're going to feel great about their chances for the comeback. Every kill matters here for Heroic. You want to still keep Imperial guessing. Smoke towards Mini. This is going to be a flash to try to get these guys in, and that's when Shush is going to pop.
Bit of a jiggle here. MP9 wide swing, but Shush is able to do it. 1 more kill, and they're right back in the round, but Bolts is saying absolutely not. Jabby going to get run down at the end. Good defense at the back of the line there for Bolts. That's what you want to see. And we mentioned him at the start. Coming into this tournament, it wouldn't have been a bad pick to say Bolts could be the real leader for this team in terms of the frags. And he's had some good games, he's had some good maps, but in this semifinal, he hasn't really shown up yet. So that would be a welcome surprise for Imperial if he had saved his energy for this last one.
It's been really tough for Bolts, and I don't think, even though he does well in this one, I don't think things are going to get easier. Playing that A side against a Heroic team that is just so powerful on their A execs, you got to do everything just perfectly. So him and Vinny, people to keep your eye on for this match. It's going to come off the back of them. Jota, great time for him to build some confidence, though.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just against pistols, so no issue. They're going to be dead real quick with no body armor. Bomb is dropped on the other side, so not even a chance for that. And Yabi playing a game here, dancing. And so is Cello. 6-round gap now. I mean, this is looking more doable. Looking way more doable at the moment.
Yeah, this is actually where Imperial begin to believe in themselves. Winning the first gun round, winning against that bonus buy from Heroic, you start to feel like you're in this. You're definitely in this, but Fallen still doesn't have an op. Doesn't want to actually upgrade to that just yet. 5,500, so even if they lose, should be able to get that next round, but Heroic, they actually skip on a couple of nades. They're just seemingly going for a fast A pressure. This doesn't look like the full commit just yet, but actually there's a player outdoor. Okay, Yabi's actually on the side. Oh, a double kill from Yabi. Flashes fly in, and that's gonna be it. How do Imperial even get back in this?
I don't think they can. Maybe they can try that trick that they did earlier with the smoke down on the defuse, but it's gonna have to be something mad like that because I don't think you're straight up retaking this bomb site. Oh my god. It's what makes that round, I think, so hard to hold is that there's the initial spray that's coming through the hut, and that's a clear signal if you're on the CT side that actually they're not pushing. Like, why would they be pushing if they're emptying an entire magazine into the wall? But then they still come through the smoke at the squeak door, and Yabi just gets the double entry. It's really, really sick. And I bet you it's hard to read if you're on the Imperial side there. Heroic finding 14. Great call coming out right now. They are so determined to get to that grand final. I know they were joking in the interviews, but this has been a real thorn in their side for a very, very long time. And I bet they want to shake that off right here today.
Yeah, you see right here the entry pathing from Yabi. Flashes come in, and that player on top in Vinny, he never stood a chance. Yeah, I put the pressure on. I'm saying Bolts and Vinny, they're the ones that really have to step up here because if you allow these A execs to come into play from Heroic, the entire map opens up. It means you're going to be dumping all of your utility at that hut, at that door. And now, Cadian has got that in his back pocket. He knows that's available to him at any time for the rest of this half.
No more mistakes for Imperial. If they lose now, overwhelming chance that Heroic will not slip up and just get to the grand final, which would be a huge win for them. Fallen, he's not one to let the pressure get to him, but he's flashed out of that position. I love the fact that he tries to go for it. I think that's the kind of style you want to see out of Fallen, but Heroic, they've been a step ahead on every part of this map so far. And they are again flashing him and killing him at the end of it. 4 versus 5 on this one. Do you take on like a risk here if you're Imperial? Do you want to try and risk pushing somewhere?
You gotta hope for something, and sitting around on your hands is not gonna get it done versus Heroic. So you'd love to see some individual go for a play. Vinny, yeah, he's trying to find that spam, but Stown now is just aware of his position. He's more or less locked him out. Yeah, Heroic, they're picking Imperial apart at this point, but Jota, okay, trying to make that one-way work for him, but it's just the single kill.
And the communication is so good on Heroic that as soon as one goes down, Yabi knows instantly where to get the next shot. He just knows he's in that one-way smoke. So even if you can't really see him, he's still able to get the cross hair lined up perfectly. Cello and Bolts have to walk away from this round. And actually, Tessus might even find one of them here. This is a little bit scary. It will be, no matter what here, 15 on the side of Heroic. Tessus getting the kill onto Cello. And this has fallen apart. Imperial, they're staring down the barrel of having to do an 8-round comeback. Yeah, Bolts would love to run on there and beat the hero, but they're not going to allow that to happen. They know what's coming, and they're guarding it. This is never, ever going to happen. It's a cool attempt, but Yabi will then close it out. 15-7 Maui. 8 in a row for Imperial. There's nothing left here.
It looks like Cadian can laugh about this one later. A scare on Inferno. Overpass, they were pushed, but this has been Heroic dominating Nuke. Far and away the better team. Individuals, strategies, and even the re-aggressions, that signature brand that Heroic brings into every single match. They're showing it here.
And especially leading the pack, Stown with 27 kills to bring his team here. And this has been so sick. We've been waiting for it. We know he's got it, and now he's showing it on the stage. Gabby goes down at the start of it to the MP9, and they're going to swap out and upgrade into the AK-47. 4 versus 5, and with Shush already low, there is a chance here. Double Molotov, but it doesn't matter. The smoke will beat both of them. A little bit of a chance for Cadian, maybe. Don't know how that's a connection with only 23 damage. Sounded like it was a headshot, but maybe it caught the railing. Who knows? 4 versus 5.
And Cadian's hearing all of this. Oh, okay. Well, Fallen actually strikes. Oh, what? The spin around from Fallen. A little bit of life for him, but Tessus and Stown, they have a great idea of where Imperial is. And the thing is, there's nobody on the bomb site. They could find themselves in a 2v5 post plant. Still not going to get too excited just yet. Imperials have a long way to go, even with a flashy round from Fallen, and it still, you're not feeling great about your chances. So many things that Heroic have done well in this one, but Bolts, okay, all right. Double kill right there. Let's move on to the next one. Heroic will have another crack at it, and Imperial can at least leave this with a little bit more dignity.
It's the no mistake part that's really going to be grinding them. Every single little slip up here for Imperial will feel like you're going to get wrecked and get knocked out, which is definitely true. 7 more rounds to go. Taking a step in the right direction, but it's far from over. The squeak door is going to get blown up. Some smoke's thrown through. No one really pushing it yet. Again, it's a bit delayed, just like last time. It's Tessus to try and get the entry. Vinny up on the hut, and he's good for the one. Keeps on running and gunning with the MP9, and he will pick up a double kill behind it. Shush and Stown, 2 versus 5. It looks like Imperial are going to find their way to 9 rounds. Spray, yeah, that's even that will connect. And the bomb is dropped on the ground this time, so not even a chance for that sneaky bomb plant.
Imperial able to withstand the A exec. They definitely would have wished they were able to withstand the first one, but it'll continue building the case for them that they have a chance in this game. So slim, but...
You know, it's classic as well when you're trying to make these kind of comebacks that you actually get up to 15-14 and then you lose. It's such a classic, unfortunately, so I wouldn't count that out from happening, because when you're this far behind, you kind of almost settle into the fact that we probably lost this already, and you know, you play a bit more loose. You kind of already know that this is looking really, really bad. But once you get to 15-14, it feels different. Like you feel like now we actually have a crack at getting into overtime, and that's where you make a couple of mistakes. Maybe you're a little bit slower, maybe you're a little bit more hesitant, and you can't afford that. Not at this level.
No, it's got to be perfect. But at least this round should be a little bit of reprieve for the side of Imperial. A couple pistols for Heroic. That's really all they're working with. Some fast smoke swords outside, and I feel like Heroic are just kind of loosen up too. People just scattering in multiple directions. And Cello. Let's see the Eco 4K. Oh, wow, Tessus quick on the return though.
Yeah, that first jump by is so good, right? Making it very hard to continue to spray. Bolts is showing up.
What?
I don't believe it. Well, how did he hit that shot? I need the replay. I mean, they only have pistols, but it looked like he swung the bullet at him.
Yeah, that didn't even feel like normal spray transfer. Like, was he moving there too? That was crazy. And he wasn't even impressed with it at all. He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah. He's like,
I'm focused on the task at hand right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything matters now. 3 timeouts used for Heroic here. Getting a chance to talk things over. Getting CEST into the mix.
Well, you look at some of the plays that Heroic have won already, and you have that A exec. They tried it again, didn't quite work out for them. They were able to piece apart outside and ramp. Feels like if they actually spread into that default, they should come out on top, but you want to make sure that there's some directive, some objective for the players on the Heroic side. Keep it clean and snuff out any flame left in Imperial's camp. It was really the shot on Cadian that was just like, what?
Yeah.
What was that?
Insane. But look at Bolts. He's up to 22.
Oh, they actually saved. I think they may have overbought in the previous round, actually, with some of those upgraded pistols, and so they don't feel confident fully buying into this round. This might catch Imperial off guard, actually.
Nothing's catching him off guard. He was resting for the first part of this map, but now he's back online, getting a third shot in the round and hunting down Tessis. He would have got the kill eventually, but Cello is able to pick it up beforehand. That is going to be horrifying news. If you're on the heroic side and you suddenly get the sense, wait a minute, now Fallen is here. You don't want to see that. He's got the AWP. He's not missing much on this one. Oh my god. I know they just had pistols, but just knowing that he's suddenly a factor on the ramp. 15-11.
This is a must. I mean, of course it's a must-win round. Of course, Imperial are going to lose if they don't win, but they believe now. Oh, they're 4 rounds away. That's more or less 2 gun rounds away. Let's see, yeah, the slower approach. This is what I was talking about. Heroic, they just want to default. They just want to see if they can punish any mistake from Imperial early on in this one. The exec has more or less been taken away from them, so they have to find a more layered approach.
Ooh, Fallen, what a risk. He's out here, he misses the flick, and that's gonna get him killed. 4 more deaths, and that's gonna be it. A little bit of a spray from Jota, but it's not working out. Tessis will get it. And Imperial, they put it all on this round. Vinny goes for the spray. It's a double, but it still might not be enough. Bolts, can he be the hero once again? He gets one, swings wide, and takes down Yami. He's keeping him in the semi-final. Bolts. We waited for him all tournament long, and now he's here to take down Cadian. They keep it going. They keep the dream alive.
5 in a row for Imperial. Heroic are starting to sweat a bit. Oh, man. If it happens like this, people in the crowd will go crazy. They are already lighting it up.
You're getting into that territory as well, whether you want it or not. There are going to be some intrusive thoughts on the heroic side.
Yes, yeah.
This could be one of the worst semi-final losses yet.
Oh.
Because you have such a lead.
Oh, you're setting it up, Anders.
It's devastating if that happens. Heroic, I don't think you're ever going to get used to losing in this fashion. You can't let it happen again. It's not just this one, it's the sort of mental integrity of the team going into the future that's at risk as well.
That was a 5v3 too. If you were going to finish it, it was there. It's not going to get any easier.
That's true.
In these ones. To get 2 clean kills from Tessis and still squander the opportunity. The multi-frag from Vinny, the multi-frag from Bolts.
Oh, well, hold on.
Another A exec.
Yeah, but these Tech-9s, again, one good kill here could really offset the defense. Flashes are everywhere. Bolts is standing rock solid on the bomb side. Double kill, that's all you need. It slows them down, and they're going to be able to do the rest. Bomb is on the ground, and Yabi, not much he could do. Grenade on top. Just to make things worse, they could probably guess where he is. Yeah, still hanging around back here. Just a matter of time before one of these bullets is going to connect on him, which will put Imperial at 13. They are well within striking distance, and I think you said it perfectly. From here on out, it'll only get more difficult for Heroic.
The misbuy from Heroic to overbuy, I want to say 2 rounds prior or 3 rounds where they just bought some upgraded pistols, that felt so needless. And then they have to sack a round on top of that. They missed a whole rifle round in this half. That's going to come back to bite them. That's something that they're already thinking about. We missed an opportunity to have another full buy. This is going to be Heroic's last rifle round. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. And the way that Bolts has really delivered, put the spotlight on him at the beginning of this half, knowing he's going to have to stop those A execs, and he's done a great job. He let one slip. He let one slip, and that's going to haunt him, but he has since recovered beautifully.
He's tied up with Stown. They both have 27 kills. We said it at the end of the half, right? They needed somebody to match Stown's energy, and it was Bolts who answered that calling. Round number 29 here. True still is Imperial. One slip up, and this is all just theoretical for them. It'll be Heroic in the grand final instead, and Imperial left watching and wondering if they could have played it just a little bit better. They have to remain focused. And it's down. I don't mind this. Why wouldn't you send the tip of the spear out to try and puncture through this defense? Why wouldn't you do it? He's been so sick on this map. And you just need him once. Call his number, say, we need a headshot. And that's all we need down below. But he's not going to find anyone. They're not there to even be challenged at all.
No, and this is looking like the right mid-round for Heroic. The two players, but they're pushing actually. Jota and Bolts are pushing up B right now. They're pushing up Secret. And they can hear everything. Oh, this might be the winning play right here for Imperial. If they're able to surprise Heroic from Secret, this is everything.
Yeah, they've got it lined up. Jota, he's calling it in. Vinny gets a kill, and that distracts from everything. There's the double spray down. Jota showing up, and they absolutely wrecked them. Tess is 1 versus 5 here with 25 seconds. He's going to get a couple of kills, but there's no way in hell. This is a 1 in a 10 million round if you could bring this one back. He's looking for it, but Vinny will be there to take him down, and we are going to go the full distance, all 30 rounds on this one.
This game earned it. This crowd earned it. This is what we wanted to see. Heroic pushed to their limits. The pressure is on. The 4th timeout is used. And the fan favorites in Imperial, they keep giving everybody something to scream about.
Counter-Strike is a beautiful game. We've been playing this for more than 10 years, and it is still delivering. Look at the emotional release here. Cello trying to get them hyped up. They can feel it coming, and they want to play into overtime.
The boos are louder now. The boos have gotten louder. All right, though, Anders, you talked about it, round 30. When you're Imperial, you take all those risks to get back into this one. But do you tense up at these kinds of moments when you know you're on the precipice of sending it to overtime?
Let's see if they can bring it. Jota's out here. I think he knows. Flash on over. Tess is not really looking for it. How would you check this position? You have no idea, but he still wins the fight. Jota, you needed to win that one. And now they're down below with the bomb as well. 4 versus 5. Heroic, have they found it? Have they found the round that they need? They're setting it up right here. Fallen's been put under pressure. They're coming in from every angle. He's going to be good for the first one. He misses the second one, and he can't get a 3rd shot off. Stown hunts him down, and now Vinny trying to resolve this one, trying to see if he can save his team. Oh, that's the bomb. Oh, no, it's dropped at the top of ramp. And Yabi and Tess's, one of them low. There is a flank coming in, Yabi. Sick headshot to bring it back with the Galil, and it's a 2-on-2. The entire semi-final rides on this. Bolts, he swings wide for it. It's Yabi to go down. Cello on the other side, and Tess is 4 HP. Dead. He can't do this. They have the bomb. They don't know where he's coming from. That's the only thing is the element of surprise, and he's going to be found. All 30 rounds. Imperial, they bring it back.
Oh, let's hear it for the Brazilian side. What an unbelievable comeback. From 15 to 7 down to win 8 straight to send this to overtime. Heroic are quaking right now. They're shaking. They're shaking more than this crowd is. This is unbelievable. The demons once again festering for Heroic, and Imperial showing the championship blood that courses through the veins of Fallen.
This is the kind of cheer you expect to hear if you are in Rio playing, but we're in Washington, D.C. Fallen is worldwide. His fans are everywhere, and they're cheering him on at the moment. Here's the rush for Stown. He wants to try and see if he could do it. If there wasn't for the Molotov, he might have tried to see if he could follow it through, but he's getting shot at the feet. Grenades are coming down, and he's going to be very, very low on that one. Lucky to still be alive. Vinny's pushing through. This could be a big mistake. Oh, knife's out. Vinny's hearing it. What a commitment from Vinny. He's actually inside of the smoke. I don't think we're going to be able to read this.
No way.
If that smoke fades, he might at least get 1 kill. This is so unexpected.
This is ridiculous from Vinny to take this space away from them. He knows what's coming. He knows what's next. He's right here. Shush holding on to this angle, though. Expects it's a possibility, and yeah, Heroic, they decide to reroute. Fallen against them at ramp.
Ooh, missed shot for Fallen. You can't afford that. He gets the next one. Bombs on the ground, and there's the backup. Shallow showing up just when they needed him the most. And it's Tess's losing the bomb once again in ramp, and Yabi trying to fight his way back. He's only got 40 seconds, and they know he has to get to the ramp. They know that for a fact. There should be no way. Bolts at 29, looking to get 30. Good spray on that one, but Shota's come alive a little bit too. He's going to get that one. First round of overtime, and it goes to Imperial.
I don't know what kind of witchcraft is at play. There's no way Fallen should have been able to get more than 0 there.
Yes.
After missing the first shot, that's not a doable repeat. That's unbelievable. I don't even know what to boil that down to. That's just unbelievable stuff. He's pulling out just rabbits out of hats every single round.
Yeah, he's started to hit some of those shots, and we saw it right at the end of regulation. It was a long ways away for Fallen. He really wasn't hitting the shots, and he tried to take some risk, and he got punished outside, but it's been looking better ever since. All right, they're taking over the trophy room. The Heroic need rounds. They've gone on such a loss streak. They've disappeared from the semifinals. I don't even know how to explain it. A little bit of a peek. They think it's clear, and they can't get the flickies alive still. And now we can run away. They thought that was it. As soon as they go for that peek on the boost, they think that's it. Shota outside, going to be finding Stown. The main weapon of Heroic taken out of this one. A 5 versus 3. It's collapsing around the ears of Heroic. Grenade on top. The Danes are crumbling once again.
They just feel like they're getting stuffed at every single direction, every single fight. There's an Imperial player that is more ready. Jota, okay, a bit bold, but at least that's information. And Fallen, he's right here behind the silo. Great opportunity for him to stat pad even further. Kill onto Shush, but Tess is right there for the trade. Bomb is dropped above, though, so it's going to take a while to plant that.
Oh, maybe a shot here for Cadian. Been a minute, he's got 11 kills. He needs to do what Fallen's been trying to do. He needs a round where he's wielding that AWP to perfection. Going for the bomb plant right now. There's no one to cover his back, so if they swing against him, he's dead. He got the bomb plant, and it's shocking that he even made it out alive, and it's only for a second. Vinny gonna be there to enact some revenge, and it will be another round for Imperial. They keep the comeback going. Now they are in the lead in a big way.
This is just unthinkable. Fallen, I can't believe there's no trade there. And Jota, he was just searching for information outside, and he's able to outplay the lurker of Heroic. It's not supposed to go like this, but Imperial are showing us that anything is possible in Counter-Strike. The energy that this team is exuding is unbelievable.
That's Vitality watching. They actually look concerned, and I could understand why. They gotta be wondering.
The plot armor right now on Imperial is impenetrable. It doesn't even feel like they should be here.
It doesn't. But it's an absolutely beautiful sight to behold. Talk about a dark horse performance for Imperial. I don't think anyone saw this coming, but it doesn't matter. Here they are, Stown and Yabi with a double entry onto the site. It should be enough. It should be enough to win the round. Vinny, he wants to bring it back, but he's also alone on the site. His teammates far away. The bomb is in his control, which is really awkward. Shota finding Cadian. Okay, they're gonna burn him out. He should be dead no matter what. Gets one through the smoke. There's no way in hell. Yabi finally takes him down, and they know where Shota was, so I love this reposition. They might not expect him to be up here this quickly. Let's see. They picked up the bomb. They're trying to plant it, and it's being held. Tess's good job. Yavi with the triple, and the first half of overtime is split 2-3. It's still great for Imperial, but my God, Heroic almost lost that round.
Oh, yeah, it was so close. Vinny almost bringing it all the way back, but overall, very strong play call from Heroic. Going for the mini wrap right there, and that was a 5v2 at one point, and yet it still became that close. That's why if you're Heroic, you made the right call, right play, teamwork carried you the distance, but then the individuals they just all tensed up in those later moments, barely getting that one round on the board. Much needed. Imperial need 2 to hit the grand finals.
Yeah, just 2 rounds. And They'll have the money to play around with. That's not going to be the main obstacle here. And they have something more than that. They have bolts super activated at the moment. Cello's starting to get there. The whole squad has come alive. It took a long, long time on Nuke, and it almost cost them everything. But this T side could be different from the one that we saw in regulation just because of that. Nice grenade. That's going to chip away at them. And again, that will equalize this M4A1. Stown through the smoke will find 30. And they're out in the yard. This is what cost them so much in regulation, trying to get this yard control, and they just can't. Heroic are so good at clawing their way through that smoke.
Yeah, Vinny has to try to find something. He has to be an X factor in this round. That lobby lurk, he's just going to hold on to the space. This is looking pretty dire in the first round for Imperial once they've swapped back to the T side. It's been so long since they've experienced this outside yard presence, but Bolts,
oh dear.
Okay, he's hit 30 kills as well. Two monsters that have been towering in the server, him and Stown, but he's still alive in this one, which means Imperial, oh, they've got a chance.
But the clock is running down very low. 26 seconds here, and they're still standing still. They have to go through Mini. They have to try and see if they can find their way through Vinny. Almost getting shot in the side of the head, but now Yabi's very exposed. He's gonna get, oh no, he still gets that one. I thought he was gonna get traded, but Yabi, absolute championship performance. He's at 30 now as well. He could have been killed immediately afterwards. He had a bunch of entries in overtime when they were playing on the T side, and now he's back on the CT side doing it again.
Tie score line. Imperial, some of that magic seems to be wearing off. It's been 2 rounds in a row from Heroic. Such a string from the Brazilians, but finally it seems like the Danes may have that momentum. This outside yard presence has been impossible to deal with. Imperial have had no answers for it. And so it looks like they really want to shift their point of attack. Oh no, a gap in the smoke. That's going to give Heroic so much information about what's going on.
So many emotions riding on this. I can't imagine what Heroic look like if they end up winning this. They're fighting to change their fates at the moment. He sees just the elbow, and it's enough for a kill. Stown looking to try and see if he can get the spray down mid-air, but it's not happening. There are 2 people down below, but they're not in position yet, and they might get blocked off here. Molotov comes through. Yabi pushing forward. He is a monster himself. Double spray down. Cadian with the op, but they know where he is. They've got a minute to try and solve this, and he's very low on health. He's just trying to wheel this round into existence. He finds Fallen. What a sick shot, and now he's ready for it. He knows where shelter is. 50 seconds here. A missed shot for Cadian could be the end of it, and it could be the end of the run as well, but he won't miss a shot at all. 3 kills, the captain of the squad, and he brings them back.
Oh, the main character writes another page in his book, gives himself a chance to punch that ticket into the grand finals. 18-17 scoreline after what was looking like the greatest collapse in Cadian's career. He has righted the ship himself.
This is where you love the main character, because you have to believe that the universe basically revolves around you to jump through the control room window on 35 health to just fight them out in the open. If you miss a shot, you're dead. It's instantly over. And you just hit every single one. That's what you want to see. 18-17 Heroic with 1 chance here to close this in overtime and close the book on Imperial, get into the grand final, and change this insane run of semi-final losses that they've been on. They have to make it through.
They have to. This team would not survive the player break if they go out like this. This is the time for the Danes to hold on. The outside yard defense has been phenomenal. You gotta see it stick. Oh, shush, he takes over.
Flashed in, the setup is there, and Cadian to punish Cello. And that's the entire lobby area lost. Panic on the side of Imperial, although Cadian giving one away there. Bolt's just waiting at the edge of the smoke, and he drops down to try and put some pressure on. Stown can still get the kill on Fallen, and he will. Fantastic headshot. 2 versus 4.
Oh, Jota, he slipped by. All right, Imperial, they're connecting at this point.
Yeah, but already on the Heroic side, they have the double defense down below. They have a 3rd man that's in the lobby area that could pretty quickly come down the vent. How do you get this done? I have no idea how you would solve this. They don't have really any grenades to play around with either. They need solid headshots. No mistakes now for Imperial. 45 seconds, they blow open the door, and there was a chance, but they don't know about that dark player. It's Tess's tickling them away. Shush is a little bit low on health, but the bomb being attempted, and they're gonna get it. But look at Shota, he's dead already. Now it's on Bolts in the corner, and there's no way they're gonna flop this. Not this time. Heroic, they're ready, and they defeat Imperial. They make the grand finals. Look at Cadian, he is on his feet. Heroic have finally done it.
Incredible stuff. The resilience there from Cadian and company. He said it as a joke that it was another top 4, and they're happy about that. That was a joke, but this game was no laughing matter.
Oh no, definitely not. They wielded that meme magic to get into the grand final. It's a new meta in Counter-Strike. Imperial, they look happy and smiling, and they should be. What an insane tournament for them.
What an incredible run for the Brazilian side. This is likely the last time you're going to see these 5 in these jerseys. DC, give it up for this game.
It's truly been beautiful. The crowd has been amazing. A lot of passion there. I have had such a great time. I wasn't expecting this coming into it. Yeah, hugs all around. Cadian, I can't imagine what it took. Not just leading the team, but individually. He was gone from this nuke game. He was really doing nothing at all, at least in terms of the kills, but right at the end, he brought it back.
That penultimate round. And we are headed to an interview.
Imperial put on one hell of a show. So close, almost there. Fallen, how do you describe what that last map was like?
Yeah, very hard match. Felt like we had it at the very end. The team fought hard. Last map for me personally was super difficult to get grids going. Very difficult to get my game going as well. So I'm very proud of the game back. So I'm very, very proud of them.
And what do you make of this crowd? They love you, man.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it very much.
Now, we're going to touch on this overpass you had, right? It's been a great map for you guys, so back and forth in it. And you started off so well. Did you feel like you kind of let that one slip away?
Yeah, I felt like overpass we could have won it. There was a very unlucky round, 13-13, I think. We went for a city round where we were trying to get overpass T-side control, monster control. And the problem, they were at the very T-spawn, waiting for that type of play. And that was a very crucial round. So unfortunately, we went for on their way. Props to them for the read. But I'm very proud of the team. I think we played as one of the best teams in the world, so that's great to be able to play a performance like that.
It definitely was, and that performance continued on Inferno because those last string of CT rounds, Vinny getting the Ninja Defuse into the knife. At that point, did you feel like, okay, we can do it again?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of magic plays. Vinny, we always say that he brings some magic rounds. He's using the taser, he's using the Mag 7, sometimes he does crazy things, and this game was one of them.
Now, this is the last dance for you as Imperial as we know it, so any final words you want to say here, Fallen, for one hell of a performance you guys put up as a team?
Galera, obrigado pela torcida, para quem está em casa. Foi prazer imenso jogar esse torneio com o pessoal, poder mostrar a melhor versão de nós mesmos. Vamos ver o que a gente vai fazer no futuro, mas nós vamos estar juntos, espero que seja dessa maneira. Thanks very much, guys. Everyone was cheering. Not sure exactly how we're going to go in the second semester, but very proud of the guys. And if we're going to stay together, let's hope every time it's like this.
Hell yeah.
Every time like this, I'm not sure any of our hearts could take it. That final map, what a thrill ride, DC! It was looking like a sleeper in the first half, but a comeback and a half, and we get overtime, and I don't think any of us knew how that one was going to land until the final round.
No, I mean, what, Imperial rattled off, what, 10, 11 rounds in a row at the end of regulation in the first 2 rounds of overtime? Like, that's an insane comeback. That's an insane thing to be able to pull off, down 7-15. I got no words. I thought this was going to be like a 2-0 stomping. That's actually incredible.
I'm right there with you. I do not know what to feel. I don't know what my body feels right now. I am confused. Confused by the craziness we've seen.
Well, maybe someone from Heroic can help us sort out that confusion. Banks is standing with Tesses, ready to talk about that win.
I may be ready to talk about it, but let's find out if Tesses is ready to talk about it. What the hell was that series, man? Did that take everything from you?
Yeah, that was insane. They played extremely well, and props to them. They played insanely good, and it was definitely difficult, and they pushed us to the limits for sure.
Now let's just talk about the semi-final problems you've had in the past. You've now broken that. You're in a grand final again, the first time since Rio this year. But were you guys starting to worry when it was getting this close, when they were starting to fight back? Did it start to come into your mind?
No, I don't think so. I just think that we were extremely lucky today, and the courage is still there. We'll probably lose tomorrow, but yeah, we'll see.
You guys are really trying to sell me on this whole thing, but I don't believe that for a second, because we see when it gets real close, you guys are still firing back. But let's just be honest on this overpass as well. You won it in the end, but you started off so-so. There was times where Cadian was bailing you guys out of it. Why were you getting off to such slow starts, both on overpass and Inferno, mate?
Yeah, that's a good question, Banks. Why do we lose semifinals, right? Yeah, slow starts, and sometimes it just happens to us. We are trying to find a solution while we're in there, and we managed to bring it back to like an even half and then pull back in the end. So that's sometimes how the CS is for us.
So at this point, I guess I should say, I don't wish you luck for the grand final?
Yeah, I could go with that. I'll take that, yeah.
All right, let's see if they lose tomorrow then. Back to you, Mike.
That might be the strangest winners interview I've ever heard. They're in the grand final! And he's saying they're gonna lose.
Yeah, well, you got to commit to it, right? When you pull the tactic out, you got to commit.
That's committing to the bit, I guess.
You got to go full on. Yeah, this is the route that they took. Go on,
Listen, it's like they were so close to the biggest, most incredible crumble I've ever seen. And I do wonder if that wasn't what was needed. The push, the fact that you were flirting with the limitations, and you could see the reactions once they made it to when Kanan had that 1v2, he literally just looked up the sky like this.
That's
what they needed?
That's one of the sexiest clutches I've seen in a long time, by the way. That was a beautiful
and crazy.
Clutch. Yeah,
and the man is struggling individually at this very moment. I think that's what really takes the breath out of my mouth. He's having a hard game. He's probably struggling to find calls. It's overtime. His team is suffering one of the greatest comeback ever that we've witnessed. And what does he do? He pulls the 1v2 to put him on 18.
Yeah, and I mean, he was so assertive in it as well. Like, he knew it was the moment. It was the moment he needed, and that's what he's always provided this team, is when they need something. As even in the interviews they're alluding to, the slow starts, Cadian pulled him out of those as well. Now he's the one who actually finishes things off on Nuke. So beautiful, beautiful show at the end of the day from Cadian. But you got to say, too, we wanted to see some kind of a response from Heroic. We'd gone the first two maps where Joda was the best player on map 1, Vinny on Inferno on map 2 is the best player. Here it was Stown. He did answer the bell, and you got to give him credit for that.
It might have been Bolts as well. I mean,
yeah,
who
Bolts
would have
certainly
seen
shot
that
up there at the end. Let's not forget Bolts. Those triple kills in that upper bomb side are pretty wild. Some nutty rounds.
That was great to see as well, considering he'd struggled a little bit. I'm sure he would love to have that first A exec back where he could do a little bit different, but he completely paid the bill after that. We have the scoreboard, so many players that had moments. You mentioned Stone, that was 26 kills in the first half. Yeah. He started with 26. Insane.
Yeah, well, I mean, also insane that he only got 5 kills in the second half.
Why do you gotta just look at life? It's such a bad life.
Well, the nice
trying to have a good time.
I was gonna move that on next to Yabby with 33, because I mean, like, Stown might have cooled off, but then Yabby is there to pick up the pieces. And again, that's the strength of Heroic, such a deep roster, and this time it actually showed in the game as well.
It did indeed. It's absolutely insane what Stown was able to do in that first half in particular. I mean, it was an 11-4, right? The fact that after watching that, we were all sitting in the green room like, well, it's a shame that such an amazing series has to end on a sleeper.
Yeah, it's always how this goes. First two maps are amazing. Yeah. It's all beautiful, and then you get to the third map, and it just falls apart. Yeah, I mean, especially for a team that came into this with a 0% win rate on Nuke. Like, let's not forget that. They haven't won a game on Nuke in the last 3 months, Imperial. The fact that they put out this kind of a performance, even in the first half, I was like, this is actually great for Heroic, because it actually looks like Imperial's not even very comfortable with the angles on the map, with the decisions they're making, and that seemed to me to be one of the things that allowed the individual Heroics out of Stown was taking advantage of that, but the fact that Imperial just comes right back into it.
To be fair, until that 15-7 moment where it felt like the world kind of changed color a little bit, it felt like this was the Heroic that we know and love. The beginning of Nuke was that. Storm super aggressive, a whole lot of movement, looking for kills, regathering information, Cadian's pushing around with an AWP. All of these facts where if you're Imperial, the game is so uncomfortable. It is so uncomfortable to play. It feels like you can never have a second to take a deep breath and know what you're going to do next. Someone is already pushing your flank. Someone is taking that side. So this was the good Heroic that put them on that position of 15-7.
And then from there, you even got like the Heroic we know and hate. The one like from that point on where it's like, it feels like they're playing 2 games. They're playing against themselves and the mounting pressure, and they're also playing against Imperial. And that's too much. So, I mean, just narrowly avoiding a disastrous collapse.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We're talking about a kill difference. Like a kill that goes different. If Yabby actually doesn't win the first duel when he's waiting for the smoke in main, Imperial could be celebrating right now, and we would be talking about one of the greatest collabs ever. So if you're heroic, you've dodged that metaphorical
Deep
bullet.
breath.
And I do want to change the focus for just a moment. I want one more moment on Imperial, because I think it's important to remind folks that the journey they took to this point, right? They're a showdown team. They fought their way through the qualifiers, the showdown. Every step of the way was a battle. There was nothing guaranteed here that they would even make it to this event. And once they were at this event, everyone was writing them off. They were the team that was supposed to go out in groups. They were the team that was maybe supposed to scrape something against Complexity. And then they make this run. They best Vitality. They make it to the semi-finals. And even here, one round, one kill, one moment of difference, and they could be a finalist at this Blast Spring Final.
Objectively, they played the best Counter-Strike I've seen from that lineup. Full stop. Yeah. I've never seen them play such high-level Counter-Strike, where it's not just great calls, and of course we've mentioned Fallen, we're going to do it a whole lot more times in his career, but it's just individuals stepping up time and time again. It's Jello having a game, it's Jota having incredible moves, suddenly Bolts is an unsuspecting hero stepping up on the CT side, Vinny is having an Inferno that sends us back to the Furia years. These are all of the elements that we hadn't seen for so long, which I thought they just weren't here anymore.
Yeah, don't forget Fallen either. He really rolled back the years.
I'm never going to forget.
Yeah, I know, right?
We shall not forget Fallen.
We shall not forget Fallen. But I mean, this was an incredible game. One of the best teams in the world. This is a guy who's not supposed to be able to compete at this level.
No.
And I mean, you get those flashes. The question is, can he do it consistently? As like kind of the rumor mill starts spinning up about his potential joining Furia, that's kind of been the big headline, is can he do it consistently for a team? But here today, he showed that he's going to have spurts and moments where he can compete with some of the best.
And I got to say, for all 5 on that team, whether they stay with Imperial, whether they move to another destination, I think they've just made an excellent addition to the resume.
And I mean, we already touched on it leading into this as well. And like this whole idea of the Brazilian shuffle coming around, where a couple teams are going to change. Maybe we can create 2 Brazilian contenders. If you look at this like a contract performance, for some of these guys, those names are going to start getting mentioned after showing what they can do against Heroic.
But I have much higher expectations in the future, I guarantee you. I'm not going to let them go away with the lukewarm performances we've seen prior to that moment. Give me this Imperial, give me this Jota, this Balls that we've seen here in Washington, because these are the ones that create moments, that create historical games, not the one that we've seen months past. That wasn't the case.
I mean, the hard thing is, it's like you just have to think now at this point, will they get another chance to show us they can do this?
I know.
Will the lineup get a chance? Because we're heading into the player break. Who knows what's going to happen? But is there like going to be one more event somewhere we can see if Imperial is like, was this a flash in the pan, or was this them like, is something going to click and say they figured it out? They have some tough conversations after a game like this to have to be like, all right, guys, can we actually be like this?
There's one more tough conversation to have as we're looking at our first finalist. Heroic, you were painting the picture before this matchup that this should be the easiest path through. It was anything but. And once again, we have them giving interviews where they say, well, I guess we lose now.
In my defense, it's easier than the other path.
Yeah, it's a little easier.
It's easier.
We have players starting to set up on stage here. It's going to be G2 Esports against Vitality. I mean, that could be the grand final in and of itself.
Yeah, second grand final of the playoffs. It's going to be beautiful.
Oh, we are only grand finals, actually. It's pretty cool, this event. Like, grand finals all the way to grand final.
All the way through. That's what we deliver here at the Blast Premier Spring Final. And when we come back, it'll be time to set the stage for G2 and Vitality.
Welcome back to the Blast Premier Spring Final here in the heart of the nation, the USA. There we go.
Look at that man.
I like that.
Look at that man. Grandeur, stature, those are two of the words you could use to describe that statue or describe our teams right here. We got the reigning major champions in Vitality, and we've got G2, the team that would have had an era.
Yeah.
I was going to say, what are you going to give them?
Yeah, I was like, what is that going to be? What are you going to say about G2?
World Final Champions. Reigning World Final Champions. There we go. We found the accolade.
Yeah, indeed. Listen, two teams who have a whole lot on their plate coming into this event. I think there's a whole lot at stake. For G2, of course, it's proving to yourself, to the fans, to the community out there that you are still worthy of a trophy, that you can have these deep runs, and that you've kind of mastered the demons we've talked about. And for Vitality, it's legitimizing, putting your hands on the trophy at the major, you know, shush the naysayers. It was an easy bracket. I didn't play against anybody. Well, here you have a chance. You have an incredible bracket ahead of you where you play some of the toughest, most prestigious oppositions that Counter-Strike can offer to you. Then, you know what? Just make them shut up, man.
Yeah, you can't mess with this pathway they have to take to get to the Grand Finals. Even to just lift the trophy, you can't mess with it whatsoever. This would be an incredible run. But G2, yeah, they've got a lot. It feels like every time they're in a game, it's like they have to prove something, because we see the flashes, we see the good G2, and we see way too often the bad G2. So every single time, it's like, which one are we going to get? Let's flip that coin, baby. Let's ride that wave.
It's almost the flip side of the strength of their fan base, right? Is the larger your bullhorn, well, the larger the critics are going to be as well when you do stumble, when you do err. They're a team where the expectations are sky high, both from their org, from their fans, from the world at large. They've got all the names. They've got all the stars.
I was going to say, it's like what happens when you have the best rifler of all time on your team, when in Nico, when you have someone like Modesty, who's like the next up-and-coming phenom upper, who's already done incredible things, when you have just this solid players in Hunter and JKS who are excellent, who are underrated. Like, when you have those players and those names, you have to deliver more.
Yeah, the pieces are excellent. Like, the pieces have always been excellent.
It's too good to not lift more trophies.
Yes, and I think that's where the frustration comes from. That not only there's a lack of trophy, but how the losses look like. Right? There's an eye test where you just have a look at a team that is maybe struggling, that is losing, and not all of the losses look the same. They don't feel the same. You can have a team that just bows out of a tournament. You feel like they've given their everything. They're together. They collided. They're strong. It's not always the vibes that we get. And that's why we get a little bit annoyed, and we want more. And they've shown a bit more passion, humanity, in how they've attacked the games here in Washington, and that is something that I'm happy about.
I mean, just talking about the human element of Hooksy, you know, his interviews that he gave in Dallas, and he's like, yeah, I was like in a real low point. I was rock bottom for him, you know, questioning whether he could still actually do this, whether he could be part of the team, whether he could make it work. And that little internal battle seems to have shifted in a positive direction here in Washington, where he feels much more activated and much more ready for competition.
It is interesting to see, and it's always been a question of the voices outside of the team versus the voices in, and to hear from the voices inside the team. We caught up with a little bit of G2 to hear how they're feeling about Hooksy.
So anything you could remark on for Dallas? I feel like the main thing we were noticing on every interview and just body language and even what Hooksy tweeted there, like is there any explanation for why he's been acting like that?
I mean, because we failed on major, because we were expecting a lot from this event, and since the beginning of the year, our main goal was major, and it hit him hard, and especially because he's the guy that is on HLTV a lot, reading what the other people, random people, are writing and saying. I mean, I'm not the guy who is reading that, but he is, and it hit him hard that people are talking kind of bad about him, but there's nothing in between us in the team. Everything is fine. We trust Hooksy a lot, and he was one of the biggest reasons why we were really good. So I'm in G2 for almost 4 years. I never won anything, and last 7-8 months, somebody told me last year we will win 2 events. Like, of course I signed for it, you know. So we are still happy with everything. Hooks is our IGL. Hopefully this event will do all better, and him included, and everything will be better.
It's such a contrast between the way you hear them speak about him as teammates as opposed to the conversation in the general public. We really haven't heard his teammates waver in their faith in their IGL.
No, and listen, I agree with you, and the words of Hunter sound extremely important to me, as in, like, we trust in the team that we have. We trust in our captain. And this is worth a million posts in forums, right? It's worth all of the Reddit posts you want in the universe to have the trust of your teammate. But here is the thing. We need to experience that trust throughout the games as we watch them. And sometimes it doesn't feel like that. So words can't just be words. They have to be action. You have to be fully committed into it, and it can describe itself in many different ways. And one of them is actually
fighting 200% into the trade with your leader.
You know, I've never felt like watching G2 that they didn't have like some kind of faith and trust in Hooksy. I've never felt like they've lost that during games, but I sometimes feel like they've lost that trust and faith that they can actually win big games.
Yes.
They just as a team, they seem to like break apart odd decisions, individual moves at moments where you should be playing as a team, and that's sometimes where I see the G2 drop-off actually occurs. Is not misplaced in the leader, in an individual player, but just in the team, that the team can provide what's needed.
And these are the moments where being an IGL sort of is a little bit unfair, right? But part of the job is, if your team is sort of falling apart, you need to be the one giving a direction. And you say, listen, like, this is not going well. Here's what we do differently. We do a different rhythm, faster, slower. And this is when we are looking at the IGL. So if a team kind of collapses and loses its enmeshment in the way they play Counter-Strike, then we point the finger to the leader. We say, what have you been doing? The same way we do with Nafany. What have you been doing? And that's why he's got a lot on his shoulders, and maybe to an extent, a little bit unfair too.
At every in-game leader. Look at Kerrigan. Kerrigan's going through the same thing.
Yes.
He's widely considered one of the greatest of all time. I'm sure Glaive has been going through it over these past few years as well. In-game leaders have an enormous amount of pressure on their shoulder, not just thinking about themselves, also the team, and also their individual teammates. Also, and as you mentioned, you're the one who has to come up with the answers, and there's no way to know whether it's the right answer. Sometimes maybe you don't even think it's the right answer, but you know something just needs to be called, something just needs to be directed to the team. It's a tough role. I would never do it. I would never in my life do it.
And I mean, especially with that comment as well, that he's the one who reads the Reddit comments. He's the one who checks HLTV.
Yeah,
he's
that
the one
he
who
should probably
attention.
work on. That's something we can, I think, take away.
Yeah, that one's maybe something to think about going into the player break. But
yeah, I was just gonna say it's kind of weird too, because Yanko made this point over in Dallas, where like if you're an in-game leader like Hooksy that's under that much scrutiny, and obviously there's always going to be rumors, and there's obviously going to be community conversation on who they should replace him with. Oh, Shui just had this great major. Why doesn't G2 bring in a new IGL? If you're Hooksy and you're reading those comments, it's going to start getting into your head. Even if your teammates, as we heard from Hunter, have full trust in him and want to keep him there, like Hooksy does. Like sometimes he doesn't realize that the team has more trust in him than obviously the community will, and that gets into your head.
And this is the catch-22. That's the vicious cycle. IGL reads comment and or hear noises out there, gets a little bit less confident, which means makes less good calls or clear calls, which means he's getting under more scrutiny, and you can see just this wheel just turning and turning and turning. So at some point you might just have to disconnect, make sure that the link, the relation with your team is great and sane and healthy, and you can just focus into that. And I think you were mentioning Kerrigan. That is one of the things FaZe have been very good at doing, I feel like, in the past, is kind of protect each other, like being in this together. Kind of shelter out the rest. And yeah, sure, Kerrigan, you're having a hard time, it's fine. But between you and I know where we're going, like we're going to be fine.
And doing it publicly as well.
Yes.
Not that I wouldn't put that on the G2 players to have to go out and do it, but I mean, FaZe, if you want to talk about that specific example, Twist is in there every single time Kerrigan tweets something negative. Rain's out there every single time. Like, you know, that relationship is solid. And that kind of little bit of an insulated bubble around him has got to be so helpful.
I mean, you think about it as well, the length of this relationship is much shorter. For Hooksy, yes. I mean, it's sub a year at this point, right? True. He has not been on this roster for that long in the grand scheme of things, so maybe building that trust, finding that form, finding that relationship, it still exists to some extent. But what I will say, shifting the conversation just a bit to the rest of his teammates, the form from his squad in general has been great. They haven't played a ton at this event just yet, but what we have seen, I mean, thinking back to that one Ancient game from Nico, we've had some massive standout performances, some huge games where players are looking at refining the resurgence in form right here at the tail end of the season.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And they have players whose quality are so high, and Nico is definitely a prime example of that. Jason said it, best rifle of all time we have in the game. Their quality can be so high that I think at times it can bail them out of situations they should not find themselves in, right? And this is the catch with G2. You can get away with a series where you make your opponent look like a bunch of clown because of how strong you are individually, but then what happens when you decrease just a little? What happens when you go back to the average, which in the case of Nico is amazing. Don't get me wrong, the average is amazing. But when you don't have these Superman-esque performances, then we are left wanting for a little bit more, and this is usually where we struggle to see that second layer.
That's where, like, you're supposed to, if the individuals aren't there to that degree, you kind of fall back on the team, you fall back on the tactics, you fall back on the strategy. That brings you right back into the Hooksy conversation. Just comes full circle.
I can't escape. I can't get you guys off it. Well, let's talk about overall narratives.
We haven't talked about m0NESY. We can talk about m0NESY.
We can talk about m0NESY. You want to talk about m0NESY?
No, he's really good. That's all.
Thank you, Jake.
Great. Thank you for your contributions here. But let's talk about narrative. Let's talk about narrative. Let's talk about the calendar, because the thing that started the G2 mini, almost we thought they could be an era moment was the Blast World Finals, right? It was the Blast Premier World Finals. It was that moment where this team looked like they might be making a change, looked like they might be headed towards a bit of a shift, and they rallied around Huxi in particular as he dealt with personal tragedy, and they lifted a trophy.
But you're right there, right? Obviously, the focus of this conversation is not to talk about this tragedy then, but it did feel like it was something that got them together. Like it brought them together to a new level, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful to witness like these 5 human beings like connecting in this moment and just going on that tear when it's like, hey, I'm going to jump for you. Like, I'm going to give it all for you. And we're going to do this together. And it made them click, and they carried that over, which was, I think, the greatest test. I thought they probably wouldn't be able to do it. I thought what happened in Abu Dhabi would stay there. That wasn't the case. They rolled up into the next year, they get Katowice, and they have this same panache, the same level. So we're just wondering, where the hell did that go? When did that stop? I cannot even pinpoint in my head the moment where it kind of slipped away, because it felt like all the pieces were lined up.
Looks good going into Pro League as well, and yeah, it just didn't carry over nearly as much as you would have liked. Yeah, it's been tough for G2 to find that kind of consistency, but like we know it's there. We know it's available to them. And man, I don't know. It's such a hard thing to pinpoint because you don't know exactly why it's disappeared, and that's the story of G2. And that's what makes this such an interesting and very polarizing team of whether you want to be a fan of whether you think they can do it, but like you always know. They're another one of those teams where you always feel like a heartbreak while a collapse is just right around the corner.
Now, shifting gears here, because we have spent a lot of time discussing G2, and for good reason. There's a lot to unpack. But shifting over to the other side of the stage, Vitality, reigning major champions, looking to make it 3 events that they've attended in a row where they lift the trophy. They're now starting to look back into form. We saw a slow start to this event, but now we have the Vitality that we expect, that we need every time they enter the server.
And the bounce back has been impressive, honestly. It would have been on the cards for Vitality to just completely bail out of this tournament, you know, and just not being there and not bouncing back after that first series. We heard the words from Apex, and the opportunity here for Vitality is huge. Like, when was the last time we had a team in Counter-Strike just win back-to-back events on participation? It must have been the Navi days, I'm assuming. And it's been, ever since, like a roller coaster, a carousel of teams being on the throne for a limited amount of time. Hell, there's another debate. Kagan's going out there saying, hey, we're the best team in the world. And Apex like, what do you mean? Like, I won the major. You're not, I am. And G2 is like, hey, we won 2 trophies too. And it's like this conversation where you do that, you're Vitality here. You have the run in front of you. You have the opponents, the list of teams you've beaten. If you win the trophy here, that debate is closed. You're the best team in the world. It's over.
And that becomes the thing that you have to focus your eyes on, because I mean the conversation around the major winning teams is always when you've just hit that peak, when you've just hit that goal, what do you have next to work for? And that's why we always see that kind of major win or hangover of not being able to handle the next event. But for Vitality, it's got to be like, yo, we have the major trophy, but we still have to prove that we were the best in the world. We didn't have to face any of the top teams on that path.
Look at these stonks.
Look at them. It's astounding, right? If you want to talk about finding the peak, well, this reflects a climb up a peak. And I mean, for so long, this Vitality team was the team of what should be and what wasn't. I mean, I've seen you tear your hair out in so many green rooms watching this squad when they're not playing as they should be.
Oh, I do plan on billing them for my medical bill for my hair loss. Definitely because of Vitality, for sure. Source of frustration for a very long time. They had this crazy project bringing in, kind of meshing the Danish and the French Counter-Strike, and now it feels like they have it. But what we are looking to find out here is what's the second layer now that you have accomplished what you set out to do. You wanted to win the major in Paris. All of your plans were put together. You calculated how you were going to peak, and it worked out. That's beautiful. Now, are you a bystander? Are you going to be there for a couple days, and are you going to go? Or do you have the ability to, even if you're not on 200%, still win because you have quality within, because you've reached that point, that understanding within the team is like, hey, even in our B game, we can still win. Our protocols are sound, our players are sound and safe. That's the question with Vitality now.
Yeah, have you become the best team in the world, or are you just another horse on the carousel taking your turn around the loop? That's the question that Vitality have to answer. And I think, I mean, this obviously with this route, this is the way to do it. This is the place, right at the end of the player break.
It certainly is. No better way to prove yourself. And to hear about how they're feeling about that challenge, we do have a little bit of a check-in with Magisk ahead of this game.
So Magisk, after yesterday's games, I want to see if you guys feel like you're more back to normal Vitality, if you're starting to feel yourselves back to normal.
Well, obviously, I think we had a rough start to the tournament, but I think from game to game we've been getting better and better, and I think that's what we have to look at. It's really positive coming back from feeling like you played a little bit sloppy and not being yourself. So yeah, I'm happy we are playing better because Cloud9 was one step in the right direction, and FaZe again, we also played better. So yeah, we need to continue that if we want to win today.
And in terms of this event and the teams you've beaten so far, right? We look at FaZe, look at Cloud9, then coming into this, we think, okay, if you beat G2 as well, is it very important that you win this and you say, like, look, we beat some of the very best teams here?
I think, I mean, every tournament is special in some way, you know. So, of course, we want to win here as well. We have a possibility of winning 3 tournaments in a row. So I think that's, you know, I think we would be the only team this year or in the last 1.5 years to actually manage to do that. So I think that's obviously also something. So yeah, we have a lot on the line, but G2 is also been in a slump for a long time now. So they also want to come back and, you know, show that they're still a top team.
And in terms of G2 being a top team, Inferno used to be obviously their golden pick choice that goes for. They've been struggling a bit more recently. Do you feel like you guys just have a massive advantage in this veto?
I think in general we have a really strong map build, and I think that's one of our strengths right now is that even though people, they might try and go for a weaker map of us, we are still really good on the map. So yeah, they need to show up and they need to play good if they want to beat us, because in general our map pool is just all around really good. So that's definitely an advantage for us.
And any disadvantages in your eyes?
Well, I'm not too sure about that. I think right now we have a lot of confidence, we have a lot of momentum, and you know, we have a lot of belief in the team. So I think that's in general one of the biggest strengths we can have right now as a CSGO player, but also as a team, is that you know, you have a lot of trust and things are going good. But you know, we have also worked a lot on the mental side to try and not go into these traps of believing too much in ourselves, but you know, following the plan that we have been doing. So yeah, I think right now not too many weaknesses, but of course every team have a weakness in some way. So yeah.
I don't know that I've ever heard a crowd so dang excited for a veto. You guys like a little Anubis? I think they like Anubis, but I think the loudest cheer was a nuke. Nuke, guys? They like the nuke. After the last one, who can blame them?
But we all hate Vertigo, right? Damn right.
There we go.
Propaganda right there. Propaganda right there. But looking at this, like, we're comparing the map pool. Magisk was talking about it. It's well-rounded for Vitality. How are we feeling about this veto?
Bro, I love that interview from Magisk.
Oh, it's great.
I absolutely love it.
And he's on the money.
Yeah.
He's right. The work has been done in the map pool. It used to be one of the issues for Vitality, but they've improved so much. They've jumped on Anubis. They've taken a couple of beatings. I remember you go back to Abu Dhabi, G2 hands it to them on Anubis because they took the risk to play the map, and now they actually have that kind of possession of the strongest team on the map. And then you have the work that's been put on Inferno as well. Mirage is not...
The changes on Mirage.
The changes on Mirage, exactly. It's been a process, and now they've gotten to that point where the veto doesn't scare them so much anymore.
Yeah, I really like that. I think it's cool hearing them just say, yeah, it's on them. Can they actually show up and play the maps? They're like, I don't care. We're strong. We're good. I'm comfortable.
We're good.
It's all on them. That's exactly what you should say.
It's the faith within the roster, right? They've done it. They've done it. They've been there. They have every reason to have confidence in what they can do. The pieces hit at the right time, and now they're just riding that wave of strength. You've got Zaiwu back into championship form. You had Spinks wake up massively in their previous series, and those are the two stars where you're looking for that firepower to light the way.
Yes, but it cannot just be them, right? And I think the trophies that Vitality have lifted prove that you've had also performances from Magisk, you've had Dupree step up in Paris, that was the case. Apex, I think, was an unsuspected hero of the last series they played.
He was great in the last series.
He was much stronger than he usually is, so it cannot just be the Spinks Zaiwu show. That in itself is not in today's Counter-Strike, not 2 people anymore.
Not 2 people anymore. Well, there will be 5 on their side, so fortunately they'll have that working for them, and we're going to take 5 before we get back and get ready to get into this match.
Hunter, how would you describe the difference right now between G2 in Dallas and G2 here in Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, I mean, we started really good as well in Dallas. We had a really 2 easy games at the beginning of Dallas first day. Here we started really good with 2 wins as well. Hopefully we'll keep it up this time in playoffs, and we'll not do the same like we did in Dallas when we lost to FaZe and Heroic before that. So I think, yeah, in Dallas we said that we don't want to prepare as much as we were doing usually, and it didn't work really good. So we changed back, and we are doing now what was working for us at the beginning of the year and last year as well. So yeah, that's the difference, I would say.
Why would you make that change to not prepare as much, though? What was the reason behind that?
Just to try to focus more on ourselves, and individually to try to focus more, especially Hooksy, because he is the guy who likes to prepare and who likes to be ready. And we just tried something out because Dallas is kind of an event that we needed to try something else, I would say, because Major didn't work really well for us. But yeah, I mean, I think we are as well better individually when Hooksy is preparing us properly.
I like it. Now, talking about Hooksy, he's been a lot more animated, he seems a bit more positive now as well. How much is that helping you guys?
I mean, of course it's helping. The mood is better, atmosphere is better. He's our IGL and the guy who is calling at the end. And of course, when he is positive and he has a good vibes, everything is easier for us as well.
Now, I also want to touch on your Inferno. This also used to be the great map for you guys, but we've seen some of the more struggles on it, especially on the CT side. Why do you think that is?
I don't know, honestly. Sometimes like we are doing some crucial mistakes and we are losing a lot of advantage situations. Like we lost a lot of 5v4s, 5v3s, even 4v2s, and that's something that we need to fix. And we always want to be proactive, but sometimes we just need to stand and sit tight and just wait for them to come on our crosshair.
Does it knock your confidence on the map at all?
Sorry again?
Does it knock the confidence on the map at all?
No, not really. I mean, every day is a new day, every opponent is a new opponent. We just focus on the next game, on the next opponent, and it doesn't matter what happened before. Of course, we try to learn from that and to fix it for the next game, and that's the most important.
A good vibe, a return to preparation, and things might be right in the G2 camp.
Some sage words coming out of Hunter. I mean, he's usually a very good interviewee, right? But I love when he says, what we need to do better is sit tight and close rounds. And I agree with it. Yeah. I agree with it so much, because when you think about G2, playmaking is never a problem. Someone will make a play. Nico will make a play. There's going to be a multi-kill. m0NESY will defy the odds, cross a smoke. Hunter will have that presence as well. But sometimes where they drop the ball a little bit is, hey, you have an advantageous position. There's 30 seconds on the clock, and here is how you mechanically will win this round. But hold on a second. Here I am re-peeking, and suddenly the round blows up. And that's, to me, that's the pet peeve that I have sometimes with G2.
I think there's very few teams in professional Counter-Strike as well that as much as G2 lose like 5-on-2s, 5-on-3s, like they seem to lose these heavily advantaged rounds frequently, those mistakes. And I don't, like, maybe, yeah, you mentioned they can always make a play. They have players who can always create something out of nothing. That's true. And I don't know maybe if it's like a tendency of like wanting to make a play when you don't have to. Maybe it's like scales back some of that in certain situations. But those collapses against a team like Vitality, if you make those mistakes, if you give up a couple 5-on-2s, 5-on-3s in a game, 4-on-2s, Vitality's going to punish you. You can't beat a team like Vitality like that.
And it comes down to confidence and trust. And I know this is like one of these easy words we use at the desk, and it's easier to be confident when you win. But the trick is to play with the confidence that you have when you're winning, even
when you're struggling. Make it till you make it, baby.
To an extent. That's exactly what I'm talking about, you know? Because when you look at a team who's winning, they know how to handle these rounds. There is no doubt. They just close it, man. It's 4v2. Here is my off angle, and I know my teammate's right behind me, and it's great. And then you look at a team who's on the brink of doing something great, which they haven't in so long, and then it's the white swing. Yeah. And then it's really trying because you want it too much, and you don't just trust the simple. And that's what you got to do when you sometimes be simple in the game.
This is great too. This is the 5th series these two teams have played. I mean, that's going all the way back towards last year, towards EPL, towards World Finals as well. But it's been back and forth. It's been Vitality winning, then G2 winning, then Vitality winning, then G2. This is the tiebreaker right at the end of the season. This is the team who gets to go into this head-to-head, this little bit of a mini rivalry with the lead in that kind of series exchange. So I mean, there's a lot on the line. Obviously, the grand finals are there. Ending your season on a high note is there, and then obviously taking that advantage in the head-to-head.
And speaking of high notes, we've made a lot about the mentality, we've made a lot about the attitude, the vibes, and we've made a lot about Hooksy. And the loudest chant I've been hearing in this pregame is for Hooksy. They love him here in DC. Oh, a little bit of noise coming through here. I want to hear from you, DC. Is it going to be G2? Is it going to be Vitality?
There's some boos.
There's some boos. I don't know.
There's some boos. I like that. Get in there. Simple fans. Simple fans, yeah.
working. That's an investment.
Oh, I don't know. This matchup, like in this one, like I don't know. This feels like very 50-50 in a way, except for the fact that G2 just always tends to break my heart when I believe. Always tends to do.
It's okay. It's gonna be all right.
I know.
Jason. We talked about Hooks. I think it's only fair we give Apex a couple of words.
Sure, absolutely.
And like the journey that he has been on, because when Vitality wasn't succeeding, when they were struggling, he was a target. And one of my targets as well, in terms of like keeping you calm in like tight situation. We've seen him sometimes lose kind of the thread of the game and then individually just throwing himself out there. I feel like what we have seen from Apex recently is so much more calm and stable and reliable. And this is, I mean, I applaud the journey that he's been on, and he's a definitely an integral part of the success that they've had. Yeah, and I think too he's done a really good job of kind of changing the conversation around his leadership, because I think even like starting like right before Paris, maybe when they won Rio, like the conversation was kind of like, yeah, like I was giving a little bit too much over to like this style of play that we were trying to blend together. I was calling things that I don't really necessarily like to call, and it was a style that I was trying to make everyone else comfortable. And then he's kind of brought it all in, and he said, no, eventually we got to a point where things weren't working, and I said, nope, it's on me. Yep. I'm taking it. This is now my turn. We're going to do things my way. We're going to do them how I want to do them. And now, boom, they've started winning. And it takes courage to do that, because it makes you a target. If Apex goes out in an interview and says, listen, from now on, it's my game, like it's my ship. We're going to run my game. And they lose, then that's it. Yeah. You've basically made your bet. It's right there, just lay in it. Put the crosshairs on yourself. Exactly. Like everyone is just waiting for you to fail. You think you have the answers? You think you know how to do? Well, let's see how Vitality does. And they've actually had the success right behind. And this is why I truly appreciate like the attitude he's been having. And I don't think he shies away from like hard words for his teammates as well. Like, he will just come out and say, hey, listen, I talked to this guy. I said, it's like, if you don't fry, like, we're not going to win. Spinks, you got to do better than that. These are all moments where we get to peek behind the curtains and knowing what it is to be an IGL. It's not just deciding between Rush A and Rush B. It's also you have to handle human beings with you, and you have to get the best out of them. And I think he's done great at that. And he's had to learn that over time, too. Oh, absolutely. And especially for someone who started his career as like a hardcore entry fragger, just being sent into a smoke. Dude, he was crazy. Go down. Yeah. Like now he's just like, I have no sympathy for y'all. Frag. Like I can't possibly care. You're the star. Frag. I like that.
Make it happen. Take command. I mean, it almost feels like we could have a support group for some of these IGLs with the way that we've seen them put in the spotlight. Yeah. This is your new initiative.
What kind of a fee you on for that bad boy?
I guess I can have some generous prices for people who know me. There's like an inner circle.
Yeah. Friends and family discount.
I'm expensive, but it's okay.
We'll make it work. We'll make it work. We'll have a little meeting. Pour a little wine, have a little drink, and talk through your problems. Yeah.
Sounds like that's a slippery slope.
Yeah. There is that as well, but we'll see if there's going to be a slippery slope in this game, because we are about to get in the server. We are almost ready to get into the Counter-Strike, and at the end of the day, that's what it's going to be all about. Let's talk about the maps a little bit. Let's talk about the roadmap that we've got through here. We're starting on Anubis. For these two teams, for this matchup, where do we think that goes?
Well, I think for Vitality, it was a very, very obvious pick. Like, it was right there for the taking. It's a map, like I said, they've taken the risk of playing it, one of the first ones to do it. They've gotten a couple of slaps in the face, but they've really became reliable and strong on it. The game against FaZe was a good example as well. Like, you can trust into it, whereas G2 is a bit more at the bottom of the pack. It's a map that they don't shy away from, but they don't jump on it. Yeah. You can still punish them. We talk about map pool evolution. They're not exactly there quite yet for G2. There are still some weaknesses.
Yeah, and I think, well, there's a few tricks. Like G2 really likes, there's some fast mid rounds they like to execute, double Molotov into an explosion. We touched on it yesterday as well, where it felt like, I mean, Zawu's always going to be good and always going to be dominant in his own way, but on a map like Anubis, still kind of messing with the timing, doesn't offer, moving around the map properly. So there's some opportunities there for G2, but I think more than just like actually them like playing well on the map, they're going to have to hit some really nice timings of those critical round wins, right? They need to gain like an advantage, like an economic advantage off of a win. It's not going to just be enough to win some gun rounds. You have to be able to put them in the hole, because this is going to be a tough map for you to come out on top of. But
yeah, I mean, the win rate is great, 8-9%. You also have individuals who are slowly becoming experts of their area. Like the way Magist played the A side is legit as hell. And I'm not only talking about rifle. The man pulls out the secondary sniper here and there, time and time again, a la Robs a little bit. Spinks has a good game, then suddenly has a bad one on Cave. But I think Apex middle can be a position that you can use. You can try to look for it.
Now that's a shirt. Now that's a G2 shirt right there. Woo! Are the chickens in G2 jerseys? Oh, it's a next level shirt. It's a shirt on a shirt on a shirt on a chicken.
That's great.
Well,
maybe I should wear that.
We know the fans are in attendance. If you've got a spare shirt, I think Matthew's looking for one, so let him know.
He's been slowly unbuttoning. Yeah, he'll need it.
He will need it indeed. Oh, it just keeps going. It just keeps going, these shirts through. But now it's time to go on over to Banks because it's time to welcome our teams to the stage. It's time to get this final semifinal of the day going.
Oh my goodness, Nico 3K.
Cyber, an absolute madman.
Oh my gosh, Bonacy, what is that?
G2 in the semi-final.
Vitality close it, as it always seemed they would.
The passion was lacking in Dallas, but here they have brought the fire once again. Smiles on their faces, headshots in the server, but still the scratches and scars show. They need to overcome the odds and overcome their own doubts to move to the grand finals today. Make some noise for G2 Esports! The major champions looking for back-to-back-to-back championship titles. If they can claim it here in Washington, D.C., that will be the ultimate prize secured to end the season. They started off slow, but built themselves back up, and now they must harness their energy and give it all they've got. V is for victory. V is for vitality!
Well, we've welcomed our teams to this stage. They look ready. The crowd feels ready. Are you ready, DC? I'd say they're ready.
Yes.
I'd say they might just be ready to get the semifinal underway, but we can only have one more team make it through to Sunday. We can only have one more team qualify into the grand finals. Gentlemen, who's it going to be?
Oh, baby, that's always the question, isn't it? I mean, look, I think it's really hard to go against Vitality right now. And that's the biggest thing is this obviously can be a G2 win. We know these guys have it in them, but it's really, really hard to pick against Vitality in this series, just knowing some of the collapses, some of the struggles, some of the heartbreak, and not yet seeing G2 be able to put it together consistently. I don't think there's a whole lot of reasons to lean towards them.
I know. I have
I'd like
Vitality
to.
as well.
I really want to.
No, I don't want to. I'm fine, happy.
Oh, I know you're happy. I would like to pick G2. I don't know if I can do it yet.
No, listen, the bounce back that we've seen from Vitality has inspired me a whole lot, honestly. Like, I thought for half a second, looking at them playing 75% of that game versus Imperial, I thought, damn, like they're just going to show up. They're just going to be here, kind of float around, and then go to summer break. But the reaction they have shown and the weight of this patch of Cloud9 and FaZe, that to me is Vitality that's hard to put to bed, really.
I mean, they needed to find that form again. They needed to find that fire. They found whatever it was, whatever motivation they needed. They did seem to be pumped back up. But for G2, it feels like they just have so much to prove on this stage, right here, right now.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem right there, is that's the story around G2 every time they step into a match, and that's a ton of pressure to constantly be playing under. It's always feeling the need to actually prove that you're one of the best teams, prove that your in-game leader is the right selection to stick with, prove that your star rifler still got it, still can actually deliver trophies, prove that your young AWPer is still rising and still showing more and more potential. Every single game is the pressure of having to prove a little bit more, and that's tough to play with.
That's the game longevity. Longevity is what we're looking for, right? Time is the true metrics of greatness in Counter-Strike. Winning one event is great. Winning 3 in a row, that's much better.
It certainly is. And I
What's
mean,
winning 5 in a row? Is that pretty good?
Much, much better.
Okay, cool.
We'll take those.
Thank you.
We'll take those. Well, there will be a little bit of pause either way to see who can continue their run, but first they've got to start that run, or in the case of Vitality, keep it going. 3 events, back to back to back, headed into the player break. There is no better way to kick off a vacation.
No, it would be superb for Vitality, of course, but this is where we get to test what's truly in your stomach as a team, right? Because again, showing up to an event that is the pinnacle of your preparation, and you arrive here with your map already, you have all of your strategies, all your little diamonds, little protocols, you can use them all, you put it all on the table. Then suddenly you succeed, you move on to the next, and you are in a different context. Apex, he was very adamant about it. Like, I was lost. He said, I arrived here, I was lost. I didn't know how to approach it. I didn't know how to talk to my boys, but it feels like they have found this second breath of fresh air, and they're so ready.
Well, let's see if they have it indeed. I know two guys who's got lungs full of air. They're ready to expel. We got Scrawny, we got Launders. You ready for them, DC?
Washington. Can I get a Hoya?
Warm him up, bro.
Can I get a Hoya?
There we go.
There we go.
That's better. All right, DC, you guys have been great. Things have felt intimate out there, and things have been felt action-packed inside of the server already. We had a hell of a first semifinal, and now we're going to have ourselves a banger of a second. We've got the unicorn odds as Vitality coming in through the favorites. Let's talk about Anubis first and foremost, Mo. I think one thing that I'm excited about for this Anubis CT side for Vitality is that Magisk is currently the second highest rated player for the team after their bounce back from Imperial, and that means that that A site in particular is going to get locked down. We saw him playing it yesterday. We saw him swinging with the double op. This is, again, tapping into that whole conversation about map pool and Vitality and preparation. It's good stuff, and it's enough, I think, to drop G2.
Yeah, I love giving Magisk a shout out as a kind of the third best player on the team overall. And I think when it came to Rio, Paris, and most recent form, of the two Danes that came onto the squad, he was the one who dropped off the least even when things were going sour. So, you know, Magisk, he's got 4 majors now, 1 shy of Dupree, but he has held it together as a true professional to come on and not really rest on the fact that he already had such an amazing career on Astralis, really brought it for G2 this entire time and has even stepped it up further in the last month or so.
Yeah, I mean, Dupree doing an interview not long ago just saying that getting into the server is never going to be enough, right? That this is a core that needs to be hardworking, a team that we know put tons of prep and tons of pressure on themselves to succeed in Paris, and now they come to Washington, and had they fallen victim to just this blasé attitude, just letting this one slip, I don't know if many would have blamed them, and it felt like that's exactly what we were going to get with that Imperial loss. But since then, Vitality have begun this rebound, and there's no team in all of Counter-Strike who wants to rebound more than G2. Starting this year, lifting trophies, finishing 22 with the last lift, and now the struggles ever since. This one's for the last spot in the grand finals. Heroic, who didn't have their dreams crushed today, but maybe tomorrow. Washington, let's have a good one.
Let's soak this up. We're coming off the back of a huge best of 3, and this was supposed to be banger of the night. It's going to be hard to follow that act, but we know this one's going to deliver.
Hooksy, first one down. Dupree's got himself the double. Ooh, make it a third.
He said you can't just show up on the server.
Yeah, just click the heads. It's as simple as that. Oh, Aussie. JKS. Out from Temple, smokes off Dark. Of course, still 3 of them remaining. Magisk, he's going to take his sweet time as JKS also does the same and isolates nothing. Zywoo just so ready for the headshot. So
full house.
2 for the Woo and 1 man only. Triple kill out of Dupree.
Yeah, well done out of them. They kept it real simple. G2 very consistent on pistol. They got some of the best pistoling stats in the last year in Tier 1 versus almost everybody. Very good at picking sites on their T sides, very good at defending them on CT, but this is a great start, and obviously we're looking at the best Anubis team right now in Vitality. They are showing so much strength across the map pool. I mean, they lost to Imperial at this event. Their last loss was the first game at Rio, best of 1 versus OG. They end up winning the event, didn't drop a map at the major, and so they're starting to build some of that same resume that G2 did at the start of the year between Blast World Final and Kato with map streaks.
Zywoo quickly cutting that distance, looking to challenge Hunter. Hooksy's right behind him. Still have a smoke for JKS, but there's no pressure at A out of the gate. And Hunter did find a little pocket to play within Dark. Sounds can be heard as they get to the approach. Spinks is going to kill Hooksy. Bomb will be planted. Nobody can really challenge that. Hunter's thinking about it. And if he times it properly, yeah, he'll find Dupree. But Apex right there with the trade frag. Vitality, simple. Slicing straight through that B defense, getting their bomb down, ensuring no shenanigans. That was the plan. But Nico has connected with that Desert Eagle. Nico and m0NESY coming into this match as the 2 highest rated players here in Washington. And when you get m0NESY and NiKo at the same time, that's when you're meant to be lifting trophies. Couple more scout shots as parting gifts, but Vitality walk away with 2 alive.
Yeah, heavy damage is great, but I think economy is going to be the least of G2's problems right now. When we watch Vitality play against FaZe on Anubis, you know, Vitality really struggled for a bit there to get into the game, winning only rounds with pistols. But once they solved that problems, they outright won the half, and then they had no problems in the second half as well. This team is terrifying right now on this map. So G2 will have to do a lot. And we just, like Jason said, he was scared to pick them because you never know what you're going to get out of G2. They are a team right now that can absolutely be considered a tournament favorite anytime they enter. Even despite some of their recent losses, it just feels that way. But at a certain point, they're going to lose that luster. They're going to lose that allure.
And it has been some time. You know, I think we put FaZe in that same category of a could-be tournament victor. The difference being G2, it's just that much further behind, right? They didn't get their ESL Pro League finish. They didn't get that recent reminder. It's been a downwards trajectory
since Kato.
Despite the peak. An entire season of slowly downtrending. Little engagement towards mid. Both teams pulling away from it. Sit side smoke. Spinks could, won't.
The conversation for Vitality was, you know, Apex just being very frank about the fact that after Paris, he was like, well, what else do I need to aim for right now? We just won the major. We put every plan for the year from Kato saying, I'm going to take control of this team now. It's going to be my game plan into winning at Rio and getting Paris and getting remotivated here. You know, everyone was writing him off after Imperial. So was I. I was like, oh, okay, it happens. You lose the event after the major, but okay.
Clean scout shot out of m0NESY. Chance at more there, but nothing comes to fruition. JKS's pistol also slapped away. So yesterday we saw Vitality's T-side start with an affinity for the A hits. That was being versus FaZe. Once they started to get stuffed by Rops playing between smokes, Twist stacking it with Brokey, we saw Rain and Kerrigan get targeted on the other side.
Yeah.
But Vitality and A go hand in hand.
Definitely. And in general, there was one thing that's really cool is they keep their Anubis T-side extremely simple with grouping up and hitting sites. You know, when we looked at FaZe, it was the complexion of the rounds was much more complicated. Lots of mid control, lots of lurks, never making a decision out of spawn. Where Vitality, their philosophy on Anubis is sometimes they know where to go as soon as they're out of freeze time. So third picked up, 4 alive. Just want to make sure about this bomb. NiKo doesn't look like he'll get another. Fantastic start for the French. I can call them the French, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
I mean, they did win Paris.
Yeah. And you were casting while they won it.
That's fair.
Which makes it even more French.
Okay, I appreciate being the authority on this. You've just made Maniac squirm.
Yeah.
No, I'm French.
And he was analyzing it.
Get the crud off that skate. Gonna need it.
Vinzera has won the Blast TV show match pick poll here. Oh, well, ongoing. I thought it was a lock. I also thought Imperial beating Heroic was a lock.
Well, not today. The semifinals curse has been lifted. Magisk looking for the entry path. See if guns truly make a difference. JKS on his own here. Start to see NiKo pull back from mid slightly. Still plenty of options here for Vitality. Spinks has been left to do his thing towards B. JKS getting curious. Even with that opening kill, has decided to just extend his position forward. Grabs the util, swaps out guns, smoke fades for Apex.
And we see the Vitality default when they're forced to. Some late mid nades. Similar to smoking window Mirage at the minute mark. They're taking over bridge control, but no intention to use it right now. It's just this split coming in.
You put m0NESY in the right spot, though. And that could very well feel like a brick wall.
There's no more smokes for the CT side.
30 seconds. Couple flashes and a Molotov and an opening kill, but m0NESY down to half health. Luckily, Hunter holds on. He's lost his opper and his own head. ZywOo, of course, to make the difference on this one. We had seen JKS kind of poking and prodding on long A. Well, now he gets completely shut down.
That's BuzzWoo.
ZywOo, instant headshot. Nico gonna have to show us a little rifle work. He takes down the Woo, and pressure falls on the shoulders of Dupree, who's been given time to just reposition. Nico trying to figure this out. Slowly, surely, getting closer. No kit, no nades. It's a straight up duel, and it's one he's gonna win. 1v2 for Nico early on. First gun round from G2, nets them a round win, but at what cost? 4 dead.
Yeah.
And he'll grab Monacy's up. The only thing move forward.
It was sort of strange in the way that it felt like the side hit was going to fail. Starts off 5v4 into the trades not going perfectly, and then there's a gap in the aggression. CT finds a kill back, but then when ZywOo sends that haircut through Con, you think, all right, they're about to do the impossible again. But Nico chops off those angles. And I think from Dupree's perspective, it looks like he just knew where he was and pre-fired him. But you could see him Julie-ending that position up until that point, being very careful. Ever since that 30-kill half versus Imperial, we're wondering, can Nico do it again?
Only the 3rd player in all of CSGO to get more than 30 kills in one half.
They don't count my matchmaking games.
No. Maybe they will in CS2. Flash to top mid. Dupree pounces, doesn't get the opener. And JKS there to save Nico, who just took a dangerous quick peek around the side, spots a couple more bodies, activates Hunter to smoke off Dark. Great job there from G2 to just flush out the bridge presence. Back-to-back 5v4s for the defense. But Hunter gets caught!
No.
And it's a double out of Spinks!
Did they even shoot back? Because they needed to. 3 players here from G2, all in compromised rotator spots. Nico, can he get into this?
He's gonna try, but remember, he's low health. And by spamming smoke, he gives himself up to Apex. Tagged for 99.
Okay, Monacy.
Yeah, just chill out, bro. What do you know that I don't?
Those are walls for us.
All right, well, leaning on Spinks then to get the double entry. To me, with the 5v4, with the knowledge that there were players down in canals and bridge had been taken, I mean, you'd think player crossing back, not even looking at long B.
Yeah, something looked very wrong there. And that's actually the second time something's looked wrong on the site defense. Spinks doesn't care, though. Oh, okay, Op gets taken down, but of course JKS can pick it up. And so it's fine for him at the very least, but lots of damage here on top of the round 1 from the 2 entries from none other than Spinks. As you pointed out, for Spinks versus Rayleigh to win a major, the newest call-up to get Vitality to this point, he's delivered. He's delivered and brought his form all the way back.
Yeah, that's the key takeaway.
When he first joined the team. I think, you know, we've always talked about Simple's electronic, and ZywOo never had that until Spinks. Even though the team looks insane on paper, 8 majors before, you know, they win this last one and Spinks joins the team. But in reality, stats-wise, no one was even close to ZywOo. But now he does have a new best friend. Hooksy may have been spotting with a nade out or something, but obviously needed to simply cover Hunter as he was traversing the site. And now G2 looks like the one gun saved. That op is the only thing that will be carried into this round.
Yeah, real ramifications for letting Spinks get that double entry. But I mean, if Monacy's down to do something crazy, I'm here to watch. Deep nade. A little bit later still. Finds its mark. Posts up the op perfectly. And they get their revenge versus Spinks. Now, where's the op go? Could have left already. Could throw it somewhere else. Try to keep Vitality guessing. With a Molotov in front of him, he won't be able to snip a second player off the outer sight.
Yeah, reading the money is a big part of this round, but at the moment, they've seen, you know, a pistol and an op. They don't have that much information, aren't comfortable mobilizing instantly into the A site.
That flash just blinded too. You see the pistol almost press out, but not far enough.
Monacy's got key decisions to make right now, and Vitality have to try to find him just so they can avoid him.
Meanwhile, pistols, all that's inside of the A site. Bomb's been picked back up. We've been praising Kerrigan for some really good calls lately. I think Apex has to get his flowers.
Yeah, he was one better.
Mid-round moment. He's going to stack them all up outside of where the only player who's gone down so far lies. But guess what? The kid's still here. Smoke comes over. It's going to be a bit of pressure on m0NESY. Hunter, dual Berettas sure as hell help. And a second to the only op. Now needed a 2v5. There's a ton of pressure. There's only 15 seconds. They've got no way to get Hunter out. He delivers, and it's a complete and total collapse.
Damn, that's m0NESY doing exactly what he needs to do. Perfect support on the pistols around him. Not a single loss for G2 as they were saving. They could have forced up even further, so this will bring this game all the way back to kick things off. You know, good call to use m0NESY in this way, and hey, the call was stick around. And they were right. Vitality ran right headfirst into him.
Hunter sniping with dual Berettas. Perfectly timed upset round like that for G2. Stifle this T side early. It's the majority of Vitality now on sidearms.
The crowd gave up on G2 so fast because, you know, it could all end just as quickly as it happened.
I think they're back.
All right. Pistols are here for Vitality, but it's a slightly stronger buy if you want to say 2 AKs over and out from last round. Progress being made.
JKS just going to jump the nades. Gives himself an option. Opens the door for Nico as well to cut them off, but Vitality going to play it safe. Matt just peeks out. Dupree trades him. Nothing more yet. JKS, massive shadow advantage. One of the 2 AKs brought in, now down. That's going to be Apex now having to offer something as his teammates continue to fall all around him. Spinks is leaning back. Apex has recovered it, but m0NESY shoots him down. And now Spinks turns it. Can't manage a second. G2 give up the plant, but they'll take the round.
Yeah, that was scary for a moment. Actually, critical 1D from HooXi to make sure the tides kept turning in the favor of G2. Vitality getting up to that choke point and getting in the sight. That sometimes can be too hard to stop. No one playing skinny pillar on site. No one on the bomb site itself. All retake positions, but better safe than sorry, they say. We've got better guns and we want to keep our distance. So off the saved op into the round 1 in the next round, and hey, it could be worth 2. Huge for G2. FaZe Vitality was all about Deagles.
Sign me up. m0NESY's in the right spot. What? Somebody told me he was a prodigy. He's got Nico with him. And again, both Nico and m0NESY having a hell of an event. Will it be enough? When we go back to their victories, honestly, JKS was also in that conversation right alongside them. That thing's broken.
Least angry m0NESY fan right here. But things are still calm for G2. I mean, they got the first kill. Decisions for Vitality. See if they can squeeze this one dry. And as often as you don't see him up, we have seen a couple of rounds out of HooXi.
Yep. From this exact position.
Yep.
You know, if ever you're going to see it, it's going to be here. But Hunter, well, he stops the first 2 out of dark. Magisk.
Oh.
Y'all wanted to see some Deegs?
There's some weird guns around to pick up. Things
can't cross though. Yeah. Nice attempt. If he had the bomb or if the long player was able to survive, that'd be one thing. But HooXi did his job. Stop bomb, no plant. Just a couple casualties, so be it.
So it'll be Vitality calling one. Something too bad about what's happened besides losing to that m0NESY op and those pistoling players, but Hey, yo, keep that in your rearview mirror. It's not a really big deal. I think that, again, when they played against FaZe, it was mostly like, why aren't they winning rifle rounds? Well, here they've already done that a couple of times. So they had the ideas to get through a T side. We'll see if G2 can capitalize on the fact that they do keep it simple, though. One thing that was nice from FaZe was they're way more comfortable pushing A as well as B. Vitality on CT side, they'll do those aggressive plays, but their T side leaves big gaps. So we'll see if G2 can find them. It'll be full strength for both teams. We'll see who gets 5.
Looking for that fight. We've seen Magis pelted by utility standing on these stairs. A peek could very well catch him off guard, but doesn't look like it's coming at him this time. Someone to take a lead here off round 9. Apex flushed out of the bridge already. Feels to me like there's been some posturing from Vitality on bridge, but more often than not, they can't get beyond it.
No, it's a good observation. It's that same Molly that has got Apex out of his game plan both times. And there's no second idea happening simultaneously. So what we see, a brand new round, and maybe no planned reaction. So some good utility coming out of G2. Oh my god. Fading smoke in mid, and I think that dupreeh caught a whiff of something.
Oh, we've seen them aggress at this.
This is the kind of round that can end in time trouble if they really did put a lot of their resources and thought into getting the lurk across. So, nearing that execution time of 30 seconds.
Site stacked appropriately, though. Hooksy just looking to buy time. m0NESY loses his line. dupreeh pressing in. We've seen a clean entry path before, but as they boost up behind that, Hunter's looking for his angle. They've already crossed one, but it's Apex with the bomb that gets stopped. 15 seconds. dupreeh shoots back through smoke. ZywOo barely survives that as he crosses in the open. Hooksy still waiting for a chance to strike them down, but dupreeh gets over towards long. It's information for the CTs, and now it needs to be NiKo. And it could have been NiKo. But instead, the last two stand tall.
That's a big shout out to dupreeh. First of all, the pistol round that we know to his name, that was worth a couple of rounds. And then this one right here, he won it without seeing anybody. 3 in the sight, but when this spray down happens, it's as if it wasn't overstacked. And it's the op down to kick things off. So the appropriate smokes and the committal to the spray. And he knocks out 2 out of 3. G2 nullified. Now, of course, it's scary to stay out here, even if you take the peek out con with the Molly. But they were looking for an early fight, couldn't find one.
It's nice to see dupreeh having some... Oh,
again?
Again. I mean, hot start, cerebral gameplay,
you know
smirk on his face, he knows it.
Stop throwing smokes at this point.
Push out from B, it's gonna cost them one, traded.
That's very nice for Vitality.
One of the storylines that came out of Vitality's win in Paris was the fact that dupreeh did put up a good event, 1.11 rating. JKS, again, just singular kills coming out of the defense. m0NESY missed shot, 3-4 misses now that could have been easy pickups. The nades will force him back. G2 primed to save, but if dupreeh was coming into Washington and posting such an underwhelming result, 0.84 at the start of this series, we were looking for him to be right there with Magis, with Spinks. That's why they won in Paris. And tonight, that's why they could win Anubis.
Yeah, that's also why they won in Rio. dupreeh there both times. And with m0NESY, you get a double-edged sword, of course. I mean, you get a kid that he takes a lot of shots and you can miss some. And it still says something, though, that you have set up a number of opening kills. And I think we never get too passive out of m0NESY these days. So he always has lots of opportunities in games. And that's why he can be... It's usually either 30 kills or 20. You know, it's not really below that level right now. But right now, looking a little bit human. JKS looking a little bit human.
Look at this.
dupreeh, inhuman.
Yeah. You know Nico loves those. Yeah, he loves
He quietly respects that. There's not much you can do about that. It sucks that it actually happens again, but it's honestly on merit in the 3 places that Dupree had a good chance. Yep. There was a little bit more fortunate than that B spray down. But when he sprayed down m0NESY, that was dead on. m0NESY was absolutely there. That could have been a game clan kill. What does that say? I love Flom?
Hey, that's a nice shirt.
Oh, where'd you get that?
Oh. Yo, Washington, you good?
It sounds like 3,000. That's all I'm going to say.
Here we go. Back in. What has G2's second TAC timeout, 10 rounds into this map. Got in store for us in number 11. Again, presence on bridge, but Vitality more often than not just have to slide back, drop down. Get an entry on Nico. That won't be the case. They follow behind it. There's a gap. Oh, Nico.
Oh, they both liked the gap, but Nico was more ready.
They knew what they both signed up for.
You know, I will say, as much as Vitality been winning this map, that's one of these plays that Apex has tried to do a lot that doesn't work out for them. And that's something that a lot of teams are doing, but they're winning in spite of dying in that position. But this time, the 4v5 is looking a little bit harder. They're without much map control here. They've foregone anything on one half of the map right now.
JKS can deliver from this. All the utilities on Zywoo. You can see him setting it up. It's going to come down to the Danes on the entry. That's 2 AKs in hand and a FAMAS ready to receive. Dodges the flash. Gets his one. And right behind him's Nico. He's protected from mid, but not protected from Dupree. Another double entry from Dupree and a patient one out of Spinks as he awaits the rotate in middle. Hunter could slip beyond. But even if he does so, he would be committing to a flank that you can presume would be watched, while m0NESY has to try and attempt to entry from the other side. These CTs so split up in this retake attempt, but at least you know that Spinks was still back by bridge. So it's a 2v2, honestly, here and now. Losing m0NESY makes this way harder, and Hunter, he's got a tough decision to make. Does he take this chance? A 1v2 with T's split and Spinks now coming in. That's where this one ends.
Holy man.
They sweep away the CTs. Dupree takes it to Nico.
We talked about main character with Cadian. Yeah, there's that energy. But honestly, Dupree, he's taking matters, and this is going to the road, the fork in the road, and going straight. I think his 2 options, stand in front of the molly, run back, but coming right for the fight. He's like Bloodseeker right now, to draw a Dota reference. When he smells blood, he has perfect visualization. He's been getting these smoke frags, and they're all so impactful as well. He's taking the half into his own hands. This is taking us back to that game versus Cloud9 on Vertigo. That T side was miraculous, round after round. And we're at a point with Vitality where you don't need one hyper carry because everybody's contributing, but hey, if you want to.
What a run it's been from these 5 on Vitality. The honeymoon of Spinks when he first joined, the drop-off, the fact that Zywoo looks so human and constantly sourced communication problems as kind of being a burden for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, we put it frankly, this is probably the most expensive roster ever assembled. You know, the other contenders are FaZe and G2 themselves right here. But, you know, with that buyout of Spinks, after the buyout of 2/5 of Astralis, you know, after signing Zywoo for 4 years, there's a demand for them to make podiums every single time. And even though it's the expectation, it's still unbelievably impressive that they made it to come together. And it might be too far gone to have some kind of era in CSGO to close things off, but Vitality are looking to make it a period.
Yeah.
Maybe winning 3 tournaments that they attend to close things out. Vitality fans, young and old. I mean, they can't be that good.
No. 3 in a row, unheard of nowadays. But here we are. Vitality trying to pave that road forward with the heartbreak of G2. (14-7) is Dupree. You know, we see a couple of those 2Ks. You think he cools off. He will this time.
Revenge.
Yeah. God, that's got to feel good for Nico. Of course, losing a 5v4 would hurt even more, but Hooksy holds off versus Spinks. You've got Dupree and Spinks dead.
Hooksy.
But ZywOo's alive and kicking. Apex presses out, gives them the bomb. Hell of a gift. It's funny too, because it's as ZywOo's walking away after getting his kill, Apex just runs in with bomb. Like,
he saw what Dupree did that last round. That was essence of Dupree, but 2-on-4 now.
Still legs on this.
You know, I think so. Yeah, you're right. Now, Magisk, of course, is a timing here.
And JKS won't spot him from Canal, so that timing is slowly closing. You know, it's a tough spot. If he catches the flank, then it reopens the possibility of going elsewhere. But by not being able to do so, this one becomes impossible. ZywOo without the bomb, he knows.
This is an interesting moment because it was a decision for ZywOo to either like follow up with Apex, but like just like the Dupree decision on that last round, if he dies to Nico, it's a completely different round. They don't have the sight at all, and that's basically the version of reality we see right now. So of course, you either look like a madman or a genius, whether or not you, or based on whether or not you win or lose. And now we've seen both sides of that coin. Okay, all right, man. The kid was right. The kid was right. Hold that phone up high. It's just always incredible to watch ZywOo play. And, you know, there was a time where even ZywOo getting his top 1, his top 2, his top 1 again, his top 2 again, there were periods where he still wouldn't take over all the time. You know, he would elegantly vanish in some matches, not get all the frags, still end up around 20-25, collect the stats, but not be taking over the game. But in these last few tournaments, he really is starting to put it on himself. I think Apex, if there's one thing that we give him credit for, even when he was struggling as an IGL, was that he always cited having too many soldiers. You know, not enough people taking initiatives, and ZywOo was one of those people. And more lately, you do see him consistently taking over in hard games, not running away when you need him to.
Yeah, Apex unlocked something in ZywOo. Brought the fighter to the front. Dupree, no double this time. Gets held onto. m0NESY looking for his op impact. But another missed shot as they press through the smoke, get onto jail. m0NESY with nothing but whips finally puts ZywOo down. Little USP damage, it's low HP for the 2 players still up, but a 2v2 regardless. And bomb gets thrown down into dark. Apex had left with 9 points of health. And this is just a great showcase of the middlemen of G2. JKS, Hunter, Nico, the 3 riflers, all putting forth a good performance, picking up the slack that I think is being created by, a lackluster m0NESY, but Apex just Goomba stomps Nico, and he leaves bomb dark and runs A.
Okay, he's giving himself a chance to try to get this kill. Now, this means he's got to read where JKS may go. And if JKS doesn't take any risks, that's obviously going to be a better situation for Apex. We see him coming to re-clear something. But Apex, with the amount of health he has, it makes sense for him to go for something a little crazier. But how far into this book can he read?
This would be crazy.
How quickly can he figure this out?
You know, JKS pushed out, clears canals, but he's still worried about it because he's thinking how or where or when. And now Apex could just get the duel. Nah.
See, that's the risk that JKS comes into middle.
Yeah.
And Apex has to assume he hopefully doesn't do that. But it's been corroborated. He knows about the HP. He gave it a shot. So the bomb gets overnighted here into connector. Another attack goes sour, and again, this is talking about Vitality and how they like to simplify very fast on T sides. Pick a site, hit it hard. The stacks are sufficient right now, and I think the 5v4 stat is also pretty good for G2. When the 5v4 doesn't work out is when Dupree gets a spray down kill through a smoke, when he kills Nico inside of Bridge. It's actually been a lot of X-Factor rounds out of Vitality. And now we're coming up on round 15. full investment. It's 2 AKs for Vitality.
Yeah, G2 are wasting no time. They've already thrown Hooksy around. Dupree's Deagle trying to hold this off, but of course now the stack outside the A site's probably going to feel uncomfortable knowing the jig is up. They get their contact versus Heaven, don't know about the pillar player, so JKS shuts down Zywoo, and G2 are going to walk away with a pretty solid half. 7 rounds at the end of this one. A little resurgence as they finally found a solution to those Dupree doubles. But now it's their T side up next.
Let's read the assignment we have for today.
Welcome to the EPOS Audio Challenge. You'll be given top secret audio mysteries to solve.
Only by listening to the audio from a play, you will have to solve the task.
Let's see if your brain can adapt. Good luck, detectives.
How many were killed? Where did they plant the bomb? Amount of orbs in play?
How many AKs were reloaded and how many AWP kills?
Let's listen to this once and see how it goes. Ancient? Yes.
Overpass or Ancient?
Isn't it Overpass? It's the only map with water.
Ancient as well.
1 reload. To kill? Yeah.
That's an AWP kill. Yeah.
One more? Wait. So like 3 kills? That's 3. Oh, 4, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think they planted the bomb. They planted the bomb B because you hear like on the ground. Yeah, I think he planted here and went back straight here.
But he double zooms as well. You don't double zoom on B as well. We'll start over. We start over.
But I don't even think he died there or what.
But there's a zoom afterwards.
Yeah.
How is it only 5 kills though? I feel like it's a clutch at the end of the round. Yeah, but it's a T clutch, right? Yeah. And yeah, if it must be 5. Yeah, at least.
That's a kill.
An AWP kill.
Yeah.
And there's definitely 2 orbs. Yeah, at least 2. Yeah. So let's say 2.
There's definitely 2 AWPs in play. We know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we're missing something.
Yeah, we're missing a lot of things.
Yeah, 9. Same 9. Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I think this might have been Banana.
This has to be B.
Yeah. They boost him, he shoots, they shoot a little bit, they flash clear Banana, something like that.
Yeah.
We only hear like 1 AK reload.
I would say 3.
Okay,
2 or 3.
We go with 3. And AWP kills 3 or 4.
I would say 3.
Okay, and then AWP kills. It's... You get 3 at the end? Because it's a 1v3? Then we said you got leg shot. But okay, then in the beginning we also hear AWP shot on the other side. Yeah, but... if there's 9 kills, then there's definitely like more...
Or at least 1 more, yeah.
But you want to say 4? You want to say 4? Just like for fun? Yeah, maybe I'd say 4.
How many were killed? It has to be all 9 people. Like, if it makes sense with the clutch, it has to be 9 people, even though we can't hear it.
You guys spot on? Yeah, I think so. You guys spot on?
Who was the player? Rocky? Okay, makes sense. He's jumping a lot.
Yeah, just jumping around in clutch.
It
was a clutch. It was a clutch? Yeah, anything right.
Fake, but I don't see anything. Nothing, guys.
I'm leaving to B.
Nothing's pushing A. Nothing A. Nothing
A.
B. It is B. B.
Let's
go, Ilya.
Out, B, one more.
Nice.
More B lobby.
I'm behind pop,
And
guys.
side and out. 2 both side.
Close,
Pop one. Offside.
Nice. It's okay.
Honestly, man, Monacy heard that Wayne Gretzky quote and just kept shooting.
Yeah, just kept going.
It honestly, it worked out ultimately. Got a lot of chances to shoot, but he, based on the shots that he missed, we were like, 20+ kill half potentially. And luckily, G2 still got it together in time to make it very decent. And that's CT side, so they've got stuff to look forward to put a dent in the most powerful Anubis team at the moment. We'll see if they can take it over the line, and it starts off with their pistols, and this is where they make magic happen.
Long range fight. Spinks picks up the first one. And Hooksy will be given a little bit of space here. We get the 3 players set up outside sight.
I mentioned it before the game went live. Magisk on the A site. It's not the hottest start from him yet, but something I anticipate will get tested by G2 as this T side goes on. For now, Hooksy just doing what he wants, seeing what kind of pressure gets thrown out. Vitality not looking to play that game, not anywhere other than dark. And if you're going to give them the space, looks like they're going to take it. But this leaves B completely open with players just there for G2. And with ZywOo playing behind Cake, he'll get burned out, crossed over. Hooksy tries to chase this, and as he goes down, now we get the all-in. Apex is going to be under pressure here. 3 players coming at him. He's got no assistance nearby. So with that, definitely bomb plant here for G2. Retake needed in the pistol, no kits.
Yeah, but they pick good spots to come in from. Some things will take time, but at the moment, it's G2 playing within. Can they expand?
JKS goes back. 2 CTs now spotted. That's half of the puzzle figured out. And Dupree gets killed. m0NESY back towards the bomb site. Looking to trade out versus Magisk. And Hunter now inside of the dark room. Everything's getting kind of sprawled out, strung out. Magisk, all that remains now. Suddenly, G2 bouncing back in pistol, but bomb's not planted. Luckily, no kit. It forces him out, and Hunter, oh, he bites down on it, showing a little skin. Ooh. But it is indeed the 3-player stack outside of B site that gives G2 their 8th.
Dude, well done. I mean, that was a super solid start out of Vitality. All you needed from there on was trades. It does bring attention to the fact that Apex was there solo, but no rotations nearby shouldn't have been a problem with the amount of good spots they had to come in. You know, going 1 for 1 on trades is fine, but 2 failures out of the 4, that was too much to bear. So G2, now they normally win these T-pistols by actually Hooksy's preparation. They're very good at picking the lesser stack site. They're very good at attacking the lesser stack site. In this situation, they do it off of pure brawn.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Not like this.
Can't even set up a story. Is the eco going to come in for Vitality?
You know, we just watched that mic'd up moment. One of the only shortcomings of Vitality's T side was getting brick walled by the 5 players stacked inside the B site.
They actually have some of the most conversions on rounds like these of anybody.
ZywOo wants that second serving.
Thing is, he doesn't even need it.
No, but he wants it, Launders.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, he's got a team he can trust these days, so...
That's the beauty of the new ZywOo. What ZywOo wants, ZywOo gets.
Right.
And usually he'd keep those desires to himself, but like you mentioned, Apex has kind of forced it out of him. Made him change as a player, as a person, as a star. JKS with the right Molotov. Nico kills Apex. They just caught 2.
Dude, they took a big risk right there.
3.
They went for the hardest rotation for pistols to make, right? There's such a long angle that they're walking into.
But
they do it as a double push. But yeah, suddenly.
Bomb's still on the stairs, and JKS is still sniffing out this A site. If they walk in, then what they have waiting for them is ZywOo. No, never mind, he's left. Oh, they decide to go for the double stack. I would think at this time, maybe just keep it 50-50.
I mean, 1v3 on either site, and so you think G2 are going to figure it out, but they kind of blew it by going for the double push. I think if they rotate around through extremities, they can stack sites. If they flank, of course, they have a better chance of winning, but you see where they die here, and you see the long ranges on the angles. If your pistol's coming in, you don't have bridge control. You don't know exactly who's outside A. You don't know if they're still in their defaulted spawn. There are actually so many ways to die, and of course, Captain Hindsight right here, but we can see where it goes wrong.
And it would have been one thing for the player on the wicker basket to die, but it's the guy outside of Dark who dies first, then m0NESY peaks bridge, and 2 of them going down. Just
that's
the end
thing.
of this.
They didn't have bridge control.
No.
You know, so they opened themselves up to all of these possible engagements. And, you know, at least for G2, the conversion is there. They get the pistol, they get the conversion. That's something that you want to see.
Good.
And so a strong start into the second half. And again, a T side to look forward to. And versus most other teams, I would say this is almost getting to a point where the advantage is too strong. The T team with a lead coming into the second half, but Vitality CT side is that good right now where they can keep up with almost anybody too. You know, they're not going to feel comfortable, but they definitely can.
Another round for G2 to pull ahead with. Hooksy. Yeah. Use some of that util before he pushes out too far. And Zywoo, well, he gets tagged up by the frag grenade, so we shouldn't be seeing Deagle pop-offs out of him. Apex playing catch.
Smoke broke his glasses, and he still doesn't even get an angle.
The cave taken over. Of course, all this movement's just gonna let Hunter peek out because he knows that they're just jumping around. Apex making a ton of sound, fed the info to the Dark guy. Dupree gets nothing off of Pillar. Spinks with the scout, trying to find damage, but indeed the whole site crumbles. So, G2, first to double dip.
Did he hit 3 with that one?
Maybe. I think there's a little team damage in there.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, everybody on G2 is kind of frothing at the mouth to get in with ecos.
I'm liking the mollies out of G2 on both halves right now. They definitely displace the setup that. In the same way in Vitality attack, they weren't using mollies in the same way. So G2 quietly put the bomb down, open sight, all the kills. It's looking good. They get 10 first.
Let's go.
In the first map today. We're starting to feel like Vitality were unstoppable. Getting to the point of the series, we were reminded of how dominant they've been since Rio, since the major, dropping one best of 1, one best of 3. But part of that major run was sort of qualifying that win by beating the other top teams that weren't there. Even though they did some of that at Rio, even though they're doing some of that now, this is a massive proving ground. They would end the season with unbelievable map streaks, wins over every single top team, and within Anubis, they have beat FaZe, ENCE, G2 themselves. So it's not that they haven't proved it.
There's definitely accolades on the line here for Vitality. I'm sure in their hearts, not as big a deal as lifting a trophy in Paris, but would really cement them as #1 in the tail end of the spring season. So guns back up. Spinks and Dupree already wounded quick. Oof, man, that nade's hefty. And m0NESY's definitely caught up, albeit slowly, with the rest of this team. G2 with 4 players providing. That's why they're in the lead. They're going to try their hand at the mid control that Vitality every so once in a while would try to sprinkle in. Magisk pulls back. Are we going to get more out of Dupree? Those double kills were so instrumental in the openings. But now it's Vitality to just kind of lean back a bit.
This is very dangerous for Vitality.
They're going to give a lot of control over. And G2 ready to pounce on it. Fire will buy time.
Yeah, and they get a smoke down as well.
Zywoo looking for his angle, but if this site gets swarmed, then suddenly he's going to be exposed to the bush. Oh, that's bomb, though. It gets thrown behind the obelisk. And Spinks still just safely in his corner. It's a 3v5 clawback, but as smoke fades, I think G2 are gonna get exposed in the open. Spinks just stopping them. 3 kills and an additional dink. Nico with no other target retreats. The time trickles down, and Vitality, a stacked site to get 9.
I gotta say, you know, at first I said this is getting dangerous for Vitality, but I want to say that they kind of had a good feeling of what kind of exec was coming. They decided not to play in Con or the Pillar. G2 designed their site hit to attack that, and with that Scorched Earth, instead we have G2 giving up the left side site smoke, and that allowed Zywoo to get his first kill, allowed the Riflers to have open vision on this side. So they wanted to come in for the swarm. But it looks like Vitality anticipated this one. Played a very dangerous game, but were rewarded for their gamble. And so they keep it competitive here in the second half. Very strong rifle rounds back and forth means there's still money here for both sides.
Be aggression, something we come to expect for Vitality. sprinkling it in at the right time. So key. Hooksy, ooh, runs a risk. And this could very well pay off. This timing, with so many of his teammates right behind him, I mean, he is willing to blindly walk through these smokes, committed to the cause. And ZywOo, he just gets smoked by Hooksy. Hooksy pressing through that smoke.
Wow.
Not afraid of anything. Chance of his name in Washington.
They make the tiniest move on the other side of the map, and they're one risk of coming through the first smoke. And he knows that they're not going to be prepared. That's a great shot out of him, too. Could have missed that. ZywOo stays alive, has a chance to fight again. Not going to happen today. So, well, minimal casualties up until the exits. Who else is going to die is the question. JKS is bloodthirsty.
Can't really afford too many here, so Vitality looking for majority alive. It's not every day that you really get to see ZywOo completely caught off by something, right? Like, oh!
One bullet each.
You know, if ZywOo gets overwhelmed, it's generally him getting one and then maybe traded, if not 2 frags up from ZywOo. But just, you know, we consider him one of like the most cerebral players. He's calculating every variable at all times. And that sudden burst out of Hooksy through the second smoke, not a timing he considered, and it cost him.
I mean, that's great. And then
exactly.
It's important to have rounds like that because it lets the other team know that you've got to watch your smokes for the full 15 seconds. You know, you've got to stay in your sight. If you gamble at all, even for a moment, someone calls a bad rotation on the other side of the map, you're scared to rotate. These are the kinds of things that condition you later to make even worse decisions. So let's see if G2 can build on the momentum or if Vitality can stop it. But again, the last 2 rounds that they won, they both won with multiple players alive. So money's still good here for Vitality. But it will be a save. Most likely if G2 win this one, provided there are no remaining players at the end of the round. Hooksy's in Predator mode, eyes forward.
By Util. Apex gotta be careful. Smoke and fire about to fade. Expect G2 to pounce on this. He dives into the connector cover. Him and ZywOo both burn back a bit. But there's definitely a follow-up coming. We've got Hunter and Hooksy in middle, 2 CTs on the receiving end. And that flash blinds ZywOo's support. Look how scared they are, just hiding. Apex down from beneath, has lost track of the second player. And so again, this A site crumbles.
They're getting overrun, man. This is a G2 building momentum. And it's new ideas. You know, we had a very simplistic T side from Vitality. Everyone else is working so hard to come up with new ideas. And here's G2 showing how it works to have a mid-split executed on properly. Vitality never even tried that. Not a single time in the first half. And, you know, for Hooksy, part of it is him doing this for his team, but also individually. And he's got 5v4 back-to-back rounds, resulting in round wins. He's feeding off the energy in the house. The team's working really well behind him. And something like that is all you need. It's Hooksy versus ZywOo again.
Unbelievable.
He's to devise what Sonic was. Or at least trying to be.
Honestly, making that AK look real good.
And here's that save.
Yes, sir. Apex on a scout. 2 grenades across the board for Vitality. We're looking at a G2 13-9 lead. And a T side that
Connor
really
loves to jinx.
A single CT round win out of Vitality is not something I expected this deep into their half.
But straight up, Vitality are very good at winning rounds like this on Anubis. I would guess without looking at the stats. They've made the most conversions in Tier 1.
Ooh, Hooksy heard that. 2 players up close, he knows. Oh, he pounces. Look at all that damage.
Wow, he just spit fire and left. Never come back to COD.
Poor guy's about to get ground into the dirt, though. His Deagle missing its mark. No support here either. Fire burning keeps them back. 192 damage out of that little Mac-10 burst. Had the Vitality B players scrambling. And it feels to me like G2 can really do no wrong. You know, Hooksy's out calling. Hooksy's got some nice looks on this A split. We've seen the emphasis with himself at the front, forcing his way down long.
Yes.
We saw what he did when he went back towards middle, the utility pressure that he put on ZywOo, the instant kill that came with it.
Yeah. And he's going to be one of the openers. So a lot of success rests on his frags, too.
ZywOo's looking like a mortal. He'll rob away an AK, but run. Scurries off like a rat as G2 take a significant 4-round lead.
They're applying pressure in all the right ways. They've got a nice, even-keeled game plan. They've done that crazy rush, pushing up to the smoke, having Hooksy run through it after a little bit of bait on the other side of the map, a clean anti-eco. They've had mid involved for a split, a more detailed, structured, astute split. This is the kind of setup in a T side that it'll be so hard to call against if you're Apex. How do you figure out what's coming next? You've got all tempos, all variations coming in already. This might be very difficult to figure out. This is the kind of round where you want information early if you're on CT, because if you're going to play blind, you're almost not going, it's going to be very hard for you to win the gamble reads because you've already shown that you can't already.
I'm thinking maybe activating Magisk inside A, get him forward. I feel like we haven't seen him beyond the Fountain platform.
Yeah, all their aggression is always on the B side, and they have been doing that less as well.
So get him active, cut off one half of these execs, take the pressure off your mid players to have to watch back behind them. And that is exactly what we see here. ZywOo setting up Magisk to press out. It's something a little bit different, but it's also different from the T side. Whoa. And Modessy's got Spinks staring at that smoke. Oh my God, he recovered. Spinks staring in the sky like a turkey for a smoke. And JKS waits, but Spinks does it twice.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Surely those are not favorable duels, either one, but he picks them up and he kills both JKS and Modesty. We talked about Spinks being ZywOo's right-hand man. Well, in ZywOo's somewhat absence right now, Spinks is gonna have to go above and beyond because Dupree's cooled off since Vitality's success started off early. Hunter's looking to play it patient. This is that setup. It's been afforded to them because of their aggression on Magisk at the start of this round. Now, they don't have to overplay it. They don't have to peek out. Magisk just needs to be ready. But there's a flash with his name on it and a split that's about to hit him and ZywOo. ZywOo covers, loses his teammate, dives into the site and delivers that second, gets away into cover and looks to post a third, but Apex helps.
There's the action figure that we've been waiting for in ZywOo. And Spinks, would you say he gobbled him up?
I would.
They have been so timid in con as well. That's another point of CT aggression they have been showing. And sometimes it's not even about committing, right? It's just about, at the beginning of a round, letting the other team know you'll do it. In the same way that Hooksy calls a play through a smoke, if you make none of those plays on your CT side ever, all that means is T sides quietly take map control fast every single time, and then they can have the max amount of pressure. Right now, we need more aggressive openers out of Vitality to show some strength, to instill some fear, and even just Spinks fighting connector. We've seen passive setups on both sides of the map, and sometimes that's not welcome. So hits the smoke, and it's an and one as he grabs both frags, denying that by himself. Very nice sequence out of ZywOo as well, even getting a dodge for the last frag. Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay. Really is mini simple.
All right. Spinks dodges the nade. Don't want to catch that one. They get out on B. Whoa, double nade. Nico's ready. Oh, doesn't win the duel. Dupree bests him. The fallback held onto. They don't shy away from the follow-up.
There it is, the Arsenal unleashed. The two things that you wanted to see, but the question is it too late? We got G2 on 13 rounds. They're going to learn about this now. And they're still in this in the 3v5. They've got 2 full kits utility. They have an op in play. They have the bomb. They have lots of time on the clock. Hard to search these back, but they're not going to give up yet.
Hooksy reclaims a bunch of control. But at a certain point, this is going to become a real risk of dropping into a 2v5. Vitality's super content to just lean back now. We see the angles that are being held by them inside of the B site, giving away all the space that they already had to fight for. What comes next? ZywOo wants a deeper angle. JKS, he's going to peek into this off, but a missed shot.
It's a missed shot, and setup gets shaken a little bit, and it's actually very nice for G2 that JKS is here.
There go all the nades out of G2. Smoke grenade's going to create a bit of obstruction.
This also multiplies his presence. It's a good idea. Oh, it gives him a chance. Hooksy gets a kill.
That's the opening. That's all they need. And JKS gets Apex as he attempts to depart. This is a 3v5 evened out.
Oh my god, the pathing is really good from JKS. Spinks walks in. He could change this round.
And m0NESY's been left alone, sliding back into dark. Look how far Hooksy has gone. Completely leaving long. m0NESY doubles back, gets ahead of Temple, can't flick over. Spinks is concerned about long, but it's really Hooksy doubled up in dark. JKS so far removed, but his timing to a T. He's got him in the open. And now ZywOo's gonna stick that bomb.
The reload.
Hands off the keyboard, easy. Woo, for the big Z, ZywOo takes it away from them.
Wow. By a hair, man. Dude, that was a 3v5 out of G2, and it was ambitious, but they did such a good job of letting us feel like there were 5 players on the map. JKS got that op shot out, got his full kit of utility. Even the smoke that he threw to show that he could lurk from one side to the other, it forced everyone to fall out of the site. Then they had to have a rotation. Then he was able to do this. And so it's by a hair, but it's because Vitality had so many players. G2 really played well up until that last moment.
Awesome call by Hooksy.
And now the game is real again. Vitality, more CT, aggressive openings that have worked out. Money back in their favor, but still a round lead from G2, and now some more data for them to synthesize about what's happened in this half.
Dude, Apex just jumps into the lion's den.
They're trying to keep it fresh.
That's going to catch him off, but m0NESY just too sharp.
Said, don't get fresh with me.
Free M4 upgrade. Spinks hoping to get a little lucky. Targets are back there. You know, it's a little disheartening for Hooksy that call didn't quite pull off the 3v5, but also it's got to be inspiring. You were so close. You still have your 2-round lead. You've still had openings on this portion of the map, but now ZywOo extends out with a rifle with him.
It's that Rob's table.
And m0NESY just steps back into it. An angle that doesn't spot them, though. They lose the mid control. ZywOo's under pressure. Hooksy clears him out. Immediately, Dupree comes down from mid, but it's a double kill out of Hooksy.
He's got more.
Spinks has been spotted. Hooksy tells the bomb to leave. Let me die. And a run to that other bomb site. And the longer Spinks is held in here, the higher likelihood that JKS gets away with the clutch. Bomb is going to be planted. A critical 1v1 to keep this one close. And JKS has a sea of options. Any position you want. And he chooses a deep corner.
Both players low. There's an HE for Spinks.
There's an HE and a smoke, Wanders.
Oh my goodness.
You block off his angle. All of a sudden, it gets a little bit desperate, but speaking of desperate, there's no kit on the play. Spinks chooses to cover himself instead. Doesn't throw the nade yet, taps it once. Now he knows JKS is deep in here, and he almost gets that angle. Nade's out, nade's deep. It's off the mark, but the shots still connect. But what about a defuse?
Does he have a kit? No, no kit. Has to run from it. JKS closes it out on time. So good in the 1v1s and figuring out Spinks did have a chance to shoot him on the way back. He set up a good chance for him to end that round earlier, but he couldn't lock it down. Hooksy, another couple of kills. And here, even the extra damage on Spinks after delaying for this long allowed JKS to burn time off the clock and give him some confidence that his opponent coming in is low. Hooksy has been winning this half for G2 from the perspective of the caller and in a fragger, getting all these openers.
Speaking of openings, this one's fast and no trade back from ZywOo, but predicts Nico on that angle. Envisioned him and slaughtered him. Magisk out of position, tries to scramble back into the site. Flash makes it awkward. He knows that there's multiple bodies there. Pushed out from mid is Apex. He gets dropped, and we've got G2 just rolling now. Hooksy calling faster paces into the splits, and G2 secure 15 on a map that has been Vitality's for quite some time.
Yeah, that's that samurai essence, slicing through the site, making decisions quickly. Mastering this T side, this close. Come back into the game as well. Obviously, Vitality were going to pick Anubis, but some would say obviously they were going to win. G2 looking like a threat right now. And just because of Vitality's consistencies in these series over the last however long, this map alone might not even be enough. But the fact that they can take Anubis, when Vitality have won the last 7 in a row, including a win over G2, 2 over FaZe, 1 over Cloud9. They ended Monty's streak at the major.
Dude, huge scalps. We had that Magisk pregame interview citing the fact that the map pool has been so healthy for Vitality. It's been instrumental to their success as of late.
Absolutely. One of the reasons that FaZe say they don't have a single comfortable 100% pick right now is because of teams like Vitality.
Mm-hmm. And yet here we are, 4 opportunities for G2 to close this out. A T side that has given Vitality a measly 3 rounds.
Some say the best, Nico.
Now the weight he carries is Hooksy.
Don't laugh at your own joke.
Sorry. That's right. I like this, though. Again, Vitality going to try to press out long. And it's not being watched. A couple mollies over middle. You know, I appreciate G2's ability to just turn the exec into an immediate pounce, and it looks like we're going to get another. Spinks, better get that gun out. Whoa, his back is exposed. Hooksy ran through and didn't kill Spinks. Nade goes deep behind the glyphs, and Spinks is just playing dodgeball with utility right now. He loses Dupree instantly. That second player on Pillar's dead. Spinks back turn, double, chance it more, but they line up on the angle. They take his head clean off, and they push all of the pressure onto the A players. The 2 who were trying to craft an opening kill now need to come through with a retake, and they've got the utility, they've got the kit, they've got more to work with than what Spinks did in his 1v1. Flash high, perfectly placed, but Zywoo's dead, and as is Magisk. G2 with first blood in this series, end the win streak of Vitality. And upend the story of 3 events in a row. We go to Inferno to see if G2 meet Heroic in a finals. That major trophy lift meant a lot, but G2 fight tonight in Washington.
Flashing B. Let's go, boys. Blanc, you need to molly Lotan. Wait. Corner piqué.
Don't you? Backside.
Step backside. Happy dark. Dark.
And we're back here on the desk, and G2 are back to winning ways. G2O may be ready into this server. What do we think here?
I love it.
Dominance.
I love it. Yeah, that was a really good looking Anubis, wasn't it? For all the issues that we thought they might have had, that looked clean.
Holy hell, 12 out of the last 15 rounds won by G2. Honestly, from the 8-4 scoreline, it felt like the game just stopped. Like G2 just took over. They had so many individuals popping off. I'm sure we'll touch on it in the first half as well. But how refined some of their executes were in the T side.
Yeah,
we were on Vitality's POV, and the B-bomb side was literally unplayable. Like literally just double nades on double nades, 3 layers of flashes into a Molotov, pushes you out of position. Spinks is just basically dancing in fire, trying to find his way. This was so impressive and so well polished from G2.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, and when all the utility fades, then it's just like, oh, there's actually G2 players holding every single angle in the bomb site, and we just lose. Yeah, that was a wonderful game. I think Modesty probably heard some conversation around Zaiwu and how good he was with an AK-47. Because Modesty with an AK in this game looks sharp. Yeah, a little one tap in there. It was good.
We like a little polish. He always does tend to deliver the highlights, right? He always tends to deliver something in terms of the frags. We've got something to deliver to you, audience. We've got a Mahone zone ready to go. But, before we can go to Mahone up in his shiny tower, I think we got to let him know we're ready for him. So we're going to do a Mahone chant. You with me? All right, ready? Mahone, 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 Mahone.
Oh, you're making him nervous.
Mahone,
You're making him nervous.
Mahone. Take it away, Danny!
Oh God, you guys are way too much. You guys are way too much. So what I gotta talk about today is actually this round here. This was G2 when they were down 4-1, and this is a pretty crucial round for them because this actually jump-started their half. So first starts off with Modesty right here. He finds his first kill onto Spinks, but this is off some teamwork because if you look at what happens here, pay attention to right here. You're gonna see that they group up here towards B main, and Hooksy right here, the first player in, notice how he actually swings towards his B main side. What that does is it allows him to cross this angle onto Apex, because Apex, he's holding a far angle, he's holding a pixel. As soon as he crosses, it takes him off the angle, and what does that do? Makes Spinks make him think that he needs to extend out. That's what allows him to walk right into Modesty's crosshair. That's the first kill. Next right here, later on in the round, you're gonna see that they're posted up here towards his B main side. Modesty's holding towards B main and allows Hunter to then cross in towards his cubby side. He gets a miraculous shot onto this B main side, but what I want to pay attention to here is Modesty, because he's here behind this pillar, after Hunter gets his kill, the attention is towards him. He also has a smoke down on this right side. That means he has cover to actually take this dark angle. This allows him to then find this player coming out. Once he finds his kill, he makes another key move. Instead of holding that angle, what he does is he actually crosses to the other side of the smoke. This allows Hooksy to then establish a new crossfire with him and Hunter. What that does is it puts Zaiwu in a new position where now he has to worry about Hooksy, because you'll see that from Hooksy's point of view, As he takes contact, it sets up the bait once again for Hunter to find this kill onto ZywOo. And then lastly, with JKS flanking from Dark, he's able to take contact onto Apex, and it allows m0NESY to then push in and catch Apex in the side. So great play here from m0NESY, but it's really off the back of some great teamwork from G2 because they know that even just with that op, it's not enough. You've got to work together to close out these rounds.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Great play, great teamwork, great Mahone zone A, zone zebras.
He's really not going to let that.
It's catching on.
No, it's not.
It's a movement. It's a movement. The people like it. The people like it. Let's talk about m0NESY here because the people like him too.
That was an amazing example of what m0NESY can bring to the server, right? That was a one-man army literally in this round. But I also want to point out a couple of mistakes from Vitality in the clip that Danny presented, right? The fact that Apex kind of goes away from the fight, Spinx goes into it. You see then how they onto B side are absolutely not coordinated. G2 are able to maneuver around them. This is also an example of the level, the difference of level that we've seen here on Anubis.
And I mean, we talked a lot in the pregame about like the individuals of G2 and needing to have that kind of a performance. Well, if you look at Vital, like obviously m0NESY was there. Nico had a good game to start with. JKS was excellent as well. So you had those individuals. You go over to the other side for Vitality. Spinx was up at the top, and then quiet from Vitality. I actually think G2 did a really good job of keeping ZywOo as quiet as you possibly can ever, right? Like taking a good amount of the stretch of the game. He didn't really have the AWP in control, wasn't really as mobile, wasn't establishing any kind of a rhythm on the map. They really neutered him as much as you possibly can neuter the best player in the world.
Yeah, I think he had a couple of misses that aren't exactly characteristic of ZywOo, but I also have to agree with you. I think the synchrony coming out of G2 made it so that when ZywOo was in a position to get a kill, the trade would be here.
Yeah.
Not because he was missing, just because the two-prong attack was just coming over. We had a couple of situations on the A side when he's kind of dancing between A and the connector. He doesn't really know where to go, and G2 is just coming in like a pincer move like this, and he just dies after one shot.
Yeah.
That's why he's also like very limited in terms of output.
Which is great. Yeah, you didn't get like, you had a couple of those multi-kill rounds, but not able to like build anything truly spectacular to change around, which is massive.
Now, we did have one round in here that we wanted to focus on, round 25. Do you want to talk to us about what you saw here, Matthew?
Yeah, we can talk about a lot of things in there. HooXi, of course, what he's going to bring to the table, but also this synchrony from G2 that I was talking about. We see here ZywOo being able to find the kill, and there's this A-split coming. That's exactly what I was talking about. ZywOo is pressured by every single angle, and HooXi finds that kill right there, which to me is round winning, map winning, maybe even series winning, if you will, because after this, he stays alive for so long.
Yeah.
He buys time for JKS to move out of the rotation and create himself a good 1v1, Jason.
Yeah, it was absolutely magnificent. And HooXi had a couple like really critical entry kills down the stretch. Like some of his impact rounds towards the end are just like that one opening kill to cause a rotation, maybe a second kill to allow access to a bomb site. I think HooXi played, pretty damn good game actually.
I think he did as well. I mean, the following round, we saw a flash that led to the entry kill that wound up. There were a lot of those moments, right? We're not expecting HooXi to top the board. No one is expecting that from him, but the impact that he was finding here, it was magnificent. But now we move forward, right? They put a blemish on Vitality's Anubis record. They really stained that one up. Now we're headed to Inferno. Comfortable territory for G2. How are we feeling in map 2?
Well, I'm just going to tell you that the first map for G2 is the classic one to get you all hyped up and excited and be like, we got him. We got the good G2. And then the next map is you never know.
Big number.
Yeah,
big number.
Okay, let's just be careful. I know it's 82% win rate for G2, that's great. But out of the last 4 maps, it's 3 defeats. So it has been a little bit more tempered on the Inferno side. We've saw it against Imperial. It's a great series as well. Imperial were able to take it away from them. So the mistake here is thinking this series is over and it's a 2-0. Like, this is not the case that we're in. We're still very much looking at the competition. I'm hoping. I mean, I'm not ready to go home, guys. I have all evening. You guys want a third map?
Yeah.
There we go.
Hell yeah, they want a third map.
Give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want. Give them some more quality Counter-Strike. But it sounds like we're ready.
I want a 2-0.
To get into the game. Jason wants a 2-0. What do you want?
That's what I'm talking about. I heard some 2-0s in there.
Mixed bags. What I want is to hear from Scrawny and Launders once more. They'll be back after this break.
All right, welcome back, Washington. We got Inferno up next between G2 and Vitality. Unicorn odds swayed the way of G2, and Launders also swayed the way of G2.
Listen, you follow me on Twitter, you know I'm known for a curse or two, but I'm going to say it. G2O, right here, right now. Inferno is a map that they have lost recently, but it's a map right now they've done the impossible on. And that's not having a good T side, it's having a 70% T side win rate. Now, they have strong struggles on CT side, and that's why they have lost their recent games. It's not their T sides. But if they're going to take Vitality on a map, this is the perfect pick, because as much as they know G2 aren't the strongest right now, Vitality themselves are 2-1. They've only played it 3 times. They aren't looking for Inferno in most of their series. So they're going to be quite nervous, I think, about trying to lock this down. And I think that because of the form we're seeing out of G2, taking Anubis, the players who are on point today, I think that there is a huge chance that they just break that little curse, that little rut they've been going through on Inferno, and pick up another strong win.
Speaking about form today, we get through that CT side out of G2. m0NESY, 8-9, 0.93 rating. He switches over. Mohan, 14-6 on the offense once he got to the second half. So that's nice to see that m0NESY is indeed in the server this evening, because the rifles kept them afloat for the first half, but I think what took over the server, what completely dismantled Vitality, was m0NESY besting ZywOo.
m0NESY besting ZywOo. HooXi's opening, they were the 2 guys at the beginning of the rounds consistently, and that was a very impressive thing to see. Now, the reason that G2 win so many of their T-side rounds is because they've mastered at punishing the lack of banana control. They are the team that everyone's trying to copy when it comes to the executes on banana. Where to look, how to explode. Vitality have to stop that, and we actually saw Imperial stop G2 on this map at this event with that exact same strat, getting right in their face at the choke point at the top of car. Hate to oversimplify, but that's where this map is won.
Let's see it then. G2's T-sides on Inferno have brought back a many game.
And actually something that was interesting was Imperial, they started T-side when they played against G2. Because of course G2 picked the map, they get to pick the side. But now we'll get the full 15 rounds out of G2 here to start things off. This is where they like to be. And their pistol rounds also. So complimentary.
Ooh, press into Boiler from Spinks.
Oh, this is like a G2 or heroic CT setup versus a Hulse pop. What happens now?
Spinks versus Hunter going down in alt mid. Balcony player is going to also go for the peak, so they do indeed get that one. And that just serves as the push for G2. It's the trigger that forces them out. 3 of them. We still have Nico on the other side of the map. We'll see how that one comes back to deal with Vitality's retake,
which to see Spinks in a second.
Is already about to get going. Spinks does wait long enough, catches Nico, well called. Now a 3v5 in the post plant. There's no kit here for Vitality, but a tap out of ZywOo as JKS, m0NESY, triple! Just like that, more than half evaporate, and it pushes HooXi into the clutch v Spinks. He's covered, but the smoke fades, and the kit, without it, all of a sudden, Spinks has a problem, and that problem is HooXi patiently waiting in pits. G2 will take the T-side pistol.
No kit makes the difference here. HooXi doesn't let down m0NESY. The IGL and Prodigy work together to put that together. What a beautiful sequence out of m0NESY. Off the side of default, Vitality had the perfect makings right there. A little wink out of the kid, because in a flash, you see this sequence. Unbelievable block work.
I mean, all 3 of those kills are so clean.
Carrying forward from map 1 to map 2 right away.
Love to see that for him.
And in terms of game plan, credit to Vitality. They almost found a way to take a pistol round away from G2 on T-side, but they couldn't do it.
Saw quite a few Deagle pop-offs throughout Anubis. Maybe queue up another. Mac-10 getting shot in the back of the head. That's a lot of players spotted. T still trying to press out.
Whoa, they overcommitted. We saw so much information right there.
Guns can be grabbed. Dupree's not going to waste a moment. Picks up the AK, gets it back onto Orange, and if you're G2, you now know the danger that's just on the other side of this. They remain here for now, and Dupree could jump up into the crosshair, but doesn't. Instead, moving that AK closer to the CT cross. Nico looking to take this responsibility onto his own shoulders.
Thing is, they've seen 2 players on the site. Oh, and another smoke. Oh, another smoke with the fact that Vitality lost the last round. Dedicating resources to the correct place here in utility. Forcing the clock. Now Vitality haven't searched the rest of the map. And this is an edge for G2, but they still have to get the kills.
MP9 stays tucked. Nico just looking for something. That last piece of util forces Dupree to double back. Remember, that's the AK that he was able to pick up. JKS keeps his head down, jumps up to orange. Dupree doesn't want to die. He gets pounced on. And Spinks hasn't shown anything. He finds timing. Oh, denies it. Just like that, falls to JKS. He has to push. He needs to kill him, and he won't. Stoic is Spinks in the backside.
Oh, the first kill means 2, and they needed to delay the plant because right there we saw they were worried about Emo at the same time as Quad, but they decided to plant while also not knowing if there was anyone left. And that was the final mistake. Now, it was only the first, or the last of many. The beginning of the round, coming through the smoke. The first player through saw 2 players on site and 1 boosted up in CT, and they decided to recommit with a second. So they set up a very bad situation for themselves. They still nearly had enough puzzle pieces to put that picture together, but ultimately you could say they made their own bed. And now they lay in it with Deagles.
Ooh, okay. There we go. Sai was just peppering everybody. Sai was still waiting. We get that close presence down from B. Magisk buying his time. Has anybody left you unimpressed so far this evening in terms of individual levels or something that you really feel like you got to get off your chest?
I think JKS continues to be human, but you know, because they won the map, I don't think that's the highest of concerns.
Sure.
And outside of that, I think a late start at a Zaiwu on Anubis,
fair,
you know, could have certainly made a difference. But overall, I think it's more positive stories from both these teams than not. Okay. There's extra damage, and that's kind of what G2 are in this for. Trying to get kills. A round would be enormous, but you got to think. 31 and 10 HP for the Kovac, and it should be an easy cleanup for Vitality. We'll see. 2v3 on the site. Spinks wakes up, but only for 1. So I was sitting here on a USP because he has a scout. Let's see if he can find this. Oh, it's perfect to the head.
That's so cheesy, bro. G2 waits so long.
And JKS now, he has to survive.
Needs to save this. Has to. Zaiwu, okay. Settle down now. Had to have saved that one. G2 waited as long as possible. And honestly, it paid off. We see these Deagle kills get delivered to them with the bottom of the B push.
It's a bit awkward for the money and to not have a bomb plant, but the 1 AK, I think they'll take that. They won't overcommit. It'll just be JKS. A little poor next rounds.
And maybe able to offer us something here. Trades Magisk out. But G2 fans can't get their hopes up. It's just that 1 AK. There are G2 fans here, right?
But there are even more Vitality fans? That one's more of a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag. That's like heroic. Of course, our first grand. Oh, sorry. Did I say heroic?
Anyone in the stand-up?
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Everybody's ready. Little peek out of the M4. Still concerned about balcony, though. And you know that's just going to be a threat. Bothering Spinks, but Dupree with the MP9 stops bomb. Gonna be tough to get that back. We're working with 2 players, low health already. And of course, JKS trying to get that AK into the mix.
I think the simple equation that's really nice to see for Vitality lately and when they're at their best is where there's 1, there's 2, especially on CT side. So aggressive setups aren't just one guy with a a little key detail that he's going. And when they try to do that, you know, it's Apex, sometimes it doesn't always work out too well. But this G2 consistently hitting a very nice shot, but then not getting a second layer because there's someone ready for that instantaneous trade to quell their fears. All right, Nico, you know, he's got to go in. He's got to try to get a kill and maybe, best case, just die.
It's right there. Jumps over. Ooh, goes down. Third one for Vitality queued up. That pistol round sent upside down and now fully converted by the defense.
And because of recent follies on CT side for G2, they got a massive quota to meet here in the first half.
They have to. They have to give us one of these.
This is where they get all the rounds. This is where they're regularly, you know, 10-5ing, 11-4ing a lot of teams. So far, smooth sailing for Vitality.
I actually have low expectations for G2 when they get to CT side because of how many super dominant offensive halves they've shown us.
Yeah, it sort of feels they've become lethargic on their CT side because they just like are dominating in a way that no team has, honestly, in a long time.
Oh,
on this side, wow.
Pounced on by Nico.
With the Hobbit Molly and everything. He was at least going to take 40 damage, ended up dying too.
Nobody can follow up because of the fire that was still burning and a smoke's right thereafter.
Okay,
they don't have to respect that.
This is the key right now. See, they're not scared when they get to this marker, so Apex
gonna dive it.
How can he get into this?
Apex looking to get lucky. Lucky to be alive. Molotov sent down towards default. That interrupts the bomb plant. But because m0NESY leaves the plant, the frag doesn't find him. Apex just being a nuisance and doing so long enough for the rotate to come over. Sick boost. Deep CT spawn, and Nico gets struck down, so man advantage here for Vitality. It's a bomb plant regardless, but it's not a very comfortable post plant so far, and HooXi, he extends out from new box. So now, one after another, G2's players falling. Needs to be m0NESY, and he is also empty-handed. Only Hunter left. 2 to the right, and a slow flank, but the smoke's up. So if Hunter strikes these guys down now, well, this clutch is a live wire. He turns it, and Spinks denies it. G2 get their plant. They force through smoke, but it's Vitality to keep on winning.
With the additional m0NESY kill, we could talk about Hunter in that moment. I think it was at Antwerp where he damn near got a graffiti with his play from that corner in a post plant. Insanely good on those angles, but all right, what goes wrong? They get a 5v4 with top car control, but look at this, the 2-story stack, the quad kill easily, the Molotov to flush HooXi out into the Apex frag. It's fluid transition from kill to kill for Vitality, and they keep the pressure on.
Vitality satisfied with that retake, deservedly. That was a swift reminder to Magisk as well to be cautious on Banana, because you saw just how quickly Nico jumped around that corner. Magisk wasn't looking for a fight. ZywOo holding on the angle. It's not the most amount of util, so here it comes. And ZywOo comfortable with the first shot, falls back. Met by nades, smokes all over. Apex spams through. And so yet again, G2 trying their luck on this B hit. Ooh! JKS the next victim.
Wow, it's a lockdown, man. That's a wicked fast shot out of ZywOo to start things off. And you see where the X's are again. The key to winning on this map is killing players right there. And Vitality right now are delivering on that promise. Apex, I think you heard a fast step. Info goes both ways. 2v5, you think no chance. But these two have delivered a full house in this match already.
If he shoots too much, it's a welcoming for HooXi to just press through. I mean, that one we all see coming.
Now they're trying to create an enclosure. Okay, the time left over means they can't get too lurky with it. CTs know this.
Could always be in spawn, so Magisk has to keep his guard up, but Spinks with such a deep angle shapes m0NESY off the play. And a HooXi 1v4. No, surely not.
What a flash. That worked out beautifully.
He gets onto the bomb site. Plant will not go down. Magisk able to just jump upon it, and that's 5 in a row for Vitality.
Yeah, that's, you know, 0 rifle rounds here, won by G2. Couple of good attempts, but this is getting into the site. You know, working out so well last round. Now they can't even get there. I feel like Vitality are fighting off all the demons perfectly. They won the hard round of the retake, which is where G2 are absolutely the strongest, where all teams are honestly the strongest. Inside of B with the bomb down. applying just the perfect pressure. And yeah, I think it would be pretty amazing for Vitality to win on what's their weakest map right now if they weren't able to win Anubis with G2 in this form. And this is, again, despite these recent losses, the map that they should still absolutely pick and believe in. It's the one they should believe in for sure. So we'll get the half investment here from G2. Money should be clear as day for Vitality as they come in on a full buy. It's going to be an anti-eco out of them. But we're almost at the point where G2 are going to need rounds like this if they're going to have any chance of picking up this victory.
Looking for that opening fight, not looking to give space to G2. And wait out the nades. Start creeping out mid. Much more obvious presence from ZywOo at the start of the second map than the first. Trying to play catch up with Spinks, who is the top fragger for Vitality. But this setup, doesn't matter that he misses. Dupree's right there. It's on the fallback that things could have gone south. Hooksy, yeah, poor guy, chased by the frag, and ZywOo just slams him against the wall. Another nade down middle as the last tidbits of utility Vitality held on to are still safe. All is going well. Magisk fadeaway shot, gets away. That's an off. Oh no, excuse me, the scout. And so nothing comes of it. Yeah, that'll work.
That's the simple.
6 in a row.
All right, yeah. Yeah, Vitality, they've got a lot to feel proud of here. Some great rounds right now. Have G2 seen defeat too often recently? Have they just been studied too much? That's always the folly of the team that's the best on it at a certain point.
I feel like especially when you're doing something that's such a standout, right? These dominant T halves. Imagine Sonic burning the midnight oil, deciphering what Hooksy has managed to put together. Just on an individual level, Vitality looking strong across the board. It's been a little hit or miss for Magisk on these peaks around Banana. Sometimes he's not even here.
Which is the crazy part, because like the round score would make you feel like otherwise, but it's absolutely true. He's not like he's a terrifying presence in the same way Nico is going to be on CT side or should be on T side.
Only one of these 6 rounds by way of defuse for Vitality as well, so there's been openings, but more often than not, it's just stuffed.
Lots of variety here from the defense.
Oh my God. Apex just nails the timing.
Oh, the kill and a little extra.
Talking about nailing timing.
You can shoot through a smoke, so can I.
Yeah, that's sick from Monacy.
And this is the kind of play where Nico might walk out, but they haven't identified an opper, so it makes it a lot more dangerous for Nico to take any kind of risk from this position. They might, in fact, know that ZywOo is on that side of the map for now.
Yeah, they're going to work this back. Flashbangs on JKS go out. That's meant to serve as the opening for Nico. No, excuse me, it's faking A. But it's not going to move this B defense because it's leaning so far back. There was never going to be a movement here. It has to come down to the kills, but if they write off Magisk's presence, then this gets stopped, or does it? Magisk doesn't get away with the kill. They have the time to press him. Bomb stopped. It needs to be a push out of Monacy. He also gets bested. Magisk buys enough time that even with JKS on the late lurk, so be it. It is 7 out of Vitality.
Oh, wow, it's a setup that, you know, I think once upon a time was more typical, where you have Emo and Quad at the same time. But these days you don't play it as often because one of those 2 positions will get mollied almost every round. But in this spot, it's another situation. Last time it was Spinks, this time it was Magisk, where they have enough time to clear the site. They decide not to and hope the one guy they killed is the only guy there. And then that player gets a 2K. Because as soon as someone plants, they're totally useless. And if the other guy can't defend, then they're both dead. So this one's getting into unforced error territory here for G2. They'll spend every penny to put together this. Honestly, actually saving a bit, of course, as the opper. Lots of utility.
Ooh. He's stuck in the corner, still fights back. But they know he's pinned in, and he brought down JKS. The Faxai gets away with 2. Primes Dupree. Triple spray made easy. Vitality can simply do no wrong.
Do 3. As I was just a fisherman with this op, casting that line so fast.
How does he get a second there?
I don't know. That's why he was deathmatching so hard in warm-up.
That's true. 57 kills in the warm-up. That's some hard-hitting analysis.
Second timeout's going to be called, so now another shutdown at A. This one's a faster call with a mid-explode, a totally reasonable call to do when you have a mix of utility and Tech 9s or lower guns. Something a bit faster is also part and parcel for G2. Very reasonable for their strengths. They should be going for contact explodes. They've been doing that all the way since Nexa.
Ooh, he wants that one.
But seriously, like, every single victory, every single round is so legitimate from Vitality in terms of the variations coming at them, how difficult some of these rounds should be to win.
This is a brutal wake-up call for G2.
Just as Anubis was for Vitality.
Fair. Quiet on the approach this time.
It's like Control C, Control V.
Zaiwu waits. Oh, gets back.
Oh, they don't kill him.
He's just unkillable, really. Dupree could find a timing on the spray, but B player is going to feel the pressure. Oh, good damage.
Just a Tech 9.
Lucky to be alive. Nico was hoping to get an angle out Balk, but he gets smoked off.
It's really important to fan to CT in these moments for keeping options open, but also putting pressure on the B players to not rotate, because they don't know if it's banana, they don't know if we're calling into a B split. So very good situation for G2. They wish they had better guns.
They've got a lot of control, though, leaving Hooksy deep CT.
But they're going to rule out the timing for them to be able to split B on the clock if they wait too long. Looks like the formation is taking place, and we don't have Vitality pushing together to get banana control or anything like that, so there's a chance here.
Small chance, but doable. A couple smokes come over. The fact Magisk isn't on new box like he was last round. They're just holding on to control. Magisk waits. Apex clears out the CT player. That's one thing, but if Magisk dives this bomb, he stops it.
And no time.
He picks it back up, but JKS can't find the plant.
Wow.
Now 2 with no money in Nico and JKS. Just wait. Banana.
Whoa. That was close. That was almost a lot worse. Did they both pick up guns, though?
Yes,
okay,
they did.
Okay.
Yeah, they grabbed weapons.
That. So this one's a bit, you know, of a MacGyver out of G2. They get control of the map in a way they maybe didn't anticipate to begin with. They were probably going to go for an A split. They had the Halsler going on. But once they got the kills they did, with time, got into B. I don't think Vitality were in like the optimal positions. They even felt like they had to flash retake into the site as the bomb was getting planted. But still, they win. This is going to be G2's maybe worst T half. Since they started dominating on this map. It kind of already is, honestly.
A very awkward time for such a shortcoming to happen, because you just ended Vitality's win streak on Anubis.
Yeah.
You've got yourself on the brink of getting into a grand finals after all of this time, and now you're going to drop the ball? Still enough in this half to fight for. But smoked out as they approach the B site, so they'll falter off. Spinks, a little awkward there, but gets the gun back up. Just pushes aside JKS like he's nothing. A bug on the windshield of that A Apartments play. 5v4 after 5v4, Vitality. They haven't even had to break a sweat.
Yeah.
And it's everybody contributing, right? It's the best case scenario from Vitality. It's Zaiwu and Spinks at the top, the Danes doing the dirty, and Apex not dying first. We're going to get 3 players to stack up, ready to pop. Spinks, on a moment's notice, could just lock it all in. Ooh, it's a little ugly.
ZywOo suddenly feels the pressure. He's got Dupree here to help him, and all is good. HooXi's gonna return it. Oh, he gets it, last bullet. This one's alive. With 2 kills, HooXi has opened up this post plant, but they pressure him instantly, wasting no time, disrespecting the smoke. The gun gets away from HooXi, and they don't know where m0NESY's at. It's Magisk on the kit. It's a 5-second stick, and by the time that he comes through, that bomb is already defused. Oh, he could have clutched it, but instead it's Vitality 10-1.
Ooh, HooXi, he had to go for some kind of plan. He was worried about a push. m0NESY was disconnected from him. I don't think it was a bad place to put the bomb down, but because Vitality rushed it as he was planting, it meant that m0NESY could not come up with a play. He honestly was putting himself in a spot to win that round, but they just moved so fast. That's hard to read. Vitality can do no wrong. It's crazy to see a half on T side where they don't have this explosive 3K entry, everybody getting a frag. The last time we saw that was m0NESY 3K on pistol. That's it. Choke points are locked down. 5v4s. Keys thrown away. JKS melted down, walking out of halls as the first idea. Yeah, this is where you get stretched thin. Confidence is going to be very low for HooXi. So many good ideas have not worked out. Do you go back to things that you've already tried? How many new ideas do you have? You used to be able to condition at this point. Now it only becomes harder because, well, Vitality have conditioned you.
No challenge on the approach, at least. They're being given some space. I mean, the numbers game here for G2 is so strong. Surely these 2 defenders can't stop it. They keep it simple. They try to drop down out of the apps. Dupree traded. Spinx's position is known, and the short players are going to come soon, but Hunter doesn't actually pounce.
And he doesn't have the bomb out of halls as well, so he's in jeopardy of dying. Spinx, he still has the bench peek, and he's off the side of it.
His teammates are here. I mean, he's comfortable just sitting inside of the smoke. He's going to find Hunter almost with a nade out. Luckily for the m0NESY from the top shelf, comes through with the kill that reopens the site.
It's so messy right now. Oh my god, look at the flank that's coming in, man.
Apex, he's got it. m0NESY gets executed from the back end, and now all of a sudden, these 2 players on site are going to feel so stranded. Not to mention Hunter already wounded, but it's the Kovac in a 2v3, and Nico just trying to close this as Hunter fights on. Magisk kills him over the shoulder, gun's empty, Glock's out, CT's pour in, and Vitality pour it on. 10 rounds the lead.
The sheer number of retakes won in this game. We're not talking about a game with no bomb plants, but Jesus. That's even with ZywOo giving him a gift. I don't know if he got flashed, but he was jumping across from library to the other side of Arch. You do have to shoot, actually.
Really?
At least the trade came down, but... And Spinx is doing enough. You know, in some situations, he would like to take a fight earlier as they're coming out of halls, but it's not like he's dying as soon as they get out. He's still getting one. In this situation, he's staying alive for a long time on top of the kills.
Backstab, I think. Yeah, m0NESY knifed HooXi. Mutiny.
And now we're getting vintage Nico. The walk up to the top of Banana. And, dude, we've seen so many new ideas from Vitality every single round. Could he even read this situation? Apex now joining the fray. 2 frags.
Nico and m0NESY. Think about that. Nico and m0NESY just tried to press through that smoke to challenge Apex, and they both get gunned down. They've got weapons. Nico is 5-12. Hunter 4-12. m0NESY not much better. The scoreline from G2 Stars looks like the same as their in-game leader, and that is a problem. Hunter looks to reclaim a hope for G2 on this B site, but Dupree back corner doubles. Dupree's doubles a dime a dozen tonight.
It's multis on CT's side only. Crazy. It's so hard to anticipate this result based on Anubis. You know, like what led up to this moment? Maybe it's the fact that both teams knew the veto with certainty, and so both teams prepped so well for their opponent's map choice. knowing they have a good game plan for their own. They should win their own. And maybe this is the result. But my God, it's not like Inferno's gotten more complicated.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry. That kind of feels like the vibe G2 are bringing to the table right now.
The depth of their map pool is insane right now for Vitality.
They group up. They've got enough nades for the exec. Flyover shows us the defense. Little stack in the back sight. Magisk not comfortable with the flash. Now they've killed one, but now he swings. Ooh, awkward. Puts himself out. Shows enough for the trade to come down easy.
Right.
And G2, after all of this labored effort, managed to break through this defense with Tech-9s and a couple of smokes. An M4 picked up by Hunter and another one on Hooksy. And I mean, last 2 rounds of the half, so surely Vitality gonna give us a retake attempt despite man disadvantage. Let's see what they've got. They've got an incendiary still for ZywOo. That's gonna burn out 2 players on the back site. And look at the way it flushes them forward. Right into dupreeh. ZywOo just straight up kills m0NESY. Time is so low though. And Hooksy, he's gonna kill the 2, sets up JKS. It's about damn time.
It's about damn time. There you guys go. Oh, it's getting painful out there for the G2 fans in the crowd, but they get 1 round. 0 rifle rounds this half. 1 pistol round, 1 force buy. Their backs are so far into the wall, they were basically just murals at this point. The story of this half has been painted in G2's blood, and they have a maximum of 3. I mean, their worst Inferno game so far. Let's see if they can find some solace in round 15.
Yeah, 5v4, something to start with. m0NESY though, if he walks through, he's done.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, dupreeh's like, wait, I don't want to play this game. A run up towards pit. ZywOo saw one, but then he just disappeared. dupreeh's managed to put up another hold. Apex is dead. ZywOo knows that he's surrounded.
They keep forgetting about one. Will they in this situation?
They know, they've got him. JKS rocks him. And so just when you thought this was over, when you thought G2 had flatlined on Inferno, they give us the slightest uptick to go into the CT side.
1 rifle round.
Yikes.
Well, Vitality had infinite money glitch, so they could afford that loss. They can go for the retake, and you know what? It's 2v2.
Yeah, and they've got them stuck on site. It's just flashes for Magisk. Low health on dupreeh. Hooksy and Hunter to hold. Should be fine. Short player comes up. Hooksy in the back corner to close. And time is of the essence. He stays alive. But is it for long enough? Bomb decides. G2 2 or G2 2? They get away with that third. No way. By the skin of their teeth. But will it even be enough? Will it even matter? Second half decides.
What's good, everybody? We're here at downtown Washington, D.C. I'm joined by Nico, I'm joined by dupreeh, and we are here to answer one simple question. Who's the noob? We're gonna be making pizzas. Gentlemen, I'm judging your pizzas on structural integrity, on flavor palette, and if you want some bonus points, get creative, make me something Counter-Strike related. Our Instagram poll had Nico favored to win this competition at 53%. If you guys are ready, so am I.
Yeah, let's get to it.
Let's get to it, yeah.
Should I go first?
Yes.
Help yourself.
Oh, it's so cold and gooey. All right. I've seen people put it on the edge and then they would go do stuff like that.
Yeah, and what are those things? And are you going to do them?
No.
I'm not trying to experiment too much over here.
dupreeh, you're looking a little lumpy. There's a waviness to your dough at the moment.
I think Nico's doing a pretty good job. Look, but look how thick it is over there. I'm kidding. No, I'm just joking. It's mental warfare. Okay, are you ready with my wooden thing?
I'm ready with your wooden platform, sir.
Oh no!
Hey, these look great. Well, one looks great.
Which one?
That's the question. All right, done.
I'm done. Wait, he made it sick.
This is huge. dupreeh's gone for a thinner center with protruding outer crust lines. Nico, I think that the consistency of this is a really nice detail. But so far, I'm impressed, gentlemen. I think you did great. is done. Now we're doing toppings, gentlemen. Decision's completely up to you.
You can go ahead first.
I go first.
Begin.
Mix it up real good. Big spoon. I'm just gonna swirl it around. Oh my God, professional pizza maker.
Nico's gone center, heavier on the sauce, I would say.
Look at him. So, cheese.
Cheese first, okay? Nico, you've definitely gone lighter on the cheese so far.
I'm adding. I don't want to go too heavy.
Right. Dupree going with the consistent spiraled pepperoni strategy.
Does this look like a G to you?
It looks like something.
It's not that I can fit too. Well, I tried to do something with the G2 logo, but I'm not sure exactly how it looks like.
I think I'm gonna try it.
X Factor, honey sauce. We got Nico's G2 pepperoni no green, and then we've got Dupree's symmetrical honey glazed deliciousness. So, one final step, gentlemen. Time to cook them. All right, gentlemen, they're out of the oven. They look great. They look good. So, time to find out who ended up whipping up a better pizza. I think I'm going with Dupree's first, so I'm gonna come at it.
Please don't burn yourself.
That's fantastic.
Good, yeah?
That's really good. Excellent.
Perfect.
The pull?
They surely both taste
The pull is nice. This is too difficult, and I didn't think it was gonna be, but I'm gonna side with the 53% of Instagram users and say Nico took this. It's just good. Dupree, it turns out today, I'm sorry, you are the biggest noob. Nico, well fought. Congrats to both of you because I'm impressed. These are solid pizzas.
It was a fun experience.
Ups. One EVP, yeah, no one.
2 hours, 3 hours, 3 hours.
And one banana.
Time boys.
One more.
Balcony.
And mid. One is fuck.
One is with default.
Yes. And mid, don't stop. Let's go. Yeah. We don't have kit.
Let's work.
Inside.
Nice.
I have kit now.
Let's kit in.
Help me.
Yeah, you good.
Nice.
Long. Nice. Nice, boys. Nice. Good job. Let's go, boys.
Devils in the details, and it was Vitality looking devilish throughout that first half, getting the defuses away, the retakes looking strong. Of course, those last 2 rounds added to the tally for G2 gives the fans here in Washington a hope. The slimmest margin for this second half as they look to hold back Vitality. What could have been a 2-0, so it felt, with what we knew of their T-side, with what we know of their Inferno. But it feels like all the records, all the history, it's all out the door. Right now, it's who plays better today. And today, on Inferno, it is very clearly Vitality. Second pistol to decide. We saw G2 pick up the first pistol, couldn't convert. Vitality run 12 rounds straight off of the back of that one.
Very strange that. You would think the best Inferno team this year, you can't believe that they could come back on a CT side, but that's just the way it is right now. They've kind of mastered the attack, but nothing else. So we'll see if they put in enough work into the half that's been losing them their most recent games to pull out something special. But I'm not biting my tongue. It's looking ugly.
Gonna keep this simple. Swarming around the A site. Hunter dual Berettas in the pocket. Oh, nothing. Pit player's gonna have to come up massive. And JKS in a pistol round? You love it. Zaiwu though, just as that player jumps out from Valk,
footstep.
You see JKS kind of stutter. Zaiwu executes him. Man advantage in the post plant with the pit cover. Very strong spot for Zaiwu to just start firing off. m0NESY and Nico, stars of the show, looking dull on this second map though.
Oh boy.
Saving in the pistol.
Even with a pistol, it was looking dire. But now, I don't know if you honestly asked them if they believe they could come back into this game, if any of them would really say yes. There's no stats to back it up. There's not a lot of confidence as of recent. I think before the match started, because of their Anubis, it felt like, okay, it was just a form thing. But right now, I mean, you can discredit G2 just as much as you can credit Vitality, because if we want to say that was a Hooksy masterclass in the second half of Anubis, it was just as much, if not more, from Vitality in the first half. Putting away the best T-side team on this map, no problem. Every retake, every opening setup, so many opening kills. I don't think they had to save a single time.
A little bit they hold on to in the pistol means a couple extra grenades. But it's still so bare bones. Vitality have a clear path here into A. JKS, that MP9. Oh, first player's knife out. Easy pickup on Zywoo. Monasees, Deagle's up, and the bomb drops. A quick rotate from Hunter, looking to add himself in from Arch. A snap up will not go his way. It's 1 kill out of Monasee and a single from JKS. But the Berettas, oh, we saw them thrive back on Anubis in the hands of Hunter. Hooksy could slide up and catch them off guard. Nico kills Spinks, and sure enough, they'll find them by surprise. Magisk's hiding. I think they might. Oh, pops up, shuts down one, sprays away.
Oh, another clutch.
Magisk makes sure no space for G2.
No retakes, one for G2. No pistol in the second half. You think you'd run out of tears at some point if you're a G2 fan. But the heartbreaks keep coming.
Damn, losing track of Magisk like that.
Yeah, I think. Well,
must have thought he was in the corner.
Yeah. It is, I guess, they knew he was in one of those two spots, and he was probably in the less likely one, so you can give him that. Well, when it comes to fragging or anything, whatever criteria you've got, Vitality are maxed out. Oh, wow. Well, I said Magisk is going to be Nico on T-side. Well, look at him go.
Yeah. Thriving. 19-7. He'll get bested by Hunter, but a lot of pressure here. Zywoo, it's an easy cleanup for that. Just 2 straight-up kills and a bunch of damage from Magisk. Another round with his name on it. 288 damage in total.
And, of course, that's them buying down.
Honestly, walking closer. Apex holding it already, but oh, a little quick switch from Apex costs him. A second chance for Monasee. Just drops the bomb. That's going to force the MAC-10 to come back. Not an ideal duel.
They're not going to waste any time
But
here.
I like this. The push out of JKS. Monasee's gone ahead and killed Dupree, and this force buy worked.
Okay. All right.
A 3v5 force buy.
Sort of lipstick on a pig, though, isn't it? Against 14 on an eco.
Just with a couple zingers to kick it off. But I mean, Monasee catching Apex with his hands busy. I mean, this duel, that was the one that got him into the AK. Killing Apex, got the AK. And yeah. G2's got to, or Nico's got to sit up straight. He was getting ready for nuke.
Which is a great place to go, by the way. An end on nuke, actually, is something special. This whole map pool was sick. It's just that Inferno was supposed to deliver more. But the fact that it goes 1-1 against the nuke, that's a great way to end the day. Oh, my.
Oof.
Yeah. I want to know 25 minutes from Kassad after this match ends, if it ends the wrong way. There's Monasee, who's brilliant over on Anubis.
Man, just wait till that kid gets his hands on full access CS2.
Seriously.
Yo, I'm curious. Did anybody else get into the CS2 beta?
It's got to be more booze, right?
More booze, yeah.
I don't know. Hopefully they open the floodgates. Beta for all, as Mike was trying to get trending. Beta for all.
Beta for all. Nico having a hard time on Inferno.
Yeah, it's crazy how much like a hyper carry out of Nico is welcome, but it's so hard to expect now.
Yeah, it is.
And we do have him set that random record versus Imperial, which now we realize that was actually an Imperial that were insane this whole tournament. You know, special condolences to them. They put up a hell of a fight. Definitely I don't want to say almost took down Heroic. It felt like if you replay that, they'd bring it that close again. They were only getting better. But their run has ended. They showed they were good, and that's why they pushed G2 to 3 maps earlier.
Just crazy to me that Vitality bounced back this dominantly on Inferno. You know, that's another sign of a #1 team, right?
Of a #1 team. It feels so weird, right?
Take away their Anubis, but look what you get right after.
They've not felt, as for some reason, even with the tournament wins, they've not felt as scary as teams like G2 were at the beginning of the year, or Heroic has been, even with all their second place finishes. And yet, they've won more at this point. They've got to have earned the respect of all their peers as well as the community, because they're just legitimizing every single tournament win with more tier 1 victories in best of 3s versus top teams. Now, no promises, though, within the series still, because we saw G2 end their Anubis streak. This feels like G2 losing Inferno. Nuke, I have no idea. Nuke is going to be fireworks.
Yeah, the nature of map 2 after the map 1 we got, it means you should have no expectations, right? We're just dealing with it in the server, letting the players speak for themselves this evening. An evening that has gone on quite some time. You guys have been cheering for a lot of Counter-Strike today. That Imperial match, I know it took it out of you, but let's stick out to this one, because G2 will try to fight back on Nuke, will try to fight back on Inferno.
Now, thank you for being an excellent and approachable audience.
You guys have been sick. And we're not even talking grand finals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been blessed at this event. I mean, even if Imperial made it to the grand finals, that was supposed to be a team that, oh, they shouldn't make it through. But based on how well they played, any one of the top 4 semifinalists would have put on a hell of a show, and still will tomorrow.
Nice.
And this will be a rematch for Heroic versus G2 and Vitality.
Yeah.
There have been important games in finals back and forth this year. So you're watching the setup phase.
Vitality wanting to get 3 in a row. G2 looking to get one since their slump at the start of the year. There's a lot on the line here. Zywoo's gonna kick it off. Zywoo's just looking to push this series straight into map 3. Let's stop waffling on Inferno. Get to where the series ends. It feels inevitable, but man, after a tech pause to take it away from them, I don't think so. m0NESY, headshots after headshots to hold off the banana play. Those pistols were getting a little antsy. It's damage onto 2, but coming out of that smoke should be dead. Spinks looking to steal it all.
Well, for what it's worth, he's got some ridiculous 3Ks in this game.
They want Bloodlaunders. They want the ace. And m0NESY, oh, not today. Spinks could still win this, right? We're all chanting ace, but there's a 1v3 queued up here. And Spinks seems to have visualized it. JKS, good angle hold. Make sure that one doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's it. And it's a bit of a risk from him. He could let the bomb get taken over and put himself into an awkward spot, but he knew Spinks low wants to end the round now. So ace denied, but that's still an MVP for m0NESY. Honestly, what a play. And his versatility on top of his opping has what caught the CS world's attention in his otherwise very new career in the Tier 1.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa.
They had so many fans a minute ago. Dupree, yeah, that's right. Crawl away. You should be ashamed of yourself.
He's looking at another one.
He's got to respect it at that point. He's just bloodthirsty.
Well, I would understand why. Vitality on the brink of just putting away this map quick, but making the most of the Glock round. Apex enjoying the sound of his own voice. Yeah, that's extra thick damage on that nade. Poor Hooksy, dude, just gets burned forward by a teammate's incendiary. Peeks mid, sees nothing. Come on. Slaughter the Glocks. Yeah, for Hooksy. For Hooksy. Had those stats, boss. Peek off Boilers also net to nothing, so as you would expect, it's 5 up for G2, which means they've still got a little fight left. 10 rounds straight needed from this point forward, or we go nuke.
Here's the first testing ground, which will be the buy-up. Dupree, Dupree, Dupree. Oh my. Even after he whiffed. Pick on someone your own size, Dupree. 5 majors and you're still such a small man.
Nobody behind that smoke. Nico solo banana. We want that numbers game on A. That's the plan out of G2. Little crossfire on the bracket. Which does make the most of Hooksy's MP9. But you know that this utility usage top banana would put that small grain of doubt in G2's mind. What does Hooksy call? Does he let somebody go back? Does Nico feel as though he needs help? Guys, we've all been there. Apex.
Oh.
This is what I'm talking about. Feels like an inevitability, right? The fact Apex picks up 2.
And he peeked in the mid with no flash. And you have the MP9 player playing anti because of it. Sometimes less is more.
Yeah, but now Monis is at bat.
Yeah, and we saw him win that round single-handedly.
If G2 are going to hold this, it's going to take some kind of big moment from Monisy, from JKS. He's holding. Spinks just gets the entry. Monasy's going to put the smoke down. If it's not him, it's Vitality 15. Oh, he stomps bomb. At 15 seconds, he gets into the pit. The flash is fast, and he dives away. Dupree picks it back up. Moto player comes through. Nico's here. Sairu ends them. Just when G2 thought they had a chance.
My God, 2v5, and Monacy somehow makes that look viable. His own smoke, his first 2 frags.
Even in the middle of a stomp, they keep you on the edge of your seat.
That's crazy. And they're looking for a chance to play a real half here. And man, it's this first 2K. One's legit, the tactic to not flash, to not elicit the anti-flash player to turn around. And it's celebrations across the board for Vitality.
But even though they win that...
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Mac 10, Galil, it ain't pretty. Doesn't always need to be. Spinks going right back to the entry, and he cracked that headshot on the player playing Rafters. JKS has forfeited his control of any balcony or apartments play. So just that quick press, that presence shown by Vitality has kind of got G2 to turtle up slightly. I mean, I want to talk about economic woes. Hunter's playing with the CZ. Util nearly non-existent, no kit. I mean, this is a tough place for G2, but Monacy lays down the law, gets himself a second, bombs dropped with it. He's trying to do it all on his own. Magisk is going to end him, but JKS stops the apartments push, and his M4 takes a second. G2 not looking like they're done just yet, because Magisk's 7 HP should never be enough.
Man, it feels like they could put up something of a real comeback, but just the sheer number of rounds, the fact that match point music's looming over their heads every single time they get into freeze time, that just feels like insurmountable amounts of pressure. You know, and especially knowing that they have relief in a 3rd map coming, you got to think G2, they're going to let it slip just like they did versus Apex in that previous round. But like the kills Monacy's getting right now, that hold from JKS, like how much can they climb? And it might be worth something to, even if it is a fake comeback, to put up double digits if you can, to really fight to show Vitality it wasn't a complete stop. To bring some rounds to CT side where you just haven't found any recently, just for posterity's sake. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, so respectful golf claps for G2's 7. But I feel like, you know, that's Monacy fighting for it.
But all All Vitality need is one more tactic. One more ZywOo round. We've got a Magisk 1v2, ZywOo 1v2. They're not in short supply of X Factor. And we've seen Zonic get animated, get into it, even in positions where they're way ahead.
Well, even yesterday when Vitality had 15, you know, you saw Apex trying to celebrate ahead of time, and Zonic kind of telling them to cool his jets.
That's actually the map they're best at.
Damn! There's still map 3, guys.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Don't get too cocky yet. All right, 8-round game, mixed buy here for Vitality. 4 of the last 5 rounds, 1 for G2 for what it's worth. But still, one mistake and it's over.
Mistakes shouldn't be happening on a round like this. It would need to be Magisk or Spinks, you'd think. And with Nico fighting Magisk off of wood, that's one of the rifles down, goes into Apex's hands instead. Now ZywOo's found one. Now I'm nervous. They've got a smoke for the CT cross, a few flashes. You know, they've got the bare bones for the exec. But surely G2 just hold on. Seems easy, and it will be. Hunter from the boost.
Oh, the site player dies.
Yeah, that should have been enough, but ZywOo catching Hooksy. This one's still looking doable. ZywOo's gonna plant behind Fountain. If Apex can hold off on the back door, if Hunter dies here, well, that would have been one thing, but now ZywOo is gonna try to pull off the 1v3 to end it. And the headshot connects, so the rumblings of a clutch can start to be felt if you are G2. He's now stuck behind Nubox, and JKF gives him no space. Utility held onto, Kid is there, all is good.
Yeah.
It's only 7 more.
That's pretty solid. Hunter's focus right there is good. Of course, they could have fallen part of the seams and any points, but they layered utility well. They hit shots really well right there. The hold overall was solid. The flash tactic for Nico, excuse me, to take the first kill, then move forward to car, get another frag. That was pretty calm. Everything looked very good right there. Worst part about it was letting the bomb go down. Outside of that, they pretty much did have control every step of the way. But it wasn't a max investment for Vitality. 1 AK on ZywOo.
Love that. Let him get wild. No opener from m0NESY. Nico trying to do the same thing. Apply a bit of pressure here, standing on Hooksy's head.
And if G2 make the comeback happen, it will be Nico getting back into the game.
And he's ready for this. Give him a round to farm and then see what happens. That's the AK dead, so single AK not working out.
Oh my god.
Nate softens him up. Looking like an ace. Ah, Dupree with the deagle responds.
Come on, Connor.
Yeah.
Why do you hate Nico?
I have my reasons.
But that's a good start for him. If they're not scared of Nico and Banana, then it's already a done deal. He's so far out there, so consistently.
I mean, came into this round 10 and 19.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Nico hasn't been anything to be afraid of throughout this map.
Yeah, and those two-side attacks, man, on these explodes, that he is the guy.
The fact they have armor and picked up guns. Hunter dies with nothing. Pressure on Hooksy. Oh, God. A 2v4 attempt.
Oh, God.
And Hooksy starts firing off. Gets a bit of damage onto Spinks. Teammate's not here to save Hooksy just yet, but maybe he does it on his own. And he's just buying a perfect amount of time. And Hooksy does indeed double down.
I was saying, oh, God, for Vitality, because, of course, I knew Hooksy had that. No problem. He was 10 steps ahead. He might not be able to outduel Spinks 1-to-1, but he can get him to waste all his ammo. That's the real genius. So now we are in dignified territory at the minimum. First hurdle down. But G2's eyes, do they widen?
They just look so deflated at times. And I would understand in the first half, you lose 12 rounds straight. surely that glimmer of hope starts to ignite. Hooksy traded. No need to overextend here if you're the other two G2 players.
No, but Nico's low.
Yeah, not ideal. Apex extends forward, grabs a weapon. Oh, Nico very close to killing Apex without even seeing him. So in the end, G2 do win the fight for Banana.
Oh my god.
Spam damage is there. Dupree. Oh, he gets
what
it.
the hell?
He's tracking him.
He said, keep dancing.
Monacy now, he's got an ankle. Catches Apex, sticks around, and nails himself the second. Spinks with the trade frag. Hunter on the bomb site. Remember, Nico's low, and Hunter needs to deliver, but he won't. Dupree comes around the side. And a wounded Nico in a 1v2 or Vitality finish off what they started so wonderfully on Inferno. Their broken Anubis streak responded with revenge. Screw your T-sides. They came up with nothing. G2 has shelled themselves. And Nico, a part of that problem, now split between the two players of Vitality, but he takes down Spinks.
He didn't see him.
Puts the molly on the bomb, and his hopes burn. G2 go up in smoke on Inferno. And so we need to settle the score on Nuke. The second semi-final truly alive here in Washington. Counter-Strike on the East Coast delivers yet again.
Not quite the G2-0. Instead, it's a little Vitality, and it's a little bit of Nuke up on deck as we're going all three.
Jason tried to warn you. He tried to warn you. He tried to warn all of us.
Yeah.
He reminded all of us how G2 can break your heart, how they can, from one map to the other, just look completely different. This was kind of the story here again.
But first they lure you in, don't they?
Oh,
first they give you that glimpse, like, come on this ride with me. Yeah, we got you this time. We'll have your back. And then boom, Inferno. Looked horrible for most of that first half. And that, I mean, for all the first half, let's just say that. Even the pistol round took it like a miraculous 3K from Odyssey for them to win it, and then they just got destroyed. In that first half, on G2's T side, they only had 4 opening kills total across the entire half, and 2 of them were rounds 13 and rounds 14. Like the majority of that half, they were just not getting anything going. They got to play no easy rounds. It was always stacked up against the opponent. Early battles, early engagement, all went to Vitality.
Yeah, and it was maybe just a little stubborn on the side of G2. I think they really tried to put the pressure on the B side, and to an extent, you can understand why. You can imagine maybe Apex had a difficult first map. You think, okay, we're going to lean on him quite heavily on that map of Inferno. But I would say the BGO, they absolutely answered the Call of Duty. They were right there, super solid. They had Zaiwu a couple of times here coming in with the AWP as well, just to make sure G2 couldn't pass that first step. Beautiful defense from Vitality.
It did feel like it was the old dogs for a lot of this map, right? Your Dupree, your Apex, and then Magisk as well. I mean, by the end, Zaiwu creeps up in the numbers, but it really did feel like the vets.
Yeah, it was an excellent game out of Dupree. This was wonderful to see from him, and I mean, really popping off for the squad. And yeah, a couple of guys joined up with him towards the end of it, but Dupree had a very nice job. I'll just say this too, because we mentioned as well in the pregame, like G2, one of those teams that like makes like really weird, uncharacteristic mistakes, like probably far too frequently for a team of their caliber. They had 2 big ones in the first half. The second round, they don't clear behind triple.
Yes.
Sphinx just sits there, waits, chills, stops the bomb plant, kills 2 more. And like 6 rounds later, it was Magic's doing the same exact
position.
thing. Yeah, same exact play, not cleared out again, and once again stopping the bomb plant.
Yeah, it's been a little complicated. Yeah, commiseration rather, respect to Dupree for this first map, and even at the end, when Vitality is starting to just smell smoke just a little bit, Dupree's the one to unlock all of these trade kills to get the 16th.
Yeah, smelling smoke, shooting through smoke, tracking through smoke, doing everything.
That was a little bit
of a little hacky boy moment, wasn't it? Yeah.
There was a time in Counter-Strike where someone out there would already be really making a video and like, clear aimbot.
Yep.
Crisp, clean locks. But it also locks us straight into the third map. And I mean, he wasn't alone, right? We had other players chiming in as well. But it is good to see Dupree up top of the board because he was a key piece towards that major run. He was the one where maybe, you know, a little bit before that, before they were informed, might not finding it. And Magisk, his old teammate, came along for the ride this time around.
Yeah, look at how many kills he gets from that B side, right, Jason? That's what I was talking about. The fact that he answered the Call of Duty with Apex as well. He also had a couple of very important retakes, and we have an example back-to-back. That's round 11 and then round 12 when he is actually cleaning up the side. Once again, towards the very end here, beautiful work as well, footwork against Huxi with that position. All of these moments are extremely critical. We have a couple of opening kills as well on the B side. Oh, that is actually, that's kind of dirty from me.
Yeah, you like that. I can tell you like that. I can see it on your face.
That.
Yeah, I do like that.
I like it. I can like it.
Magisk is a fun player to see pop off because I feel like he kind of just rides. He's a little, you never really expect Magisk all that much, do you? Like all the conversation goes elsewhere. Apex is the in-game leader, Zaiwu is the opper, Sphinx the new addition, and Magisk is just always just there chilling.
But he is extremely solid. Like he's been really solid, and I think his T side has been a little bit underrated, right? I think he's one of the players that can actually have a couple of these entry kills or trade kills for that matter, always kind of following. He was throwing his body on banana like time and time again. He had Zaiwu behind him, but he's the one doing the ungrateful job of having to kind of dance in Molotovs. You only have 1 smoke, you don't get 5, so you have to kind of choose where you want to be. He had a couple of these moments where he put himself on the line for Vitality.
You talked about an underrated T side. Let's talk about an overrated T side. G2, they've been getting a lot of celebration for their Inferno T side. They were just completely missing in this one, yeah?
Yeah, well, it's stemming off the major, right? Because they did have like some kind of crazy like 85, 90% win rate, you know, through the challenger stage, I think it was at the major. And yeah, we can forget about that now.
Should we just move on?
We can let it go. I mean, they still have a good T side. Obviously, this is a rough one because it just fell so flat here. It's obviously a little bit better than what you normally see. This was a lot of just like on a map like Inferno, if you're not winning those opening duels on your T side, you're not winning the early engagements, you're not taking banana control, which is pretty damn critical on Inferno, and then it all just kind of comes crumbling down.
When you go so in your first intention of trying to bully the B side again and it doesn't work, I think that you become very predictable in what's your next step, right? Yeah. Oh, it hasn't worked out. You're trying to take banana, it couldn't. You're trying to hold the bomb site once you had bomb planet. It didn't. So hey, maybe you're going to go back to A, and this is when Dupree had some of these moments. In fact, I think if it weren't for Monacy's heroics, that could have been a much cleaner game, much quicker game for Vitality. He had a number of, not even triple kills. Pistol round, back-to-back on the CT side as well, just pivoting like an absolute turret on the A side. He tried to keep them alive. He tried his damnedest to keep them alive in this map number 2.
Well, they'll need someone to keep them alive as we head into map number 3. Let's talk about Nuke here, because that's what's coming up after this next break. We've got Nuke on deck to decide to send one of these teams through to meet Heroic in that grand final.
We're going to Nuke, and this map has been instrumental in all of the trophies that Vitality have been able to rake up recently. We're talking about I Am Rio, we're talking about the Major. That map has not been lost in 11 iterations right now. That's an 11 map streak for Vitality on Nuke. They've worked really, really hard at it. I know from talking to Apex as well that the T side has been a whole lot of effort, has received a whole lot of effort for them to try to be a bit more versatile. I think the Vitality of a year ago would have moments where they looked a little bit shallow on their T side, not exactly knowing what to do. That's not the case anymore. There's a whole new layer and level to what they can put to the table on that map of Nuke on the T side, and that's why, as far as I'm concerned, I'm very confident right now.
And probably a little element of PTSD for this G2 team, considering they played Vitality on Nuke to start the Legend stage back in Paris. That's when Zywoo had that crazy 1v4 clutch, and also that's one of those disastrous matches where you can go back and look, and G2 lost, I think they lost like a 4-on-2, and they lost like a 5-on-2 at some point, like during that game. They had like 2 just really misplayed rounds. So yeah, there's going to be elements of, you know, when I talk about a team like G2 not able to rise to their potential, sometimes battling their own demons, as we see with Heroic as well. Well, they got plenty of demons on this one in very recent memory.
That they do, and once upon a time, Nuke was such a good position of strength for them. Maybe time to get back to that, Jason.
3-4 months ago, yeah, there was a nice little streak on Nuke for G2.
There was a moment.
Yeah, there was a moment. There was a little time period there, but that's long gone, long gone.
They were really non-negotiable. Around Katowice, you couldn't do anything about it.
Nuke has felt like it's one of the most important maps in the pool in terms of establishing like the best team in the world. Like everyone who's been like the best team in the world, it feels like recently has had a solid Nuke. It's just such a critical map.
It feels like they used to maybe be an Inferno, but now, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's entered the lexicon. That is just sort of where we get these deciders. I mean, you heard the crowd cheer when Nuke came through the veto. Now let's see who they're going to cheer for in this map. How we feeling, DC? Who's taking it? Is it G2?
I like that. I like that a lot.
Is it going to be Vitality?
There we go.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I like that too.
Yeah.
I don't know which way we're leaning, but I know we're about to find out. And so for one more time today, after this break, we're sending it over to Scrawny, we're sending it over to Launders to take you through our final map of the semifinals of the Blast Premier Spring Final. Yeah! Woo!
All right, Washington, it's time. Nuke up next, the deciding map, and the Unicorn odds are taking Vitality on this one. I think that's understandable. We've been sat here praising Vitality's map pool. Yes, on Anubis, they were bested by that second half of Monacy, JKS getting into the mix. But Inferno just never looked like it was in the wheelhouse for G2, and that seems so shocking.
This map pool is insane because G2 got their best map, and Vitality get 2 of their best maps. So they lose Anubis. The streak is ended, but they've got an even stronger one here. This is their 100% win rate map in Nuke. 9 times in a row, I think, 8 or 9 times in a row, they've won on Nuke, yet to be defeated. So that means G2 would have to beat them on their 2 strongest maps to take them out. This is a map that has come up less recently for G2, even though we know they're very strong on it. And so it's quite an interesting situation where, on the one hand, they know what's coming, just like they knew Anubis was coming. How prepared are they to do this? And do they have enough fight in them? Because I'm sure they're pretty shocked to have done the hard part in taking Anubis, but then to have lost Inferno, and in the fashion that they lost Inferno.
Really
not even relying on the T side, which is the one thing that was still constant about it. That's the big question.
That first half was so demoralizing for G2. They just looked deflated.
I think the best team in the world always also is the best CT nuke team in the world. And right now, the elite operators in history have you've always been able to measure them up by how unbelievable their stats are on CT nuke. You know, when it was ZywOo in the major final versus Gamer Legion, he went 21-4 in the CT side to end the major, and that was the only reason he even got the MVP over Imma. You know, that one half, he went unbelievable. The same will need to happen for Monacy, but this is total happy place here for Vitality. 2 map streaks like this long ending in the same series, I don't know if that's ever happened before. So G2 would have to break some serious ground right now, because they're going up against some serious competitors.
Well, there's no better time to do it. One final attempt at the end of this season to lift that trophy, the high that G2 tapped into at the start of this year, at the end of 22. It's been a roller coaster since. Not being able to be in these positions, it's gotta hurt, takes its toll. We've seen how distraught some of the members of G2 have been throughout these recent losses. To have picked up Anubis, to have rode that high again, only to get smothered on Inferno. If you're gonna upset versus major champions, if you're gonna upset versus one of the world's best, then break records while you do it. Smash that win streak and steal it away. No easy feat. I'm so down to get a ZywOo versus Monacy op battle going on in this third map. We saw flashes of Monacy once he got to that T side on Anubis. We've seen ZywOo throughout the series, more or less. So who's gonna dominate this final show, this final map of the second semifinal, the last showing here tonight? What a better place than Nuke. No better place than the nation's capital. Instantly, out through Squeaky, bodies on the floor. Quite literally, as they trade back and forth, Nico catching Apex. But we've got Magisk on the backside. Monacy decides to go forward. 2 players down beneath, shut him down. And so this one gets evened out. Hooksy with a couple pot shots. JKS tried to time the flank, but ZywOo was way too ready. And so it's Nico through main with Spinks just tucked in. They fake it once, they want those peaks. And now ZywOo's hands are busy, but Magisk gives the cover that they need. And if Vitality pick up a T-side pistol, then the momentum from Inferno continues to roll. No kit. Nico starts to run out. They try to face him, and Magisk will make that difference. Magisk is giving Spinks a run for his money as the second best player on Vitality here in Washington.
No kidding, and that's new level. Again, he stayed afloat even when things weren't beautiful for Vitality, and that was admirable already as a player, again, who's just won so much, had such an illustrious career. But you got to remember, Magisk is still young. You know, even though he's won all those majors alongside Dupree, the better part of him, yeah, he still would be considered a younger player to come into some of these rosters. He's done so much at an early age, and clearly has so much left to show.
Nico will be looking to be the wrath of outside on this map. rhythm of the D comes to an end, but the nade is there. It's a bit too deep, but those footsteps, Hooksy hears them. A quick charge from Vitality clears him out.
Yeah, and no official stack right now. They're still worried about the ramp lurk. I think we're already thinking about getting exit frags if they can find him, but smartly it's Zywoo on a MAC-10 waiting here in trophy room. Nades coming out. It's as if both these teams, they can just read each other's setups instantaneously, and they know when that first kill comes down. If you've got someone crack spotting secret, they need to be able to fall back and smoke, otherwise you can just run over the site. You never play that setup while also having one player in vent, one player in control, one player decon. That doesn't happen. And Vitality, they don't overthink that situation. They want to take this one away. Saving in this spot is actually not too bad for G2. They would have had nothing otherwise, so they can just try again. But we're talking about 60. We're talking about a huge map streak, lots of data here for Vitality, and 60% CT side win rate, rivaling the amazing T side of G2 up until the point of just last map. And just like with G2, I mean, with G2, there was actually reason to maybe doubt that they could do it again because they've been struggling recently. With Vitality, there is no reason at all. There is no singular game where they've had trouble, and they've also beat G2 on this map. Now, the last time they played G2 on this map, 16-13. So we can say that. We can say that at least G2 know what they're up against.
This one's got a little gusto on it. Want to see at least able to escape. Oh, God. Awkward. Bomb stopped. Magisk able to kill the Hut player, but they just get clumped up on top of each other and almost killed even on the exit.
Wow.
Yikes.
He uses spacebar, by the way. Just going to point that out. Yeah, that could have been a mistake to cost a whole round. So the fact that they actually come out ahead in this spot, I mean, I think they're going to be quite happy. But that's Zywoo down 27, Spinks 16.
If it's going to happen, it shouldn't happen more than once. And if it's going to happen once, then at least it only happened in this round. You do that with an M4 on Hut, bro, you're done. That's a 2K, if not 3.
Yeah, they'll get mowed like grass, trying to get down the vent. So with the carried forward guns that G2 have in this spot, they've really split the difference in terms of where they're standing, but they are all in good positions to get involved if it ends up being a lower hit. So we'll see if that means anything. The weakest of the 3 guns is right here on the other side of the doors.
Hooksie's pistol.
Oh! Did I say weakest?
Yeah, hold up. He's not able to best Apex, and then Magisk has swung out through Decon in the meanwhile. So 2 of them stacked back sight. There was a chance there, 2 chances in fact. But without m0NESY finding the scout damage, this one's looking impossible. Slowly but surely that flank comes down behind him. So
yeah, these ultra late flanks
limited. As he starts to back up, he's gonna get gunned down, so a little bit of extra money for Spinks. 3 alive for Vitality. All things considered how that started, you take it.
For sure, they could have absolutely lost. You know, G2 could pick up a round like this, no problem. And the bomb getting recovered and the trade on the top of Hut, that's enough. But Nico uses a lot of ammo there. And, you know, Nico and Hooksy on Inferno were both scoring very low. I mean, you know, maybe Nico is going to make something happen on the CT comeback, but he's not a player that can afford to go absent on T side on Inferno. He's a huge part of the output, the production. The thing that's become the hardest about trying to retake on this map is that late lurk through ramp. It's getting later and later every single day. And it's strengthening the post plans to just have that squeaky lurker come in and join whenever he wants to.
Ooh, flashbangs make that uncomfortable. Hunter only stops 1. m0NESY dives down to the site. He hit his shot. But Magisk survives it. That nade's not friendly. And Spinks takes a bit of chip damage. Hooksy kind of peppered as he attempts to peek over heaven. Or rather, JKS. Regardless, it's a bomb plant. Look at all these guys stacked up backside. Shoulder to shoulder is Vitality here. Squeezed into the site, but they get through successfully.
Yeah, it's the low clearance exit out of Hut. They keep it very simple. They don't go forward with every single grenade. They get mini smoked, and they have one guy jump up to displace the aim of whoever's top Hut, whoever's in Fur, whoever's in Mustang. And that's all they need. The trade was perfect right there. So m0NESY gets punished. Vitality, they show one card in their hand. So now they've still got their full B-side exec to keep G2 scared. But we've seen teams these days, they like wait a bit before they throw out their upper hit. So this is kind of a big risk from Vitality, but now that it's paid off, it's very scary for G2. It's one of those momentum calls. We know Apex isn't afraid to make them.
Oh, wild blind.
And he's, yeah, his own flash too, but the perfect reaction.
Also, m0NESY hit that. Op shot did connect, but
that's a struggle. I actually still feel like it's too late, even if he does, because they're so close together coming out of hut. But it's true. That would have been nice.
Could have been a moment. G2 wasting no time to take a timeout.
Maybe there wasn't a third guy up close. I don't know. It's tough though. That much pressure. Gonna have close moments like that. And the first time out, I can only wonder what the idea is. So, you know, when we talk about great nuke players, we talk about Nico because when he plays, oh God.
Wow.
Somehow too soon. Somehow too soon.
Yeah, you say never forget. Don't worry. He won't. You think he's ever had a nightmare about that?
I mean, if he didn't, he wouldn't care.
Yeah, true.
And we know he cares. So, well, again, outside is Nico's playground. T-side, CT side. He didn't get to deliver on Inferno. That's also one of his best spots, best maps. And so here's a chance at redemption.
Flash, ready for the peek. They're right there. Saw the gun, he's ready. Oh! But Dupree gets the headshot. m0NESY takes a double. Good hold from Heaven.
How has m0NESY been the best rifler and opper on the team?
Good A1S work at that range. Took a ton of damage in the exchange, but hey, he got his 2K. He got the man advantage. He just can't really afford to go back for another peak, so it leaves me wondering, what's the outer play? m0NESY's not going to hold it with 10 HP, so they completely forfeit outer control. And even the mini player just stopped watching. And at that timing, you know, Hunter goes back on the angle, but 3 players crossed. In that little timing that Hunter gave up this angle.
Did they see him go down the vent too? Well, m0NESY still got a little more left in the tank.
I said he couldn't do it. 10 health, and he gets another. And that just stifles them on the approach. Utility's got Spinks nervous because he's down to 20 HP. And Vitality are down to 25 seconds. Looks like an invitation to a save, but it won't come for free. Hunter, he's looking to knock these guns out of their hands, and ZywOo makes sure that won't happen. So they'll call it quits, but m0NESY does it all. 3 kills from Heaven.
Dude, they got Nico off his angle. He came back into a bad one. He was clearly going to die right there. They got the frag, but m0NESY did his job, Nico's job, and a little extra. And again, not even with the op. We saw him really become a part of that cosmetic comeback on Inferno. Like, the CT rounds he was having were extraordinary. 3K, 3K, 4K, if I remember correctly. And it looked like for a second his star power alone was going to get him back into things. And yeah, Nico's got to shake it off because it's a path walked alone to play outside on Nuke, whether you're on T side or CT side. You can get support and get pushed every once in a while, but a lot of the times you're rifling back big garage, you're avoiding oppers, you're avoiding lurkers. You have to be on your A game. In this case, maybe A+.
Ooh, he crossed. He gets away with it. Nothing shown towards ramp. JKS, smoke out. They choose to respect it. Deep nade.
That hit something. Oh, it's yeah, slightly missed. That could have been a bunch of damage.
Another smoke though at the minute mark.
It's a really shallow smoke. Obviously, no one's watching it. Sometimes this is meant to be a miscue. We see a lead here on the T side. We know where they're ending right now. Nico getting into position. And the attack comes on.
He's waiting for his, but it's all Hooksy and JKS. Yo, this one goes down easy.
Wait, where did they even die from? Oh, the flank in the lobby.
Nicely
timed. Oh my God, they pushed it through hut instantly.
And they waited for so long,
yeah,
too.
Seriously.
Vitality held off for so long. Hooksy can barely believe it. Let's see how that went down.
They just got that right timing to get into hut. There wasn't enough pressure here. Oh my God. One in trophy throwing nades.
All right, just a clean double out of Hooksy.
Okay. And this is the thing. That was even Vitality over on Anubis, right? They like to group up and wait, and they aren't holding on to a lot of other map control when they do so sometimes. So really important G2 make those calls.
Feels like unlike Anubis, you know, Nuke, you decide to jump on it. Those empty pockets, you're never too far away. In a heartbeat, Hooksy's between two of them, unravels the setup from the inside, and gives G2 those consecutive rounds they needed. We've seen m0NESY flashed off these angles. We've seen the hut players allow the exit. Hunter tries to hold up close. Vitality going through a bunch of that utility pretty quick. Multiple bodies inside A. m0NESY floating between hell and heaven, dropping util down for Hunter to try and hold with, but dupreeh just took a shot to the leg, so he's an easy cleanup. There's more where the first one came from. ZywOo and Spinx with a kill each. Hunter, he's looking for his double. Oh, he looks away. And then Nico comes through with 3.
There he is.
Finishes up everything they needed.
Have you seen this man? He was on the side of a milk carton for a second, but now he's back. That was a cameo they needed, man. Hunter did not finish his food right there, and it looked like that was just going to be another tragedy and upper for G2. But instead, we get Nico off the top rung.
Drops the elbow on him. And now G2 have an early chance at tying this one up. Let's see if Magus can be the kingpin. Not going to make his job any easier. Hit by the frag, blinded. He's still going to try to take it forward, but JKS surviving the test for now, and m0NESY's now coming to help out. Spinx is ready. Very nice headshot from him, and ZywOo's Deagle will finish this off. So this one is awkwardly alive for Vitality. dupreeh sticks around because G2 have been going for those lobby hits, those flanks.
Now we got to see about nades here, because it's going to be obvious to G2 that there may not be any, and Hooksy makes this aggression because they aren't playing inside of lower. They have control side with one player, but obviously 2 upper at the moment, and they know with ramp this is the first place you go. So Hooksy lets them know that if they go to heaven, that he was there. But the problem is getting a bomb plant in lower. Should be impossible with no utility. But the other thing is that players can be a resource as well. So what can they cover? Oh, and they do pick up a smoke. They do find a key one for the backside plant. Nico, maybe he doesn't even bother opening the door. Oh my God, he does.
Whoa, whoa. Now he's stuck though. ZywOo tried to change positions. Looking weird for Nico for a moment. Apex and dupreeh uncomfortably in the middle of the site, looking like they're gonna take the fight to the CTs. But in fact, dupreeh climbs up. He's looking for ZywOo's gun. Apex has to give the cover. Decon also opened. Apex stuck between the two. dupreeh would love to have finished this off.
Oh, well handled.
Very well handled indeed.
Love to see Nico in the mix right there. And, you know, that was a moment where if you had the lack of confidence, opening the door and having aim anywhere, you've got the entire top rafters, back site. They could be out in the open, in the Astralis plant, whatever. And he's got to be ready for it all, and he is. And then he stays alive, gets to.
Keep ZywOo from going for the multi-kill. Catches him in the reposition. Vitality's first timeout. It's nice to see G2 aren't absent. It's nice to see Vitality playing multiple looks. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but this feels much more like Anubis. I think we got a game on our hands.
Yeah, exactly. This could have very easily just been a stomp, another win for Vitality, another win in this head-to-head on Nuke. Instead, already feeling quite different. Full strength, both sides looking for a lead in this game. And some quality play out of G2 to keep up with some of the strongest attackers at the moment. No op in play for the T side, but there is one on m0NESY.
Whoa, fast. Just didn't get into the vent, but he will catch Hunter, who thought he had a little pocket to play in. Hooksy, blinded, can't manage the spray. Gap on the smoke. Nico throws himself into the middle of it. There's also the threat of the heaven play. JKS isn't far, and neither is m0NESY. Everybody has a corner. Little bits of territory fought for. And again, we find ZywOo in a clutch. Oh, he gets pressured. And each of the remaining members of G2 come through with kills to take a lead.
Yeah, they came sitting up right. That was beautiful out of m0NESY. What a shot. I mean, if he doesn't react that fast, he dies to a body spray down as he's inside of the doorway. That should have been an easy kill. You got to be ready for everything right now. They're coming out of the vents. They're coming in mini. They're ready to defend upper. That's the key part here for G2. They're no longer scared of these hits. But this first kill, it makes sense why they go for it. A huge outplay for Hunter to jump right into his arms. And so it does get scared for G2, but the rotation's beautiful.
Love the confidence here from JKS. You know, sometimes you see teams so afraid to fight ZywOo in a clutch situation. JKS takes the risk, runs him down. If he dies there, ZywOo, he's still in cover from the other two CTs. We're 9 rounds in. And thankfully, for the sake of competition, we've got Nico showing up. Very much a part of this Nuke CT side so far. Some have labeled him a playoff choker as of late. After map 2, it was looking like another dose of that. Instead, he flashes his way down Secret. He has support there as well. And Vitality are looking to bounce back from a 4v5. Dupree's kill through main certainly could help. You see the Hut player just try to tuck his head. JKS knows that pressure was about to be applied, but instead Vitality double back.
Ooh, that smoke buys him some time. That could have got ugly, but ooh, maybe it still will become that. Oh, can't get one over JKS right now.
All 3 remaining players of G2 half health in the face of full bars for Vitality. The T's know what they want. This A site, Hooksy keeps his head down, catches ZywOo, and Apex bests him. Oh, but JKS executes Apex on the wraparound from lobby. It's Spinks in a clutch. A fast push from JKS. And the Aussie takes a third.
That's the bravado right there. You brought it up. Ran through the last second of the Molotov in heaven into running through Hut versus a player who could have been fake planning, potentially sacrificing himself for a 1v1, but he believed in the peak.
And you know, when we talk about Vitality bringing Spinks in at first and that thriving, I draw the comparison to G2 and JKS and their winning streak. He was a key piece of playoffs. We lost him for a little bit. He was the only player that really showed up in their elimination game in Paris. And if JKS wants to put forward a performance on map 3 to eliminate major champions, then so be it.
Yeah, that was the thing about that loss versus Fnatic at the Paris Major after, and then Hunter in the interview today with James talking about how they wanted to change things up because they felt like Paris was a bad showing. It wasn't team play that was the problem. They choked. Like, everyone was nervous. I've never seen m0NESY that nervous in my life. JKS was the only one who wasn't nervous. Go back and watch that Vertigo game again versus Fnatic. JKS, he was doing his part on his side of the map. But as a team, I mean, it's hard to say they necessarily needed to change. It was definitely a mental thing. I think that much was clear. But of course, sometimes we write off the mental game as just, oh, just get over it. But that is half of the circumstance when you're playing here in front of a crowd, when you're playing in a playoff, when you're playing for a trophy in an elimination game. It's the only difference between that and a matchmaking game is the pressure. It's the circumstances. So of course, the mental game's not small. It's the legacies that everyone's fighting for.
Of course, JKS will continue to play a critical role as well on CT side, right? Always floating between ramp, hell, heaven.
It's obviously the perfect spot for him. Something he's been doing well right now. 5 straight for G2 as we go live again. Vitality looked pretty fearsome for a second, but human in the same breath. The buy, though, is exactly what they need, and man, they spent a lot of time going upstairs. Are they going to keep doing it?
Magisk out already. Ooh, but I mean, if he beckons his teammates out, he's lost. He's still down in those smokes.
What even happened right there?
Looks like he got into the smoke, didn't die. The others tried to come through.
But if he was playing in front of the vent, obviously he covers that peak for his teammate who's trying to get out of the vent, and then he doesn't get the trade, so they leave with nothing.
Very awkward.
That's a lot of resources gone.
So they'll be on the recovery here in round 11. Hunter's job easy. Hooksy still up top. More smokes towards Squeaky. Hooksy waiting for contact. Floor player peeks. Magisk is putting up numbers. Top fragger dead. JKS catching him. And they could drop down vent. The bomb sure has. Spinks already through the decon. ZywOo looks to go join him. We get a quick scramble out of the secret play, but JKS starts to walk, and Spinks wastes no time on that plant. Apex and m0NESY still dueling on A, and Spinks peeks to control, queues up the 1v2, a reposition, and now he knows exactly where m0NESY's coming in from. A critical clutch in round 11.
Oh my god.
It's been a dry spell for Vitality. And m0NESY's playing in the dark. The boogeyman down in dark. Spinks peeks and takes it.
What an insane move, man.
Honestly, just lost track of it.
Yeah, there's no way he could read that. He got to the right side of ramp so fast. He had to believe in the information he got, because Spinks could have been anywhere. Spinks took a risk. Absolutely could have got opt if m0NESY was one step closer, but in that case, on his low HP, beautiful move. Well earned here in the 1v2 out of Spinks. Definitely a dubious position after the first kill comes down outside of Squeaky with the initial play, and you're wondering what Magisk is doing, but then he's like, okay, my bad, here's 2 kills. And then Vitality are able to take it from there.
Let me get you back. Magisk stepping up.
But I gotta say, it feels like Vitality are not working that hard in terms of, we're not getting an eclectic playbook right now. No. We're getting very simple stuff, and it's honestly a lot to do with the upper site. We're not getting late ramp hits into lower with outside control. We're very rarely getting cross smokes, and maybe them not burning that many resources has actually benefited them in a lot of their matches, but I can't remember them sort of being so blunt about wanting to plant upstairs. Maybe there's something identified about G2. Hunter does seem to be struggling, though.
Ooh, ZywOo. Ready for your challenge, Hooksy. m0NESY's on the other side. Ooh, ZywOo got burned back. Is m0NESY? No way.
Oh my god.
Okay, brave peek. And Hooksy also tries to charge forward. Wallbang's telling them exactly what they need to know, and ZywOo sees that as an invitation. You want to fight? I'll give you one. And Hooksy dives back down to the cover. He could pop up and come in with kills, but it's just half of ZywOo's health. He stays, he sticks around, and damage, but no frags. And with 1T peeking into hell, it's gonna be a tough rotate down. JKS puts a smoke in front of control, creates a bit of ambiguity. The terrorists themselves smoking off control. And Hunter looking for decon, so bomb's gonna go down on B.
We gotta think about where's the lurk, but oh, Hunter gets a frag back.
Big pickup. That's the planter dead. Oh, and wallbang damage through the floor, so
but they know no one's coming in from ramp right now. Look at the flank here from ZywOo.
Nico's slowly gonna go taking that ramp play though, so there's just a delayed one, and it's Hunter to go first. He emerges through smoke, Debris shuts that down, man advantage, but a quick trade out of JKS, and still Nico's waiting. There's time for this to happen. Magisk gets into the control stairs. ZywOo gets killed from the backside, and now Magisk, the top fragger, looks for the 2K clutch, and with JKS dead on control, he's done it. He's done enough again.
God damn.
Tied game, 6 apiece. Nico just too slow.
We're not even done the half, and Magisk has so many rounds to his name. Beautiful moves from him, so much confidence, so quick to kill. And G2 did set up good positions for that retake, and Nico coming in late was huge. You know, that was even after ZywOo delayed the ramp take. That's a good counter to what makes retake so difficult these days. But What can you say, man? G2 did play well here. Vitality were still covering everything so well, or well enough. Well enough that it came down to the 2v1 with not enough time. But now it went from not enough time to not enough money. m0NESY has this op. And we saw in Anubis that m0NESY single op on the round was able to win with pistols behind them.
Ooh, they're going in. So, comes out okay.
Yeah, but it's like all m0NESY support right now. We've got some kits of utility, but you're not holding on to upper with these guns. You need m0NESY to get that opening kill. Got to have eyes on him to see. First spawn going directly for outside. He's got to multiply his presence, be in as many spots as possible in this round. And Vitality's prime objective is to avoid him. Let's see if he can get anything out of this.
They go MP9 and 5.7, both above the hut door. Oh, there it is. First one's easy.
Yep. And there he is, multiplying that presence.
Oh! Magisk can't get him. A couple more flashbangs pop off, but with Magisk dead, it really does just fall on Spinks, and that's a crazy thing to say because ZywOo is alive, but ZywOo's only 4-9.
He can't be sitting around waiting for CT side. G2 are playing too well right now. Is it the case that the kid made him save?
Really?
They surely got to still be going for this, but maybe they think that there's even better guns now. All they've seen is a scope in two of their players' faces. They've got a little bit of damage off, but that's it. Man, m0NESY used to be the guy who came into Tier 1, you knew he was good enough, but never took the initiative that he needed. And that's the #1 thing that HooXi has done for his game. Nico, actually, I want to give credit to Nico, as m0NESY has referenced him directly as someone who's helped him improve and learn how to play effectively and have impact in the Tier 1. And now we don't see the m0NESY that sits behind smokes and waits for bad nades to be thrown just to punish. He gets in there. He's already taken over on a round where he was the only rifle having an op on Anubis with pistols behind it. 2 kills in that round into this nuke round right here. And G2 will win with 5 players alive off the back of his 2 kills alone. That's impact.
Damn. Look at that. You know, I've always seen kind of Nico and m0NESY's relationship as like brotherly in some ways. You know, and Nico's also put a bit of swagger in m0NESY's step, I think. You have somebody like Nico who believes in you as much as he does. I'm sure some days you wake up feeling invincible, but this one's still back and forth.
When you're that good, it's pretty much, it is just words that is the difference between you having impact and not. You know, when Apex tells ZywOo, okay, listen, I need you to help us. And then he does. It's not that ZywOo became a different player. He just thought of himself differently. The skills were already there. The ability was already there. And that's what you want from Oppers, taking matters into their own hands.
Why does Apex seem so surprised? He just walked across the angle.
I don't know if they knew he had an op.
Okay.
Yeah, because they might have had just a misread on the money, and it seemed like he had a lot left over, so.
Dumbfounded. But ZywOo maybe going to go look to see if m0NESY is indeed playing outer again. He won't find him. He'll find Nico in his place, playing the side of the smoke. ZywOo should be a sitting duck. They could even line up. Yeah, easy for Nico.
In and out.
Bum smoke. 5v3, G2, looking for that 8th. They may need it. ZywOo's CT side up next, but HooXi not gonna give them an inch outside. And you know, we've gotten to the end of this half, and you mentioned it earlier, right? We're not getting this like extravagant Vitality T side, and we've gotten to a point where, well, we never got to.
It's fine to keep it simple if you keep winning, but it's not like they're building momentum and don't want to reveal things because things are going so swimmingly. No, they're getting pushed right now. G2 are showing they're the better team so far in this half, and you wonder why were there so few. There was not a single heaven wrap. There was no lower splits. There was very few ramp hits. Overall was this obsession to get to upper in the beginning of the round, get Magisk out squeaky. And yet they've only come up with 6. Now the thing is, again, it's the CT side. And that might be why they've decided to be a little bit uninspired, because they're scoring 60% over their undefeated map streak here. And G2 know that too. And so even someone like Zywoo, who's only 4-10, that could change at the drop of a hat when we get into half number 2. But G2 are putting themselves in a position where a pistol could literally be the reason they win. Looking for 9 rounds, getting stronger by the round, getting a much better face out of Nico. Everything you want out of m0NESY and just enough out of HooXi.
Nice stoppage there from HooXi too, the double kill. Still feel good about that.
Someone's got to look it up, though. If there's ever been 2, 8+ map win streaks that have been beaten in one series, I don't think after watching CSGO since the beginning of the game that's ever happened, but maybe history will be made tonight.
Talk about unraveling the narrative as well, because that's what we've been talking about Vitality for this whole event. Had interviews dedicated to just praising the map pool. Well, G2 here, change it all. What a wrap from Spinks, from down vent, out secret, to catching Nico on blue. Hunter drops into the vents. That'll prevent Spinks from doubling back, but he's still over there.
That's actually such an interesting use of the vent drop, because normally you're getting into decon, getting into control side, and like either sitting there and waiting, just coming back outside real fast. Well, that's a good look. Here he is, popping his head up again. It's Groundhog Day.
We'll get something a little more eccentric. A Spinks secret 2K. The only AK as well, right? We needed him to go above and beyond, and he started it well enough. Magisk grabbing a free gun. Dancing with m0NESY now. m0NESY's gonna give him space. If they want to split this A site, they're going to have to get past HooXi. But as he fights outside, they use that as a chance to push out Squeaky. So good awareness there of Vitality in terms of the gaps. Hunter caught as he tries to get up from vent. And m0NESY currently burned from the Heaven Peak. A retake at a 2v4 is what G2 will need to get that 9th. Hunter making a ton of sound. Magisk got him locked in, and this is too much of an ask for m0NESY, surely. He'll catch Magisk first, but these main players hear him coming, so Crossfire can be set, and a 7th queued up for Vitality. That's what this one looks like. But will it be ripped away? Because m0NESY's Deagle's hunting. He has the kit, he has the AK, but he can't turn on Spinks. Spinks is the solution. Spinks is the reason for Vitality's 7th, and they'll try to close this on the defense.
Oh man, now it's so difficult. Everyone's sweating like crazy. You have like refrag, you can line up nades from anywhere.
Yeah, this is too easy.
Yeah, now the game's getting intense.
That's why we need more maps which you can be creative on.
Yeah.
More new maps, I would say. I spend a lot of time on Anubis.
Yeah.
It's a very good map.
You like it?
I like it a lot, yeah. I don't think no one says, or at least I haven't spoken to one who said this map is garbage or whatever.
What do you predict will happen with the CT aggression on the map?
It is a little bit comparable to Cash at one point, where you couldn't stay on the side anymore. You need to play all the time proactive towards A main, towards door, and make the enemy, like, at least, or the opponent at least, think all the time. Anubis, it's like not that easy to stay on the sides because it is kind of easy to execute. So you need to be more proactive as a CT. I think this map is very good and also will give us a lot of opportunities to play on, and it will not be as much limited as maybe it looks like right now.
Oh, okay. Do you have any funny stories?
Yeah, we are living in a house in LA. We saw some raccoons out in our house, and we're like, what is eating our trash and all the stuff? And I saw it one night where they came up to the balcony, and he was like tapping at the door. It was very sweet. And then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one. I'm like, what, how do you gonna catch one? We ordered at that time a lot of times at Five Guys, and we had like a leftover burger or so. And he built himself with Tapson as well, like a trap where the burger's under. If you would Google
like a stick with a box.
Yes, exactly,
Okay,
like
yeah.
the cheapest trap in the history. And next day, I'm like, hey, the box is down, like the trap worked. We were afraid because we were walking slowly to the closed box, obviously on the ground, and we were looking and like, I think we catched it, right? Like it's down, and then we looked on the other side. It was like whole, eaten out, and we catched the raccoon, but he escaped in the end. A lot of good memories.
That's really fun. You got to use a metal box next time.
Break door.
Cross outside.
Walk in front of the door.
T-vent. He can go down.
T-vent.
Run. Watch out, drop. 2.
Double main. Main, in the right corner, have it.
He's stuck, main. It's still main. I'm only event. Could be C1.
Yeah, he
Maybe.
can one.
Yeah, take it then. Kill him.
I'm wide.
In contact. 3v2.
I'm only default. Just flashing other side.
Nice! Sick clutch. I don't know what you did, Nico, but nice.
Come.
That's funny out of Hooksy, and yeah, you know that's what Nico was doing that half. He was doing some interesting stuff. Welcome back, everybody. We got one last half. Thank you so much for joining us. You've been an excellent audience. It's been a long day for everybody. These players involved, but you know history might be about to be made right here, right before your eyes. If two enormous win streaks are knocked down and G2 make a grand finals, and no matter what happens, we either get Heroic or G2, Heroic or Vitality. Both these things have amazing storylines. And Nuke on the line. G2 showing up, not a stomp.
Last half. Last chance. End of the season tomorrow. Both teams want to be a part of that. Both teams want a piece of Heroic to add to their nightmares. Apex, quick headshot on Hooksy. Monacy looking for the next one, but nothing here to be found. You can go down to B if you'd like. You got 2 CTs awaiting you behind the cylinder.
They're going to start to peek their heads in now, but this setup is so good. And these players right now are so good. Well, Zaiwu not so much, but Magisk, holy hell.
Yeah, maybe another one of those. Fire on his feet's gonna make it awkward, but now they know about Zaiwu as well. He's kind of peppering him down. He's low. He'll get his. A little bit of a labored effort, but he gets there. Man advantage Vitality. They've got the site swarm. They've got ramp occupied, and Dupree's just playing with him. Low health, unfortunately, for G2, and that's gonna seal their fate. Vitality take pistol, tie us at 8, and want to hold this momentum.
Take a mental snapshot of Zaiwu's scoreline right now, because I know in his head he's saying, set me up for the CT side when he gets to op. And the CT sides on Nuke that he's had.
Ew.
Wow. Man, special credit to Apex. I haven't seen a horrible spray or any real bad decision made by him. You know, the way he was dying last year was people could hear him from a mile away, him running around, getting shot on the side. That doesn't happen anymore. He stepped it up as an individual. And Dupree, what a day for him, too.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh, my God.
What? No.
Oh, Jesus.
We deserve that.
Honestly, give him the kill. Monacy's movement. You know what? That deserves a whole video.
Dude, Bossman just slid across the roller with a Zeus through Mini, hit the Zeus shot.
Hit the Zeus shot and did 78 damage.
What the hell? It's okay. Source 2 will fix all our problems. No matter what your issues are.
I've already got the crippling addiction. I don't know if that...
Counter-Strike will fix it. Spinks drawn into the fight. Hunter just toying with him. Hunter knows there's something weird going on here. And Nico comes out from above. Yo, Spinks thought he was the hunter.
Not gonna lie, so did I. You know, G2 believe in the eco. Even when things are low, they look for any bit of damage to set things up, and whoa, now becomes a slightly more real round, but here he is.
Although it did open up the push downstairs, and that's Hunter on the B site. If he can start to make the
bomb though,
a ruckus, then maybe the CTs get drawn out. Maybe JKS can find a chance. I mean, if Dupree is in the open when this door gets swung, there's a slight chance the Glock gets him. But instead, the MP9, just the one. Hunter picks up bomb. He's gonna go for plant. Here comes the attempt for Magisk, and it's a stoppage.
Ooh.
No bomb plant.
No money.
No additional kills. That lead held on to by Vitality.
Yeah, no money. Still enough for the buy, of course, for G2, so that's going to come in. Vitality take a breath, because at this point, it's a brand new game. We're into the second half, the last half of the whole series. Nothing else mattered. 1 centimeter away off that kill. It was fast. It was fun.
And then this one. Oh, man. Spinks never saw it coming.
All right. Listen, keys to victory right now. Nico in the yard. No more excuses.
What?
He's got to stand out.
All right. Little style points. And not just style, but timing. Yeah, we've already got Nico in a pretty important position. Not afraid of that wall, but Vitality have 0 eyes outdoors.
Yeah, they have no eyes outdoors, so they have to be looking for space compensation. But you know what? Where are the rotations? Where is the lobby push? JKS is hunting for this reaction. It's not coming. Great setup out of G2. Honestly, Vitality weren't even doing things like this. Let's see if G2 can show them how it's done.
It's just Dupree watching it from the backside. That's your line of defense? That's what you're banking on, Dupree? Nico just executes him. Hunter comes through with the headshot, and that A site is taken.
Ooh.
You just gave up so much space. And Nico looks so ready for that fight. How much of a read is that?
He's so fast right there, and they have everything else ironed out. They had JKS inside of lobby. That's where you go if outside gets taken and the heaven wrap gets threatened. We didn't have Vitality move a muscle, and the setup didn't cover outside at all. There was no fail-safe. There was no secret control. There was no reason for them to be static, and yet they were. That was not a top-tier called round out of Vitality. It further raises into question some of their T-side rounds. But again, we look at G2 working hard as hell right now on this T-side and thinking, is there a chance that they pull this off on the difficult side of the map against all odds? Because this is a round that inspires confidence, and this is a round that ties things up.
Played with conviction. Look at that. Dupree gets dumpstered. Hunter, simultaneous kill on Spinks.
They have a heaven and mini split, 5v5 with no damage, and Vitality had no information.
Yeah. That's every win condition you could imagine. Look at this limited buy from Vitality. Look at this limited performance from ZywOo.
Yeah.
We're still waiting.
We're still waiting.
#1 player of 2023 thus far. Unarguable. Major MVP. 7 rounds from getting eliminated in Washington and ending his season short. He's got the best gun for Vitality in this round. If ever he's going to turn it around, this would be the time.
But he's not here. He's responsible for lower.
Yeah. Trying to do it on his own. They lose Dupree first, empty-handed. Flashbangs finding their targets, makes it uncomfortable.
Oh, no.
Magisk, oh, a double! And then the MP9 almost lines them up, but Magisk got himself a third. ZywOo comes up from vent.
There he is.
And he ends what Magisk started.
Oh, Magisk. Okay, listen, last guy alive, of course, he gets all the credit. He won the clutch. But what did Magisk just do with that 5-7?
Triple 5-7 kill. How has he managed to piece that together?
Oh, when they didn't get the trade wrap in the site. That was the one that tipped the scales, and they couldn't grab it, and Magisk stayed alive. what a shame it would be if the game plan wasn't there, but they got over the line on individual skill, because right now it looks like Vitality can match up to G2. At one point, G2 were talked about as the team with the most talent in Europe, and that was no matter what IGL they had. Are we going to get another sort of phase performance where the calling is great, but there's just not enough fragging to win it? Okay. Take the cat off the turntable.
Game on. Final 10 rounds of regulation. ZywOo, oh, that nade. Oh, he just got away. Oh, and Apex from over the shoulder spams through with ZywOo. They kill Nico. JKS quick trade. Look at the health that is here for the T side.
Like a Winamp equalizer. Everybody's almost dead.
Bro, on the brink of death across the board. This MP9 will thrive in a situation like this. Poor JKS toppled, and Spinks not looking to give them any space. m0NESY surrounded, and that vent push nails him to the wall. It is 11 to Vitality, around where we can't even catch all the action. It unfolds so fast.
Looking at their cams, they also had no idea what happened. They're just happy to be here. They said, thank you, whoever won that round for us. Apex on this fadeaway shot, the cover. ZywOo, who was spraying back into a smoke when he was already down to like 10 health, because he doesn't believe he can die. And that one just gets out of their grasp just slightly in a couple of moments. Gonna be infuriating. Vitality looking for 12, looking to build a bank account right now. Uh-oh.
Oh, let's go.
Channel that anger.
Yeah. Nico's a different beast when he can shoot back. 21-9. Does not want to fall short of finals. But it's unarmored Deagles. How bad could it get? Surely Apex cleans this up. G2 trying to just take time. An eerie silence.
Yeah, it's pretty tense. They're all frozen in place. They're not watching lower right now, so they're worried about that secret cross. That didn't happen. But it's actually correct to hold their positions. How many times can Magic save them?
Well, these ones should come for free. Unarmored, Apex actually comes out with a double. You know, that Nico 1D just kind of gives everybody a false sense of hope. In reality, they're fed to the M4s without armor. Slim chance. Everybody else dies on ramp. Yes, the Deagle's clean, but it's an unarmored Deagle. Vitality aren't going to fall victim to that.
Yes, yes indeed. So things get better, and you know what? Even with money, ZywOo hasn't got onto the op yet in the second half. I think because of the mixed buys, but yeah, now he'll finally pick it up. But honestly, it just doesn't even feel like he's needed in this conversation right now. A 3-round lead, Magis taking all the star frags in every single one of these positions. At least we have Nico having a game. The beauty of Nico has always been his ability to stand against oppers with rifles.
The op hunter.
To nearly be the best player in the world with a rifle in the modern era of CS at points in his career. That's how good he's been.
Hunter looks to join the two others in lobby. They've left m0NESY outdoors. How far will Nico challenge? Those grenades downstairs are going to start to put doubt into the back of Vitality's mind. ZywOo, give us something to talk about. Missed shots. He lays down a smoke. He sticks around. Apex is here. But how much can Apex do? He times it perfectly. Shaves Hooksy off the play. Doubles back. Nico hoping someone comes to join him. ZywOo putting himself in a very tough spot. But that outer lurk has also been caught.
He's got his mind on a timing. He's really worried in between.
Hunter could be the answer.
These two positions, yeah. Hunter turns into new targets.
Nico drops the smoke on site. ZywOo is not having a fun time. Pressured from both ends. Turns his back to the ramp players. They drop.
What?
He catches JKS. Can't get the second.
It's going to be the Kovac clutch. 3 more needed, 25 on the clock. Bomb drops down to the Astralis spot, and he's gonna get away with at least the plant. A little more to be had. A duel that Spinks can't pick up. It has to be Magiska Dupree. The Danes versus the Brethren. And as that Molly burns out, now it's just the AKs held, ready for the fight. A bit of damage there. Hunter's gonna need them both, and they line up for him! G2 to double digits, pressing down that ramp.
Hang on tight, what a spray. And what a ride at the beginning of this half. Intense situation. I can't believe ZywOo even gets that one pickup when they're flanking him. They do such a good job, though, of attacking from both sides at the exact same time. Spinks obviously could have won that round with his MP9 in that position. That ugly spray gives him... Did he say ace? Or was it just Danish noises?
Ace.
It was an ace.
That was an ace.
That was a Hunter ace. Oh my God, with the amount that went on, it was Hunter from beginning to end. And he was definitely not having a fun time. CT side upper.
Damn, I was so scoped up on Nico, waiting for his moment. I feel like I just always give one to Nico.
yeah.
You know, if G2 went around, he got one.
He's definitely doing something, it felt like. But no, it was just...
Hunter straight up.
That half of the bloodline. Okay, 2-round game now. We're looking for 2 in a row here for G2.
What a time to pull that out. Nico catches Apex, but Hooksy spams the whole mag, so easy for the MP9 to jump on him. At least they won their outer duel. Apex and Hooksy being mirrored at the moment. Same score lines, same opening deaths. Oh, really? Player up above. Ooh, Dupree could fall victim to this. G2 have a player coming back.
There's 2 pairs of boots underneath him. Falling back.
Yeah, they seem to have left. Now they've left ramp completely open. Do not forget that.
Now, JKS with this information has to be very careful about how he wields it, because if he wants to say they've come and checked and cleaned out lobby and they're not worried about it, that might be one thing, but Vitality making noise at the exact same time could be a false signal. They know there's going to be someone holding it. Now they come back into lobby, and we'll see if the mind game has worked out.
Pack ready to go. Dupree, bounce smoke for the squeaky door.
I'm still worried about it.
But they're already out.
Oh, they're coming up or 2.
But as they try to pounce Spinks, he shaves the bomb off the play, and Magisk from up top. Look how easy this one turns out to be for Vitality.
I swear they baited him into
Man, they thought they were going to walk out and all would be good. Now Nico's got a chance. Player up close. Oh! In a different world, they line up. In a different world, Spinks doesn't get those 2 so easily, but they tried to get out through the side of the smoke, and, well, that just fed them into Spinks.
Oh, Nico looks stressed because of how important that round could be. No 2 in a row here for G2. And listen, that's a round where you need to hear the communication to know exactly what went down, but we had the opening into outside control being taken, but then the fake into upper control to make it feel like they went somewhere else. Maybe they dropped an event, left one upper, had one at ramp waiting for that kind of hit. No, it wasn't going to be the case. They had 3 ready for the upper hit just as it came in. A squeaky smoke they ran through. It feels like Vitality played them.
Nico wants to be the hero. He's got Hunter by his side with the Galil, and Hunter offers up the first. But with pistol players crossing, Magisk giving over a little space. Ooh, Nico, favorable duel. AK bests him. Bomb still left back, so they're not able to pounce just yet. But now Nico's wounded, and Hunter's died in a spot where I don't think they're getting that Galil back. We saw last round how open ramp really was. Magisk was only holding it from CT spawn. Ooh. And that gun gets picked up. Oh, this could get interesting.
Yeah, but this is a great push out of Spinks. He can't control the spray well enough, though.
Dupree's got to deliver. JKS right there, and Dupree takes his head off. But Dupree is so alone, and ZywOo has been so non-existent on this third map. m0NESY catches Dupree, and if ZywOo does not put forth a clutch,
If he does not put forth what would feel like his first highlight of this map, then G2 have just robbed one back and kept this close. ZywOo catches m0NESY, and we know the little that's left of Nico. 2 stars, but only one has been shining bright here on Nuke. ZywOo's outside on the other side of this. Nico ready. He crosses, he holds it, he hits it!
Clapped.
Give him a head to pop and he'll do it.
Yeah, listen, ZywOo actually already has a 1v2 in this half. He was looking for a second, but it's still such little output overall. If you want to measure up to Nico at the moment, I think it was only right that he won that. His crosshair placement has been on point. The Deagle's been on point. He's been nomadic. Number of positions, number of kills.
And now look at the door that opens from the Hunter ace to the Nico clutch to JKS hunting on the entry. A site so understaffed in comparison to what we've seen. Dupree is desperate. ZywOo's gonna try to go God mode. Everything's going well for G2. They're closing down on this lead. They've taken everything from Vitality in this round. That M4 on ZywOo meant nothing.
Oh, that's a money maker. This one's starting to shape up. We've got more than one hero here for G2. And it's pairing well with the good T-side calls.
Man, this is such a throwback to the last time that G2 beat Vitality in a best of 3. Blast Premier World Final 2022. The 2 maps that G2 bested them on, Anubis and Nuke.
Before things got started.
Exactly. This whole time we've been talking about Vitality showing improvements on these maps. G2's shortcomings.
The last time they played, only 13 rounds for G2, almost meeting that already. You know, we might have a situation where the better team loses, honestly. If I'm looking at the quality of this game right now from both sides, I'm seeing great calls out of G2. But Vitality are this close to being able to take it over. We know how much they have left to give still.
Yep.
ZywOo 10 kills. His quietness has been noticed.
I mean, absent. Despite Spinks and Magisk's best efforts, m0NESY's got him pinned against the wall, but he has a bit of cover. Blue box for ZywOo keeps him alive. Oh, and he spams away. Then the lineup. There's ZywOo. Better late than never. And just like that, we're looking at a 14th unless the JKS Hooksy 2v5 comes through. ZywOo has finally found a round to put his name on. Hooksy ends him, and Dupree pushes this over the line. It was always going to be a fight for G2. And it's still not 15 for Vitality.
Yeah, they try to hunt him down here in this same position. This is not the first time he was at this box as they were crossing outside with the smokes pluming, and they tried to end him early, but they couldn't catch him. They let him get away, and then he turned it into majority deaths for G2. Vitality have 14. Another full buy because G2 did so well on the eco. They saved up enough money for everyone to get their gun. m0NESY on and off, full grenades. But this one's to fight against match points. Series point. Season point coming up for G2 if they lose.
We see m0NESY flustered from that last round, getting caught on the smoke. Well, now he's down to 40 already. Just give him something to shoot at. That's all he wants. Enough with Nico and m0NESY dying through smoke. They want those duels. Vitality doing everything to avoid that. All the smokes. There have been times where G2 get downstairs, taking no damage, and other rounds where they're not even able to get 5 feet into that cross. And this time Spinks has a trick up his sleeve. The Molly's about to burn out, and if they're not ready for this, oh God, what a moment it could be. Hunter and Nico, oh, they clear it!
had to stay aware, but Magisk has been fantastic. And he has a teammate, 2 of them, and they're gonna catch that pack off guard. Modesty with the trade frag, but the bomb stopped ramp. You can take downstairs, but now you need to fight from the depths, and they will. Hunter, his second, and ZywOo hides, cowering between the brothers. 25 seconds, Nico's gotta run this, desperate through the smoke, but a headshot. Oh, so close. ZywOo has arrived.
Oh, the ZywOo denial at the very last second. They are fighting like hell. They really are. But those rotations, if there's one thing Vitality have done so well, it's Apex, those rotations, the stack up into the ramp, the call out on where G2 wanted to go, and despite the rotations, the kills almost went up G2. But ZywOo, another 1v2.
ZywOo had the health advantage, misses the first couple of M4 shots. I mean, if that's Nico, one tap, it could have been there, but now look how desperate this is. 2 AKs, a Tech 9, the pistol butts through. It spins from up above, a little bit labored, but Dupree holds it off, and then immediate. A call back from Hooksy. He's gonna take it onto ramp, but that's where Magisk thrives! And that's where Vitality lock in Grand Finals!
What a massive win to lock in Grand Finals, to go up against Heroic again. That's the end of G2 season. They end on a loss in a game they could have won. A game where they ended Anubis for Vitality. They came with their best foot forward. How many levels do Vitality have?
A map 3 that shows ZywOo no longer has to be the carry, because in previous iterations, when he goes absent, Vitality go down. This was Spinks, and this was Magisk. And those 2 players alongside Apex's calls and a little resurgence, that ZywOo spice at the very end, is what eliminates G2 from this season. Heroic versus Vitality. Washington, that is your Grand Finals.
Congrats.
What a fantastic finals to have indeed. Will it be maybe not the era, but the period for Vitality, or will Heroic finally banish their demons? Well, I know G2 haven't banished theirs. It was a hell of a series. It was a hell of a ride. But now to talk about the end of their season, we've got Hooksy standing by with James Banks.
That's right, I've got Hooksy with me here, and G2 certainly had the fans on their side throughout this one. It was a close game from start to finish. I want to start by looking at this Anubis, because last time we saw you guys play it was back at the Major. Was this something you've been putting some time into? Because it looked so good when you got into the second half.
Nope. We didn't put any time into it. We actually only put like an hour into it here for preparation, because we haven't played it for so long, and I think I just had a good understanding of how they played, and yeah, it paid off.
It worked out in your favour then. That's a nice way for it to go. But on Inferno, we've been talking about your CT sides, and that has been a struggle, but your T sides are where we've seen success. This time it felt like you were being read like a book. What did it feel like for you?
I don't know what happened since the FaZe game on Inferno. It seems like we just hit a wall in some way, and also every time we play against Vitality, as soon as they get momentum, it's really hard to break it. So yeah, something we had to go back and look at, but I cannot say for certain what went wrong right now.
Now, back and forth, Nuke was certainly a chance for both of you in there. It's not the result you would have wanted, but we were seeing you guys at least play better here compared to Dallas. To end out the season like this, how does it feel for you? Because it's still a step forward than where you were.
It doesn't feel like a step forward, honestly, because we are still thinking about what team we was when we won the World Final in Katowice, and we know we can do way better than what we did here. So to disappoint all the fans that were backing us up here, it was feels bad, but I can assure you we did everything we could.
And you'll come back stronger next season?
You always say that, right? But for sure.
I like it. Hooksy, thank you very much, man.
Stronger next season, but for now, the story of G2 in the first half of 2023 has come to a close.
Yeah, I mean, we hear the words from Hooksy, and of course there's disappointment. That's understandable.
Yeah.
I do believe that they missed the mark on that Inferno. There's nothing that can be said about it. But this Nuke was extremely competitive. It's one of these very high-level games where you can have fun and rewatch the VOD and find 3 to 4 to 5 like micro 2v2, 3v3 situations where a millimeters or a second makes a difference. So many rounds could have gone different ways.
And that was the big impact of Magisk. Obviously, it was super high on the scoreboard, but he had 2 really important clutches and post plants where it felt like G2 was winning all of them to start that second half. Like they were winning all the post plants, and it was like, this is about to spiral out of control. And that's when Magisk stepped up, and putting a stop to that momentum, getting it shifted towards Vitality was probably the best thing he could have done.
It certainly was, and this was the rare opportunity, right? This was a map where ZywOo looks mortal, but they pull through. The rest of the team rallies, and now to talk to us about their victory, we have Dupree with James Banks.
What's up, Dupes?
And Vitality have made it to another grand final, and that's where I want to start here. You took the break, you didn't go to Dallas, you come into this, a shaky start certainly to the event, but getting to the grand final, now beating G2, how does that make you feel?
Very happy, especially losing, like going down 1-0 in the beginning, clawing our way back and having a really good Inferno game, and then finding a little bit of success in the beginning on Nuke, but still having some struggles on T-side, but actually managed to play really well on Nuke as well. So yeah, I'm just super satisfied.
On your Anubis though, this has been a key map for you guys. We've seen some close games for sure, but it felt like on your CT side, you just couldn't hold it this time. What do you feel was going wrong?
I think we were very impatient. We had a lot of situations in the beginning of the CT half where we, even in the pistol, that we had the advantage, and we just, instead of making the right decision, we just went a bit too much on a solo adventure, and it ended up costing us a lot of rounds. And we also, they were doing like a small phase, just one guy, and it made us rotate too much, and that gave space for them to make some plays, and we just ended up giving up the advantage too easy. And I think overall on Anubis, it's a map that we obviously feel real comfortable playing, but we never really got the economy going. We lost all the wrong rounds in that sense, so we lost the economy game pretty early in the game, and that just results on us not having ops and not being able to get the early advantages, and then whenever we had the opportunities to win rounds, we just didn't convert them by not hitting our shots. So yeah, I think they were really prepared, and I think they had a really good game plan going into the game, so that's how it is.
But Inferno, we haven't seen you play it since Rio. It's been a while. You didn't even have to play it when it came to the major, but here you guys absolutely dominated once you reset on the pistol. That must have felt damn good.
Yeah, I mean, I think we came in really prepared on Inferno as well, and we talked in the break that we would just want to show some character. Like we knew that we were down 0-1. It's been a while since we've been in a situation where we felt like we didn't play the best game, and we just wanted to convert it into showing that we could actually bounce back, you know. So I think that's what we did. We just want to show some character, and we wanted to fight, claw our way back into the game, and I think we did that. We had a really good CT side, and then we got a little bit too, we started, I wouldn't say we started hesitating, it was more the opposite, like we wanted to finish the game a little bit too early. We felt we want to, it was more like when we had the advantages on Inferno as well, it ended up us trying to make decisions that was not like good, and we just ended up losing them. So that was pretty poor.
But now, a grand final against Heroic once again, right? The same as what we saw back in Rio. You ready for this for a 3-time?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what we're here for. I mean, coming all the way here to Washington, we're just here to win. And yeah, it's going to be a good game tomorrow, and I'm excited to play.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Dupree, thank you very much, man.
Showing character there. A strength in the face of adversity as well. I mean, that's kind of been the story of this event for Vitality, is seeing that next level, seeing that character, seeing, you know, when you're not dominant, when you don't have that key motivation necessarily, finding that next step, that next level.
Yeah, they seem to have that in the tank, right? They seem to have that second gear. Very reminiscent of Rio as well, where they start their tournament losing to OG in a very weird fashion on overpass, and then they go on to win the entire event. That first game against Imperial looked a little bit lackluster, but then we have the reaction, and then you have to be honest, we also see the results of all that hard work. You have a ZywOo that's relatively pedestrian on the last map, and they still make it in a very high level, high intensity kind of game where your superstar is definitely, by his standards, not showing up the way he should, but then you have other players that are actually here to kind of pick up the slack.
It's like the confidence and self-assuredness and Vitality, like since you won Rio, since you win the major, is just like, yeah, they're full of it right now. Like they can't really, that's what helps power them into these like little comebacks, whether it's within maps, within series, within tournaments, as we saw here. It's been great, and yeah, look at Magisk, 27 kills. I even like the way Dupree in that interview, James, like, hey, you ready for 3 in a row? And he's like, yeah, dude, I've been doing this my whole career. I'm all good. I love this shit. He's like, this is where I make my bread.
Yeah, it's the composure that we see from Vitality that is so refreshing. Like there used to be a time where this Vitality wouldn't survive the clutches they lost in that last map, because some of these clutches were heartbreaking, like situations where the advantage is for you, you have the information, you have the positioning, but then something just goes wrong decision, wrong peak, you end up losing a 2v3, 1v3. These are moments where you can get tense, you can get frustrated, but how they were able to bounce back, like almost immediately, never having some of these garbage rounds that I like to call, we feel like no one is really playing. That didn't happen in this game.
Outlasting an absolutely phenomenal game from Nico as well, who had it with 30 kills, 14 deaths, like 112 ADR or something like that. It's a monster performance from Nico, and unfortunately, it's another monster performance in a map and series loss.
And there were big moments as well, not just when we think about Nico. I mean, Monacy had some great moments in towards that map.
Give him the
Hunter
Zeus
with
kill.
that ace.
Let's go back. Let's give him the Zeus kill.
You think he should have it?
He should have had it.
That, yeah.
He should have had it.
He had
78 in a Zeus? How did that even happen?
He had like grind plates in his shoes. I was ready for that.
And he did the slide and all. That was great. That was great.
Beautiful.
Maybe in CS2. Maybe in Counter-Strike 2 he would have gotten that. Look at our bracket. Look at our grand final. Heroic, Vitality. Man, the stories going into this game, you've either got the dominance of 3 in a row, or you've got Heroic finally doing what has eluded them for so long.
I don't want to minimize the kind of fight that Imperial had against Heroic, but look at this. Look at this route from Vitality.
I know.
Look at this.
This doesn't
route.
scream legit.
I know.
This has to be like one of the most legit playoff brackets you could possibly have. And also, you had to fight Cloud9.
Yeah, I was going to say the group stage.
Yep. Cloud9, the FaZe, the G2 to Heroic.
I know. This is a dirty little run that they're going on. I'm excited. I think it's going to be great. I think Heroic's going to win, but
I think you're wrong. But we're going to discuss that tomorrow and say the whys and hows.
The whys and hows.
We will save that for tomorrow. It's time to check in on how we did today. Ooh, what's that do for 2? That's, I think, all 3 of us, actually.
Life is really easy.
All 3 of us. It's good to be correct. Right now, you 2 are slightly more correct than I am. I'm going to guess that was too much faith and complexity somewhere along the way.
Oh, look at this, a 3-horse race hitting in the final day.
Here we go. Who's going to get that final correct? That's the big question here. Moses,
and if you're
Ronnie,
picking
and
Heroic,
Maniac.
then one of us is going down. If you're going to go Heroic on the grand final.
Oh, you know it. I don't play that weak game. We're going to go opposite predictions, yeah.
Sorry, I tend to pick the winner.
It's got to be done.
Sure.
But the big question is, what are your predictions for what our CS Money play of the day is? Because that we
I think Monacy is going to be on. Monacy is going to be on.
Is it the Zeus?
That's my prediction.
The pistol round?
No,
the
it's the AK work on Inferno.
Sure, okay.
I'm about to see it.
Well,
yeah, of course it had to be.
Easy to forget about all this action that happened earlier today. That series is absolutely incredible. This is some disgusting work, some filthy work from Fallen, and a little bit of a strange 1v1 at the end, but a beautiful shot. Can't take that away from him.
I'm just letting you know ahead of time, this Vinny one is mine. Going for that, 100%. That gets my vote.
That's your play of the day. Here we go, 1v3 from Vinny on Inferno. Oh man, the implication of that round as well. When you're on 14, when Heroic got all they absolutely needed to close it, and then the Ninja defuse with the smoke down, just to add insult to injury. Once I have defused you, how about I knife you?
Yeah, that was a pretty sick play. I really enjoyed that from Vinny. Nice balls to head in and get that defuse, and yeah, got everyone on their feet. Hunter, this is the ace, a sneaky ace as well. You kind of lost it in the excitement and the importance of the clutch, but he grinds all 5 throughout the round, even trading offside. Woo, big boy kill here, and then closes things out.
Yeah, talk about a moment where Vitality could have lost their marbles after losing this round as well. Hunter giving you an ace. You were in that 4v2 for a little bit, but beautiful play out of Hunter here in our CS Money play of the day. Candidates.
And now it's time to check in on our MVP race, specifically our Maersk MVP race. That is, I'm really curious about where this has gone, actually. I'm not sure anymore. I felt like our early candidates may be on the outs, but we know
Stown had a
have
relatively quiet game.
Very strong runners. Let's see, are they in it?
Yeah, well, Stown and Cadian were up there, but I think Stown having a little quieter series would not be as good.
Well, let's find out. We've got James Banks standing by to let us know who it is.
That's right. It's time for our Maersk MVP check-in, and things will be changing, that's for sure. Because you know, when it comes to it, it's been a wild day of Counter-Strike action. Here's the leaderboard right now. Stown and Cadian still up towards the top, but they're starting to be caught up here. Zyru there, Yabi having a fantastic series as well, and Magis. Now, this sets up nicely for a grand final where that MVP will be right on the line, depending on how these guys can make it work. We get some Stown highlights in here as well. And okay, he's still at the top right now. You guys said in the Imperial game, maybe not hit the mark quite as what we wanted to see from him, but this is a player who needs to thrive tomorrow if they want to be able to take down Vitality, if they want to make Moses a happy man. But you know, Maniac, sometimes you will have to be wrong with this. We'll have to wait and see how it all goes down. But Stown, dominating from start to finish on Imperial. That's the way you want to see it go down. And look at his rating he's at right now. Now, if he has some more impact when it comes to a grand final, he could be that MVP candidate. We'll have to see how it goes.
We will indeed. But I'll be honest, it might just be that last map coloring my mind. I almost feel like Magis could pip them all at the post.
I mean, listen, I think it's still relatively open, even though Zyru's numbers are really high. by his standards, it's all right. 1.20, well, I will give him. It's okay.
You're so smug, and it's not even you.
It's like, no, it's not me. It's definitely not me, Jason. I don't think I ever had a rating like that in my whole career.
I've seen like 1 or 2 games.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the bone.
I think that's called a fluke. But here's tomorrow's games. We have our show match. First off, the Dream Team. But how can it be the Dream Team without NACS in it? Team USA going to be going on in there. And I think, well, you might see some of our faces standing on the stage for that one. So get excited. Get ready for that match. And then, of course, our grand final, Heroic Vitality. You're not going to want to miss it. This is the grand final to end the season, to wrap up the Blast Premier Spring Final. We'll see you tomorrow here in Washington, D.C. For now, good night.